Chapter 74. Celestial and Terrestrial Anomalies. The Collapse of Wanyang. May 5th. Within the secret realm, a gargantuan Count Dracula has opened his dantian to absorb the finest treasures. Outside the secret realm, the crumbling Wanyang and Wandao Xian find themselves compelled to seek assistance from Zhang Yingji, urgently requesting a loan of precious materials to replenish their deficits. Wanyang is on the verge of uttering curses. Darn it, the treasures allocated to the Beast Tide and the 10,000 Demon Siege have all been consumed, and still, it is insufficient. They must seek further loans. Wanyang has contemplated abandoning this endeavor, realizing that the investments made could nearly equate to the creation of another secret realm. Yet, the more he reflects on retreating, the more infuriated he becomes. Having already committed so much, would it not be foolish to withdraw now? Persevere. I shall confront this challenge head-on. I refuse to believe that a mere star secret realm can consume an inordinate amount of resources. This is a battle for dignity, as well as an honor for the Yuan family. Wanyang is resolute in his decision to see this through to the end. Inside the secret realm, the luminous points within Su Yuan's body have multiplied beyond count. Fortunately, the system can assist him in tracking the numbers. Host, Su Yuan. Level, 4-star Beast Tamer. Number of stars, 210,136. Title none, 210,000 stars. How splendid. Upon entry, I neglected to inquire about everyone's star count. Perhaps I am somewhat unique, able to accommodate more stars. Surely, no one has fewer than 10,000, right? Common sense suggests this is indeed the case. Su Yuan acknowledges that Ouyang Shui and the others possess at least 5 of his talent. To reach full capacity, approximately 220,000 stars are required. Su Yuan gradually slows his absorption rate, estimating that he will reach full capacity in about 15 minutes. Outside the secret realm, Wanyang notices a drastic decrease in the depletion of star power. Filled with elation, "Cousin, look! It has stabilized. The dawn of victory is upon us. Do not hesitate. Throw in the remaining treasures." Wandao Xian gazes mournfully at the pile of remaining precious materials, thinking that tossing them all in would send the Yuan family's debts soaring to new heights. Yet, what can be done? Abandonment is not an option. Very well, very well. Out with the old, in with the new. It seems our family is fated for misfortune. Wandao Xian casts the heap of treasures into the fray. Approximately 15 minutes later, the shaking light ice field finally stabilizes. Wanyang wipes the sweat from his brow, feeling as if he has emerged victorious from a great battle. Exhilarated. What a relief. Damn it, this wretched thing has cost me so much. If it doesn't yield returns, I shall smash it to bits tomorrow. Wandao Xian nearly bursts into tears. Brother, how can you still have the audacity to say that? You'll have to figure out how to repay this debt yourself. I'm not responsible. His words cause Wanyang's expression to freeze in place. Perhaps a trade is in order. Wanyang takes a deep breath, murmuring, "Let us wait for Su Yuan to emerge. Something must have transpired within. As he is alone in there, he should be able to shed some light on the matter." Wandao Xian nods in agreement, expressing his concurrence. After a brief wait, their hearts lighten as they see a figure emerge from the teleportation array in the sky. He has returned. However, the moment Su Yuan sets foot upon the ground of Dawn City, a blade-like force cleaves through the sky, causing the earth to tremble as if lamenting some great calamity, and the heavens appear to be violently torn apart, revealing a gaping fissure. The skies have split. Wanyang gazes upwards in astonishment. How could this be? Such an anomaly has never been witnessed before. Who has achieved a breakthrough? Not only Wanyang, but the entire Dawn City is stirred. The nobles of the Western District, the royalty of the Central Zone, and the common folk of the Eastern District all peer skyward, the enormous cracks seeming to herald a momentous event. A breakthrough? I am curious to know who has just transcended. He gazes incredulously at Su Yuan. Could it possibly be you again? Why is it always you? Suddenly, Wanyang feels an immense connection between the disturbances in the shaking light ice field and Su Yuan. The rift in the sky lasts but a fleeting moment, akin to the ephemeral brilliance of a comet, leaving Su Yuan unaware of its significance. As he returns to the ground, he sees Wanyang and Wandao Xian approaching, and he quips in a teasing manner. "Wow, old Yuan, you really lack generosity. You've been quite stingy. You claimed that the shaking light pool could accommodate breakthroughs for 300 people, yet here I am, finding it insufficient for myself. However, hey, guess what? The Radiant Star Pool is indeed extraordinary. Every time it nears depletion, it absorbs an immense amount of stellar essence. If it weren't for its boundless replenishment on several occasions, I would scarcely have enough for my breakthrough. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, old one. This is a splendid location. My visit has not been in vain, for I am now a 4-star Beast Master. Old one. Oh, and Principal Yuan. Yuan Yang felt on the brink of collapse. What a miserly and stingy character. What a boundless replenishment. What a splendid place. I truly wish to eliminate you, Su Yuan. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is amiss? Why does old one harbor such murderous intent towards me? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? I let go of the men from the Yuan regiment. Is it for those from the Lang and Hai regiments? Surely it cannot be. Just as Yuan Yang was prepared to curse, he realized a most terrifying truth. How many stars has this fellow accumulated within him? The Radiant Star Pool can store at least 20,000 stars, and my cousin and I have replenished it no less than 10 times. Yuan Yang regarded Su Yuan as if he were a monster, while Yuan Daoxian, understanding the gravity of the situation, pulled Su Yuan away into a secluded area. They walked until they reached a deserted corner, where Yuan Yang and Yuan Daoxian cornered Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked at the two of them quizzically. What do you intend to do? I assure you, I possess no peculiar habits. Yuan Yang retorted angrily. Do not sidestep the issue. Confess honestly. How many stars reside within you? As a 4-star Beast Master, you should be able to sense it. You inquire about this? Su Yuan extended 2 fingers from each hand, signifying 2. Yuan Yang asked, 2002? Goodness, thank heavens. I thought you had absorbed them all. After all, the absorption efficiency of a human is not that high. Nevertheless, this is still astonishing, for it is already 10 times that of a mere novice. Su Yuan shot Yuan Yang a disdainful glance. Do you truly look down upon me so, old one? Are you not embarrassed to utter 2002? 22,000? Yuan Yang exclaimed in disbelief. It is evident now. The vampire has been found, and it is you. 22,000. Goodness, what manner of 4-star Beast Master are you? A humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex? Yuan Daoxian murmured in astonishment. Su Yuan, throughout history, you are undoubtedly one of kind. This matter is of utmost importance. Under no circumstances must you disclose to others that you possess 22,000 stars. Do you understand? Su Yuan blinked and replied, No, you see. Well, actually, it is not 22,000. It is 222,000. And I must say, I feel as though each star can provide an immense amount of power. No wonder they say that a 4-star Beast Master possesses combat prowess. I now comprehend. Yuan Yang and Yuan Daoxian were once again rendered immobile, as if they were deciphering a celestial manuscript while gazing upon deities. Chapter 75, Mounting Debts, the Yuan family's last-ditch effort, 15. 220,000 stars. What sort of divine being is this? Yuan Yang pondered his own standing. Despite being a peak 6-star Beast Master, he realized that there were fewer than 10,000 who had even brushed against the threshold of demigod status. And he felt a twinge of shame. No, it's not that I'm lacking. I am quite exceptional. It's just that Su Yuan is exceedingly monstrous. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Su Yuan scratched his head and asked, What's wrong? Is there an issue with the number of stars? Yuan Yang slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that Su Yuan was rather ignorant of Beastmaster knowledge. Yuan Daoxian explained, Su Yuan, do you have any idea how many stars a typical 4-star Beastmaster possesses? The answer is fewer than 100. The previous record holder from Dawn City, Yi Ho, only had 200 stars, and you, my friend, are a staggering 100 times that. In fact, even now, both Yuan Yang and I possess a mere 10,000 stars. Su Yuan gasped, What? Why? He felt a bit flustered. I thought at least everyone would have broken the 10,000 mark. What is going on? Yuan Daoxian adopted a pained expression and continued. Each star roughly provides 1 kilogram of power. If you unleash your full strength, I fear that you could easily rend an ordinary meteor-level beast apart with your bare hands. What puzzles me is how you manage to absorb so many. A typical Beastmaster-S star container cannot hold this much star power. Su Yuan candidly replied, Well, it just keeps coming to me. As long as the Radiant Star Pool continuously supplies star power, I'll keep absorbing it, plain and simple. Yuan Yang suddenly realized. Su Yuan, that Radiant Star Pool doesn't provide an unlimited supply of star power. My brother and I have been using our Yuan family's precious resources to replenish it for you. Do you realize that at least 10 times you nearly caused the secret realm to explode? Had we not risked our lives to supply you with resources, the realm would have exploded, and you wouldn't have been able to return via teleportation. Damn it. You've taken advantage of a great fortune while my family's decades of savings have been drained by you alone. Do you have any idea how much I spent? 400 pieces of heavenly treasures and 1,300 pieces of earthly treasures. All of my family's assets, including half of the Beastmaster Guild's savings, have been completely consumed by you. How are we going to eat next year? The more he spoke, the more aggrieved Yuan felt. It was truly a tale that could bring tears to the ears of listeners and sorrow to the hearts of onlookers. While Su Yuan had become an extraordinary talent, the treasures lost were the very foundation of the Yuan family. And with this, you, ungrateful wretch, dare to say I am stingy? This is simply outrageous. Su Yuan gaped in astonishment. Wait, that wasn't he supposed to be unlimited? Even with Su Yuan's thick skin, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. The assets painstakingly gathered by the family were akin to preparing for a wedding, involving the purchase of cars, houses, dowries, and lavish banquets, only for it to culminate in him taking the bride. Who could withstand such a situation? Yuan Daoxian wore a worried expression, then seemingly remembered something and spoke up. Su Yuan, you bear some responsibility in this matter, and you cannot escape it. Su Yuan shrugged innocently. Principal Yuan, Commander Yuan, I truly had no knowledge of this. However, rest assured, I am not an ungrateful person, but as you know, I am not wealthy enough to repay it. Yuan Daoxian insisted. No, it must come from you. Now that only we know about this, and you, Su Yuan, are about to participate in the Beastmaster competition. Many people will be willing to bet on you at the Jinlong Pavilion, a place where money flows freely. Since you are the prime target of the aristocrats, the odds will be exceedingly grim. Do you understand? The Yuan family can only rely on you to recoup our losses. Yang understood, right? This humanoid Tyrannosaurus with 220,000 stars will surely dominate the Beastmaster competition. He quickly added, Yes, Su Yuan, listen to my brother. The entire Yuan family will bet on you. If you fail, I'll have no choice but to perish alongside you. Su Yuan chuckled. All right, betting may indeed be a path for the current Yuan family. Besides, it's an open book examination, isn't it? Just from the sheer number of stars, it's indeed a crushing advantage. Well, let us not call it a gamble. Let us call it a con. Su Yuan nodded. Leave it to me. Rest assured, old Yuan, if I lose, I'll die on the spot. Yang felt slightly reassured, but then remembered something else. By the way, Su Yuan, what about the 300 Beastmasters from the Zong family, Zong Tianda and Heng Yangyan? I killed them. Su Yuan replied without hesitation. Yang's pupils constricted. You really did it. Su Yuan continued. They banded together to block my path. And when my pleas fell on deaf ears, I had no choice but to take action. Don't worry, I didn't touch a single person from the Yuan family. At this moment, Yang regarded Su Yuan with a newfound respect. Back then, he didn't possess the advantage of 220,000 stars, did he? Could it truly be possible for one individual to slay 300 three-star Beastmasters? How was this achieved? This left Yang in disbelief. Beside them, Yuan Daoxian was also reassessing Su Yuan. The seemingly harmless Su Yuan could indeed pose a danger to anyone obstructing his path, and he struck with lethal precision. Thankfully, he was a friend, not a foe. Yang sighed. It's all right. Secret realms are inherently not 100% safe. Once inside, life and death are at the mercy of fate, and they actively sought trouble with you. Thus, we don't feel it's a big deal, though the aristocrats will certainly make a fuss about it. However, that's of little consequence. You should focus on preparing for the Beastmaster competition at the end of the month. There are still about 20 days left. Elevate your skills as much as possible. I've heard that Gong Jing from the Gong family and Sun Yi from the Sun family are approaching peak 4-star status and may even reach meteor level. So don't underestimate them. I know your beasts are formidable, but if the gap is too wide, it will still be challenging. If you can reach intermediate starfall in these remaining 20 days, you will have a good chance. Su Yuan nodded. Intermediate starfall, huh? Given my simplified Beastmaster system, that shouldn't be too difficult. All right, Principal Yuan, Commander Yuan, I will take my leave now. After bidding farewell, Su Yuan hurried back to Dawn Academy, eager to utilize these days to rapidly level up and find a new beast, striving to elevate it to its peak before the competition and ensure that the new beast also reaches starfall level. In the West District, the head of the Zong family, Zong Zhua, nearly fainted upon receiving the intelligence report. What did you say? Tianda and Yangyun are dead? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How did they die? The secret realm has teleportation arm badges. I refuse to believe it. Chapter 76, Stargazing. Origin Stars 111-25. Although Zong Tianda was merely Zong's ineffectual son, sent to obstruct Su Yuan, Zong Zhua had considered the situation from his perspective. All that was needed was to incite the city guard's beastmasters against Su Yuan. If things went awry, he could simply escape using the arm badge, making it a situation devoid of danger. As a result, all that reached us was the news of Zhong Tianda's demise. In an instant, the elderly mourned for the youth. My lord, it's absolutely true. Not only has young Master Tianda passed away, but also Hingyang Yuan, as well as the 300 beast masters from the Heizi camp. All perished simultaneously within the secret realm. I suspect this incident is inextricably linked to Su Yuan. It must have been he who triggered a sudden catastrophe akin to an avalanche, leading to such a calamitous outcome. Although Zhongzhou was unclear on how Su Yuan accomplished this, it was evident that it was connected to him. Zhongzhou's fist slammed heavily upon the table. Su Yuan, summon Zhong Yang to attend his brother's funeral. At the same time, inform him that if he and Gong Jing fail to bring back Su Yuan's head by the end of the month, he shall no longer have the face to set foot in this house. At Dawn Academy, upon returning to his dormitory, Su Yuan found Ouyang Shui soundly asleep. Cradling her pillow, he proceeded to summon Long Yao, Xuanu, and Fujia. Ever since the beast had ascended to the celestial star level, the experience bar in the system had vanished, replaced instead by the progress of the origin stars. System, could you elucidate the process of upgrading to the celestial star level? Ding. To the host. Once a celestial star beast fully accumulates the star power of the origin stars, it will automatically illuminate other origin stars. Each star represents a level, and gathering 3 stars will elevate it to the moonfall level threshold. I see, Su Yuan mused. The source of star power lies solely within the secret realm, thus implying that I cannot cultivate further until I continue the search for the star secret realm. Without the star secret realm, wouldn't I be stuck? System, can you simplify this? Ding. Simplification in progress. Simplification complete. The host merely needs to gaze at the stars with their beast to gain star power and increase the progress of the origin stars. Ah, indeed. The simplified system did not disappoint Su Yuan. Within the entire Dawn City, there were only 4 star secret realms, opening merely once a month, with competition for places. If I relied solely on the secret realm to break through, how long would I have to wait? However, with the simplified system, Su Yuan had circumvented this troublesome step. Indeed, with my genius and a modicum of assistance from the system, I can achieve an extraordinary enhancement, advancing towards the moonfall level and becoming a 5-star beast master. Noticing Su Yuan's confident demeanor, Long Yao stroked her chin and remarked, "Little one, why have you summoned us? Your little girlfriend is still here. Isn't that rather inappropriate?" Su Yuan shot her an exasperated glance. "What do you mean, little girlfriend? Also, your thoughts are quite impure. Long Yao, Xuanu, Fujia. Let us go to the balcony to gaze at the stars." Gaze at the stars? The 3 women looked at Su Yuan in bewilderment. What purpose does that serve? Does Su Yuan have a fondness for such things? Su Yuan led the 3 to the balcony, providing each with a lounge chair as they quietly gazed at the starry sky. One must admit, the sky above the industrialized Dawn City was remarkably pristine, adorned with the moon and stars, reminiscent of Su Yuan's childhood skies. The 3 women accompanied Su Yuan in serene contemplation of the heavens. Suddenly, they all sensed a stir within the origin stars. Dragon Goddess Ji gazed at the stars for 20 minutes, gaining 1 progress in origin stars, progress 31100. Extreme North Snow Phoenix gazed at the stars for 20 minutes, gaining 1 progress in origin stars, progress 51100. Goddess of Life gazed at the stars for 20 minutes, gaining 1 progress in origin stars, progress 1100. Merely watching the stars for 20 minutes yields 1 progress. The 3 women, adorned with resplendent stars above their heads, seemed to be absorbing star power. This implies that with the sun rising at 6:30 in the morning and setting at 5:30 in the evening, there are a total of 13 hours of night. It takes about an hour for the stars to emerge, meaning there are approximately 12 hours, or 720 minutes, allowing for a daily accumulation of 36 progress in the stars. In about 3 days, 1 star could be filled, and according to the system, a celestial star beast requires 3 origin stars. Thus, I could fully accumulate the progress of my beast in just 9 days. Holy day! I utterly surpassed the so-called secret realm among the various families who could possibly match my speed. Just as Su Yuan was reveling in excitement, Ouyang Shui inside detected the unusual movement, gradually rising from her slumber. After changing into her night clothes and descending from her bed, she discovered Su Yuan was outside with his 3 beasts, gazing at the stars. How does he possess such leisure? Hearing a sound behind him, Su Yuan turned to see Ouyang Shui had awakened. Her face flushed as she met his gaze, recalling the awkwardness of the morning's events, unsure of how to proceed. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan exclaimed, "Your Highness, come quickly. Have you not always wanted to know how I enhance my beast experience?" "Of course, I mean increasing their star progress. Allow me to demonstrate." Ouyang Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yes, he did say he would help me enhance my experience. Thus, she pushed open the glass door and stepped onto the balcony, gazing at Su Yuan, awaiting his elaboration. Clearing his throat, Su Yuan announced. The method for a celestial star beast to enhance its star progress is to gaze at the stars. He beamed with pride, giving a thumbs up. Ouyang Shue's temper flared instantly. Su Yuan, do you think this princess is easily deceived? How could that possibly be? Families have invested so many resources to create secret realms to gather star power, and you tell me it suffices to simply look at the stars? Preposterous. Do not think you can mock me. Su Yuan, taken aback, realized that such a counterintuitive, intellectually insulting method would indeed be difficult for an ordinary person to accept. He scratched his head and sighed. Ah, I knew you would doubt it. Why would I deceive you at this hour? Ouyang Shui glared at Long Yao, Xuenu, and Fu Jia, her patience waning. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 19 minutes passed. Just as Ouyang Shui's patience was about to reach its limit, a miracle occurred. She noticed that Long Yao, Xuenu, and Fu Jia's stars had suddenly brightened, becoming even more pure. It really works? Looking at the stars truly yields results? Ouyang Shui felt as though all the knowledge she had acquired about beast masters was being trampled before Su Yuan. After being demeaned, how could she endure such a ridiculous method? You munching on cookies to break through was already ludicrous enough. But now there's this absurd way of gaining experience by looking at stars? Ouyang Shui was left utterly dumbfounded. Su Yuan stroked his chin, grinning with pride. Isn't that why they call me a genius? Secret realms? Not necessary. Genuine beast masters still rely on me. Su Yuan. Chapter 77. The Choice of the Fourth Beast? Ouyang Shui's Determination. 35. Ouyang Shui paid no mind to Su Yuan's smug expression. A storm of thoughts erupted within her mind. No wonder he could successfully invite Wang Ju. No wonder he could ascend beyond his ranks in mere days. No wonder he could break through at such speed on the battlefield. This method of gaining experience, combined with his breakthrough techniques and the ability to awaken his mythic bloodline, made it impossible not to rise. Coupled with Su Yuan's naturally swift intellect and shrewdness, he would undoubtedly thrive. Untethered by the constraints of resources, he emerged as an unparalleled prodigy from the slums. She gently bit her crimson lips, her silver blue hair swaying gracefully in the evening breeze. Perhaps her thoughts were misguided. How could Su Yuan, who had created countless miracles, ever be considered ordinary? One cannot judge Su Yuan by common standards. He is an anomaly. Soon, Su Yuan concealed his triumphant expression and spoke slowly. Your Highness, I am willing to share this with you. You must understand what it signifies. This was tantamount to revealing his hand to Ouyang Shui. This was Su Yuan's trump card. Should this matter come to light, his adversaries would inevitably comprehend the terrifying power he possessed. For this was a force that, once fully developed, could obliterate the order established by the nobility over the past 3 centuries. Such a threat, no matter the cost, would incite them to spark a civil war in Dawn City, ensuring Su Yuan's immediate demise. Otherwise, they would find no peace. Ouyang Shui nodded, a warm current coursing through her heart. Being regarded as an ally, unlike the treachery within the palace or the loyalty between Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, was akin to friendship and trust. It seemed that Su Yuan's earlier promise to assist her in elevating her beast taming skills was not mere rhetoric. Ouyang Shui felt as though she stood at a crossroads of destiny. She had never envisioned entrusting her fate to Su Yuan. Yet now, the notion of having someone reliable felt rather appealing. She pulled a chair closer, tucking her silver blue locks behind her ear, and made a certain decision, whispering, Su Yuan, have you considered your choice for the fourth beast? At this, Su Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, he had no effective strategy. After all, he had funds at his disposal, so perhaps he should acquire several discarded beast eggs. He might discover a desirable option. Ouyang Shui shook her head. That is unlikely. I understand you wish to seek a beast with a supreme mythical lineage, but even last time, acquiring the Snow Maiden was sheer luck. Under normal circumstances, opening 1,000 eggs may yield not a single one with a top-tier lineage. Therefore, would you like to accompany me to the palace tomorrow? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Perplexed. What do you mean? How is this related? Are you planning to coerce me? This retort remained unspoken, for he feared it might invite a slap across the face. Noticing Su Yuan's confusion, Ouyang Shui elaborated. Do you know how beast eggs are obtained? Su Yuan shook his head. Beast eggs can be acquired in 2 ways. One involves capturing and domestically breeding wild beasts, which is the most prolific method. The nobility, with their formidable strength, captures the most wild beasts, thus producing the highest number of beast eggs. This is also the essence of their enduring prosperity. They can tolerate the infringement of other interests. But not this one. The second method involves venturing into perilous locales, such as the Abyssal Valley, Dragon's Nest, the far north snowfields, the deep sea, and the Phoenix Nest, to seize beast eggs and purify them of any lingering impurities using cleansing abilities. Ouyang Shui proposed, "My father has naturally acquired many such beast eggs. Do you comprehend what I mean? Rather than relying on chance, it would be wiser to seek out beasts that are born with mythical bloodlines." This was Ouyang Shui's intention. The second implication, of course, was that such treasures are hard to come by and are exclusive to the royal family. She intended to offer this opportunity to Su Yuan. Su Yuan chuckled, "I cannot afford the cost." Ouyang Shui lifted her chin and playfully twirled her hair. "No payment is necessary." Then, her lips curved into a soft smile. "Su Yuan, do you know why I chose to attend Dawn Academy instead of the Royal Academy or the Sacred Beast Academy?" Su Yuan shook his head in confusion. He truly had no idea. Left Qing had mentioned her ambitions and personal motives, yet Su Yuan, not being overly curious, had not inquired further. Ouyang Shui sighed. "In the royal family, one cannot escape the struggle for succession. My two elder brothers are more than 10 years my senior. The entire Royal Academy, the Royal Knights, and the Military Law Department are already their followers, while my younger brother is still too small to partake in these matters. If I were to contend for power, I do not possess that intense ambition for authority. However, within the royal family, one cannot simply withdraw from such matters. As long as you remain, you hold a claim to succession and thus pose a threat. Hence, my second brother and eldest brother are eager to marry me off to the Gong family or the Zong family, for once I am married off, it would ensure their safety. Therefore, I had no choice but to come here, seeking a means to protect myself. The only path available was that of an ordinary person. Only students of Dawn Academy can enter the Beast Tamer Guild, and it is not as militarized as the Myriad Beasts Academy, which comprises solely of males. What I never anticipated was your emergence. You have attained everything I desire: the affection of the Yuan, Shan, and Tian characters, the esteem of the populace, the camaraderie of the guild, and even the title of a hero. In that moment, I felt perhaps you are more suited to kingship than I or my brothers. At the very least, I do not wish to be manipulated by them or married into the Gong or Zong families." Having expressed her thoughts in one breath, Ouyang Shui felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Her words could not have been clearer. The son-in-law of a human king also holds a tenuous claim to the throne. Was that the reason? Su Yuan shrugged. "You overestimate me, Your Highness." Ouyang Shui countered. "Then what do you seek power for?" Su Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. Ouyang Shui leaned closer. "Do not deny it. I can see you desire it. You wish to be a hero because you possess empathy, a desire to aid the world, as well as strategy and means. Yet, you also harbor ambition. You possess the instincts of a king. What distinguishes a king from a steed? Instinct." Perhaps even Su Yuan himself had not realized that he was steadily ascending the ladder of kingship. Su Yuan hesitated, then smiled faintly. "This time, I concede to you." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, and Fu Jia exchanged glances. Each beast, endowed with such bloodlines, represented an emperor among their respective races. A true deity. Perhaps, from the moment Su Yuan forged a contract with Long Yao, upon witnessing her dragon god bloodline, it was destined that he, as a beast master, would embark on the path of the human emperor. Chapter 78. Encountering the Second Prince, Su Yuan's fourth beast. The following day, Su Yuan followed Ouyang Shui into the palace. The palace, situated in the heart of Dawn City, is the most magnificent structure, towering above all else. The grand clock in the city center transmits its timekeeping through the special abilities of beasts to every corner of the city. When Su Yuan first visited the palace, the human king had arrived majestically, riding the ethereal Nine Heavens illumination dragon that circled the grand clock. The palace was vast, dwarfing Dawn Academy by a factor of 50. The guards at the entrance, upon recognizing Ouyang Shui, lowered their heads in deference. The identity of a princess in this royal city was indeed exalted. In contrast, it was truly rare for Su Yuan, as an ordinary citizen without any title, to enter the royal city. This place was unlike Su Yuan's previous life, where class distinctions were still quite pronounced. One either held a high rank, possessed a noble title, or was a top-tier beast tamer. Yet, Su Yuan held none of these distinctions, and yet here he was, escorted into the palace by Ouyang Shui. As I stroll along the grand avenue of the royal palace, Su Yuan muses inwardly. Surely, I won't be subjected to the scrutiny of the king's gaze here? The memory of Wang Ju's previous encounter with such scrutiny still sends shivers down his spine. Ouyang Shui, seemingly privy to some unspoken knowledge, chuckles softly. "Fear not. At this hour, father is preoccupied with mother and has no leisure to observe others." With this revelation, Su Yuan felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to guard his thoughts. It must be said, the palace is indeed vast. After a full half-hour of walking, they had yet to reach their destination. Running or employing beastly companions within the palace would be a gross transgression, compelling them to proceed with decorum. As they continued, Ouyang Shui abruptly halted in her tracks, prompting Su Yuan to look up and behold a group of 3 to 5 men approaching them. The leader, adorned with a golden crown and resplendent attire, wore a bemused smile, his gaze lingering on Ouyang Shui and Su Yuan with a hint of malice. Was this her elder brother or the second prince? The subtle hostility in his eyes, masked by a phony smile, was unsettling. Third sister, he began. Isn't it enough that you brought shame upon our royal family by attending that institution? Now, you dare to bring a commoner into the palace? If father were to discover this, you would surely face his wrath. It seemed this was indeed the second prince, Ouyang Qing. Su Yuan recognized him. It was Ouyang Qing who had issued the order for the Silky Willow Guards to intercept him at the Wanzi camp. In a manner of speaking, this man was closely tied to the aristocracy, naturally at odds with Su Yuan. In other words, he harbored intentions to harm Su Yuan, and his name had been etched into Su Yuan's memory for future reckoning. It was an unexpected encounter. Ouyang Shui retorted with biting sarcasm. You cannot compare to the second prince, who parades around the palace with his various companions, eager for everyone to see just how close he is to them. This comment rendered Ouyang Qing's noble companions speechless, their anger stifled by the fear of confronting Ouyang Shui. One of them, named Gong Qian, interjected, Your Highness, you misinterpret our intentions. We sought the second prince merely for a matter of discussion. After all, the affairs of the military law division are exceedingly demanding. Even the second prince, with his heavy responsibilities, requires assistance. He continued, unlike others who would manipulate your highness's words to exert influence. Su Yuan was taken aback. Were they insinuating that he was the one being referred to? I wonder who you speak of. Pray tell, which member of the Gong family are you? Never mind, my memory is rather faulty. I am but a small fry in comparison. Your family head, Gong Yunhe, is undoubtedly of greater refinement. Perhaps I shall pay him a visit and suggest he instill some discipline in his kin. Gong Qian's expression darkened. Su Yuan's reputation for being unyielding was well known, having even bested the head of the Gong family. To provoke him was merely to invite humiliation upon oneself. After all, he had competed with Gong Yunhe, making Gong Qian's lineage appear insignificant in comparison. The very notion of addressing Gong Yunhe as Old Gong was beyond Gong Qian's courage. He ought to refer to him as patriarch or even great uncle. Seeing that words were failing him, Ouyang Qing attempted to smooth over the situation. Enough, Gong Qian. We have much to attend to, so let us not disturb them further. With that, the group followed Ouyang Qing away. Ouyang Shui exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you. Su Yuan. Su Yuan shook his head. It was nothing, Your Highness. Should the day come when I must draw my blade against the second prince, I hope you will not hesitate due to familial ties. A glint of determination shone in Ouyang Shui's eyes. Aside from father and mother, there is no familial affection within the royal family. I have never felt an ounce of concern for my brothers. They would prefer I marry off, or even perish. This served as a response to Su Yuan. Very well, he replied. Otherwise, I might fear my strike would lack the necessary decisiveness. Soon after, Su Yuan accompanied Ouyang Shui to the treasury of the palace. Outside the door, Ouyang Shui turned back and said, I am using my share to secure this for you. Once it is exchanged, I shall have no further share for heavenly treasures. Su Yuan patted his chest and assured her, Rest easy, I shall take full responsibility. This is a mere trifle, easily resolved. The guardian of the treasury was none other than Ouyang Shui's guard, Shadow 2. Upon spotting Su Yuan, Shadow 2's ire flared. He pulled Su Yuan aside and admonished, You, don't give me that insolent attitude. The princess offered you the title of royal knight, and you refused. Do you have any idea how heartbroken she is? By the heavens, I have watched her grow. If you dare bully her again, I shall not hold back. Ouyang Shui gently rubbed her forehead. The two guards, Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, were commendable in their loyalty and strength, yet their intellect often left much to be desired. Shadow 2's outburst only intensified Ouyang Shui's embarrassment. Su Yuan could hardly contain his laughter. So you truly are her devoted protectors, even aware of this matter. Ouyang Shui interjected. Uncle Shadow 2, perhaps you should tread lightly. I am here to exchange for beast eggs. Beast eggs? Shadow 2 queried, perplexed. Did you not just trade for your third one? Ouyang Shui pointed at Su Yuan. I am obtaining his fourth. At this proclamation, Shadow 2's fists clenched tighter. This lad. What virtue or merit did he possess to earn such favor from the princess? How enviable. It was no wonder Gong Jing was willing to go to great lengths to compete with him. Should this news reach Ouyang Shui's suitors outside, they would surely wish to tear him limb from limb. After a moment of conflict, Shadow 2 begrudgingly relented. Follow me then. What type do you desire? Without hesitation, Su Yuan declared, one that excels in both slaughter and cunning. The Dragon Yao is pure explosive power, the Snow Maiden embodies mobility and ice control, and the Fu Jia offers healing and uniqueness. What I lack now is a reaping role. Shadow 2 cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuan and murmured, "There is indeed one that meets your criteria, though I fear you may lack the courage to claim it." "What is it?" "The third of the top 10 fearsome beasts. The descendant of the abyssal demon emperor embodies both slaughter and cunning. It is likely a female, but I fear you may find it difficult to tame." Chapter 79, The Abyssal Demoness. Descendant of the top 10 fearsome beasts. Ouyang Shui exclaimed in disbelief. "Uncle Shadow 2, have you lost your mind? How did father obtain such a beast egg?" Shadow 2 chuckled. "In the past, His Majesty the King ventured into the abyss and, by fortuitous chance, acquired this beast egg. At that time, another city-state's king clashed with the abyss, and the demon emperor was absent, allowing our king to take it. It was initially meant for the first and second princes, but alas, they lacked the courage. After all, the abyssal demon emperor is notoriously bloodthirsty. They feared that should they fail to tame it, they would be tainted by its essence, despite their attempts to purify it. Although this egg is the most precious in the treasury, it remains untouched due to its inherent danger." Ouyang Shui expressed her concern. "Su Yuan, perhaps you should reconsider." Su Yuan pondered for a moment. There was indeed danger involved. Yet, was there truly any reason to fear? The dragon god, the snow emperor, the world tree, none were inferior to the title of abyssal demon emperor, were they? A response echoed within the beast space, and all three women supported Su Yuan's decision. The power of bloodlines is formidable, particularly since it is a female, aligning perfectly with Su Yuan's aspirations. His eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. Even in the depths of his intuition, he sensed it. Deep within the treasury, the intertwining red and black patterns resembled a blood-stained jasmine blooming in the darkness. Could it be the beast egg adorned with the blood-stained jasmine pattern? Shadow 2 exclaimed in astonishment. "You actually sensed it?" He gazed at Su Yuan in disbelief. "It is said that certain beast masters can call out to their suitable masters in an inexplicable way. A phenomenon so rare that even the king of humans is rumored to have experienced it only once. I merely intended to jest, but you always surprise us, Su Yuan. Since it is calling for you, you should give it a try. I must inform you that this is the direct bloodline of the abyssal demon emperor. Born as a star grade, perfectly suited for your 4-star beastmaster rank. However, it is notoriously wild and may sometimes be influenced by impurities, causing it to lose its reason. Remember to utilize your purification abilities frequently." Su Yuan nodded, acknowledging the advice. Beside them, Ouyang Shui pouted. "Since you've sensed it, generally speaking, there shouldn't be a significant issue." Yet, her discomfort stemmed from the fact that it was female. The last time she stumbled upon Su Yuan and the Snow Maiden in the dormitory, it left her flustered. Although such occurrences are common post-S-class transformation, there remained an emotional hurdle within her. She suddenly slapped her own cheek, chastising herself for her thoughts. Right now, the priority should be Su Yuan's safety, better safe than sorry. Su Yuan followed Shadow 2 deeper into the treasury. The abundance of rare treasures was overwhelming. The mere 1,000 treasures from one family district yesterday felt trivial in comparison. Here, the number of superior heavenly treasures exceeded 100. The royal accumulation is indeed terrifying. They arrived at a chamber resembling an altar, where Su Yuan beheld 6 or 7 beast eggs on display, seemingly all descendants of exceptionally powerful beasts. Among them, the central egg, adorned with the blood-stained jasmine, was strikingly captivating. Merely gazing upon it evoked a sense of fear from the abyss and an impulse for slaughter. It was indeed wild and unruly. Unlike the previously naive beast eggs, this one contained a beast that had matured for some time, possessing reason and thought. Otherwise, how could it be Stargrade? Su Yuan stepped closer, gently caressing the surface of the beast egg. Behind him, Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, and Fu Jiao emerged. Their eyes fixated on the egg. Information surged into Su Yuan's mind. Beast, Abyssal Sorceress. Rarity, SS. Level, Initial Stargrade. Experience, Origin Star, Tianxian, Progress, 1100. Talent, Blood Weeping Blade, Epic. Fate Puppet, Mythical, Soul Lock, Mythical. Skills, Reaper's Scythe, Epic. Blood Moon Extermination, Mythical. Celestial Rupture, Mythical. Bloodline, Abyssal Demon Emperor, 30. Blood Weeping Blade. A manipulation of blood magic capable of condensing into extraordinarily sharp weapons. Fate Puppet. The ability to control those who have perished at the hands of the Abyssal Sorceress, with a limit of 10 at the same level, doubling for each level lower. Soul Lock. The Abyssal Sorceress can taint or invade the souls of her foes using soul power, thus imprisoning their spirits. Reaper's Scythe. Wielded as a weapon, any injury sustained will be eroded by the deathly aura of the scythe. Blood Moon Extermination. Transforming her blood energy into a blood moon. Any creature under its influence will lose reason and enter a frenzied state. Celestial Rupture. Condensing blood energy into a divine blade. The more beings that perish, the greater the blood energy and power, potentially cleaving the heavens. Su Yuan inhaled sharply. It was indeed overwhelmingly violent. Almost every ability revolved around slaughter and soul extraction. You are the one. The connection between their souls allowed Su Yuan to understand her name. Hongmei. Hongmei, do you wish to forge a contract with me? From this moment forth, become my companion? Crack. Just as Su Yuan's contract was about to be initiated, the shell of the red-black beast egg began to crack, shattering as if responding to a summons. Before the onlookers materialized wisps of intertwining red and black mist, as if imbued with life itself, the black fog embodying the abyss. While the mist concealed Hongmei's visage, her figure alone was enough to captivate one's heart, and should the mist dissipate, what breathtaking beauty would be revealed before Su Yuan? Who are you to be worthy? How do you know my true name? A beguiling voice emerged from the depths of the black mist. Indeed, her wildness was hard to tame. Su Yuan extended his hand, declaring, "From the moment I set foot here, I sensed your presence, Hongmei. Become my partner." The red-black mist suddenly surged, waves of soul energy crashing against Su Yuan's face. Soul lock. She intended to taint Su Yuan's very soul. Ouyang Shui, Shadow 2. The Snow Maiden, Long Yao, and Fu Jia prepared to intervene, yet Su Yuan halted them with a single hand, insisting, "No one is to move." He opened his arms, offering no resistance, bracing for the impact of Hongmei's spiritual assault. The red-black mist slashed like a blade, seemingly intent on tearing through Su Yuan's flesh. The abyssal soul akin to hell, seeking to consume his spirit. Yet, in a moment both heart-wrenching and awe-inspiring, the formidable abyssal sorceress, upon colliding with Su Yuan's soul, was met with an overwhelming brilliance of starlight emanating from his being. This was the power of 220,000 radiant stars. Even the abyssal sorceress, faced with such dazzling starlight, found herself overwhelmed. The chaotic darkness, the tainted mist, the fury of the abyss, and the instinctual urge to kill were all utterly shattered. Chapter 80. The Sorceress's Despair. Hongmei acknowledges her master. 15. Ouyang Shui and Shadow 2 stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Just moments ago, Su Yuan was nearly overpowered by the abyssal sorceress's soul lock. Yet now, it was the sorceress who was sent flying? And what of that starlight? It had transcended, now deserving to be called a galaxy. How could a 4-star beast master possess such an abundance of stars? Su Yuan had yet to disclose the matter of his stars to Ouyang Shui. Clearly, something extraordinary had transpired during his time in the secret realm. The abyssal sorceress could hardly fathom that a mere human could gain the upper hand in a clash of souls. It defied all logic. Humans were not demigods. They were inherently weak. Unwilling to concede, Hongmei, enveloped in red-black mist, charged at Su Yuan once more. However, he merely pointed a finger at her forehead. Despite her best efforts, she could not advance an inch. Moreover, the soul's impact could not penetrate Su Yuan's heart and soul. It was repelled by the radiant galaxy, even causing a backlash against Hongmei's own spirit. The enhancement of stars fortified not only physical strength, but also the resilience of the soul. Presently, Su Yuan's soul strength was 200 times that of an ordinary beast master of the same level. How could she hope to easily seize his soul? Despondently, Hongmei knelt upon the ground, the red-black mist dispersing to reveal her enchanting, unparalleled beauty, alongside a bewilderment in the face of an unfathomable reality. In terms of sheer beauty, each possesses their own unique allure, comparable to Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, Fu Jia, and Ouyang Shui. Yet, her enchanting charm and captivating curves surpassed them by a significant margin. Su Yuan chuckled. "What do you think? Feel free to showcase any tricks you have up your sleeve." He teased. The wilder the girl, the more exhilarating she is. Hongmei's cheeks burned with a fiery heat as she sensed Su Yuan's disdain. As a descendant of the Abyssal Demon Emperor and the most revered embodiment of the Abyssal Demon clan, how could she possibly tolerate being belittled by an insignificant human? She unleashed the blood-weeping blade, dark crimson mist oozing forth like blood, coalescing into a spear of crimson. With her right hand wielding the scythe of death, she vowed to force this audacious human to kneel in desperate supplication, flaying him alive. Yet, Su Yuan merely swung his fist towards her with effortless ease. 220,000 stars surged in a frenzy, unleashing a force exceeding 400,000 pounds, akin to a mountain's weight. The nascent abyssal demon maiden, Hongmei, found her blood spear and scythe shattered by this single blow. All her attempts seemed but a playful jest before Su Yuan. In disbelief, Hongmei gazed at Su Yuan, unable to fathom how a mere human could possess such monstrous strength. Beside her, Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, and Fu Jia observed Hongmei's disheartened demeanor. Realizing their master had successfully stripped her of her pride and obstinacy, Long Yao approached, grasping the demon horn atop Hong Mo's head, saying, "Engaging with this little one head-on will surely lead to your own downfall." Her draconic bloodline emanated a pressure that showed no fear of Hong Mo's demonic authority. Hong Mo stared in astonishment at Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, and Fu Jia, stunned to discover that, in terms of bloodline, she held no advantage whatsoever. They had forsaken their pride as beasts to bow before this human? Fu Jia advised, "Give it up. Brute strength alone will not secure victory over our master." The Snow Maiden chimed in, "You must obediently heed his words and refrain from throwing childish tantrums." Hong Mo's once elegant visage crumbled. Her noble lineage, in the eyes of others, was merely a display of petulance. Who exactly was this Su Yuan? A future king of humans? No. A mere human king could never hold his head high before a demon emperor. Could he perhaps be an emperor of humanity, an existence yet untouched by others? Su Yuan extended his hand, saying, "Though you may possess a bit of a childish temperament, I find you rather charming. I accept you. Become my companion." The phrase "a bit of a childish temperament" echoed incessantly in Hong Mo's mind. She had just unleashed her deadliest moves. "Whatever dreams you have, I will help you achieve them. When I am in danger, I will need you to rescue me, and when you require assistance, I will give my all." Hong Mo, unable to contain her frustration, retorted, "Then I shall become the demon emperor, commanding countless demons. Will you assist me in this endeavor?" It was merely a flippant remark, meant to intimidate this human. The Abyssal Demon Emperor was known as the third most fearsome beast in the world, her power even surpassing that of some human kings. Su Yuan leaned closer, placing his right hand over his heart, whispering into the Abyssal Demon Maiden's ear, "My companion must certainly grow to possess the strength of a demon emperor, otherwise I would find myself quite troubled." "Just a demon emperor?" he continued. "From this moment forth, you belong to me, little girl." Hong Mo stood frozen in place. Did this human not comprehend the terror represented by the Abyssal Demon Emperor? Was he truly bold enough to make such a promise? Yet, surrounding him, she could distinctly sense the presence of the Dragon God, the Snow Empress, and the World Tree. These extraordinary beings congregated around Su Yuan. What could be more persuasive than that? He need not understand, yet he could achieve it. Upon entering this treasure trove, Hong Mo felt Su Yuan's presence calling to her. Indeed, he was no ordinary mortal. Slowly, she rose, her hands delicately grasping her skirt, gazing at Su Yuan with her enchanting, mesmerizing eyes, saying, "If you keep your promise, I shall serve you." Su Yuan replied with a smile, "Count on me. Not just you," he thought to himself, "but also Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, and Jiajia. In the future, you all shall become leaders of your respective clans." Hong Mo nodded gently. As the daughter of the Abyssal Demon Emperor, with the highest bloodline of the demon race, the Abyssal Demon Maiden Hong Mo is willing to acknowledge Su Yuan as her master and forge an unbreakable pact. Gradually, she extended her exquisitely smooth hand, softer than lamb's fat, to grasp Su Yuan's. From that moment forth, she would no longer roam as a ferocious beast, but exist as a tamed creature, a companion to Su Yuan. Nearby, Ouyang Shui and Ing Er were nearly speechless. They had never anticipated such a conclusion. Even at the moment Hong Mo aimed to strike Su Yuan, they believed he had met his demise. Yet, the tides turned dramatically. The creature no one dared to touch, the descendant of a fearsome beast with a terrifying ability, had become Su Yuan's tamed beast. The most shocking aspect was not just this. It was that even such a formidable entity could be subdued by Su Yuan with his bare hands. Although Hong Mo had not unleashed her full power, it was already fearsome enough. Su Yuan's abnormal soul strength and physical prowess, coupled with the dazzling number of stars resembling a galaxy, left one speechless. Once he summoned all his tamed beasts back into the beast space. Ing Er instinctively averted her gaze, moving to the doorway to ensure no one could overhear their conversation. Then, Ouyang Shui asked in astonishment, "Su Yuan, just how many stars have you amassed?" Chapter 81. Brother, isn't that why we call ourselves brothers? 25. Ouyang Shui increasingly felt that Su Yuan resembled a monster. There was no need for him to conceal anything from her, so he leaned closer and whispered, 220,000. Don't share this with anyone. 220,000. In this age, could the number of stars within one's body truly be counted in the tens of thousands? Ouyang Shui was once more astounded by Su Yuan's revelation. Is it truly possible to harbor so many stars? This was significant. Ouyang Shui reminded herself to keep her mouth in check. This, perhaps, was Su Yuan's trump card in the upcoming Beastmaster tournament. This would certainly be interesting. I wonder if the carefully prepared battlefield by the nobles can accommodate a beast like Su Yuan. With all SS-level mythological beasts and unparalleled combat prowess, the nobles are bound to face dire consequences this time. Ouyang Shui committed this to memory and then said, "Let us go, judging by the time. My father will be leaving my mother soon. I know you may not enjoy being observed, but it's only my father conducting a passive inquiry. Su Yuan quickly nodded. Indeed, this was not something the human king should learn of. That old silver coin, during the last council's confrontation with the nobles, Su Yuan had vaguely felt himself being used by the human king. If the human king were to discover that he had reached such a level, who knows what else he might exploit Su Yuan for. After tidying himself up, Su Yuan hurriedly followed Ouyang Shui out of the royal city. Half an hour later, Ouyang Ming Huang, just emerging from the palace, paused in his tracks. In his perception, it seemed that the royal city had been visited by a figure both strange and familiar. Was something missing? The consciousness continued to delve deeper, uncovering the alarming absence of an exceedingly precious beast master egg within the treasury. How vexing it was that Schwerer had chosen him. The daughter of the demon emperor had become his beast? Were the haughty demon emperor to discover that his daughter had become a beast of the human race, he would surely be driven into a furious assault on Dawn City, wouldn't he? That little rascal truly knows how to stir up trouble. I wonder if this time he can manage to contain it. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su Yuan calculated the days remaining until the Beast Master competition, which was merely 18 days away. During this interval, there was little to occupy his time. He could only gaze at the stars at night to enhance the progress of his primordial star, while during the day, he could deepen his relationship with Hong Mo and get to know her more intimately. Additionally, he could assist Ouyang Shui's beast in gaining some experience. Then, he would quietly await the arrival of the competition. After arranging these matters, Su Yuan prepared to take a brief rest when he suddenly felt the spirit stone in his arms pulsating vigorously. How could he have forgotten this? With the earlier confrontations at the council and the upgrades of the secret realm, he hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath, completely overlooking the fact that he had joined a secret society. Indeed, he had also promised Third Brother to help his beast awaken its mythic bloodline. Although it seemed he hadn't really helped me know, that's incorrect. He did assist me. Had it not been for Third Brother thwarting the 9 serpents and inflicting damage upon them, I might indeed have met my demise at their hands as the nobles had predicted. Nevertheless, one must say that gaining the friendship of a demigod is a worthy endeavor. Next time, I can continue to enlist Third Brother as assistance. No, not assistance. I meant help. After Ouyang Shui escorted him out of the palace, she did not return, likely occupied with some matter. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he took out the spirit stone. With a gentle swipe of his hand across the jade-like shard, it was instantly consumed by the sea of messages. 999. Among them were private messages from Hong Xian San and Hong Xian Lu, which he had no time to peruse. Su Yuan first glanced at Hong Xian Lu's messages. Well, most of it was trivial chatter. Indeed, Sixth younger sister's mind did not seem to function very well, as most of her inquiries were expressions of shock. Su Yuan replied with a series of yes. And that's right, hastily moving on. Next was Hong Xian San, the demigod of the human race. His message indicated that his injuries had fully healed and that he would be returning shortly. Furthermore, he expressed his apologies, stating that in the dire circumstances, he felt compelled to remain behind to stop the 9 serpents, thereby failing to uphold his promise. And thus Su Yuan was not required to assist in activating his beast's mythic bloodline. This alarmed Su Yuan, as the saying goes. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay, and opportunities to have a demigod owe him a favor are rare indeed. He promptly wrote, Hong Xian Shi, you're being too modest, Third Brother. It was I who invited you. Had I not done so, you would not have been injured. The compensation owed, I, Su Yuan, swear upon my word. I shall never retract it. If you refuse, you would be looking down upon me, Su Yuan. How else can we call ourselves brothers? After a moment of silence, the reply came, Hong Xian San, fine. Consider it a personal favor owed to you this time. Should you need my assistance again, do not hesitate to ask. I'll come to find you tomorrow. Hong Xian San, I never anticipated that you, 7th brother, would be so formidable this time, managing to make those old foxes suffer such a significant loss. They haven't stumbled like this in decades. Hong Xian San, speaking of which, I owe you yet another favor. The 10 old man's family has enemies of mine. You've helped me vent my frustrations. Upon my return, I shall make it a point to annoy them. It really is quite satisfying. Su Yuan replied with a smile. Hong Xian Shi, it was merely a stroke of luck. And it was thanks to the human king and President Zhang that I was able to assist. I'm merely a small fry. Tomorrow, I shall await Third Brother's arrival at Dawn Academy. After exchanging a few humble pleasantries, Su Yuan ended the private chat. Hong Xian San was indeed warm-hearted, possessing a high status and formidable strength, as well as good character. Moreover, he shared a common enemy with Su Yuan, which was encouraging news. With his arrival tomorrow, Su Yuan would finally have the opportunity to glimpse the true visage of one of the members of the Demon Thief Guild. Otherwise, He would only know them through their online aliases, which was somewhat awkward. Returning to the public screen, he wrote, Hong Xian Shi. Greetings, everyone. I have returned after enduring numerous events and can finally take a moment to review the messages. Su Yuan's reappearance triggered a flurry of responses on the public screen. Hong Xian Lu, quickly tell us how you made the nobles suffer. I wasn't in the city at the time and missed it. Hong Xian C. Sixth sister. Can't you just find a recording company to get a video? Seventh, well done. I initially thought you were merely a somewhat talented youth, but it seems I underestimated you. Hong Xian San. Seventh, your approach was indeed ruthless. Thinking back to when I was a 3-star beast master, I was still busy screwing in nails in some corner while you were already charging across the battlefield. The praise from everyone filled Su Yuan with delight. These were all prominent figures in Dawn City. Hong Xian San was already a demigod. Wouldn't Hong Xian Air and Hong Xian E, whom he had yet to meet, be even more formidable? He contemplated the importance of nurturing this relationship, as it might prove beneficial in the future. Su Yuan considered that during the Beastmaster competition, he would likely need to exert himself fully, which might expose the matter of his 220,000 stars. At that time, he would need a powerful ally to ensure he wasn't forcibly eliminated by the nobles. Just as he was pondering potential breakthroughs, the usually taciturn guild leader spoke up. Joker, a mission is at hand. Participation is optional. Chapter 82. Stealing from the old man Zhou? I'm more than willing. 35. A mission? Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, we are the Hong Xian Demon Thief Guild. Bearing the title of thieves, how could we not engage in theft? However, even thievery has its principles. The morality of the theft primarily depends on who is stolen from and the purpose behind it. Su Yuan continued to read. Joker, mission objective. In the treasury of the Zhou family's old man Li, there exists a precious artifact known as the 9-Dragon Cauldron, classified among the most treasured items. Joker, mission requirements. You are not required to steal it. The security surrounding this item is exceedingly stringent. You are only tasked with investigating its location and condition. Joker, item description. As a treasured artifact, the 9-Dragon Cauldron can harness the powers of 9 demigods, amalgamating them into one, exerting strength far exceeding that of others of the same tier. Joker, there are no additional requirements. Participation is at your discretion. Stealing from old man Zhou? I'm more than willing. These wretched beings have sought to kill me for quite some time. How could I refuse the opportunity to make them suffer? Such an endeavor could never be overlooked by me. Su Yuan. By the way, what about the reward? Su Yuan inquired. Hong Xian Chi. Guild leader, what is the reward? This is a treasured artifact, after all. In response, it was not the guild leader who replied, but Hong Xian Lu. Hong Xian Lu, you all say I'm foolish. Just look at how your so-called clever ones are thinking. You're already in the Li family treasury. Why not just take it for yourself? Darn it. How could I have overlooked that? I must put on quite the show, truly impress. Su Yuan had an army of over 3,000 to support. Though he often lamented the lack of funds and rare treasures, he still bore the responsibility of a leader and needed to procure some assets. Li family, I'm counting on you. Red Heart 7, I'm going. Take me with you. In Dawn City, Red Hearts 3, 4, and 6 all agreed to participate. And even the previously silent Red Heart 5 joined in. The group arranged to convene tomorrow night in the Central District and then stealthily infiltrate the Li family in the Western District to uncover the truth. After logging off, Su Yuan took his beast companions to the balcony to gaze at the stars. He knew he must strive to enhance his strength as much as possible. A premonition lingered in his mind that something significant was about to unfold. The 9-Dragon Cauldron, as hinted in the introduction to the items for this mission, was a treasure capable of harnessing the power of 9 demigods. Could its might surpass that of a demigod and elevate him to the rank of an 8-star beast master? It appeared that Su Yuan's first mission was anything but ordinary. This revelation also enlightened him on the source of the nobility's confidence. The heads of the 9 elders were all demigods, and facing the human king alone would likely be futile. The disparity between 7-star and 8-star was evident, as demonstrated by the 9 serpents being trapped in the Eagle's Cry Gorge for decades, without breaking through to the Beast Emperor level. The 9 serpents dared not shift their lair. As for the nobility, what justified their exalted status and power in Dawn City? Was it not their strength? Yet, could any power rival that of the human king? The answer was a resounding no. So why did the human king not eliminate them? Frankly, if it were Su Yuan, he would certainly seek to eradicate the nobility. The human king would likely share the same sentiment. Now, the answer lay unveiled. The nobility possessed a treasure that enabled them to contend against the human king. But why did they falter during the council? It was because the human king held the upper hand. According to reports regarding the Magic Thief Guild, it seemed that the human king had also devised a scheme. He was the former master of the solar eclipsing goddess, having laid a trap that the 9 serpents unwittingly fell into. By defeating the 9 serpents, The human king ascended to a higher realm, diminishing the nobility's chances of success. Hence their concessions during the third-level meeting under the pressure from Su Yuan and the human king. I gradually began to comprehend everything. Reflecting on the composition of the Magic Thief Guild, it appeared that most members harbored conflicts with the nobility, naturally aligning their actions with the human king or the common folk. How intriguing! Dawn City, a realm of light and shadow, was rife with undercurrents. Once the existence and state of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron were confirmed, it was highly likely that a fierce competition for this treasure would ensue, leading to a life-and-death struggle that would touch both sides' bottom lines. Before that, I must hasten to elevate myself. Yes, I shall set my sights on achieving demigod status. With the simplified system in place, I have hope of reaching the threshold of demigodhood within 6 months. Having resolved these thoughts in my mind, Su Yuan stood outside, arranging for his beasts to stargaze. Clearly, the newly joined Red Mo was indifferent to the starlight. However, she was forcefully seated by Long Yao, Xuannu, and Fu Jia to observe the sky. Evidently, within the beast space, the rebellious Red Mo faced a united front from the trio, subdued and compliant, albeit reluctantly, as she sat in the chair and stared listlessly at the heavens. Then ding. Abyssal Sorceress stared at the stars for 20 minutes, gaining 1 progress in Source Star. Progress, 1100. Ding. Abyssal Sorceress stared at the stars for 20 minutes, gaining 1 progress in Source Star. Progress, 2100. To her astonishment, Red Mo gazed incredulously at Su Yuan, then glanced at her sisters. How could this be? In her understanding, only places capable of absorbing star power could enhance the Source Star progress. Long Yao tilted her head and, with a haughty demeanor, instructed her sister, "Do you understand? Don't presume to judge the little one with your pitiful experience. You know not the abilities of the little one." Xuannu chimed in. "Indeed, do not speak ill of the master behind their back. The master's magnanimity and character are beyond your current capacity to evaluate." Fu Jia nodded in agreement. A profound sense of melancholy enveloped Red Mo. "Hey, you all bear the bloodlines of the Dragon God, Snow Empress, and World Tree. Even as human beasts, it shouldn't be this way, right?" Her pride as a demon made her feel that even if she became Su Yuan's beast, it would merely be a contractual relationship, not one of genuine devotion. Su Yuan shook his head in exasperation. The wild little girl clearly needed considerable effort to thaw the icy barriers between them. At that moment, Su Yuan understood the struggles of other beast masters. Regardless of whether it was Long Yao, Xuannu, or Fu Jia, their relationships had been solid from the outset, as Su Yuan had either benefited them or was seen as a chosen one, thus fostering deeper bonds. He reached out and gently patted Red Mo's head. "All right. Mo is still young, just hatched. You all must be a bit lenient." Red Mo puffed up. "I am not small. I am already 300 years old." Su Yuan was taken aback. "You spent 300 years in an egg?" Red Mo gritted her teeth. "In our demon race, the nobler the lineage, the longer the gestation period. I am the daughter of the demon emperor. 300 years is nothing." Su Yuan found his worldview remarkably challenged. "It's all good. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older holds wealth. A woman 30 years older holds a kingdom. A woman 300 years older ranks among the immortals. Good fortune indeed." Red Mo fell silent. She pouted and gazed at Su Yuan. This man was indeed different from the humans in her bloodline memory. He was carefree, yet somewhat gentle. Red Mo struggled to comprehend human emotions, having never met her estranged father, only aware of the pride coursing through her veins. But why did his hand, when it brushed her head, feel just a bit warm? Chapter 83. Offline Meetup, The Outcast of the Ning Family, 45. The following morning. After completing his morning exercises and basic classes, Su Yuan returned to his dormitory, where Ouyang Shui had just returned from the palace. Red Heart 3 indicated that he would head straight to Su Yuan's dormitory soon, asking him to wait there. Su Yuan felt a slight thrill. A demigod. The only demigod he could converse with outside of the Beast Master Guild's president, Zhang Yingji, was Red Heart 3. Ouyang Shui must know who Red Heart 3 was. However, she likely wouldn't be inferior. Otherwise, Red Heart 3 would not have sought him out for information about Ouyang Shui in the first place. Alright. Red Heart 3 had mentioned considering who to place bets on. It was likely regarding the heir to the throne. Perfect, a chance to meet him. As a friend. It would be good to familiarize himself. After a while, Ouyang Shui playfully teased Su Yuan, who was gazing blankly at the balcony. "Su Yuan, what are you doing? Could it be that beast masters can sunbathe to gain experience points too?" Su Yuan waved his hand. "Stop joking. I'm waiting for someone." Waiting for someone? Who? With Su Yuan's meager connections, would she be unaware? Ouyang Shui had long instructed Shadow 1 to investigate Su Yuan thoroughly. She even knew the name of the tofu vendor downstairs, and whether Su Yuan had any childhood engagement with them. Waiting for who? Is it Wan Yang? Zhang Yingji? Or perhaps that childhood friend Huang Ming? Su Yuan added. A demigod who followed us at a distance during our trip to Dawn Forest, and even engaged the 9 serpents for a while. Otherwise, we might have met our end there. Ouyang Shue's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? In the city of Dawn, there are scarcely more than 20 demigods, and I am certainly acquainted with them all. Who is Su Yuan referring to? How did they forge a connection? She hurriedly massaged her temples, pondering deeply, but regrettably. After much contemplation, it seemed that apart from Zhang Yingji, none could be linked to Su Yuan. Oh well, I shall wait and see. After a while, a figure drifted past the window, and soon, a man clad in white, as pure as snow, with a long sword strapped to his back and a silk cap atop his head, stood gracefully on the balcony railing of Su Yuan's dormitory, resembling an Eastern swordsman. Is that you, old Seven? As soon as he spoke, Su Yuan understood. Indeed. Brother San, your reputation precedes you, yet meeting you in person surpasses all expectations. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing waters of the great rivers. Reflecting on the past, you single-handedly faced the 9 serpents, rescuing countless souls from peril, shielding millions from misery, supporting the crumbling edifice of civilization, and reversing the tide of disaster. From that moment, I, Su Yuan, vowed to emulate you, Brother San, which led to my subsequent endeavors against the aristocrats and the downfall of the Liu family. You have always been my role model. Ning Xian was nearly rendered speechless by Su Yuan's effusive praise. You certainly have a silver tongue. No wonder even Li Jianli and Gong Yunhe could find no advantage over you. Ning Xian felt a tinge of embarrassment. By the way, what is Brother San's name? I forgot to ask. Ning Xian remarked. They say Old Seven is rather carefree and occasionally a bit offbeat. The reputation holds true. Behind Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui covered her mouth and said, You are not. Ning Xian, are you? Ning Xian slightly bowed and replied, I have met Her Highness the Princess. It is indeed I. Ouyang Shui looked at Su Yuan in disbelief, her eyes brimming with questions. How do you know such a remarkable individual? To be frank, it is rare for anything to astonish Ouyang Shui nowadays. Even if Su Yuan were a genius or an anomaly, she would find it somewhat reasonable. Yet, when it came to social connections, she never anticipated that Su Yuan would know this demigod from the city of Dawn. Noticing Su Yuan's confusion, Ouyang Shui explained, Su Yuan, the original head of the 10 old families was the Ning family, but now it is the Li family. Do you know why? It is due to the demigod standing before you. He is from a collateral branch of the family, and after offending the head of the Ning family, he was cast into the Eagle's Grief Gorge to fend for himself. Unexpectedly, he survived and ventured to the city of Dawn, returning 30 years later as a demigod and battling the Ning family fiercely, nearly obliterating half of it. Consequently, the Ning family lost its position as the head of the 10 old families due to the loss of a demigod. How did you two come to know one another? Su Yuan was taken aback. This tale sounded legendary, a tale of one man and his sword, punctuated by vengeance and camaraderie, reminiscent of the age-old adage of fortunes reversing every 30 years. Ning Xian chuckled, Your Highness, you flatter me. I owe a great debt to Old Seven. Did I not mention that he saved me? It is thanks to him that I am here today. Oh, right. He mentioned that the captain had done him a favor. After all, how could a mere child survive in the Eagle's Grief Gorge? Ning Xian continued, Speaking of which, I must thank you. I shall have the opportunity to vex the Ning family again. Huh? It seemed that the grievances mentioned referred to his own family. No wonder. Who would not harbor resentment after being forsaken? Su Yuan addressed Ouyang Shui. It was a fortuitous encounter. Initially, I asked Brother Xian for protection, promising to assist him in activating the mythical bloodline of his beastmaster. He then turned to Ning Xian, Brother Xian, summon the beast that needs activation. Ning Xian nodded and inquired, Should I step aside? Although he was intensely curious about how Su Yuan would accomplish this, he felt it prudent to respect Su Yuan's process. Su Yuan shook his head. No need. Even if you step aside, you will learn about the beast later. So it makes no difference. I trust that Brother Sen stands by my side. He chuckled. After promoting to a 4-star beastmaster, my instincts have become remarkably acute. I am now very sensitive to the goodwill and malice of others. 4 stars? Ning Xian gazed at Su Yuan in astonishment. Didn't you just become a 2-star beastmaster 10 days ago when we exited the city? Have you truly reached 4 stars in just a month? How long did it take me? Ning Xian fell into self-doubt, recalling that it had taken him over a year. Isn't that remarkable? Wait, what did you just say? You are very sensitive to people's goodwill and malice? Ning Xian regarded Su Yuan with a strange expression. Su Yuan, do you realize that the ability to perceive malice and goodwill in others signifies a soul strength that surpasses 10,000 stars within one's body? For a moment, the atmosphere became awkwardly still. Su Yuan truly had no idea, having let slip an unintended revelation. Observing Su Yuan's bewildered yet slightly ambiguous expression, Ning Xian grasped the situation. Whoa, This fellow, a 4-star beast master, with a star count exceeding 10,000, achieved this in less than a month, comparable to a 6-star. Ningxian, as a demigod, found himself at a loss for words in evaluating Su Yuan. You are the most extraordinary genius I have ever encountered. Su Yuan lowered his head, momentarily speechless. Once you see how I help you activate the mythical bloodline of your beast, you will likely be even more astonished. As Ningxian summoned the beast, his eyes widened, observing Su Yuan's every move. Suddenly, Su Yuan pulled out a handful of rice. Rice? Chapter 84, Worldviews Shattered. Ningxian, you are truly my brother. He had pulled out rice. Indeed, it was rice, wasn't it? With Ningxian's demigod senses, he could confirm that it was rice from the Chun family in the Eastern District. This rice was low in sugar and was the most affordable in the entire city of Dawn, grown 3 times a year. Ningxian's keen perception could even trace the origins of ordinary items. However, upon tracing it back, he felt it was an insult to his intelligence. Old 7. Are you playing with me? Calling me over with such heartfelt sincerity, vowing earnestly, just to pull a prank? Doubt mingled with confusion and disbelief. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shui seemed unfazed. Her expression calm, as if to say, yes, that's exactly what this means. In the next moment, Ningxian witnessed Su Yuan shoving a handful of rice into the mouth of one of his beasts. Having been commanded beforehand, the beast could not resist. This particular beast, named the White Wind Griffin, possessed a griffin bloodline, and at that moment, Su Yuan held it firmly, akin to a small chick. As it obediently opened its mouth and swallowed the rice, Ningxian could hardly bear to watch the spectacle. Then, a miracle occurred. Ningxian observed that the White Wind Griffin seemed to be evolving, shedding its white feathers to reveal golden plumage, its entire form developing towards that of a griffin. Is this really effective? Ningxian's eyelids twitched as if he were dreaming, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Yet reality confirmed it. Indeed, it was true. He felt as though everything he had steadfastly believed, his arduous journey as a beast master, his decades of experience achieving demigod status, was being shattered by Su Yuan before his very eyes. Ningxian felt as if his theories on beast mastery were being mercilessly trampled by Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. See, Brother San, it works, doesn't it? Ningxian's smile resembled more of a grimace than a grin, his brow furrowed in distress. Do not, for you are indeed my elder brother. I am grateful for your acceptance, and from this day forth, you shall be my esteemed elder. The knowledge I have acquired over these 40 years pales in comparison before you. Su Yuan was amused by his jest. Elder brother, you are in your 40s. Please do not label me as old, for I am still quite youthful and wish to remain so. In truth, this was merely a procedure, a step along the way. The essence lies with the individual, that is, I am the one to nurture it. Alas, there is no other choice. Beside them, Ouyang Shui could hardly contain her laughter. Finally, she had encountered another whose worldview had been similarly shattered, and a formidable demigod at that. She was relieved to find that she was not the sole target of Su Yuan's scorn regarding talent. What does it matter if you are a demigod? Can you achieve it? Ningxian felt exceedingly awkward. As a dignified demigod, he was accustomed to respect, his knowledge and erudition renowned. Yet now, confronted with the bewildering scene before him, he found himself utterly at a loss for words. With a wry smile, Ningxian resigned himself, saying, very well. I shall pretend I have seen nothing. Today, I have witnessed that you surpass both 5th brother and 6th sister in genius, he remarked. Su Yuan paid no heed, continuing to scoop up a handful of rice to feed Ningxian's second beast companion. Ouyang Shui, however, was carefully contemplating Ningxian's earlier words. 5th brother, 6th sister? Su Yuan has connections I was previously unaware of, especially this 6th sister, which piques my curiosity. Recalling that when Ningxian first arrived, he referred to himself as the 7th. It was evident that 6th sister must be older than Su Yuan, suggesting yet another alluring elder sister. After spending these days together, Ouyang Shui had come to understand Su Yuan's aesthetic well. With long hair and legs like coconut trees, he was irresistible, which felt somewhat perilous. A thorough investigation was warranted. Initially, she had felt quite secure, but now she sensed a slight instability. After both had awakened their divine bloodlines, Ningxian clasped his hands in salute to Su Yuan, saying, I have not fulfilled my promise to you and feel unworthy. Rest assured, I shall remain in Dawn City for some time. I suspect that the old man of 9 may pose a threat to you during the Beastmaster competition. I will be present, and should they attempt anything, I, Ningxian, shall not turn a blind eye. This is a gentleman's promise. If one were to consider Su Yuan's greatest peril, it would undoubtedly be the unknown machinations of the nobility during the Beastmaster competition. To prepare for this, Su Yuan had taken numerous precautions. Having witnessed Su Yuan's strength, which surpassed 10,000 stars, Ning Xian could easily surmise that if the nobles became aware of this, they might act swiftly to eliminate Su Yuan. Thus, he felt compelled to stand by Su Yuan's side. "Thank you in advance," Su Yuan said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Ning Xian nodded and softly conveyed, "And remember, tonight." He referred to their planned meeting to investigate the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Initially, Ning Xian had intended to dissuade Su Yuan from attending, as all participants were at least 6-star beast masters, while Su Yuan might be somewhat outmatched. However, after witnessing Su Yuan's capabilities, he had entirely revised his perspective. What he had demonstrated could rival that of a demigod. And this was only a fraction of his true potential. He might possess even greater strength yet. Therefore, he eagerly anticipated their collaboration that evening. Having encountered someone so formidable, "I take my leave." Ning Xian mounted his griffin and soared away. Ouyang Shui then realized she had forgotten to bid him farewell. However, it mattered little. He had come primarily to see Su Yuan. Su Yuan chuckled. "Are all our human demigods like him?" Ouyang Shui shook her head. "I do not know. My father has not spoken much about demigods, but I understand that each demigod aspires to establish their own path, principles, and doctrines. Clearly, the patriarchs of the 10 elders pursue either the path of power or that of slaughter, yet some choose the path of chivalry. Oh, demigods seem to be far more complex than Su Yuan had envisioned. To establish principles, doctrines, and paths, no wonder the nobility would go so far as to ignite wars and incite beast tides. It is for their own paths, is it not? There is no distinction between good and evil, only the choices made by individuals. What will be the nature of the path I choose in the future?" Su Yuan shook his head and collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to slumber. He had plans for the night, after all. Ouyang Shui observed Su Yuan sleeping soundly in the daylight, clearly intending to skip class, shaking her head in resignation. This fellow. Had he ever attended a full day of classes? Luo Qing had complained countless times about it. Yet, there was nothing to be done. His rapid advancement left her with no choice. Thus, she turned to her own affairs. That night, Su Yuan rose slowly. Ouyang Shui, sleeping in the upper bunk, was already in slumber. He quietly exited to the balcony, leaped down, and summoned the Snow Maiden to invoke her talent, the Aurora Dance. With a whoosh, a streak of green aurora flitted through the Dawn Academy, heading straight for the protective river near the Western District. Chapter 85, Gathering. Su Yuan's first secret society journey, 15. As the clock struck midnight, the streets of the Central District were devoid of any lingering pedestrians. At the very least, there was a curfew in the Central District of Dawn City. Unlike the other districts to the north, south, east, and west, the streetlights flickered, casting a dim glow that seemed to echo the restless nature of the night. The Western District, like the Central District, was bordered by a protective river, with the Eagle Guard of the Noble 10 guards patrolling the opposite bank, prohibiting entry to anyone without special status. In stark contrast to the towering buildings that obscured the sky in the Eastern District, the Western District was characterized by villas, where the families of the 10 elders resided in sprawling estates, resulting in a remarkably low population density. At this moment, beneath the streetlights near the Western District, a group of individuals with ulterior motives was clandestinely gathering. The first to arrive was Ning Xian, the elder brother of the group, who had come half an hour early. In addition, there was a petite girl, approximately 1.4 meters tall, clutching a plush teddy bear, dressed in a black gown adorned with irises. Her golden hair elegantly tucked behind her ears, exuding a gothic lowly charm. Ning Xian greeted her first. "Ah, the 7th has arrived. 6th sister. Did you not express a desire to meet the 7th? Here she is. 7th brother, this is Red Heart 6, Yan Yusin, the captain's adopted daughter. Do not be deceived by her stature. She is actually 5 years older than you." As he spoke, Ning Xian affectionately ruffled Yan Yusin's hair. Yan Yusin pouted in displeasure. Retorting, "Ning Xian, did I not tell you that only the captain is allowed to touch my head? I will not grow any taller." Ning Xian's eyelid twitched. "You are already 25. You will not grow any taller." This remark elicited a sulky response from Yan Yusin as she turned. The sensation of being addressed as sister is truly delightful. Yan Yusin nodded with satisfaction. The three of them waited for a while longer until a man and a woman slowly emerged from the end of the road. Ning Xian introduced them to Su Yuan, saying, "Here they are, Red Heart 5 and Red Heart 4. You must have heard her name quite a few times, hee. She is Yi Ho, your predecessor, who was hailed as a genius beast master not seen in Dawn City for a decade. The records she maintained have been effortlessly shattered by you, though she herself does not seem to mind much. Additionally, she is the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, one of the 10 elders, and the youngest 6-star beast master, as well as the commander of the noble 10 guards, the White Guards. However, her relationship with her family is quite strained, though she has never disclosed the specifics. It is likely similar to my situation." Ah, so the genius often compared to Su Yuan by passers-by is actually her. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her long, ebony hair cascaded down to her waist, complemented by pearly teeth and rosy lips, with eyes resembling delicate water, exuding a classical elegance. But why is she Red Heart 5 while Sister Yin is Red Heart 6? It seems, judging by age. Ning Xian smiled initially. The leader did not permit Yin Yusin to join, but eventually relented after persistent persuasion. At that time, Yiho had already joined, thus naturally being placed in a subsequent position. So that is the reason. Her precedence explains why Yin Yusin has always sought someone younger than herself. Ning Xian continued the introduction. That is Red Heart 4, named Wang Wenyue, currently a half-step demigod, on the verge of entering the demigod realm as a beast master. He serves as the 4th officer of the military law department and is a representative of the commoners. If all goes well, he may earn the title of the youngest demigod in the history of Dawn City next year, provided he is not surpassed by Yu and Yiho. Wow. They all have impressive backgrounds. 4, 5, 6, all are 6-star beast masters or half-gods. Ning Xian shrugged. Old Wang, 5th sister, you're a bit late. Here. You should know this one. Wang Wenyue chuckled wryly. Of course, who in all of Dawn City doesn't recognize the illustrious name of Su Yuan, the genius among geniuses who has surpassed 5th sister, and the remarkable feat of outmaneuvering the Liu family in the council has made waves throughout the city. If someone claims not to know, they must be deaf. As for why he was delayed, it was because 5th sister insisted on waiting for her makeup to be finished. Ouch. That hurts. Su Yuan witnessed Wang Wenyue's foot being fiercely stepped on by Yiho, leaving a dent in the stone pavement. Wow. Who would have thought he had such a violent side beneath his seemingly taciturn demeanor? Yiho's bright gaze flickered over Su Yuan, nodding lightly as a form of greeting. Su Yuan reciprocated the gesture before turning to Wang Wenyue, saying, "Ah, I recognize you. 4th brother. You are the council member who spoke up for me, right? I felt an instant connection upon our first meeting. Who would have thought?" Wang Wenyue's eyes brightened. "Isn't that so? I knew old 7 would remember me." Of course, that was a lie. Su Yuan had no recollection of him at all. He merely ventured a guess based on flattery and happened to be right. Ning Xian interjected. "All right, now that everyone is here, let us not linger in idle chatter. Time is precious. We need to ascertain the condition of the 9-dragon cauldron tonight, as it will have a significant impact on the future dynamics of Dawn City." Clearly, Ning Xian was privy to some insider information, though he refrained from sharing it, likely considering it a secret of the demigods that held little value for Su Yuan and the others. What was certain, however, was that this was an operation against their common enemy, the 9 elders. Su Yuan and his companions were sworn adversaries, and anything targeting them warranted their unthinking participation. The group readied themselves, seemingly prepared for action. Then, Ning Xian turned to Yin Yusin. "Let us begin. Old 7, stick with me for your first participation." Upon hearing this, Yin Yusin raised her plush toy, and a gentle wave of energy gradually radiated outward. The others appeared to be enveloped by a unique force, rendering them buoyant, as if a light leap could elevate them high into the air with a slow descent, nearly achieving a state of flight. Furthermore, Su Yuan noticed that under the streetlight's reflection, his shadow had vanished. Was it a combination of flight and invisibility? The secret society, the Red Heart Thieves, truly harbored extraordinary talents. Subsequently, the group soared into the air, gliding towards the Li family's estate located in the southwest corner of the city. Chapter 86, Astral Projection. The Void Throne of the 9-Dragon Cauldron, 25. The Li family's estate is situated in the southwestern corner of Dawn City, expansive in area, and even encompasses an ancient castle where the Li family resides. To enter the Li family grounds, one must use either the east or north gate. The Li family's elite guard, known as the Peach and Plum Guards, is the most formidable direct force among the noble 10 guards, with 6-star beast masters stationed at both the east and north gates. Evading their detection to enter is exceedingly challenging. Yin Yusin's ability allows for flight and invisibility, but it cannot escape the perception of powerful beast masters, so the group descended slowly before entering the Li family's territory. Ning Xian inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "The gates are guarded by 6-star beast masters, while Old Wang and I can conceal our presence to infiltrate. We cannot ensure that the 3 of you can evade their awareness. Furthermore, even if we get in, we have no idea where the 9-Dragon Cauldron is located. To rush in recklessly could be disastrous." At the very least, Ning Xian was unwilling to enter without a plan. They had procured masks, which should prevent their identities from being exposed unless they carelessly revealed their beast mastery. If their abilities were exposed, they would have to eliminate anyone who discovered their identities, or else it would lead to significant trouble. Wang Wenyue suggested, "Perhaps we could have Xiaoyan alter reality to transport us inside." The key issue is the location of the 9-Dragon Cauldron. While there are several conjectured locations, we might only have one chance to act. A single failure would necessitate retreating. Altering reality? Su Yuan pondered Wang Wenyue's words carefully. It appeared to be a unique capability of Yen Yusen. The difficulty now lay in pinpointing the location of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, correct? Just as the others were at a loss, Su Yuan spoke up, "Third brother. Can half-gods or six-star beast masters perceive the existence of a soul entity?" Soul entity? Ning Xian shook his head. Unless the physical body directly contacts the soul entity, a half-god cannot sense it. As for a six-star beast master, even upon contact, they would remain oblivious. That simplifies things. Fourth brother, what are the chances that the conjectured locations contain the Nine-Dragon Cauldron? Wang Wenyue recognized that Su Yuan might have a plan, and immediately responded, "Quite significant. The Li family's treasury is located underground, but once you enter, you face a choice among three paths. Their treasury is protected by a superior heavenly treasure artifact. And once a path is chosen, the others will be sealed. I also contemplated whether to split our forces, but if we divide into 3 teams, we would be too few and it would be perilous." "I see." Su Yuan nodded. "Then I shall scout the path for everyone. You have a plan?" The other 4 turned their eyes towards Su Yuan. Without offering an explanation, Su Yuan summoned Fuga. "Third brother, lend me a hand." With that, he slumped forward as if his soul had departed. Ning Xian quickly supported Su Yuan, murmuring, "Good heavens, it's actually a life-type beast." Upon recalling what Su Yuan had previously mentioned, the other 3 understood in unison. He unexpectedly possesses a beast capable of allowing one's soul to transcend the physical realm. Such a remarkable feat can only be achieved by a life-affiliated beast, which is exceedingly rare. One would scarcely know where to seek such a creature. Wang Wen sighed. Could it be that fabled chosen beast? Old 7 is indeed astonishing. Ning Xian jested. "Just yesterday, you privately messaged me, asserting that Old 7's strength was insufficient and suggested leaving him behind. Look now, can he not perform admirably?" Wang Wen feigned innocence. "It's not my fault. I hardly knew him." He added, "Let us wait and hope Old 7 brings back good news." After utilizing astral projection to allow his soul to escape, Su Yuan found the world to be remarkably vivid. Even though it was not his first time employing this ability, he still felt an extraordinary wonder in the wandering of his soul. Su Yuan and Fu Jia effortlessly traversed the perimeter of the Li family estate, gaining entry into their grand manor. Following the map provided by Wang Wen, Su Yuan successfully infiltrated the Li family vault and arrived at its entrance. Is it any wonder that the soul body is so marvelous? What appeared to be a heavily guarded door was no obstacle for Su Yuan, who glided through it effortlessly into the Li family's treasury. Regrettably, the soul body cannot carry items. Otherwise, Su Yuan would have indulged in a grand heist. The reason being, upon entering the vault, he immediately discerned an abundance of valuable treasures. The first sight that greeted him was a mountain of coins, gold, silver, and copper, stacked high. It would be disingenuous to say he was not tempted, especially since his Su family army was in dire need of funds at this time. Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to focus on the matter at hand. As Su Yuan strolled deeper into the vault, he encountered 3 passageways, positioned left, center, and right. Without a doubt, the treasures at the end of these corridors were undoubtedly the Li family's most precious possessions. Just as he was about to choose one to explore, he noticed 2 figures emerging from the right passage, individuals he recognized from the 3rd-level meeting. Li Jianli, Ning Fenghong, the heads of the Li and Ning families. They were both among the foremost of the 10 elders. What were they doing here? Ning Fenghong spoke solemnly. "Old Li, ever since the incident with the Lu family, the human king has been pressing us relentlessly. It seems he is determined to eradicate us." Li Jianli took a deep breath. Indeed, if it weren't for our defenses, he would likely have acted by now. He has now ascended to the 3rd stage of an 8-star beast master. And even if the 9 of us teamed up with that artifact, we might not secure victory. Ning Fenghong replied, "Yes, it appears we must seek external assistance. As long as we can make him position his hand near his neck." Li Jianli frowned. "Are you suggesting we elevate the 2nd prince to power?" Su Yuan was acutely aware that the 2nd prince belonged to the aristocracy. Ning Fenghong nodded. "Yes. We must expedite that matter. Otherwise, our lives will be in jeopardy. Since the Lu family's affair, there has been unrest among the people. We must act swiftly." Li Jianli responded in a hushed tone. The 2 then exited the Li family's vault. From their conversation, Su Yuan gleaned invaluable information. Indeed, the human king was targeting them, and they were conspiring. The right passage? Su Yuan's soul body drifted toward the right. At the end of the path stood a colossal bronze door, 50 meters high, adorned with 9 dragons swirling in flight. Beyond this door lay a long staircase, stretching hundreds of steps, and at the staircase's summit, Su Yuan beheld an ethereal throne, enveloped in bluish-violet mist. It suppressed the essence of the dragon, and it seemed that whoever sat upon that throne could command the magnificent 9-dragon cauldron before them. Indeed, This was the revered nine-dragon cauldron safeguarded within the Leaf family vault. However, to observe and assess its condition up close, one would have to pass through the bronze door. Clearly, the door possessed the ability to obstruct soul bodies. Chapter 87, The Plan. A feint to the east, a high-profile infiltration. 35. Upon returning to his corporeal form, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing him awake, everyone gathered around. How are you, Su Yuan? Are you injured? What were you thinking, Xiaoyan? How could a soul body possibly be harmed? Did you find anything? Is it deep within the vault? In response to their inquiries, Su Yuan pretended to be injured, jokingly saying, "Oh dear, my soul body has been jolted. My head aches terribly. I need my sister to massage it back to health." Yin Yusin was taken aback and hurriedly took Su Yuan from Ning Xian's grasp, exclaiming, "Huh? Where does it hurt?" "Wang Wen, you said a soul body cannot be injured. Look, isn't this an injury?" Ning Xian, Wang Wen, and Yi Ho all shared a knowing look. Seeing the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Yin Yusin realized her folly. "Oh, so even you have learned to tease me," she exclaimed, feigning pain. Ning Xian laughed. "All right, enough of the antics. It appears you found something, correct?" Su Yuan nodded yes. At the end of the right passage in the Li family vault, there is a bronze door. Beyond it, I saw a throne suspended in the void and a cauldron that suppressed the essence of the dragon. However, the bronze door seems to possess the power to shield against soul entities, preventing my soul body from passing through. Additionally, I encountered Li Jianli, the head of the Li family, and Ning Fenghong of the Ning family. They appeared to be discussing some nefarious plot. Ning Xian furrowed his brow. "Can you recount their exact words?" Su Yuan repeated their conversation. Ning Xian could not discern the full implication, but indeed since they were plotting something sinister. "Let us not dwell on that for now. We need to find a way to infiltrate. We must ascertain the current state of the nine-dragon cauldron. Is it ready to be unleashed? Or is it gathering power? I will devise a distraction to draw their attention. Hold forth. You lead the others in finding a way to slip inside. Remember, do not attempt to take the nine-dragon cauldron. It is rooted in a dragon vein and cannot be moved without risking backlash. Old Seven has done well this time. You all must step up to ensure he doesn't feel that his seniors are inadequate." With that, they dispersed to prepare. Su Yuan felt a wave of uncertainty. How exactly would they draw attention? Was it feasible to have the Li family withdraw their protective peach and plum guards? That seemed unrealistic. Fourth brother. What does he mean by creating a distraction? Wang Wen sighed, accustomed to being straightforward. Before he could finish, Su Yuan noticed a brilliant white sword light cutting through the sky above the Li family estate, dispelling the night's darkness. Behind Ning Xian, a beast spirit star array erupted, accompanied by the roars of griffins, whispers of the undead, and cries of hawks. Empowered by the beast spirits, this radiant sword light was poised to strike down at any moment. Everyone believed that once this sword light descended, the ancient castle of the Li family would surely be obliterated. Goodness, is this what infiltration looks like? A mushroom bomb is providing cover for our little squad's entry? Semi-divine beast masters can operate without manifesting their beasts, but rather utilize a technique known as the beast spirit star array, making it difficult for opponents to deduce their identities. Hence, Ning Xian dared to audaciously assault the Li family. Who dares to attack my Li family? Peach and plum guards, assemble. Protect my Li family. Atop the Li family castle, Li Jianli summoned all the peach and plum guards to gather, unleashing a torrent of energy to counter the impending sword light. The adversary is a demigod, thus one must proceed with utmost caution. It is imperative to first deduce their capabilities before engaging in combat. The prudent Li Jianli adopted the most reliable strategy, which inadvertently afforded an opportunity to Su Yuan and his companions. Yin Yusin clutched the teddy bear in her arms, and Su Yuan immediately gathered information about the toy. Beast Mastery, Fairy Tale. Rarity, SS. Level, Advanced Sunset. Talent, Reality Alteration, Mythical. Skill, Fairy Tale Fable, Mythical. The disparity in levels is considerable, and the information is not entirely comprehensive. However, it is certain that this beast possesses the ability to influence reality through fairy tales. Soon, Su Yuan noticed the surrounding environment gradually distorting. As if in a hallucination, they had already breached the defenses of the Tally Guard and infiltrated the Li residence. Then, reality and illusion inverted, and the four of them found themselves directly at the entrance of the Li family treasury. What a marvelous power! Were it not for the tangible evidence before him, Su Yuan could scarcely believe such a beast existed. Yin Yusin gasped for breath. It was evident that the side effects of such a bug-level ability were substantial, exerting a significant toll on the Beast Master's stamina. Upon arriving at the treasury's entrance, the first to act was Yi Ho, whose beast flowed like liquid and slipped into the keyhole, triggering the various mechanisms of the remarkably sturdy door. Click, click, click. The treasury door opened in response. Su Yuan marveled at their seamless cooperation, exclaiming, You all are quite adept at this. I presume you've done it many times before? Clearly seasoned veterans. The four of them burst into the treasury, faced with a mountain of rare treasures and a plethora of gold and silver coins. With a flick of Wang Wenyue's right hand, a massive fish-shaped beast burst forth, its cavernous mouth resembling a black hole, consuming all visible treasures and coins. Wang Wenyue chuckled. We'll divide it once we're outside. Hurry to confirm the status of the nine-dragon cauldron. Third brother can't hold them off for long. Su Yuan nodded vigorously. Next time, don't forget to take me along. This is exhilarating. As the saying goes, gold belts are for those who kill and burn. While repairing roads leaves no corpses, we re-robbing the morally bankrupt nobility, free from any ethical constraints. This is a swift path to fortune. Su Yuan fantasized about plundering the treasure vaults of every noble family in the future. He imagined how exhilarating that would be. Subsequently, he led the trio toward the nine-dragon cauldron. Outside, Li Jianli, having vanquished the brilliant white sword light wielded by the Tally guard, called out, Might I inquire which esteemed friends are behind this unprovoked assault on my Li family? Have we transgressed in any way? Li Jianli was puzzled. He hadn't offended anyone recently, so why the sudden attack? The indistinct figure in the sky remained silent, merely drawing a red heart symbol with its sword light. A sudden realization struck Li Jianli. The Red Heart Thieves. This notorious band of criminals, entrenched near Dawn City for decades and renowned as the most nefarious of villains, had come to confront them? Undoubtedly, this was retaliation for the theft at the Dawn trading post. Feng Hong, lend me your strength. We must subdue them. There was nothing more to say. The Red Heart Thieves were undeniably foes. Even if they had to eliminate their members, there was no moral dilemma. Very well. I shall assist you. Chapter 88. The Dragon King, Eho's Astonishment. 45. Ning Xian, Li Jianli, and Ning Fenghong were all demigods, making it impossible for them to capture themselves in a short time. However, Ning Xian wished to conceal his identity. Sustaining the fight wouldn't last long. He signaled Wang Wenyue, indicating that he could only buy them 10 minutes at most, during which they must ascertain the condition of the nine-dragon cauldron. Below, upon receiving the message, Wang Wenyue and the others stood before the massive bronze door. Time was of the essence. Ning Xian warned that he could only delay for 10 more minutes, and any longer might expose his identity. Imei, can you open this bronze door? Eho attempted to do so, but shook her head in disappointment. This bronze door is sealed and requires a special key. My beast cannot unlock such a door. Yen Yusin also shook her head, stating, the fairy tale ability is ineffective against it. It possesses the power to negate illusions. Hearing this, Wang Wenyue grew anxious. He anticipated the strength of the seal. In past missions, the collaboration between Yen Yusin and Eho had sufficed to open any door, which is why the Red Heart Thieves had always succeeded. Yet, they faced a setback against the seal of the Li family. No wonder, for this guarded the most precious treasure. While superior treasures are indeed rare, they pale in comparison to the utmost treasure. In all of Dawn City, aside from the spirit pearls in their possession, there were only 2 such treasures, one belonging to the King of Humans and one here. Just these 2. How could the nobility not take stringent precautions? Perhaps it was precisely because of the existence of this bronze door that there was no need to deploy any guards. This also explained why the defenses deeper within the treasury were so lax. This was the strongest form of protection. As everyone faced this conundrum, Su Yuan reached out to touch the bronze door, which bore the intricate design of 9 spiraling dragons. These 9 dragons seemed imbued with soul and life, their very existence dedicated to guarding the treasures within. Wang Wenyue looked at Su Yuan with a glimmer of hope. Su Yuan, do you have any ideas? Eho glanced over, observing the man lost in thought as he caressed the images of the dragons. She had heard Su Yuan's name more than once. People often delighted in comparing Su Yuan to her. After all, she had been the undisputed genius of Dawn City. Although she didn't particularly care about such comparisons, living in an environment where everyone constantly juxtaposed her with him inevitably led to feelings of weariness, helplessness, and even anger over time. Thus, from the very beginning, she had maintained a somewhat indifferent, even subtly adversarial stance towards Su Yuan, not out of hatred, but rather a sense of rivalry. Furthermore, Su Yuan's casual demeanor and the slight stir of emotions he exhibited upon seeing her only deepened her reluctance to foster any positive feelings. It wasn't until Su Yuan proactively volunteered to gather intelligence that she began to regard him with due seriousness. Now, let me see what extraordinary talents you possess. However, Wang Wenyue was growing anxious. Su Yuan, have you discovered something? Silence. Su Yuan unusually interrupted Wang Wenyue, his expression drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Su Yuan's determined visage, Wang Wenyue swallowed the words lodged in his throat. It was evident that Su Yuan seemed to possess a solution. The dragons on the bronze door are alive. Realizing this, Su Yuan transformed his left hand into a blade and sliced open the palm of his right hand, allowing his blood to drip onto the bronze door. Let me validate the dream of Long Yao. As Su Yuan's blood imprinted upon the bronze door, a transformation occurred. The other three watched in astonishment as the spiraling dragon patterns appeared to come to life, evading Su Yuan's blood until they could retreat no further. Adopting a posture akin to kneeling in supplication, the once impenetrable bronze door that had thwarted their passage swung open wide. The three stood frozen in shock, utterly speechless. Who can provide an explanation? Three individuals gazed at Su Yuan, who donned an expression of innocence and remarked, "In truth, I cannot elucidate. Would you believe me?" "We believe you, not at all," they retorted. Moments prior, he had appeared as though he had lost his very soul, leaning against the colossal bronze door, and then, with a deliberate incision upon his palm, he had struck it, causing the great door to swing open. "You claim it has no correlation with you? You profess ignorance?" Particularly Iho, who trembled, her incredulous gaze fixed upon Su Yuan, her breaths quickening. Could it be that Su Yuan would assert complete ignorance of the matter? Not entirely. The dream of Long Yao lingered in Su Yuan's mind. The Dragon King. Although Su Yuan found it somewhat absurd, it was not devoid of truth. Each time the dragon dreamt, it served as a harbinger. When his true form stood before the bronze door, Su Yuan instinctively sensed that these dragons were alive, some even exhibiting a degree of trepidation towards him. Thus, he dared to experiment. As expected, the door indeed opened. It seemed that Li Jianli and Ning Fenghong had utilized other means, perhaps something related to the true dragon and dragon god, to unlock the door. Contemplating this, Su Yuan suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his vision blurring as he began to topple backward. Unexpectedly, he found himself reclining upon something exceedingly soft, imbued with a gentle, enchanting fragrance, distinct from Ouyang Shue's courtly incense. This aroma resembled that of flourishing flora. Struggling to open his eyes, he discovered himself cradled in Iho's embrace. This scene left both Wang Wenyue and Yin Yusin utterly astonished. They had never envisioned that the typically aloof Iho would take the initiative to assist, even embracing a male counterpart. This was not the study of beast mastery. It was utterly irrational. Su Yuan too had not anticipated this. When they first met, he had sensed a hint of disapproval from her. Was she truly this forward? Wang Wenyue felt a twinge of jealousy. He had known Iho for 3 to 4 years and had never witnessed her display such warmth. Iho softly inquired, "Are you all right?" "I could say I am not, and then you would continue to hold me, wouldn't you?" He jested. He then observed Iho's delicate visage stiffen. "Oh." Su Yuan recalled Ning Xin's words. Starbreakers are attuned to both malice and benevolence. And since Wanyang had surpassed the threshold, this former prodigy must have as well. Iho firmly pushed him upright, stating, "As long as you're well, what are you all dawdling about? There can't be much time left." The others finally came to their senses. Indeed, time was of the essence. They hastily made their way towards the ethereal throne suspended in the air. Before the four stood the nine-dragon cauldron, and Su Yuan inquired, "Fourth brother, what state are we to confirm?" Wang Wenyue replied, "To ascertain the existence of the nine-dragon cauldron, whether it can be activated, how many times it can be summoned, and what the required costs entail. Observe how these dragon veins have been subdued, judging by the power they provide. It should be able to activate at least 3 to 4 times. As for the cost, the cauldron is shrouded in a mist of blood, likely requiring a blood sacrifice." While they deliberated, Su Yuan sensed that within the beast mastery space, Long Yao seemed eager to emerge. Chapter 89. The nine-dragon cauldron has been drained by Long Yao? "Let me out, little one." Su Yuan thought. He heard Long Yao's voice ringing through the beast mastery space, his brow furrowing. "It's a bit perilous here. It's best to remain within the beast mastery space." To his astonishment, Long Yao's tone remained resolute. "No, little one, release me. I sense something extraordinary." Extraordinary? Was she referring to the nine-dragon cauldron? However, the cauldron was fraught with danger. The captain had stated that it was a treasure only demigods could wield. Wang Wenyue and the others dared not even approach. If he carelessly released Long Yao, might it result in calamity? Su Yuan found himself in a quandary. Moreover, time was running short. They had at most 3 to 4 minutes before they had to retreat. Long Yao softened her tone. "Fear not. I shall not take reckless chances. I can sense it and am confident. Have you forgotten? I am the one you personally awakened with the dragon god bloodline. Anything belonging to dragons shall bow before my lineage." This reasoning held merit. The bronze door had indeed been dispelled by Su Yuan's blood. As long as the bloodline was sufficiently potent, all things draconic would submit. Yet, the nine-dragon cauldron was perilous, not something he could control or destroy. Very well. Su Yuan raised his hand, and Long Yao promptly emerged from the beast mastery space. Her wine-red hair cascaded behind her. her gaze fixated on the nine-dragon cauldron as if it were a grand feast laid before her. The others noted Su Yuan's unusual demeanor. Wang Wenyue exclaimed, "Su Yuan, what are you planning? Do not summon your beast lightly. It could easily be sensed." Additionally, he warned, "Do not approach the nine-dragon cauldron too closely. It possesses a sinister nature, capable of siphoning strength and blood. Being too near could lead to being consumed by the cauldron." Wang Wenyue's concerns were well-founded. According to his research, activating the nine-dragon cauldron necessitated a blood sacrifice, ideally the blood essence of a demonic beast. This led him to recall the previous city siege of myriad demons. The nobility had initiated such a conflict to amass blood essence for the nine-dragon cauldron, resulting in the demise of countless demonic beasts, thus enriching the cauldron's blood essence. It was indeed a perilous undertaking. Just as Su Yuan intended to voice his thoughts, Long Yao boldly stepped forward and directly entered the nine-dragon cauldron. What? The four present nearly turned to stone. Even Su Yuan had no time to react. Long Yao had just promised to be cautious, yet here she was, rushing into the nine-dragon cauldron. Su Yuan's hand reached out, suspended in midair. As if he had lost something dear, his breaths quickened, his fingertips trembled incessantly, and tears welled in his eyes. Disbelief etched across his face. How could Long Yao suddenly demand to emerge, only to plunge into the nine-dragon cauldron? Wang Wenyue was alarmed, intending to speak, but upon seeing Su Yuan's frozen expression, his heart softened. It seemed he too was unaware of the beast's intentions. No wonder. The abundant blood essence of the nine-dragon cauldron held a potent allure for certain demonic beasts. Perhaps Su Yuan's beast had been seduced into demanding release. To their astonishment, Su Yuan exhibited such a countenance. In that moment, silence enveloped them. None had encountered the prospect of losing their beast, particularly one that had transformed. The bond between a beast and its master was profound, and they were unsure how to console Su Yuan. Yet, in the next instant, they beheld the blood essence within the nine-dragon cauldron surging forth, morphing into a dragon of blood essence, with bubbles rising incessantly within the cauldron. Wang Wenyue then shouted, "Look! The power within the dragon veins is depleting. The strength of the nine-dragon cauldron is waning. Su Yuan, your beast is not dead." The dullness in Su Yuan's eyes was suddenly rekindled with a spark of life. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with anything else and charged forward. The earlier bronze door had already attested to his potential as the Dragon King. Since Long Yao was still alive, the nine-dragon cauldron held no value for him. As Su Yuan's hand brushed against the nine-dragon cauldron, it seemed to respond to his call, a voice emanating from within. "Little one, what is your haste? I assured you that I would remain unscathed." After confirming that Long Yao was unharmed, Su Yuan appeared to have expended all his strength, collapsing onto the ground. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety for him. Then, an even more unexpected event transpired. The blood energy within the nine-dragon cauldron gradually dissipated. The power within the dragon veins vanished, and the intricate dragon patterns adorning the cauldron began to crack inch by inch. Suddenly, Long Yao emerged from the cauldron. Her wine-red hair, now tinged with blood energy, radiated an extraordinary crimson glow, exuding an enchanting allure. It seemed that after undergoing the cauldron's baptism, she had become even more bewitching. Clad in a garment of dragon scales that clung to her form, every aspect of her was breathtakingly perfect, capable of igniting a blaze within one's very soul from any angle. She was the dragon goddess, a descendant of the dragon god, having completely drained a cauldron. She had undergone a transformation, an exceptionally unique evolution. Although the data within Su Yuan's mind did not reveal the results of Long Yao's evolution, he understood that she was no longer the same. She leaped forth, rushing towards Su Yuan. "Little one, did I not say? Why do you weep? Did you truly believe that I would come to harm?" Su Yuan retorted, "Long Yao, have you forgotten whose you are? You are not permitted to act like this from now on, do you understand? You shall return and face my family law." Seeing that Su Yuan was genuinely angered, Long Yao refrained from retorting and nestled into his embrace. She perceived the despair in Su Yuan's eyes and the unbridled emotion he displayed, a poignant truth that transcended their roles. She was a dragon maiden, a descendant of the dragon god, the apex of the biological chain, yet in her eyes, Su Yuan was both the little one and her master. "You are my master, and also my king." The spectators bore witness to the profound bond between master and beast, a collective sigh of relief escaping them. It was a relief that all was well. Suddenly, a grave realization struck them. At the moment Su Yuan retracted Long Yao into the beast space, Wang Wenyue's expression turned peculiar. "Su Yuan, our mission." "Ah." Su Yuan snapped back to reality. The nine-dragon cauldron. The crowd turned their gaze to the cauldron, which had previously brimmed with blood energy and immense power, now appeared to be nothing more than an empty shell, as if all its benefits had been absorbed by Su Yuan's beast. What the nobles had schemed for and sacrificed greatly to accumulate seemed to have become Su Yuan's bridal attire. This, Wang Wenyue remarked oddly, seems unnecessary to confirm. It is most likely rendered useless, and irreparably so, as if the core of this treasure has been taken by your beast. Su Yuan, while your strength is commendable, how can your luck be so extraordinary? Who could have anticipated this moment? I certainly could not. Chapter 90. The Frantic Li Family, Su Yuan. This is an accident. 15. In that instant, Wang Wenyue and his companions felt rather foolish for their earlier endeavors in researching the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. It was akin to being the busiest in a circus while the chaos unfolded in Gotham City. After studying for so long, the truth was that someone had simply drained it. Well, there's no need for further research. This thing is worthless. Iho interjected. Let's head out first. Ning Xian is likely to retreat. A chill ran through the hearts of the group. Yes, they needed to escape. If they lingered too long, once Ning Xian withdrew, there would be no one left to cover their retreat. Wang Wenyue seized Su Yuan, leading Iho and Yin Yusin as they dashed for the exit. There was no point in restoring the scene. This artifact was rendered useless, and it mattered little now. Outside, upon receiving the retreat signal from Wang Wenyue, Ning Xian ceased any further entanglement. A radiant beast from the light faction behind him unleashed a dazzling luminous sphere, which exploded in the air, illuminating the dark night as if it were day. Before departing, Ning Xian did not forget to alter his voice to leave a harsh warning. The Li family. The Ning family? This time, consider yourselves fortunate in numbers. Remember, to slander our Red Heart Demon Thieves Guild will surely incur consequences. Next time, fortune may not favor you. To defeat a demigod, 2 would suffice, but to ensure 1 remains, it would require 3 to 4 demigods. Clearly, the Li family was caught off guard by the assault. Believing that having 2 demigods stationed at home would be sufficient, they did not call for reinforcements. If the Red Heart Demon Thieves Guild's demigod wished to leave, let him go. If a bloody battle ensued, the one who would suffer might be uncertain. Ning Fenghong lamented, alas, our fortunes are cursed. Even the Red Heart Demon Thieves Guild has set its sights on us. This organization is no trifling matter. Its strength is unfathomable. I believe our families should discuss a united defense. Should they shamelessly target our youth, it would spell great trouble. Ning Fenghong's concerns were not without merit. They knew nothing of the Red Heart Demon Thieves Guild, and if their enemies were a group as ruthless and unscrupulous as themselves, their young ones could face dire consequences. Li Jianli nodded, exhaling in relief. However, I have heard that the Red Heart Demon Thieves Guild typically operates to steal a specific item. It is surprising that they came brazenly this time. Ning Fenghong replied, perhaps even these rogues are aware of the demigod stationed here and dare not act recklessly. As they conversed, a sudden realization struck them, causing their smiles to falter. Who said they had only sent 1? This moment of enlightenment rendered Li Jianli and Ning Fenghong's expressions grave. With 2 demigods occupied dealing with the incoming threat, although they held the upper hand. And even Li Jianli was confident he had inflicted injury, the crucial matter was not that. The Li family's treasury. Quick! Li Jianli and Ning Fenghong summoned their beast spirits, the star formation revolving as they plunged into the ground. Upon reaching the subterranean vault, Li Jianli was left dumbfounded. Their family's wealth. Here lay at least several million gold coins, tens of millions of silver coins, and countless copper coins. Yet, they had all vanished. Heavenly treasures had been plundered, and countless precious artifacts had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a few corners where mold and mushrooms had begun to grow due to overaccumulation. Li Jianli's vision darkened, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The damned Red Heart Demon Thieves Guild. What the hell? This scene brought sorrow to those who witnessed it and tears to those who heard of it. Even Ning Fenghong felt a chill of fear. How tragic. How fortunate it was that it was not their family. Suddenly, Ning Fenghong recalled something. Old Li, quickly, these treasures are of little importance. We can compensate you. What matters is the Nine-Dragon. The word cauldron was left unspoken, yet Li Jianli grasped the implication. The two advanced deeper into the passage until they reached the great bronze door. At this moment, the dragon-patterned carvings on the bronze door had long since vanished, leaving only the wide-open entrance and a scene of devastation. This is bad. The two hurriedly approached to assess the condition of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Meanwhile, they quietly reassured themselves. The Nine-Dragon Cauldron was notoriously difficult to destroy. Even if a demigod infiltrated, they could at most siphon a bit of blood energy from the dragon veins, incapable of destruction or relocation, so there was no need to worry about it being lost or damaged. The only concern was that the enemy, upon confirming the status of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, might take targeted action. With a heart full of trepidation, the two ascended the steps, arriving before the throne of void. However, what lay before them rendered them utterly speechless. Was this truly the Nine-Dragon Cauldron? The dragon patterns on its body were shattered, resembling a dog-esque paw, and several corners of its legs were missing, swaying unsteadily. What lay beneath it appeared more akin to a serpent-esque vein than a dragon-esque. Li Jianli, Ning Fenghong. This is madness. Who did this? Who the hell did this? The demon thieves? The heaven-esque killers? A bunch of despicable scoundrels. You pilfer treasures and rare resources. I have endured it, but you have ruined my nine-dragon cauldron, thwarting my noble plans. I shall not let this go unpunished. Li Jianli's arms and legs trembled violently, his breath growing increasingly rapid until, finally, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed backward. In the central area, the five reconvened at the gathering point. Ning Xian was exceedingly pleased. Sensing from Wang Wenyue's tone that the mission had been successfully accomplished, along with a substantial haul of wealth. One could easily surmise the expressions on the faces of Li Jianli and Ning Fenghong at this moment. Especially Ning Fenghong, relishing the misfortune of the Ning family, felt an overwhelming sense of schadenfreude. Upon returning to the gathering point, Ning Xian intended to announce their victory with great joy. However, he soon noticed that the expressions of the other four were somewhat askew. He inquired, "What is the matter? Why do you all look so dispirited? Did the mission fail? Is it possible that the Li and Ning families have orchestrated a ruse?" There was a distinct possibility of that. This was troubling. The first attempt often had the highest chance of success. Next time, the Li family would surely be on guard, making future endeavors more challenging. The four of them shook their heads in unison. Huh, not that. Then what is it? Ning Xian was perplexed. Wang Wenyue spoke first. The mission can be considered barely completed, or perhaps even exceeded. This statement only added to Ning Xian's confusion. What do you mean by barely and exceeded? Wang Wenyue hesitated. That was indeed the nine-dragon cauldron. When we first arrived, it was fully operational, capable of functioning 3 to 4 times. Now, I estimate it's 80% rendered useless, and it will likely never be usable again. Ning Xian struck his right fist into his left palm, exclaiming, "That is fantastic. A resounding victory, brothers. How did you manage this?" He was astonished. He had not anticipated the destruction of the nine-dragon cauldron. Allow me to elucidate. Su Yuan scratched his head. It was actually quite an accident. My beast, suddenly demanded to come out, then unexpectedly entered the nine-dragon cauldron and drained it. Ning Xian, drained it? Drained it. Chapter 91. The distribution of spoils and Su Yuan's great fortune. 25. What? Ning Xian stared at Su Yuan, incredulous. This outcome was beyond belief. He had considered all possibilities. Perhaps the mission would fail, or they would successfully ascertain the status. Or maybe Wang Wenyue had found a method to resolve the issue. However, he never imagined it was Su Yuan's beast that had drained the nine-dragon cauldron. That was a priceless treasure. For a moment, Ning Xian felt as though reality had taken on a surreal quality, as if he were submerged in some fantastical illusion. After using his spiritual fluctuations to confirm the reality of the situation, he exhaled deeply. You need to allow me a moment. Su Yuan, I must admit, your surprises have been overwhelming. One surprise is delightful, but so many have become quite alarming. The others chuckled at Ning Xian's words. Indeed, they had been thinking along the same lines. If you had witnessed how Su Yuan breached the bronze giant door and drained the nine-dragon cauldron, you would have been even more astonished. Ning Xian rubbed his temples, regaining his composure. This is likely to send the nobility into a frenzy. The nine-dragon cauldron is of immense significance to them. I can already envision the ugly expression on the old man Zhou's face. Of course, they may intensify their investigations against us, so let us all keep a low profile for the next few days. I will report the mission to the captain, and Old Four can provide me with the detailed account later. Now, we must attend to another important matter. What matter? Su Yuan queried, puzzled. Since the mission was ostensibly concluded, Ning Xian smiled. The distribution of spoils. Old Four, tally the items and let us discuss how to allocate them. The Li family has amassed wealth for decades. Although you only took what was on the surface, the hidden treasures are not a trivial sum. All right. How could I forget such a sacred task? Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Am I finally going to escape this wretched life? As Wang Wenyue counted. Ning Xian continued. In this mission, Old Seven's contribution was paramount. From the initial reconnaissance to the destruction of the nine-dragon cauldron, he accomplished nearly everything single-handedly. I propose that he receives half of the treasures. Does anyone have objections? Half. Su Yuan's heart raced, utterly unprepared for such a substantial share. While he had indeed performed admirably, he had initially thought that simply obtaining any reward would be satisfactory. Yin Yusen stated, I agree. This time we truly relied on Shao Qi. Without him, we wouldn't even have been able to enter that bronze giant door. She intentionally added the Shao to ensure others recognized that Su Yuan was younger than her. Yiho nodded lightly in agreement, her silence conveying her support, being naturally reticent. Her nod was enough for everyone to understand her stance. Wang Wenyue added. Undoubtedly, even we have benefited from Su Yuan's achievements. Half for Su Yuan, 30% for Ning Xian, and the remaining 20% can be divided among the three of us. Old 7, you need not decline. We uphold merit-based distribution. And you are fully deserving. Su Yuan jested. Ahem, dare I confess, without fear of ridicule, that I chose the ownership of the fine Willow Guards as my compensation from the Liu family. Now it belongs to the Su family army, and I am currently quite financially strained. I would love to decline, but my wallet does not permit such luxury. Haha, indeed, maintaining a private army incurs considerable expenses. Old 7 is impressive, just like Xiao Yi, already a commander. Wherever, I'm still far from matching Sister Yi. After a while, Wang Wenyue declared, I have finished counting. There is indeed an overwhelming amount. If it weren't for my beast being able to tally automatically, I would have been exhausted by now. The wealth amounts to 73 million gold coins, 6 million silver coins, over 300 million copper coins, with materials for heavenly treasures, 57 superior, 293 intermediate, and 1885 inferior. Materials for earthly treasures, 552 pieces, heavenly treasure artifacts, 2 superior, 6 intermediate, and 18 inferior, and earthly treasure artifacts, for 177 pieces. As for beast eggs, I didn't take the weaker ones, only the precious high-grade beast eggs, totaling 2, for 142. Truly, they were wealthy. Su Yuan's fingers struggled to keep count. Wow, what immense wealth. How much is half? We genuinely struck it rich. Wang Wenyue remarked. Su Yuan, you don't have a storage artifact yet, right? Perfect timing. I'll give you this superior heavenly treasure artifact. I checked, and it has a capacity of a full 10,000 cubic meters, so you need not worry about space. Su Yuan nodded as he accepted it. Subsequently, the group deliberated on how to allocate the spoils. Although Su Yuan was entitled to half, the division was not directly based on quantity. In contrast, Su Yuan lacked both funds and magical artifacts. Thus, he received a slightly larger share in terms of money and equipment. Ultimately, Su Yuan acquired 900,000 gold coins, 2 million silver coins, 200 million copper coins, 2 high-grade celestial artifacts, for mid-grade ones, and 12 low-grade ones, along with 300 earthly artifacts, 15 high-grade materials, 90 mid-grade, 630 low-grade, 8,000 earthly materials, and 800 beast eggs. Following this distribution of wealth, Su Yuan underwent a remarkable transformation, emerging as one of the wealthiest individuals in the entire Dawn City. Even the patriarchs of the 10 elders could only manage about half of their family's assets, whereas the Yuan family appeared to be quite impoverished in comparison. It was no wonder that the nobility occupied such prominent positions. Their financial resources were simply incomparable. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that they had hidden treasures yet to be revealed. However, even with such considerations, it was unlikely that they possessed wealth surpassing Su Yuan's current fortune. Nevertheless, Su Yuan understood the wisdom of keeping wealth discreet. Otherwise, not only would people question the source of such immense riches, but those with ulterior motives might also take an interest in him, turning borrowing into a trivial matter. In this world, the most feared predicament is attracting unwanted attention. For the time being, Su Yuan had no intention of spending this newfound wealth or supporting the Su family army, at least not until after the Beastmaster competition. Once the distribution concluded, everyone exhibited expressions of elation. Even though Wang Wenyue and others received a smaller percentage, the total was still substantial, amounting to a considerable fortune. Ning Xian chuckled. All right. It seems we've distributed everything. Let us disperse. Remember to have an alibi. I suspect the nobility will conduct a city-wide investigation tomorrow. With that said, the seasoned group knew better than to make such a basic error. Except for Su Yuan, whose eyelids twitched, realizing that in this first venture, he had forgotten. What a blunder. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that he had the funds for the entrance examination, so there was little chance of suspicion falling upon him. After some casual exchanges, the group scattered. As they departed, Yiho paused, gazing intently at Su Yuan's receding figure for an extended moment. Wang Wenyue inquired, "What's the matter? Is he the person you've been searching for?" Yiho remained silent, transforming into a flash of white light and vanishing from sight. Wang Wenyue sighed. Women are truly enigmatic. Chapter 92. Front page of the Dawn Report, a city-wide celebration. That night, Su Yuan utilized the ability of the Snow Maiden's Aurora Dance to stealthily return to the dormitory of Dawn Academy. As he climbed over the railing and entered the room, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, tonight was indeed exhilarating. The storage celestial artifact, known as the Shumi Pendant, was minuscule in size, and to avoid drawing attention, Su Yuan concealed it within the inner lining of his clothing, serving as an inconspicuous little button. Inside, It contained a fortune that required careful safeguarding. Upon entering the dark room, the lights suddenly flickered on. Click. As the lights illuminated the space, Su Yuan was astonished to find Ouyang Shui, who should have been sound asleep, reclining on his bed with her arms crossed and one leg crossed over the other, her silver blue hair cascading onto the quilt, smiling at him with a faint grin. Her smile sent a shiver down Su Yuan's spine, leaving him feeling slightly unsettled. What am I anxious about? Why do I feel like I've been caught sneaking around? Su Yuan cleared his throat. Ahem, nature calls. I needed to step out for a moment. Why are you awake? Ouyang Shui propped her chin on her hand and grinned. To take 3.5 hours to relieve oneself is quite rare. Su Yuan exclaimed. Wait, you were timing me? He added. Besides, when we set our rules, you didn't seem to adhere to them either. Didn't you go to the restroom, as usual? I simply didn't bother to hold you accountable. Ah, that is true. The so-called rules hadn't lingered in Su Yuan's mind for more than a few seconds. Surely, no one took those seriously? Ouyang Shui sighed. You should get some rest. I want to pry into what you were doing out there. No need to be so tense. I noticed you acting all secretive. Do you need me to provide an alibi for you, confirming you were in the dorm all night? Su Yuan hurriedly replied. Your Highness, you are truly astute, intelligent, and exceptionally resourceful. I am genuinely impressed. Women can be so perceptive. Ouyang Shui stood up, saying, I'm just concerned for your safety. Next time, don't sneak out while I'm asleep. If you have something to address, just let me know. I can help create a distraction. Otherwise, if they miss you once, they might not miss you again. You, my dear, are quite daring. You must act with more caution. Su Yuan nodded earnestly. Your Highness, you speak wisely. I will heed your advice and be more careful in the future. Rest assured, I value my life greatly, and I have means for self-preservation. Even if I were to go missing, it would be a mere fantasy for anyone to think they could kill me. Su Yuan's words eased Ouyang Shui's worries. She believed him on this matter. However, within the Beastmaster space, Long Yao began to critique Su Yuan. And you dare say I'm reckless? Little one, take a look at yourself. You're not doing much better. Don't be so hypocritical. Long Yao, your words have become increasingly sharp. You're growing bolder in opposing your master. Don't forget, that incident is far from over. Just wait until Ouyang Shui is not around. I'll enforce the family rules. Su Yuan chuckled. You should get some rest now. Your Highness, it's getting late. Ouyang Shui nodded gently and climbed to the upper bunk to rest. As she lay on the bed, she mused to herself. Why would I need to ask what you've been up to? Tomorrow, it will surely be the headline of the Dawn Report. Let me see what you and your acquaintance, the demigod Ning Xian, have been up to. With that thought, a slight smile graced her lips as she drifted into slumber. The next day, upon receiving the Dawn Report, Ouyang Shui initially thought she had misread it. Something monumental had indeed occurred. Front page headline of the Dawn Report. Assault on the Li family. The Red Heart Thieves Guild emerges. Citywide manhunt. Provide clues to ascend the social ladder. Stolen goods valued at over $1 billion. Experts reveal the wealth of the Li family. Fragile. A list of the top 10 celestial treasures missing from the Li family. Bounties offered. Li Jianli declares, a blood feud with the Red Heart Thieves Guild. Ouyang Shui could hardly believe the scale of yesterday's events. After skimming through the articles several times, it seemed that a demigod had directly assaulted the Li family, drawing the attention of Li Jianli and the Tao Li Guard. While someone had infiltrated the Li family treasury and stolen treasures worth billions. Could it be? Was Su Yuan involved? Was that demigod Ning Xian? It seemed plausible. But wait. That couldn't be right. Su Yuan had openly stated during his entrance examination that he was not a member of the Red Heart Thieves Guild. And that inquiry had contained a special restriction, making it impossible to lie. Could it be that he truly hadn't done anything significant yesterday? Impossible. She crossed her legs, biting her silver teeth, pondering whether Su Yuan was truly connected to this incident. Observing Ouyang Shui's troubled expression as she perused the newspaper, Su Yuan, who was brushing his teeth, nodded repeatedly. This was the advantage of having funds, indeed. What are the odds of such coincidences? Although Su Yuan still held a measure of trust in her, he preferred to keep her uninformed about the matter for the time being. This was a responsibility towards the members of their group, as well as a consideration for her safety. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. While the Li family and the clan of the old man Jiu were steeped in worry, the East District erupted into celebration. Ha, let us uncork the champagne. I knew that the Red Heart Thieves would steal from anyone but the nobility, and now they dare to pilfer from the Dawn Exchange? Clearly, it is the aristocrats themselves who are guilty, framing others for their own misdeeds, and now their retribution has come. Delightful, simply delightful. Let us feast, let us feast. Today we shall celebrate. This bunch of scoundrels, we let them slip away last time, but the wheel of karma turns, and who can evade the heavens? Today, they shall feast at my home. All are welcome, free of charge. If one wishes to keep a secret, One must act without sin. Investigate? What a farce. Surely no noble would provide a lead, right? Yet, it seems there are indeed some. The bounty is quite substantial. I hear that capturing one would yield 10,000 gold coins, and providing a clue would fetch 1,000 gold coins. Fools, do they think they can capture them? It is said that the Red Heart Thieves are composed of an elite group of Beast Tamers. Even the Lee family and the Talawai are powerless against them. What can you possibly do? True enough, but today is indeed a splendid day. Laughter abounds. How sinister were they when they plotted against the East District? And how gleeful are the citizens now, dancing on their graves. When this news reached the ears of the nobles in the West District, it left them seething with rage. Wretched slaves. A bunch of lowly commoners. Their frustration was palpable. The old men of the Jiu family convened an emergency meeting. Gong Yun addressed the assembly. Old Li, what have you done? A theft is one thing, but to let the Nine-Dragon Cauldron come to harm? Do you realize the gravity of this situation? If the king of humanity finds out, how can we continue to live peacefully? Li Jianli gritted his teeth and replied, who could have foreseen this? The Nine-Dragon Cauldron is impervious even to demigods. How could these wretches destroy my divine cauldron? Ning Fenghong interjected, enough of the bickering. Let us discuss our next course of action. We have lost our means to restrain the king of humanity. We must now gamble everything. Zhongzhou glared and exclaimed, are you suggesting we? Ning Fenghong replied resolutely, indeed, if the Nine-Dragon Cauldron is no longer viable. There is but one course left, the Dragon King plan. Chapter 93, the Beast Tamer competition. Who else but me as captain? 45. Ouyang Shui ultimately abandoned her contemplation and tossed the Dawn report into the trash bin. It was filled with expert analyses and insider revelations, yet contained not a shred of useful information. How can a newspaper be so lackluster? She then shot an annoyed glance at Su Yuan, who was suppressing laughter. All right. Enough of this. Don't think I can't deduce that this matter is undoubtedly connected to you. Su Yuan feigned innocence. What? How did you figure that out? Ouyang Shui stated with undeniable authority. Since your arrival in Dawn City, it has never been so lively. Every incident I find seems to have you entangled in it. Truly, one is guilty of a crime, yet there is no lack of excuses. Su Yuan did not refute her. After all, it was indeed his doing. Seeing Su Yuan remain silent, Ouyang Shui understood. If he was unwilling to speak, then so be it. Even if he was not a member of the thieves, he was likely connected in some way. However, it appeared that their shared target was the nobility, specifically the old men of the Jiu family. And Ouyang Shui felt no animosity toward them. Hence, she changed the subject. Su Yuan, the 4-Star Academy is holding a meeting today. Remember to attend. A meeting? Su Yuan was genuinely unaware, having skipped most classes, only occasionally checking in with Suiqing. What meeting? Ouyang Shui explained. Isn't the Beast Tamer competition approaching? It's not a solo endeavor. It requires teamwork. We need to discuss strategy and select a captain, among other things. Didn't you say you wanted to face Gong Jing in a life and death competition at the Beast Tamer tournament? The 4-Star Academy has nearly 1,000 Beast Tamers. If we don't unite the Beast Tamers of Dawn Academy, do you plan to take on 1,000 alone? That makes sense. If it were in a unique environment like the Radiant Snowfield, it might be feasible. But if it comes down to a war of attrition, Su Yuan would indeed find it challenging to compete. Of course, I have my trump card. My 220,000 star powers are my greatest asset. And the benefits from Long Yao's absorption of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron have yet to manifest. Su Yuan knew that once Long Yao completed the digestion of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, it would undoubtedly unleash extraordinary powers. However, the deeper the trump card is hidden, the better. It should not be revealed lightly. All right, I'll go shortly. After both had freshened up, they proceeded to the playground to attend the Academy's swearing-in ceremony. Strangely enough, it seemed to be Su Yuan's first participation in a full Academy gathering. He had advanced too rapidly, making it awkward to fit in any class. It was time to make his presence known. At noon, with the autumn breeze blowing, the playground was refreshingly cool. Over 3,000 students from Dawn Academy gathered on the playground to listen to the leaders' speeches. As expected, regardless of time or place, the words of leaders were as tedious and lengthy as an old woman's foot-binding cloth, causing Su Yuan to feel drowsy, until the principal made his entrance. The principal, named Zhang Jin, was a cousin of the president of the Beast Tamer Guild, and his strength was on par with Wang Wenyue, both standing on the threshold of demigod status. Zhang Jin began. Students, many may not fully comprehend the Beast Tamer competition. Allow me to briefly explain. This competition is an essential event for all young 4-star Beast Tamers of Dawn City, especially as your graduation approaches. Your performance in this competition will determine your future prospects. This statement struck Su Yuan as somewhat peculiar. He had only been enrolled for a month, and now they were discussing graduation. It was a given, aside from Su Yuan. 4-star Beast Tamers had typically been in school for at least 2 years, if not longer. For students, the Beast Tamer competition resembled a recruitment event, determining their future departments. For the school, the better the students performed, the more resources and subsidies the Ministry of Education would allocate. The Sacred Beast Academy maintained its dominance through a virtuous cycle of securing more resources and better opportunities, compounded by the abundance of noble offspring, ensuring a steady flow of resources. In contrast, Dawn Academy and the 10,000 Beasts Academy relied on external income. Zhang Jin continued. Thus, we must select a captain, a leader to guide the 700 4-star Beast Tamers of Dawn Academy. Are there any volunteers? Upon hearing this, many students began to roll up their sleeves, eager to take on the challenge. The captain bears greater responsibility, but also has the opportunity to shine, if selected by the military law department or other organizations. A prosperous future awaits. Several individuals stepped forward, including Chu Wenyang, the top-ranked 4-star Beast Tamer, Lu Hai, known for his numerous accomplishments, and Zhou, the head of the student council. All were popular candidates for captain. However, when Su Yuan chose to ascend the platform, the tides shifted dramatically. Everyone knew who was currently the center of attention at Dawn Academy. Without a doubt, it was Su Yuan. His candidacy for captain seemed unstoppable. Su Yuan stepped forward and took the microphone, addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Su Yuan, and you should all be familiar with me. When it comes to the captaincy, I can only say, who else but me? What an astonishing spectacle. Many in the audience expressed their admiration, acknowledging the uniqueness and audacity displayed. Beside him, Chu Wenyang remarked, Su Yuan, are you not a 3-star beast master? While you possess the ability to battle beyond your rank, is this competition truly? Su Yuan shook his head. I beg your pardon, Senior Chu, but your information is somewhat outdated. Just 2 days ago, I ascended to the rank of 4-star beast master. Time indeed flies. It has already been 34 days since I became a beast master. In terms of strength, I am not inferior to anyone, and as for achievements in battle, there should be no comparison. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Even Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, and Zhou, who were on stage, stared in disbelief at Su Yuan. You've reached 4 stars? When did this happen? Goodness, 34 days. And you are a 4-star beast master. What astonishing speed is this? It's hard to believe. They say the leap from 3 stars to 4 stars is a formidable challenge, with many taking a year to break through. Yet Su Yuan accomplished it in less than 10 days. Strength? Is there still room for doubt? A 2-star could contend with a 3-star, and a 3-star could battle a deep star beast. Now that he is a 4-star, isn't he capable of competing with the likes of the Moonfall level? Another record shattered by Su Yuan. There is no longer any competition. It is indeed as Su Yuan declared. Who but me? Su Yuan, I support you. Lead us to victory this time, cried one of Su Yuan's admirers, instantly prompting the crowd to ponder another question. Indeed, with Su Yuan's formidable prowess, could we not hope to triumph over the Sacred Beast Academy this year? Previously, the Sacred Beast Academy overshadowed Dawn Academy, 10,000 Beasts Academy, and the Royal Academy. But times have changed. We have Su Yuan. Why should we fear the Sacred Beast Academy any longer? Su Yuan, be our captain and lead us to victory. Exactly. Su Yuan, the last time we defeated the Sacred Beast Academy was over 20 years ago. No more talk, Brother Yuan. We're counting on you. Chapter 94. The Beggar Lu Ziang, an embarrassing sight. The expectations of the crowd were well placed. Such is the advantage of reputation. The trust, admiration, and recognition of Su Yuan's strength allowed him to ascend to the role of leader with almost no hindrance. Undoubtedly, Su Yuan became the captain of the team. Others, such as Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, Zhou, and Ouyang Shui, could only settle for the positions of vice-captains. With so many students, it was impractical for Su Yuan to manage over 700 individuals alone. Division of responsibilities was necessary. The rallying assembly concluded swiftly. Su Yuan, disinterested in managing relationships, delegated all such matters to Ouyang Shui. She sighed. Su Yuan, as captain, shouldn't you be concerned about these responsibilities? Su Yuan smiled. Those matters simply do not suit me. Rest assured, I promised Zuoqing that I would be dedicated to the Beast Master Tournament. Will you accompany me this afternoon? The phrase accompany me caused Ouyang Shui to tremble slightly. Was this what the students referred to as a date? For him, the most fitting course of action was certainly to disrupt the venue and gather intelligence. Ouyang Shui's brows furrowed as she realized he meant to cause a stir at the Sacred Beast Academy. Truly a move befitting Su Yuan's character, though seemingly direct. Such methods often proved the most effective. Ouyang Shui understood that many students from Dawn Academy still harbored a deep-seated fear of the Sacred Beast Academy, given their decades of victories and superiority in strength. If there was anything Su Yuan was most suited for, it was to uplift the morale of his peers. The simplest method, undoubtedly, was to confront the Sacred Beast Academy. Regarding Su Yuan's strength, Ouyang Shui had unshakable faith. For several nights now, he had been tirelessly gazing at the stars. Currently, all 4 of Su Yuan's summoned beasts had reached the advanced deep star level, each possessing 3 source star crystals. Even Chu Wenyang, hailed as the best in Dawn Academy, could not rival Su Yuan. Thanks to Su Yuan's assistance, Ouyang Shui had successfully advanced to the 4-star Beast Master rank as well. She lacked resources, but not time. And Su Yuan's support propelled her forward at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, Su Yuan had reached out to his childhood friend, Huang Ming. As it had been some time since they last met, intending to catch up and inquire about the Sacred Beast Academy, they agreed to meet after lunch. After midday, Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui departed from Dawn Academy towards the Sacred Beast Academy. Although both institutions resided in the central district, they were quite distant from each other, one in the northeast and the other in the southwest. Given the city's restrictions on summoning beasts for swift travel, they could only walk, taking approximately an hour to arrive. Upon reaching the entrance of the Sacred Beast Academy and gazing at its far grander and more magnificent architecture compared to Dawn Academy, Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Had it not been for past events, perhaps he would be cultivating within this esteemed institution today, having spent 3 years here working and studying. He felt a tinge of nostalgia. What's this? At the entrance of the Sacred Beast Academy stood a beggar in tattered clothing, who looked somewhat familiar, bowing and begging with a worn bowl in hand. In these times, life for the common folk was undoubtedly challenging. It was not uncommon for some to be compelled to beg. Yet, this figure seemed vaguely recognizable. Ouyang Shui noticed the direction of Su Yuan's gaze and softly remarked, "What's the matter? Has it been less than a month, and you've already forgotten your initial foe?" Lu Xiang, the very one who attempted to use a blood slave contract to attack Su Yuan at the entrance of the Sacred Beast Academy, aiming to seize Long Yao. After Su Yuan crippled his lower half, he instigated Lu Yuan to coerce Su Yuan into seeking Wang Zhu's help. Following the downfall of the Lu family at Su Yuan's hands, he had indeed slipped from Su Yuan's memory. It was surprising to see that the once arrogant scion had now been reduced to begging on the streets. Ouyang Shui explained, after the Lu family's demise, it was determined that he was unaware of their plans and was subsequently released. However, nearly all his relatives were slain and compounded with his physical limitations. Coupled with having offended many during his time at the Sacred Beast Academy, he was left without the means to survive, resulting in him being crippled and reduced to begging. Ah, this is poetic justice. What goes around comes around. It is not that retribution is delayed. Rather, the time has yet to arrive. Indeed, Su Yuan mused. Lu Xiang was the catalyst for it all. Such consequences are well-deserved. Su Yuan stepped forward. The laws of Dawn City had previously obstructed his vengeance, allowing Lu Xiang to evade punishment. Now, it was time to settle the debt for the torment he had endured, being forced into a corner to seek Wang Zhu's intervention. Ouyang Shui followed closely behind. Knowing Su Yuan's penchant for swift retribution, she genuinely feared he might lose control and strike Lu Xiang down. Within the city, killing was strictly prohibited. She braced herself for the possibility that Su Yuan might not restrain himself. To her surprise, Su Yuan turned and smiled at her. "Do not worry. I am no longer a child. For me, at 10 years old, I believed that killing someone was the ultimate form of revenge. At 15, I thought taking away a loved one was the cruelest retribution. Now, I find that shattering an enemy's every hope, forcing them to struggle in despair, stripped of all dignity, like a maggot clinging to life in this world until their spirit ultimately collapses, is the most satisfying form of vengeance." Ouyang Shui nodded slowly. No one is entitled to criticize Su Yuan's methods of vengeance, for without Lu Xiang, Su Yuan would not have faced imminent death on multiple occasions. The blood slave contract, the royal decree, and the perilous tasks assigned to the Shilyo Guard, were there any that did not guarantee certain death? It was merely that Su Yuan managed to navigate through them. Should anyone dare to counsel Su Yuan to be magnanimous in such matters, he would not hesitate to send them to meet their maker. Lu Xiang, sprawled on the ground in disheveled attire, felt a chill from the cool breeze. Tugging at his tattered garments in a futile attempt to stave off the cold, while seizing opportunities to beg from passers-by, for he was truly on the brink of starvation. He had never imagined that he would one day be tormented by hunger. Never did he think he would be reduced to consuming the meager fare reserved for the lowly, steamed buns and flatbreads. Now, not to mention the lavish feasts of yore. Not even a hardened flatbread would be bestowed upon him, had he not wreaked havoc upon others, bullying the weak and causing suffering. Such is the nature of humanity. As they witness his near demise, they offer him a foul, stale piece of bread, dangling hope before him only to continue his humiliation. Lu Xiang had contemplated self-destruction, yet he feared death. He lacked even the courage to end his own life. Clang! Lu Xiang noticed a copper coin fall before him. A single coin. A sweet, delectable bun. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He could scarcely take note of who had dropped it, only wishing to reach out and grasp the coin, but alas. It was firmly pinned beneath a foot. Lu Xiang's cracked lips trembled slightly as he raised his gaze, only to be met by a familiar visage. It was the nightmare that haunted him during sleepless nights, the demon he wished never to recall, Su Yuan. Involuntarily, Lu Xiang raised his hand to shield his face. How arrogant he had once been, now reduced to utter shame. The lowly commoners he had once deemed easily crushable, the worthless foes he could dispatch at will, had now transformed into the city's most celebrated genius, obliterating his greatest support, the Lu family. Lu Xiang seethed with hatred for himself for crossing paths with Su Yuan, and even more for Su Yuan, who could not simply submit, for what was he but a commoner? Yet Lu Xiang felt a deeper fear. He feared that Su Yuan would recognize him, that the current Su Yuan would seek retribution. He was genuinely terrified, afraid of being beaten. Oh, is this not Lu Xiang from the Lu family? What brings you here begging after a few days of absence? Lu Xiang was on the verge of tears, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Su Yuan, it's all my fault, my disgraceful fault for provoking you. Please, I beg you, do not strike me. I am on the verge of starvation. I am the one without shame, the one born of a dog. His cries were filled with deep emotion. A portrait of abject humility, a display of utter degradation. Su Yuan scoffed. Lu Xiang, had you known it would come to this? Why act so brazenly in the first place? Do you realize that your actions nearly cost me my life? 3 times, at least 3 times I faced mortal peril because of you. Do you truly believe I could ever forgive you? And do you honestly think I am oblivious to your petty thoughts? You do not regret offending me. Rather, you lament why I resisted rather than allowing you to slaughter me. You curse the hope that one day I might suffer even more than you do now. Let me guess what you were thinking? You are wondering if I will perish at the Beastmaster competition by the end of the month. Whether I will be brutally tortured and humiliated, or if I will die in the secret realm, my corpse left for wild dogs to devour. As if Su Yuan had pierced through his thoughts, Lu Xiang curled up in fear, trembling uncontrollably. He dreaded the imminent moment when Su Yuan's fists would rain down upon him. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing or beating you. That would sully my hands. I will let you cling to hope again and again, only to witness it shatter, ultimately succumbing to the pressure and dying in the most humiliating way possible. By the way, your fiancé, Gu Xiaojia, is it not? This statement pierced Lu Xiang's already fragile heart like a sharp thorn. He glanced at Su Yuan in terror. What are you planning to do? Su Yuan, it was all my fault. If you seek revenge, then let it be upon me. I in that moment. He truly broke down. All his defenses crumbled like a dam bursting. She was the fiancé his father had promised him, after eliminating Su Yuan. They were to wed by year's end. Even a wastrel like him held a genuine admiration for her. Yet, with the sudden destruction of the Lu family, that engagement was now impossible. Why was Lu Xiang begging at the gates of the sacred Beast Academy? A significant part of the reason was that his fiancée was still studying here. Merely catching a glimpse of her each day had been his sole motivation and hope for survival. Su Yuan leaned closer and whispered, tell me, if I were to woo her, to appreciate her charm and innocence, and then bring her here to see you, what expression do you think she would wear? Perhaps indifference. Akin to gazing upon a stray dog? Oh, perhaps, if you harbor any ill will towards me, she might even come to my defense and give you a beating? Enough. Enough. I can picture it. Lu Xiang genuinely envisioned that scene and was on the verge of a breakdown. In a desperate attempt to flee from the anguish, he stumbled, hitting the ground, a mouthful of dirt filling his mouth, rendering him unable to cry. Watch closely, Lu Xiang. Are you not afraid of death? I will shatter all your hopes, and then I will see if you still fear death. Having observed Lu Xiang's spirit nearing collapse, Su Yuan rose to depart. There was much time ahead. As an adversary, he needed to methodically grind Lu Xiang's spirit to dust. His therapeutic skills still required refinement, and he would need to practice on Lu Xiang further. After all, he was not a demon inclined to kill lightly. Ouyang Shui followed closely behind. Casting a glance at Lu Xiang, her eyes filled with coldness and a hint of disdain. Had it not been for him, could Su Yuan have attracted such overwhelming trouble? Let him crumble. The more wretched his downfall, the better. In this, Ouyang Shui concurred with Su Yuan. Slowly tormenting him to the point of despair and death was the true essence of revenge. After they had distanced themselves, Su Yuan noticed Ouyang Shui appeared somewhat glum and inquired, what troubles you? Do you think I have been too cruel? Would it be better to simply strike him down? Ouyang Shui shook her head, pouting slightly. Are you serious about wooing Gu Xiaojia? Is that for real? Huh, is that the focal point here? The attention of women. Though I have no aversion to playing the role of Chow Chow, Su Yuan chuckled. How could that be? I merely wished to witness the expression of Lu Xiang's despair. Later, it wouldn't be impossible to use her for a bit of theatrical vengeance. That is not what I meant. Ouyang Shui blushed slightly, feeling uneasy upon hearing those words. I merely meant that if it is just acting, it wouldn't be out of the question. Just as she was lost in thought, Su Yuan suddenly leaned in closer and whispered, "Your Highness, if one day I were to fall into a state like Lu Xiang, stripped of my power and subject to bullying, I wish to know what you would do." Speak from the heart. Ouyang Shui's icy blue eyes shimmered slightly. If that day comes, anyone wishing to bully you must first pass through me. If I possess the strength, I shall seek revenge on your behalf, making them pay dearly. If not, I will take you far away, never to return to Dawn City. Su Yuan was taken aback and chuckled softly. Thank you, Your Highness. In this world, I am an orphan. At least I know that if I were to perish, there would be someone who would grieve for me. He then shifted the topic. However, Your Highness, how could you presume that I would meet such a fate? Can you not have a bit more faith in me? I am quite upset. Humph. Using a woman's means to defeat another woman. Ouyang Shui's expression changed dramatically. You are mocking me. And thus, a flurry of fists and kicks ensued. Su Yuan was left speechless. Shouldn't it be you who comforts me in this situation? Why are women so unreasonable? After a raucous exchange, Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui finally stumbled their way into the Sacred Beast Academy. Having heard rumors of Su Yuan's arrival, his childhood friend Huang Ming waved at him. As the two approached, he looked at Su Yuan with a hint of curiosity. Ah, Yuan, what happened to your face? Su Yuan cleared his throat abruptly. Ahem. I was scratched by a branch. The trees at your school are rather lush. A branch? It doesn't look like that at all. It seems more like a scratch from a fingernail, Huang Ming remarked, but Su Yuan deftly sidestepped the topic. Old Huang, let us not dwell on that. I have a matter to discuss. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Huang Ming chuckled. I've heard the news, Ah Yuan. You are now the captain of the Dawn Academy, here to gather intelligence, right? It's only been a month since we last met. And I'm still far from becoming a 2-star Beast Tamer. Yet you've already ascended to a 4-star level. How did I not notice your rapid advancement? He then added, by the way, who is this enchanting lady? She wouldn't happen to be your sister-in-law, would she? Ouyang Shui, upon hearing Huang Ming's words, felt her ears flush with color. Is that how others perceive our relationship? Su Yuan coughed twice. Ahem, old Huang. This is Her Royal Highness, the 3rd princess. Please refrain from jesting with her. Huang Ming was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Ouyang Shui, playfully twirling a strand of hair around her ear, seemed unperturbed. Ignorance is no sin. Huang Ming clutched his chest, casting a mildly reproachful glance at Su Yuan. You could have at least given me a heads up. Su Yuan laughed. All right, Brother Huang, you're right. You are my only friend here at the Sacred Beast Academy. After all, and I came to seek your help. Huang Ming, who came from a relatively well-off family compared to ordinary folk, had aided Su Yuan numerous times during his days of working and studying. Although they hadn't seen each other for a month, they maintained occasional contact. As they conversed, Su Yuan noticed a purplish bruise on Huang Ming's neck, suggesting some form of injury. Brother Huang, what happened to you? Huang Ming instinctively recoiled, adjusting his collar as if reluctant to divulge. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. What is going on? Is someone bullying you? No. Huang Ming hesitated before finally sighing. Ah Yuan, ISNT at you who is representing the Dawn Academy in the Beast Tamer competition? The seniors from the 4-star Academy know I'm your friend, and they... Well, it's nothing really. Just forget it, Ah Yuan. Huang Ming was known for his honest character and seldom instigated trouble. He was merely a target for those who habitually bullied others, taking advantage of his straightforward nature to satisfy their own desires for dominance. Su Yuan clenched his teeth, realizing that this wretched academy hadn't changed at all. Where there was one Lu Xiang, there were countless others. Brother Huang, take me to confront those who have wronged you. No need for that, Ah Yuan. Brother Huang, let me be candid. I have come not only to gather information, but also to make a scene. Since someone has crossed my path, I have no qualms about teaching them a lesson. How dare they bully my friend Su Yuan? They shall not escape unscathed. Brother Huang, after today, you should transfer to our academy as well. I suspect that once others learn of our connection, they will seek to trouble you, and I want to always be available to assist. Huang Ming hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ah Yuan is right. If you make a name for yourself in the Beast Tamer competition, my life may become quite difficult. All right, I shall heed your advice. Now that Su Yuan had grown immensely stronger, he was no longer the little brother who needed Huang Ming's concern. Okay, lead the way, Brother Huang, and along the way, enlighten me on the current situation at the Sacred Beast Academy. As they walked, their dialogue allowed Su Yuan to glean insights into the Academy's key players for this year's competition. Approximately 1,000 participants were registered, all being 4-star Beast Tamers, among whom were the 3 formidable individuals Su Yuan encountered in the Golden Dragon Pavilion, Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zongyang. Their beasts were not merely at the initial level of the celestial star. There were rumors that Gong Jing's beast had already reached the initial phase of the moonfall level. While it was uncertain if Sun Yi and Zhong Yang had achieved similar feats, to prepare for this Beast Tamer competition, the nobles had not only advanced the date, but also poured immense resources into ensuring Su Yuan's demise. They were truly willing to spare no expense. Aside from Su Yuan, others hoping to gain stellar progress would have to wait for the star's secret realm to open. And to elevate their beasts from celestial star to moonfall level would require a substantial amount of lunar power. It seemed the nobles had likely arranged a separate moon secret realm for these three to facilitate their rapid advancement. They surely had high hopes for them. Yet, if that were the case, it wouldn't pose a significant threat. The increase in individual strength was minimal. The real advantage lay in the specifics of that purple star heavenly pool. Home ground advantage was the greatest asset, and Su Yuan was entirely unaware of its intricacies. Likely walking into a trap. Unfortunately, Huang Ming did not possess deeper insights into the matter. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the entrance of the 4-star academy. Huang Ming pointed to a group of young men chatting under a tree. Those are the culprits, Gu Duo, Lu Wu, and Kai Shi. Lu Wu hails from the Lu family of the 9 elders, while the other 2 are merely ordinary noble offspring. All are 4-star beast tamers. Their beasts likely at the initial level of the celestial star. Su Yuan nodded. Since he was here to make a scene, there was no need for politeness. He led Huang Ming and Ouyang Shui forward. At that moment, the 3 young men were lounging by the flower bed under the tree. And upon noticing Huang Ming's arrival with company, they jeered, "Oh, isn't that Huang Ming, the childhood friend of that Su Yuan? What? Are you here to seek revenge on us? With him? Spare us, Gu Gu. He wouldn't even dare to make a peep if we dunked him in the water. If you know what's good for you, hand over your living expenses, and we won't beat you up this week." Kai Shi, spotting Ouyang Shui's graceful figure, gulped and leered. "Hey, this little lady is quite the beauty. Does she have a boyfriend? How about coming over to keep brother company?" Before he could finish, Su Yuan sprang forward, gripping Kai Shi's mouth and utilizing approximately 2,000 stars worth of power to crush the bones around his jaw. With a swift motion, he sent Kai Shi flying with a resounding slap. Kai Shi soared through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing into 6 large trees before landing harshly on the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. "Oh, my heart is pierced with pain," he wailed, blood staining his mouth and chest, a gruesome sight indeed. Gu Duo, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Who are you to commit such violence here?" Lu Wu exclaimed, "Exactly. This is the sacred Su Yuan could hardly be bothered to engage in idle chatter with them." With a single kick, he sent each of them sprawling, leaving 2 indented impressions on their chests. "Who am I? I am the one you speak of, Su Yuan. Do you dare to bully my friends? You must be tired of living." As these words echoed, the surrounding students, bewildered by the unfolding scene, gasped in astonishment. "Su Yuan. It's that Su Yuan. He actually returned to the Sacred Beast Academy. Is the esteemed academy truly a bastion where the strong bully the weak? Very well, I, Su Yuan, have come to settle the score. Is there anyone bold enough to confront me? Step forward." His resounding roar compelled numerous students from the 4-star academy to peek out. And several teachers soon made their presence known as well. "Who dares commit violence within the hallowed grounds of the Sacred Beast Academy? You audacious ruffian. To act so recklessly here, do you not grasp the gravity of your actions?" Several teachers and school leaders hastily converged. It had been ages since anyone dared to cause a ruckus at the Sacred Beast Academy, Su Yuan's previous incident notwithstanding. Especially not with such ferocity. Even the leaders from several miles away had heard the commotion. As the group of leaders approached, they recognized the bloodied figure before them. Su Yuan. How could he possibly be here? Why had he resorted to violence? The leaders were filled with uncertainty, for the truth was evident. Su Yuan's reputation had skyrocketed. He had even bested the formidable Lu family, making them think twice about crossing him. Rumor had it that he single-handedly annihilated 300 beast masters from the Lang and High camps within the city guard's secret realm. A feat that was nothing short of extraordinary. Today, he had come to their doorstep. Another vice principal, Gong Lei, spoke up. "Su Yuan, have we recently wronged you in any way? What brings you here to unleash such violence? Even if you are a celebrated genius, you cannot disregard the sanctity of the Sacred Beast Academy. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall hold you accountable, even to the Ministry of Education." Gong Lei's words were firm and accusatory. Su Yuan merely smiled calmly. "Might I inquire as to who you are?" "I am Gong Lei, Vice Principal of the Sacred Beast Academy." "Oh, yet another with the surname Gong. Vice Principal, without inquiring into the circumstances, you have hastily condemned me for my actions. Is that truly fair? Or does the Sacred Beast Academy, like the former Vice Principal Lu Yuan, prefer to pass judgment before investigating?" Gong Lei felt a chill within. This sharp-tongued Su Yuan was not one to be trifled with. He had invoked the cautionary tale of Lu Yuan, subtly warning the vice principal against repeating that misstep. However, retreat was not an option, for the sake of the Sacred Beast Academy, and for the Gong family's honor. Gong Lei asserted confidently, "What is there to investigate? Is it not plain as day? 3 of our students lie grievously injured at your hands. Could that possibly be fabricated?" Indeed, he was on solid ground. Su Yuan's brazen attack in broad daylight was indisputable. The injured students, sprawled on the ground, quickly chimed in. "Vice Principal, please seek justice on our behalf. We merely exchanged a few words, and Su Yuan assaulted us. It hurts. Woe is me. Vice Principal," he struck without provocation. "I have several broken bones. An old Kai's mouth is torn to shreds." Gong Lei nodded. "Rest assured, I shall ensure you receive justice." "Su Yuan, what do you have to say?" The other teachers, witnessing the scene, began to harbor animosity towards Su Yuan. While he was known for his affability among peers and in the military, it seemed he had revealed a more brutal side. Su Yuan smirked. "How does Vice Principal Gong know I have nothing to say? Firstly, that Kai sure spoke disrespectfully, brazenly attempting to flirt with the 3rd princess in public. My tearing of his mouth was quite lenient. Wouldn't you agree? Vice Principal, what punishment does one incur for such affront?" Kai Shi, now lying on the ground, turned ashen. The woman was a princess. Gong Lei mentally berated Kai Shi's ancestors for his foolishness. How could he dare to insult a princess? Ouyang Shui also stepped forward. "Indeed, Vice Principal, I said nothing. Yet this Kai Shi had the audacity to suggest I accompany him. How should we interpret that?" Gong Lei's expression darkened, as if he had swallowed something bitter. By law, he should lose an arm. Ouyang Shui shrugged. "So, Su Yuan has merely avenged me by tearing his mouth, and I shall spare him. Is there a problem with that? He was the one who spoke lewdly first, while I merely stood there in silence. Others can attest. This is not an abuse of power on my part." Indeed, it seemed that way. The girl, no, the princess, had not uttered a single word. Some classmates had even worried for her safety when confronted by 3 ruffians. Yet the outcome was unexpected. Gong Lei reluctantly conceded. "That does seem just. However, Su Yuan, the other 2 have not acted in such a manner, have they?" Having been bested, Gong Lei felt his authority wane, and he hoped the other 2 miscreants would not draw Su Yuan's ire. Su Yuan replied, "As for Lu Wu and Gu Duo, that is a different matter. Vice Principal Gong, you repeatedly assert that violence cannot be tolerated within the Sacred Beast Academy. Yet Gu Duo and Lu Wu openly bullied my friend Huang Ming, even injuring him. I merely returned the favor. Are Gu Duo and Lu Wu students of your esteemed academy, while my friend Huang Ming is not? Or is it that the Sacred Beast Academy recognizes 2 classes of students, those permitted to bully others and those destined to be bullied?" As he spoke, Huang Ming's bruises were laid bare for all to see, while the marks on Gu Duo and Lu Wu's chests mirrored Su Yuan's kick. The gathered crowd began to reconsider. Su Yuan's argument bore a semblance of logic. Gong Lei furrowed his brow, realizing that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a truth. Some noble youths had long been accustomed to bullying others without consequence, and now they had collided with Su Yuan. Director Li Jingwei interjected. "Vice Principal, since Su Yuan was merely defending his friend and the princess, should we not let this matter rest?" Su Yuan indeed had a point. Yet Gong Lei could not afford to back down. Su Yuan had already bested them nobility on several occasions, and soon, the Gong family and the Sacred Beast Academy would face Su Yuan in the Beastmaster competition. If he bowed now, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and his standing within the Gong family would be compromised. Gong Lei softened his tone. "Su Yuan, I shall not pass judgment on the princess's matter. You were right to defend your friend. Huang Ming is indeed a student of the Sacred Beast Academy, yet he failed to inform us, so we were unaware of the situation." Then, he shifted his stance. "You may claim that Gu Duo and Lu Wu have bullied others, and we shall punish them according to school rules, but that does not justify your open act of violence. If we allow such behavior, who would adhere to the rules of the Sacred Beast Academy? Would it not render our institution a playground for lawlessness?" Li Jingwei's heart sank. It was evident that Gong Lei had no intention of resolving this amicably. Su Yuan, however, felt a surge of excitement. If this ended too soon, it would be a regrettable loss for him. "You do not wish for this to end, and neither do I," Su Yuan declared, straightening his posture. "Vice Principal Gong, I have my reasons and believe I am justified. As for you, while I cannot assert that you are entirely in the wrong, your arguments do possess some merit. Perhaps we should entrust this matter to the Beastmasters to resolve through the sacred ritual of a duel, shall we? In the realm of Beastmasters, strength reigns supreme. When confronted with irreconcilable differences, we can invoke the ancient tradition of dueling among peers." Chapter 98. The arrival of Iho shocks the crowd. 45. Su Yuan's approach was one of retreating to advance. Gong Lei, acting from the perspective of upholding school regulations, found it challenging for others to criticize his stance. He was willing to discipline Lu Wu and Gu Duo according to the rules, thus reclaiming his authority while holding Su Yuan accountable. Yet, Su Yuan blurred the lines of right and wrong. In a situation where both parties held valid points, it was only fitting to submit everything to a duel among peers. Should you choose not to fight, you may either continue to retreat and seek peace, or escalate the situation further. However, if the latter occurs, the entire city will learn of the bullying at your Sacred Beast Academy, and I wonder how many ordinary families would wish to enroll their children here next year. Conversely, if you accept the challenge and are defeated, the city will know that Su Yuan triumphed over your Sacred Beast Academy. Gong Lei found himself in a quandary. Su Yuan had presented him with a conundrum. The most prudent course of action seemed to be to accept Su Yuan's proposal and strive for victory. However, the cunning aspect lay in the fact that Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang were currently immersed in rigorous training within the secret realm, preparing for the Beastmaster Grand Tournament, and were not present at the academy. He could not possibly disturb their training for such a trivial matter when the Grand Tournament loomed larger. With no other options, he had to concede. Even if he lost, it would only be a loss of personnel, not of dignity. Very well, I accept. We shall have half an hour to prepare. Moreover, since this was your initiative, we cannot summon the strongest Beastmasters from our 4-star academy on such short notice. Thus, you will face 3 lesser opponents consecutively. How does that sound? This proposal was hardly equitable, fighting against peers while facing 3 opponents in succession. If Su Yuan consented, they could save face if victorious, and both sides would refrain from excessive boasting, achieving a mutual satisfaction. Should Su Yuan decline, Gong Lei would seize the opportunity to quell the matter. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuan nodded. Excellent. Then please prepare, Vice Principal Gong. Gong Lei sighed inwardly. Indeed, they were going to fight. Very well. We shall meet at the Sacred Beast Arena in half an hour. We shall await your arrival. A wave of astonishment rippled through the students present. Another spectacle was about to unfold. Every time Su Yuan visited the Sacred Beast Academy, it seemed a grand event was inevitable. News spread rapidly throughout the academy. Some prepared themselves, not to defend the few wayward sons, but to uphold the dignity of the Sacred Beast Academy. Others, reveling in the chaos, anticipated the clash as mere entertainment. Meanwhile, some ambitious individuals even contacted reporters from the Dawn News. What began as a minor student dispute swiftly garnered considerable attention. Fueled by the enthusiasm of certain individuals, Su Yuan versus Sacred Beast Academy's 4-star academy. 1 against 3. Such phrases echoed throughout the campus. Numerous idle beastmasters, upon hearing of the impending excitement, flocked to witness the event. At this moment, Su Yuan awaited in the rest area of the Sacred Beast Arena, which was over twice the size of the Dawn Academy's arena, offering ample space. Inside the rest area, Ouyang Shui leaned closer, her gaze wandering elsewhere. Su Yuan, did you truly take offense to what that Kai fellow said earlier, or were you merely seizing the opportunity? Kai, you say? Su Yuan sighed. Of course. I am genuinely annoyed, my lady. I only devised a plan after tearing him apart verbally. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui felt a warmth in her heart and smiled softly. You must win. I shall be watching from above. Fear not, I cannot possibly lose. I am now powerful enough to make other Beastmasters question their existence. Ouyang Shui skipped away from the rest area, while Huang Ming gave a thumbs up to Su Yuan. Brother, you are truly impressive. Even the princess is enamored with you. If it were me, I would have lost my head. Fortune favors the bold. Su Yuan chuckled. Brother Huang, you should also come to watch. When I win, I will have Gong Lei release them. Thank you, Yuan. What need is there for thanks? We are comrades. After Huang Ming departed, Su Yuan closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. It was essential to showcase some strength in today's battle, to incite urgency among the nobles and elicit their true capabilities. With the spirit communication jade and the heart of the Blood Clan, I am assured of my survival. Half an hour later, the Sacred Beast Arena buzzed with anticipation. Su Yuan had once again become the center of attention, his allure drawing in over 10,000 spectators. However, amidst the post-war reconstruction efforts, the notable figures were preoccupied, resulting in few attending the event. As Su Yuan stepped onto the arena, he received the names of his opponents, Tang Wenfu, Chun Gang, and Yu Yang, ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th respectively in the Sacred Beast Academy's 4-star rankings. Just behind Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang, they had adopted the most orthodox wheel battle strategy, intending to exhaust Su Yuan's stamina, leaving Tang Wenfu to deliver the final blow. Previously, Su Yuan would have been concerned about the toll of a wheel battle, but now, he felt no trepidation, for the Abyssal Witch's unique abilities rendered her least susceptible to such tactics. Mo, this time I plan to rely solely on you. Can you handle it? After gentle persuasion from her sisterhood, Hong Imo seemed to have softened, her aggression diminished, and she replied quietly, of course. As Su Yuan prepared, the opponents were also ready to enter the arena. Just as Gong Lei was about to declare the commencement, an unexpected visitor stirred a tremendous commotion. A woman in white, stepping gracefully upon a crane, approached, her long hair cascading down her back, clad in snow-white attire. With delicate features, arched brows, and willow-shaped eyes, she embodied an ethereal yet haughty beauty. Her figure was slender yet not emaciated, alluring yet modestly concealed beneath her white garments, exuding an ancient charm that could not obscure her striking beauty. She was Yi-Ho, the absolute paragon of the previous generation at the Sacred Beast Academy. A woman who stood shoulder to shoulder with men. She had arrived. A genius and a beauty, undoubtedly the campus belle of the previous cohort. She was the goddess in the hearts of all junior students. Was she here to cheer for our Sacred Beast Academy? The crowd could not help but wonder. It was only fitting, given Su Yuan's formidable presence against the Dawn Academy. She would not let them overshadow her. Even Tang Wenfu and his companions felt their hearts racing. Previously, they could only admire Yi-Ho from afar. Today, she had come to support them. The thought alone was exhilarating. Gong Lei chuckled. Have you come to encourage the junior students? Yet, Yi-Ho merely shook her head, too disinterested to respond. Instead, she leapt down from the crane and walked towards Su Yuan. Just as everyone assumed Yi-Ho was preparing to confront him, an astonishing moment rendered everyone frozen in place. Yi-Ho spoke first. I came to see you. Su Yuan smiled. Sister Yi, are you certain it's wise for them to witness this? It matters not. I wish to see you win. Chapter 99. Instant Kill, the most terrifying beast master. The Abyssal Witch. 55. All the faculty and students of the Sacred Beast Academy were petrified on the spot. They could hardly fathom that the goddess revered by many, the strongest newcomer, the paragon among the young graduates of Sacred Beast Academy, and a prominent figure in Dawn City, Yi-Ho, had shown no regard for her own institution. Instead, she had the audacity to seek out Su Yuan, who was currently embroiled in conflicts with the academy. What was even more outrageous was Su Yuan's endearing address of Sister Yi, which dripped with sweetness and intimacy. For such an extended period, who among the Sacred Beast Academy had maintained a good rapport with Yi-Ho, the aloof Ice Queen, who seemed to keep everyone at arm's length? Conversing with her was a miracle in itself, let alone her initiating a dialogue. Now, she was warmly greeting Su Yuan and even expressing her desire to see him triumph. This was excessive. The younger students from Sacred Beast Academy were utterly shaken. Ah, my heart aches. Why does Senior Yi support Su Yuan? I can't take it anymore. Support? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought they were siblings. Just look at how familiar they are. Who has ever been that close to Yi-Ho? I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Can't our three from the academy team up to take down Su Yuan? I refuse to believe this. I must be dreaming. Please, wake me up. Meanwhile, the spectators, who were not from Sacred Beast Academy, were reveling in the spectacle, their laughter radiating joy as they witnessed such a grand comedy. Can't contain it any longer, brothers. ISNT Sacred Beast Academy supposed to be formidable? Why are they turning their elbows outward? Need I say more? It merely indicates that the male compatriots of Sacred Beast Academy are lacking. Yi-Ho doesn't even regard them. The one she chooses to acknowledge is Su Yuan. Putting aside strength, merely considering character and appearance, he is indeed a worthy contender for Sacred Beast Academy. The scene erupted into chaos as Yi-Ho's unexpected appearance left many from Sacred Beast Academy feeling embarrassed. The most awkward of all was Gong Lei, who could not say a word against her. After all, she was now the Grand Commander of the white-clad guards, her status far surpassing his. Su Yuan scratched his head. Sister Yi, are you trying to incite hatred for me? His inquiry to Yi-Ho about whether it was okay for the nobles to know seemed to suggest that their relationship was not amicable. Yi-Ho's response indicated that their rapport had always been strained, perhaps even hostile. As for Yi-Ho herself, ever since Su Yuan had opened the bronze giant gate, her demeanor towards him had notably shifted from cold to warm, as if there were underlying secrets at play. However, she remained silent, and Su Yuan felt it inappropriate to pry. He would wait for her to speak first. On the stage, Ouyang Shui observed the scene with a tinge of envy and a hint of realization. Indeed, Ning Xian and Yi-Ho were not individuals typically within Su Yuan's circle. The only plausible explanation was that Su Yuan had met them that fateful night, and the following day, the news of the Red Heart Demon Thieves operation had surfaced. While they may not be members, there was definitely some connection. Being women, Ouyang Shui could instantly perceive that the glances exchanged between Yi-Ho were anything but ordinary. It wasn't quite love, yet it evidently transcended mere friendship, akin to someone parched in the desert spotting an oasis. She would have to inquire further. As Yi-Ho ascended to the subjective battle stage, Gong Lei darkly announced. I hereby declare the duel between Su Yuan and our Sacred Beast Academy's 4-star academy officially commenced. Both parties have agreed to exert their utmost efforts. However, this is not a life and death contract. It adheres to the principle of moderation, and should a fatal moment arise, I will intervene. Do either of you have any objections? This rule seemed to favor Sacred Beast Academy, given that Gong Lei, as the referee, could easily delay his intervention if Su Yuan faced danger, while he could act swiftly should Sacred Beast Academy be endangered. Su Yuan had yet to respond. To everyone's astonishment, Iiho interjected, one referee can only protect one side. That seems inadequate. Count me in. Goodness. Many students from Sacred Beast Academy were once again left reeling. This was clearly a concern over Gong Lei's potential bias. Signorie, how could you do this? Not only had she initiated a greeting, but she was also volunteering to assist. This was truly overwhelming. It wasn't just the ordinary students. Even the competitors Tang Wenfu, Chen Gang, and Yu Yang clutched their hearts, seemingly feeling a pang of agony. Tang Wenfu gritted his teeth. Damn it. We must defeat Su Yuan decisively, so that Senior E realizes he is untrustworthy. Exactly. The three spoke in unison. Iiho's overt enthusiasm left Su Yuan feeling embarrassed. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly feigned humility. I have no objections. Let us begin, Vice Principal Gong. Gong Lei's expression grew darker. What on earth was happening today? Yu Yang, Su Yuan, prepare to commence. Let us get this started. Regardless, today's Sacred Beast Academy would become the subject of ridicule. That despicable Iiho, the ingrate. Oh, but she was a genius, having only been here for less than a year. It seems she owed no debt of gratitude. Alas, alas. Gong Lei sighed and stepped back, leaving the stage to Su Yuan and Yu Yang. Yu Yang gritted his teeth. Make your move, Su Yuan. You will regret this. Watch how I take you down. Su Yuan clutched his heart. Oh dear, I'm so frightened. If I get hurt, I can only have Sister E soothe me. Yu Yang was even angrier now. Damn, you wretched creature. Yu Yang summoned his 4 beast companions, the Water Phoenix Butterfly, the Light and Dark Nether Tiger, the Crimson Gale Hawk, and the Purple Thunder Flying Rabbit. All of them had an initial rarity of A and, after breaking through, the rarity of S among the advanced beasts of the Deep Star. Initially, his task was to wear down Su Yuan's beasts, paving the way for the latter two. However, spurred by the earlier provocation, Yu Yang felt he had to unleash a powerful attack. Yet, what unfolded next was utterly unforeseen. Su Yuan did not summon all his beasts. He merely conjured a misty figure enshrouded in red-black fog, obscuring its form. With only a long scythe and a blood-red spear faintly vis in the Sacred Beast Academy, 15. What manner of beast is this? The power it possesses is utterly terrifying. Yu Yang was instantaneously defeated without any means of resistance. The most alarming aspect is that Su Yuan summoned a single beast to achieve a crushing victory against 4 opponents. The might of this beast is somewhat sinister. It not only wields a scythe imbued with the aura of death, but also commands a spear forged from blood essence, capable of assaulting souls and transforming adversaries' beasts into mere puppets, an embodiment of slaughter and the force of the soul. How could such an abominable beast exist? Yu Yang's devastating defeat sent a shiver through the hearts of the students at the Sacred Beast Academy. They had long heard tales of Su Yuan's formidable prowess, witnessed the soaring red dragon and the mastery of ice and snow, and heard of miraculous feats on the battlefield. Yet, they had never encountered such a fearsome power. Is this the new beast that Su Yuan summoned upon breaking through to the 4-star Beastmaster rank? Truly formidable. For a moment, the students at the Sacred Beast Academy fell silent, awestruck by Su Yuan's might. However, Su Yuan showed no signs of relenting. It seemed he had no intention of releasing Yu Yang's beast. The life puppet could command those slain by Hong Mo and their beasts, while the Soul Snatcher could imprison the souls of the beasts, placing them in a state of false death to forge life puppets. The limit for life puppets is 10 of the same rank, and they were far from that threshold. Gong Lei interjected, Su Yuan, this should be enough. You've already won. Why not return Yu Yang's beast? A winner should exhibit grace, right? It's not a life and death duel. Do you intend to destroy his beast? Su Yuan replied with a smile. Oh no. I intend to fight 3 matches. I will return all the beasts I defeat. But this is merely the first victory, is it not? What? Does Vice Principal Gong intend to concede? How despicable. Does this not mean the next battle will devolve into a skirmish between Yu Yang and Chen Gang, while Su Yuan reaps the rewards? Gong Lei fumed. His cheeks puffed with indignation. Su Yuan, this cannot be generalized. It violates the rules. Quickly return Yu Yang's beast. Before Su Yuan could retort, Iiho interjected. Oh? The Sacred Beast Arena is akin to a battlefield. Do you expect your enemy to show you mercy? When did the school I attended become so incapable of handling defeat? Do not be so naive, Gonglei. Losing a match is one thing, but losing your beasts is another. With a sharp retort, Iho delivered another blow to the students of the Sacred Beast Academy, one that struck deep. Many began to grumble. Senior, I beg you. Do not side with Su Yuan. You cannot turn your back on us. If you continue this way, I shall cease to admire you. I have never seen seniors so heartless. It hurts, it truly hurts. Others, who were not from the Sacred Beast Academy, joined in the jeering. Wow. Your academy cannot handle defeat at all. Rules? Bah, what rules? He the Great is right. The Sacred Beast Arena is a battlefield. The great leader does not stand with Su Yuan. He stands for fairness and justice. If you cannot compete, do not blame the road for being uneven. It is your students from the Sacred Beast Academy who are lacking, which is why they favor Su Yuan. Frustration mounted, overwhelming Gonglei, who realized that further debate would only lead to greater embarrassment. He could only announce, prepare for the next match, Su Yuan versus Chun Gang. Begin. Upon taking the stage, Chun Gang offered no verbal provocation. Such tactics would only lead to his own demise against Su Yuan. He immediately summoned forth his beasts, the iron-eating monkey, the sacred peak bird, the spirit fiber fox, and the silver fire red-eyed eagle. His strength was slightly superior to Yu Yang's, perhaps a 60-40 split. However, facing Su Yuan, he felt no confidence, especially given that Su Yuan still controlled Yu Yang's beasts. At the onset of the duel, Su Yuan did not deploy the Abyssal Witch, but instead commanded Yu Yang's 4 beasts, the Water Phoenix Butterfly, the Light Dark Nether Tiger, the Red Clever Eagle, and the Purple Lightning Flying Rabbit, to engage in fierce combat against Chun Gang's beasts. The battle devolved into 4 individual one-on-ones, though Chun Gang's beasts were marginally stronger. Defeating Yu Yang's beasts in a direct confrontation would require considerable effort, with no guarantee of a swift victory. Conversely, Su Yuan's strategy was insidious. He would wait until he observed which of Chun Gang's beasts could not withstand the pressure, then let Hong Imo step in for the final blow. Every time the blood essence spear grazed one of Chun Gang's beasts, their vitality diminished significantly, their state deteriorating rapidly. And soon they found themselves at a disadvantage even in one-on-one encounters. Despite his reluctance to concede, Chun Gang aimed to eliminate the beasts controlled by Yu Yang to clear some obstacles for Tang Wenfu. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the more he desired this, the worse the condition of his 4 beasts became. Ultimately, Hong Imo unleashed her talent. Mythical Soul Snatcher, Mythical Life Puppet. In a moment of distraction, Chun Gang's 4 beasts fell under Su Yuan's control. The 300-year-old girl wielding the pitch-black scythe, seated upon a swirling mist of red and black, effortlessly overwhelmed Chun Gang. As long as one lacked the ability to resist mental assaults, Hong Imo was invincible within the Sacred Beast Arena. Not only did she remain unfazed by a war of attrition, but it was Chun Gang who should be wary of such tactics. The pressure mounted for Tang Wenfu. Gonglei had intended to say something, but Iho's gaze informed him that such efforts would be futile, compelling him to announce the beginning of the 3rd match with a heavy heart. Tang Wenfu felt deeply unfortunate. He had hoped to showcase the strength of being the 4th strongest at the Sacred Beast Academy. With 2 SS-level beasts and 2 S-level beasts, he was significantly stronger than both Chun Gang and Yu Yang. However, the situation he now faced was 4 beasts against 1 + 8, 9 against 4. Although the war of attrition favored the Sacred Beast Academy, the numerical advantage lay with Su Yuan. Is there no justice in this? Is there no law? How unfortunate. His strength was indeed not weak. If it were not for Hong Imo, had it been Long Yao and the Snow Maiden, even 2 SS-level beasts would require a fierce struggle to claim victory. However, this 9 against 4 forced Tang Wenfu, who already had the disadvantage, to retreat step by step. Are your SS-level Qingming Wind Phoenix and Bixiao Wind Demon Elephant powerful? Yes, they are strong, but I will allocate 3 beasts to contend against you alone, leaving 1 for one-on-one combat. Hong Imo would linger on the periphery, occasionally inflicting damage. You initially held a slight advantage, as expected from an SS-level beast. But with each strike from Hong Mo's blood-soaked blade and the Grim Reaper's scythe, your advantage waned, and you soon found yourself at a disadvantage, ultimately overwhelmed. Defeated, Tang Wenfu sank to the ground, shouting in defiance, no. Yet, his energy depleted, he collapsed. In contrast, Su Yuan appeared completely unfazed by the exertion and fulfilled his promise, releasing Yu Yang's and Chun Gang's beasts. Within the Sacred Beast Arena, the silence that had initially prevailed erupted into a cacophony. Victory. Incredible. 1 against 3. The most astonishing part is that he achieved this with only 1 beast, utterly dismantling the trio from the Sacred Beast Academy. How extraordinarily powerful. Although the strongest trio of the Sacred Beast Academy was absent, even if they were present. Could Zongyang truly achieve 1 against 3? Not merely unlikely, it is impossible. Zongyang attempted it once and faltered after two. By the third bout, he was exhausted. Look at Su Yuan, single-handedly triumphing over 3 beasts. I have truly witnessed a miracle. To Su Yuan, this event cannot be regarded as miraculous. It can only be deemed reasonable, exceedingly reasonable, indeed. Chapter 101, Compensation. The Sacred Beast Academy concedes defeat. 25. At this moment, countless students of the Sacred Beast Academy buried their faces in their hands, lamenting. This moment marked the resurgence of all those who had been oppressed by the Sacred Beast Academy. The fierce battles within the Sacred Beast Arena undoubtedly elevated Su Yuan to an esteemed position. From a purely strength standpoint, not only did he flawlessly execute a 1-against-3 maneuver, but he also left his adversaries utterly defeated. Some individuals, prior to the match, believed this to be a fortuitous circumstance. Even in defeat, it would still serve a positive purpose. Why was this seen as beneficial? It was simply a hope that Tang Wenfu and Chun Gang could draw forth Su Yuan's capabilities, clearing some obstacles for Gong Jing and others in their quest for victory in the Beast Tamer tournament. Naturally, winning would be preferable. However, should they lose and Gong Jing prevail, the championship could be considered a shared triumph among the three. As for Yu Yang, it was merely a matter of fate. Yet, what transpired? One of their Beast Tamers decisively dominated them. They found themselves utterly powerless, experiencing a profound humiliation. What strategies did Su Yuan employ in his beast taming? What foundational celestial bodies did he possess? What abilities did his beasts acquire after the second evolution at the celestial star level? They remained completely oblivious to these critical details. This ignorance was the most terrifying aspect. Throughout the encounter, Su Yuan scarcely focused on the battle, leaving everything to Hong Mo, who effortlessly overwhelmed them. Would Gong Jing and his companions truly have prevailed had they given their all? It seemed highly unlikely. At this moment, the most awkward individual was undoubtedly Gong Lei. His face was darkened to an almost sinister degree. Yi Ho coldly remarked, "Gong Lei, the outcome is clear." This was a prompt for him to swiftly announce the victor and offer his apologies to Su Yuan. Clenching his teeth, Gong Lei resentfully communicated, "Yi Ho, you are both a student of the Sacred Beast Academy and a member of the Yi family. Do you not fear the repercussions from your kin for your blatant favoritism towards Su Yuan?" However, in the next moment, he found Yi Ho's gaze chillingly fierce, like a sharp blade poised to strike him down. What was this situation? Was the Yi family at odds with Yi Ho? Gong Lei had no doubt that should he exhibit even the slightest sign of rebellion, Yi Ho would likely act against him without hesitation. After a moment of inner turmoil, he rose and declared, "I hereby announce that in the duel against the Sacred Beast Academy's 4-Star Institute, the victor is Su Yuan. According to the rules of dueling, Su Yuan, you have won. Speak your terms." The Sacred Beast Academy concedes. The crowd regained their senses. Ah, indeed, this was a duel. Stakes had been wagered. They had been so engrossed in the fierce battle and Yi Ho's presence that they had entirely forgotten this crucial fact. Su Yuan cleared his throat and stated, "Quite simple. 2 conditions. First, Lu Wu, Gu Duo, Kai Shi, and others who engaged in bullying shall face severe punishment according to school regulations. If I recall correctly, expulsion is warranted. Is it not? Additionally, Kai Shi spoke inappropriately. According to the law, he should lose an arm. However, having already torn his mouth for His Highness, I propose 40 lashes as a reasonable adjustment." This was indeed a fair request, and Su Yuan's objective was achieved without being excessive. Gong Lei reluctantly nodded, agreed. "Second, my friend Huang Ming will undoubtedly face targeting if he remains in your academy. I request his transfer to our Dawn Academy without obstruction. Furthermore, you must compensate Huang Ming with 3 treasures of the heavens and 10 high-level beast eggs. Is my demand too much?" It was not excessive, yet it was not insignificant either. This was nearly the threshold Gong Lei was willing to concede. This was primarily not about the money. It was about face. For the second time this year, a student from the Sacred Beast Academy was compelled to transfer due to the Academy's unfairness. The last time was that wretched Su Yuan. Coupled with the compensation, it felt as if they were being forced to admit fault. However, if he refused now, Su Yuan would certainly seize the opportunity to escalate the matter, further diminishing the Academy's reputation and possibly incurring even greater losses. "Fine, I concede." The longer Gong Lei hesitated, the greater his humiliation became. A chorus of boos erupted throughout the Sacred Beast Arena at the moment Gong Lei acquiesced. It was not only a derisive response to the vice principal who had been humiliated, but also directed at the defeated trio and the other students of the Sacred Beast Academy. Reporters from various newspapers, including the Dawn Report, swiftly captured the scene. What a sensational headline. Indeed, following Su Yuan always yielded rewards. The most soul-crushing moment came afterward when Yi Ho, without a backward glance, followed Su Yuan back to the lounge. Truly, she exhibited no desire to even glance at her junior peers. What was expected to be a fierce rivalry instead unfolded as a scene of a tiger among sheep. And the tiger even took away their goddess, driving this group to the brink of madness. Chaos engulfed the scene as a horde of irrational EEHO fans surged forward, hurling cups and banana peels at the defeated Tang Wenfu, Chen Gang, and Yu Yang in a fit of rage, resulting in a brawl that dismantled any semblance of order. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had already prepared to make a discreet exit. The outcome was highly favorable. He had avenged his childhood friend Huang Ming, secured him a promising future, and dealt a significant blow to the Sacred Beast Academy. Once this incident spread, the morale at Dawn Academy would surely soar, and no one would dare to question Su Yuan's standing any longer. Ultimately, it served as a warning to the aristocracy, heightening their tension. Did they wish to eliminate me in the Beast Tamer tournament? They should prepare a little more. In the lounge, Huang Ming sighed repeatedly at Yuan. I never imagined you would become so formidable in less than a month. Thank you, Yuan. Su Yuan gently thumped his chest. Brother Huang, we are like family. Without your assistance back then, I would have struggled to even find enough to eat. It is only right. Brother Huang, please hurry and pack your things. I've already spoken with Li Jingwei regarding the formalities. You can move today. Huang Ming nodded, all right, and hurriedly left to gather his belongings. Soon, only Su Yuan, Yi Ho, and Ouyang Shui remained in the lounge. He scratched his head, perplexed by the somewhat strange atmosphere. Su Yuan cleared his throat. Thank you, Sister Yi, for coming to support me. This outcome would not have been possible without you. She simply replied. Indeed, she was rather cold and taciturn, making it challenging to find common ground for conversation. Iho paused for a moment and said, in the Beast Tamer tournament, I look forward to your performance. Su Yuan, do not falter. Her tone was exceedingly solemn, imbued with a hint of concern. Su Yuan smiled. Rest assured, I will certainly win. Sister Yi, remember to place a bet on me. You might earn a little profit. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Iho replied before turning to depart. Su Yuan was left confused. Was she attempting to draw closer or maintain her distance? Such an enigmatic woman. Surely, she must be trying to establish a rapport? Turning back, Ouyang Shui teased, calling her sister Yi so sweetly. How charming. Her laughter carried an undercurrent of tension. Are you feeling jealous, Your Highness? You may have misunderstood. I assure you, there is nothing between us. To be honest, we were merely acquaintances before. Her sudden warmth is somewhat perplexing. Perhaps it is my damn charm at work. Su Yuan shrugged. Ouyang Shui continued to chuckle. Keep pretending. That night when you stealthily slipped out, was it to meet the demigod and this Commander E? After all, the following day, that incident occurred, and you inexplicably gained several new friends. To my astonishment, even the lie detector that my father once influenced during the entrance examination could deceive you. Su Yuan smirked slightly. Is this what they call a woman's sixth sense? How could she guess so accurately? Furrowing his brows, Su Yuan recalled the guild regulations that forbade any disclosure, even if Ouyang Shui had surmised the truth. He could not admit to it. Fortunately, Ouyang Shui sighed and said, rest assured, our Ouyang family bears no grievances against you, and I shall not harm you in any way. Perhaps you have your own unspoken difficulties. I shall not divulge them to others. Now let us return. This operation has somewhat subdued the Saint Beast Academy and boosted our morale, making things much easier moving forward. Su Yuan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Your Highness. The two did not linger, as the Saint Beast Academy was in a state of chaotic disarray, a place they could ill afford to remain in for long, and they hastily departed. After their exit, the Saint Beast Academy promptly convened all students of the 4-Star Institute for a briefing. It was said that Gong Lei delivered a vehement address to all students, declaring that this day would be remembered as the day of disgrace for the Saint Beast Academy. He warned that if they did not secure victory in the upcoming Beastmaster competition, all students would face a year's extension of their studies and a halving of resources. This unforeseen calamity weighed heavily on the hearts of the young Beastmasters, who vowed to defeat Su Yuan in the competition. They wished to triumph over Su Yuan in front of Iho and reclaim their goddess. The following day, news of Su Yuan's exploits at the Saint Beast Academy unsurprisingly made the front page. Remarkably, this time there was no need for sensational headlines. Merely showcasing the moment of recognition between Su Yuan and Iho was sufficient to captivate and shock the public. That captured moment, combined with the humiliating defeat of the Saint Beast Academy, became the talk of the entire Dawn City, especially when the news reached the Dawn Academy. The entire institution erupted with excitement. I had already predicted Su Yuan would dominate the Saint Beast Academy. Why didn't you believe me? Look, a beast master capable of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly. Who else could achieve such a feat? Can the 3 little kings of the Saint Beast Academy do that? Absolutely not. I'm dying of laughter. The so-called goddess genius of the Saint Beast Academy doesn't even regard them. Once Brother Yuan makes his move, his charm is irresistible. Chu Wenyan, how dare you compete with brother Yuan for the captaincy? Thankfully, you two didn't engage in a spar, or you would have been consumed by your inner demons. Forget it. If I were to face Su Yuan, I would probably suffer an even worse defeat. Truly, it's better to offend anyone than to offend Su Yuan. He single-handedly tramples the Saint Beast Academy. It's astonishing. We are guaranteed to win the upcoming Beast Master competition. Absolutely guaranteed. The Beast Master competition is a team event, with brother Yuan on our side. Our chances are significantly bolstered. We must also strive to improve ourselves, so as not to hold brother Yuan back. Indeed, the Dawn Academy was invigorated by Su Yuan's triumph. And the timing was impeccable. With less than 15 days until the Beast Master competition, it was the perfect moment for a concentrated effort. Humans, by nature, tend to be complacent. Striving for relentless competition contradicts biological instinct. A surge of motivation might last about 10 days, while the more lethargic among them could manage only 3 or 4 days. Regardless, the timing was perfectly aligned. In the West District, at the Li family estate, the 9 elders exchanged glances, each enveloped in silence. The heads of the Li, Ning, Gong, Yi, Lu, Heng, Sun, Zong, and Gu families, collectively known as the 9 elders, had gathered here. They were aware of the news. Su Yuan's combat prowess far exceeded their expectations. Ning Fenghong spoke up, Yunhe. In comparison to Gong Jing, who was stronger, him or Su Yuan? This was a question of great urgency for all present. Their intent to eliminate Su Yuan hinged on a death duel between Gong Jing and Su Yuan at the Beast Master competition. Gong Yunhe shook his head. Su Yuan may indeed be stronger. Although Jing has reached the Falling Moon tier with his Beast Master, I cannot guarantee he would triumph over Su Yuan. After all, the gap between the Falling Star and Falling Moon tiers is not as vast as that between Gold and Falling Star. While he spoke of uncertainty, inwardly he felt a tinge of trepidation. A single Falling Star had pierced through 3 4-star Beast Masters. It was conceivable that only Gong Jing's Falling Moon Beast could achieve such a feat, yet it remained a gamble. Li Jianli remarked, it matters not. We cannot rely solely on Gong Jing to eliminate Su Yuan. We must depend on the lethal strategies we prepared at the Ziwei Star Lake. Sun Wuxuo, the head of the Sun family, added, indeed, even if Gong Jing, Yi and Zhong Yang cannot defeat Su Yuan, we can still utilize the challenges set at the Ziwei Star Lake to eliminate him. Placing their hopes on merely 3 youngsters was not the custom of the nobility. They preferred to employ foolproof methods. Li Jianli nodded. Let us set that matter aside for now. Yi Kanglin, what is the situation between Su Yuan and Yi Ho? Is she not the head of your White Garb Guards? The head of the Yi family, Yi Kanglin, chuckled wryly. Gentlemen, are you not aware of that girl's temperament? Resolving this will require time. Moreover, the previous leader of the White Garb Guards was her parent. The loyalty of the White Garb Guards to this young master is unwavering. Her closeness to Su Yuan is merely to provoke us. What can I do? Should I disregard the White Garb Guards? Even if I wished to eliminate Yi Ho, would the king allow it? It might have been possible a few years ago, before her talents emerged, but now it is too late. The assembled heads of families fell silent. This matter was indeed a source of great frustration. After all, it was not every day that a true prodigy emerged among the nobility, one who could stand as a beacon across all city-states. Initially, she had the potential to become the leader of the younger generation among the 10 elders. Yet, that incident had left Yi Ho with lingering doubts. And now there was no way to rid themselves of her. The king would not idly watch as they persecuted a crucial talent of Dawn City. Li Jianli sighed. Very well, let us not dwell on this matter for now. Let us release the information that Gong Jing has achieved a breakthrough in the secret realm. We cannot allow Su Yuan to overshadow us. We must ensure he is eliminated within the secret realm. The next day, the news from the Dawn report took a fresh turn. The announcement that Gong Jing had advanced his Beast Master to the Falling Moon tier within the secret realm spread like wildfire. An exclusive scoop revealed that Gong Jing boldly claimed he could defeat Su Yuan with just a pinky finger. Emotional entanglements? Gong Jing, infatuated with the princess, was determined to win back his beloved. A third-party expose hinted at Su Yuan's deep bond with the princess, suggesting they had secretly committed to each other, leaving the infatuated suitors with nothing in the end. In summary, while the nobility sought to bolster Gong Jing's reputation, the narrative was skewed by a band of unscrupulous writers. Chapter 103. The Beast Master Competition, schedule announced. As the end of October approached, various academies were eagerly preparing for the forthcoming grand event, the Dawn City Inter-Academy Beast Master Competition. The venue was the Ziwei Star Lake, a secret realm graciously provided by Gong Yunhe of the Gong family. The Ziwei Star, regarded as the master of astrology, had long been considered the imperial star, the most esteemed celestial body. Compared to the Big Dipper, the power of the Ziwei Star bore an imperial gravitas. Any beast master favored by the Ziwei Emperor star often went on to achieve great success in their future endeavors. Although the ownership of the Ziwei Star's secret realm rested with the Gong family, it did not grant them the liberty to allow just anyone to gain the star's favor within the Ziwei Star Lake. The secret realm was a natural wonder, entirely unconstructed by human hands, thus establishing three formidable challenges beneath the Imperial Star. Only those who could surpass these three trials would have the opportunity to earn the Emperor Star's favor. The Gong family's sole advantage lay in their ability to invest rare treasures to garner some goodwill from the Ziwei Emperor Star, thereby easing the difficulty of the challenges set forth. In relative terms, despite the fact that the Beastmaster tournament is organized at the behest of the Gong family, few dare to question its fairness. However, this year's Beastmaster tournament is destined to unfold far differently than in previous years. The atmosphere is rife with tension and anticipation even before the battle commences. The mortal struggle between Su Yuan and Gong Jing, the entanglements of Su Yuan with the aristocracy, and the romantic complexities involving Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui, and Gong Jing have captured the fascination of the citizens of Dawn City. It goes without saying that a multitude supports Su Yuan, fervently hoping he can once again thwart the machinations of the nobility. Upon receiving the competition schedule, Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar. The introduction was astonishingly simplistic. The Beastmaster tournament is set to take place on October 31st, where all Beastmasters will enter the Ziwang Star Secret Realm, facing three major trials to reach the final Ziwang Star Heavenly Pool. The extent of the star power one can harvest does not depend on individual strength, but rather on the favor bestowed by the Ziwang Star. Beyond this, there were no further explanations. What are the three major trials? And how does one earn the favor of the Ziwang Star? How is one to conduct research on such matters? In light of this, Su Yuan inquired of Ouyang Shui, who shook her head in response. The Ziwang Star Secret Realm is unlike any other secret realm. The trials are generated by the Ziwang Emperor Star, and what they test depends entirely on what the Ziwang Emperor Star produces on that day. Moreover, the difficulty varies for each participant. It does not seem to be random. Some face trials of exceedingly high difficulty, while others find theirs quite manageable. Of course, it is said that the greater the difficulty of the trials one overcomes, the more likely one is to receive the favor of the Ziwang Emperor Star. Although the Gong family can provide their children with heavenly materials and treasures for protection, this merely facilitates the reception of star power from the Ziwang Emperor Star. No one from the Gong family has ever received its favor. However, your sister Yi is the last person to have gained the favor of the Ziwang Emperor Star. Perhaps you could consult her. Yi-ho, if I message her, will she respond? Su Yuan pondered. Well, I suppose it's worth a try. Once he found a moment of solitude, he took out his communication jade and sent a message to Red Heart 5. Red Heart 7. Is Sister E there? I have something to ask you. Red Heart 5. Ask. As expected, her replies were terse. Su Yuan typed. Red Heart 7. I'm about to participate in the Beastmaster tournament. Does Sister E know anything about the Ziwang Star Heavenly Pool? Aren't you the last to have received the favor of the Ziwang Emperor Star? Red Heart 5. I do not know. Not knowing? A question mark appeared above Su Yuan's head. How could she possibly not know? Red Heart 5. Those who gain the favor of the Emperor Star have their memories erased. I cannot remember. Ah, so that is how it is. The Ziwang Star Secret Realm is indeed mysterious. Red Heart 7. Thank you, Sister E. I appreciate your help. With no clear direction, it seems he would have to face whatever comes his way. It is no wonder the nobility chose such a location. Su Yuan began to grasp the calculations of the aristocrats. Although the specifics eluded him, the general direction was unmistakable, to create a place where Su Yuan could not perform miracles. The Ziwang Star Heavenly Pool is entirely controlled by the Emperor Star, rendering Su Yuan's previous strategy of manipulating the terrain, as he did in the Yaowang snowfield, entirely impossible. In a scenario devoid of miraculous possibilities, the nobility would utilize heavenly materials and treasures to ensure Gong Jing and his ilk could easily reach the final heavenly pool, while Su Yuan and his companions would be hindered by the three major trials. Ultimately, they would leverage their numerical superiority to crush him, leaving him no avenue for survival. Furthermore, the Gong family has visited the Ziwang Star Secret Realm multiple times and may have laid some traps within. It could very well become Gong Jing's home field advantage. Upon reflection, Su Yuan realized his chances were indeed slim, especially since he was merely an ordinary 4-star Beastmaster. Nevertheless, he chose to remain indifferent. There was little more he could do to enhance his combat capabilities for the time being. Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, Fu Jia, and Hong Mo had long since maximized their star source progress, with only a breakthrough to lunar level and the power of the moon remaining. He would wait and see what strategies the aristocracy had in store for him. On October 31st, the day of the Beastmaster tournament arrived. Throughout Dawn City, various locations broadcast the event, with imaging companies capturing the live footage of the tournament and transmitting it into every household. Everyone gathered to witness this moment. This occasion serves as a platform for ordinary citizens and low-star beastmasters to appreciate the talents of the younger generation. It is also an opportunity for various factions, including the nobility, the city guards, the royal knights, and the Beastmaster Association, to scout for exceptional talents. The participating teams consist of 4 groups: the Sacred Beast Academy, Dawn Academy, Myriad Beast Academy, and the Royal Academy. Among these, the Sacred Beast Academy boasts 163 participants, led by Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang. Dawn Academy comprises 722 individuals, under the command of Su Yuan as the captain. Myriad Beast Academy has 548 participants, spearheaded by the young leader of the Yuan family, Wan Cheng. The Royal Academy, with only 128 members, is led by Ouyang Lu, a smaller contingent that typically avoids conflict, mostly comprising individuals from the Ouyang family, who would not provoke the royals without reason. Thus, the dynamics of the Beastmaster tournament have historically involved a coalition of the Sacred Beast Academy against the Dawn Academy and Myriad Beast Academy. This year is no exception. While Su Yuan has taken a back seat, Wan Cheng from the Yuan family proactively reached out to Chu Wenyang, and after Ouyang Shui's agreement, they forged a collaboration to jointly confront the Sacred Beast Academy during the tournament. Naturally, the Sacred Beast Academy is determined to reclaim its honor this year. After all, having recently suffered humiliation at Su Yuan's hands and facing Yiho's disdain, even the stoutest of hearts would find it intolerable, especially Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang, who, upon hearing of the insults hurled in their absence, expressed their commitment to avenge the Sacred Beast Academy in the tournament. As the participants congregated in the central square, the ethereal figure of the King of Humanity projected from the royal city above the square. Young Beastmasters, welcome to the Beastmaster Tournament of Dawn City. For 327 years since the establishment of Dawn City, we have witnessed countless young 4-star Beastmasters emerge from the academies, embarking on the sacred mission of defending the human realm. Our ancestors toiled relentlessly to carve out a space for our survival, yet outside the city, savage beasts abound, posing dangers at every turn. We, the Beastmasters, occupy a revered position, commanding greater resources and enjoying the support of the populace, all because we dare to be the vanguard in safeguarding our land. The Beastmaster Tournament is a tradition upheld for centuries in Dawn City, where each year we invest vast resources to set sail for our young warriors. Today, all eyes will be upon your performance. My friends, strive with all your might for the crown. The rare appearance of the King of Humanity to share the historical significance of the Beastmaster Tournament was indeed uplifting. For many, the initial aspiration to become a Beastmaster was quite simple: to defend the city-state. Yet, in the pursuit of this goal, some have been tainted by self-interest and lost their way. However, whenever someone calls forth their initial fervor, they realize that their passionate hearts remain undimmed. As the king's words echoed, notable figures from various factions began to enter the arena. On the western side, the Jiu Lao Tu family made their entrance, comprising 9 esteemed heads and 9 powerful commanders, symbolizing the most formidable strength of the nobility as they took their rightful places. At the highest point on the northern side sat the ethereal figure of the King of Humanity, with the heads of the Military Law Department, the Ministry of Education, all the commanders of the Royal Knights, the leader of the Dawn Exchange, along with the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and their advisors gathered below. On the eastern side, the presidents and vice presidents of the 4 major academies, various commanders of the city guards, the president of the Beast Masters Association, and the leaders of renowned Beast Tamer groups were seated. Nearly all the pinnacle figures of the human race in Dawn City had arrived. They took their seats, preparing to observe the grand Beastmaster competition. The southern square was designated for the general audience, including low-ranking students from the Beastmaster Academy, common folk, and idle beast tamers. Su Yuan's gaze inadvertently fell upon Yin Yusen. She had mentioned her intention to attend the event yesterday, and indeed, she had come. Yiho was seated on the western side, and Ning Xian held a prominent position, sitting alongside the 2 princes, being a demigod himself. Even the Ouyang family treated him with great respect. Wang Wenyue was on the eastern side. Surprisingly, the members of the Demon Thief group were quite well represented. This gathering was undeniably grand. Wan Yang and Wan Daoxian occupied seats on the eastern side, watching Su Yuan with eager anticipation, their eyes nearly reddened from staring. Su Yuan shyly gestured an okay sign. The Wan family had staked all their assets on Su Yuan. Should he falter, the Wan family would declare bankruptcy the following day. Of course, they were also betting for Zuoqing and Zhang Yingji. A promise made must be fulfilled. The secret realm of the Ziwei star was about to open. This realm was unlike others, as its conditions could be glimpsed through a special artifact, allowing the happenings within to be observed. In stark contrast to the obscurity of the Yoguang ice field, while the students had yet to enter the secret realm, the prominent figures at the front had already begun their discussions. The Crown Prince Ouyang, he chuckled. Who do you think will claim the ultimate crown? The second Prince Ouyang Qing fanned himself and replied, it should be Gong Jing. I've heard he has a beast that has reached the moonfall level. Coupled with the Gong family's years of investment in the Ziwei Star's secret realm, ordinary individuals are unlikely to rival him. My sister is quite something. This refined young man from the Gong family is not to her liking, yet she has her eyes set on that commoner, Su Yuan, the Grand Commander of the Knights. Ouyang Qian countered with a grin, second prince, do not underestimate Su Yuan. I have witnessed him. His intellect, strength, and magnanimity far exceed those of ordinary men. In my view, his chances of victory are significant. Ouyang Qian's words garnered the approval of several knights and city guard commanders. Indeed, they had personally witnessed Su Yuan perform miracles. Ouyang Qing shook his head. What happens repeatedly can hardly be deemed miraculous. The 3 perilous trials of the Ziwei Star secret realm are exceptionally treacherous. Even the Gong family cannot claim certainty of passage. Moreover, it is said that the more gifted one is, the greater the challenges they face. I believe that Su Yuan, despite his exceptional qualities, may falter at these trials. This was the harsh truth. Everyone was aware that the 3 trials varied in difficulty and that their nature changed each time. However, over the years, a pattern had emerged. Aside from the Gong family's divine materials safeguarding their progeny, the greater the beast master's aptitude, the more arduous the trials seemed to become. Seemingly by design of the Ziwei Emperor Star. Yet correspondingly, those who succeeded through the more challenging trials would receive greater rewards. It was all relative. Ouyang Qing's words silenced many. Indeed, while the outcomes of life and death duels and the quest for supremacy were difficult to predict, the 3 trials posed a potentially lethal threat to Su Yuan, a consensus among many. Just then, Ning Xian, revered as a guest of honor by the Ouyang family, interjected, rest assured, I have heard of Su Yuan's capabilities. What of the trial's difficulty? He will prevail. I have faith in this young man. Ning Xian's statement surprised everyone, including the nobility. This demigod expressed support for Su Yuan. It appeared they were unfamiliar with one another. Demigods rarely spoke openly. Those with ambition understood the value of discretion and seldom exhibited the overt boldness that Ning Xian displayed toward the Ning family. One could say that Ning Xian's life as a discarded offspring of the Ning family was indeed legendary. Each time he made an appearance, Ning Fenghong's reputation suffered. He was the first demigod to publicly express support for Su Yuan. With his declaration, the others felt emboldened to voice their opinions. Wanyang shouted, just wait and see. Su Yuan will undoubtedly take first place. I'm laying it all on the line. I'm wagering 500 pieces of celestial treasures. Many furrowed their brows at the boldness of the Yuan family. How substantial was their wealth? 500 pieces of celestial treasures. It was likely they were well aware of something. Were they prepared to risk it all? Such unwavering trust in Su Yuan. For a moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Su Yuan held a peculiar hue. Zhang Yingji remained silent. What money do you have? You dare to borrow from my family's wealth to wager? You must be joking, Wanyang. Of course, Wanyang had also put the Yoguang ice field as collateral. With one family placing bets, the nobility was naturally reluctant to be outdone. The head of the Gong family, Gong Yuan, waved his hand, for the sacred Beast Academy. Gong Jing, I wager 1,000 pieces of celestial treasures. 1,000. This was the sum raised by the 9 families, excluding the Li family. The initial momentum could not falter. They still had to maintain their standing in Dawn City. The wealth of the nobility was indeed substantial. They tossed out 1,000 pieces as if they were nothing. I'm in. I'll wager 20 pieces of celestial treasures. I'll play it safe. 100 pieces of terrestrial treasures. The upper echelons began to showcase their financial might, fueled by both rivalry and a desire to demonstrate their strength to the newcomers. After all, only substantial financial resources could attract outstanding students to excel in the competition. Chapter 105. The competition commences. The Ziwei Star secret realm. The students were nearly dumbfounded. Typically, exchanging for a single piece of celestial treasure was akin to scaling a mountain. Now, these families were throwing them around as if they were worthless. The disparity in human experiences was something Su Yuan could not comprehend. As an ordinary student, one needed at least 30 victories in level battles to redeem a lower-tier celestial treasure, even if one were to exert themselves. Winning a match daily would still take a month. Yet now, various powers were casually discussing thousands of celestial treasures. How could one not be tempted? Especially since the Jiu Laotu family, with their immense wealth, continued to raise the stakes. The materials for celestial treasures surged toward the figure of 2,000, with nearly 50 magical artifacts thrown into the mix. From an odds perspective, they established a dominating position over the other factions. The betting frenzy continued for about 20 minutes. And the largest projection screen in the square displayed the odds for the Beast Master competition. Gong Jing of the Sacred Beast Academy had reached odds of 8-1. If you invested 8 gold coins, you would only earn 1 gold coin should Gong Jing's students triumph. On the other hand, despite many believing in Su Yuan, the daunting prospect of the 3 trials within the Zaiwei Star's secret realm prompted them to shake their heads. Supporting him verbally was one thing. They were not keen on actually risking their money. Su Yuan decided not to place a bet. He needed to maintain his image as a poor student. Otherwise, should he produce hundreds of celestial treasures, it would be evident that they belonged to the Li family, thus exposing him. As each family placed their bets, the secret realm was being prepared. The head of the Gong family, Gong Yunhe, after distributing a multitude of armbands, stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, I trust you are all familiar with the usage of this item. As per our customary protocol, should you find yourselves in life-threatening peril, you may employ the armband to extricate yourselves. However, I must caution that possessing an armband does not guarantee absolute safety. The Purple Micro Emperor Star's secret realm is unlike any other, fraught with extraordinary dangers. I urge you to assess your own capabilities wisely. If the situation becomes untenable, it is prudent to withdraw as soon as possible. I have said my piece. Since you have all gathered here in pursuit of the opportunities presented by the Purple Micro Emperor Star, I am certain that even if I advise you to retreat, you will heed my words with reluctance. Best of luck to you all. As the custodian of the Purple Micro Emperor Star's secret realm, Gong Yunhe felt compelled to elucidate its inherent perils. Each of you, being 4-star Beast Masters, possesses both strength and intellect far removed from those who have only recently embarked on their journey as Beast Masters. The prospect of danger does not easily compel you to submit. Noting that no one chose to withdraw, Gong Yunhe nodded lightly. Then prepare yourselves. The teleportation is about to commence. With a whoosh, the sky manifested a portal of void, erupting into countless beams of pristine white light, illuminating the young Beast Masters one by one. When the light enveloped Su Yuan for approximately 10 breaths, he felt his body drawn into the secret realm by the power of the beam. As the beams descended in unison, it heralded the official commencement of the Beast Master competition. On the observation platform, countless spectators gazed expectantly at this generation of young Beast Masters, eager to witness their brilliance within the secret realm. As time turned, Su Yuan and the other participating Beast Masters entered the secret realm. The darkness receded, giving way to brilliance. The sky appeared in a delicate shade of lavender, with occasional azure meteors streaking across. And even a newcomer could sense the vibrant surge of stellar energy coursing through their being. It was a profound transformation at the very essence. The color of the stars within Su Yuan's body was a pale blue, but under the radiance of the Purple Micro Emperor Star, it began to evolve towards a gentle lavender, undoubtedly the result of a further concentration of stellar power. This process, however, was gradual, seemingly conveying that to achieve qualitative change, one must navigate the trials ahead and reach the final Purple Micro Star's heavenly pool. Indeed, the Purple Micro Emperor Star is a realm of clear distinctions between carrots and sticks. As individuals continued to teleport in, they instinctively gathered according to their respective academies. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the various academies had assembled. The atmosphere grew tense. Su Yuan's Dawn Academy was in close proximity to the Beast Academy, while directly opposite stood the Sacred Beast Academy, where Gong Jing and his companions were situated. The Royal Academy was somewhat detached, merely observing from the sidelines. The tension was palpable, as it seemed that even before the secret realm assessment began, conflict was poised to erupt. Su Yuan remained indifferent. In the chaos of battle, his strength far surpassed that of a mere duel. However, Sun Yi from the Sacred Beast Academy stepped forward and said, "Wait a moment. I am aware that we all harbor personal grievances, whether they be individual or institutional. Nevertheless, I advise against any conflicts before we face the 3 major trials. For what reason, you may ask? We are all here in pursuit of a singular opportunity. Each trial offers considerable rewards. And if we allow ourselves to be eliminated due to our own disputes before we have even passed the trials, would that not be counterproductive?" Sun Yi's words garnered immediate agreement from over 80% of those present. Indeed, while conflicts existed between academies and students, they could be postponed until the final confrontation at the Purple Micro Star's heavenly pool. If they were to be eliminated before passing the trials, it would render their efforts futile. It appeared that everyone sought to seize opportunities and showcase their talents. If they were embroiled in conflict, the major powers would be unable to discern who performed well and who did not. You speak the truth. Now is not the time for battles. Suddenly, Wan Sheng from the Beast Academy interjected, "But isn't there's something amiss, Sun Yi? The oversight of the purple microstar's heavenly pool lies with the noble Gong family. The Gong family has diminished the difficulty for their own descendants, and now, with the combined strength of the Beast Academy and the Dawn Academy, are we not placing you at a distinct advantage in the end? His argument held considerable weight. Sun Yi's calculations were rather astute. The crowd's attention shifted back to him. Behind Sun Yi, Gong Jing remarked, "There's no point in further discussion. If anyone wishes to fight, the Sacred Beast Academy is prepared to engage." Gong Jing did not fully endorse Sun Yi's initial strategy. Upon noticing Ouyang Shui standing beside Su Yuan, his fury had already ignited, and he had no intention of waiting until the end. Sun Yi cleared his throat and replied, "Old Gong, have you forgotten the head of the family's instructions?" Gong Jing snorted coldly, suppressing his anger and turning his head aside. Sun Yi continued, "Brother Yuan, your assertion is misguided. Indeed, the Gong family holds such power. But I am a member of the Sun family. This secret realm only recognizes the Gong family, and the number of disciples from the Sacred Beast Academy barely exceeds 30. It hardly affects the overall situation. Although the nobility may be led by the 10 elders, in terms of sheer numbers, the common nobility has the advantage. At the very least, I cannot match that, Brother Su. I merely wish to garner some opportunities." Sun Yi shrugged, demonstrating a willingness to back down. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes at him. This individual had piqued his interest during their last encounter. He seemed to possess a certain shrewdness, quite unlike the typical nobility, exhibiting a more down-to-earth demeanor. Wancheng furrowed his brow and turned to Su Yuan, asking, "Brother Su, what are your thoughts on this?" To speak candidly, Sun Yi's words had resonated with many, including those from his own academy. The honor of the academy versus personal gain. Everyone subconsciously leaned more towards the latter. Chapter 106. The First Trial. The Sacred Fire Demon Wind. The Thunderstorm Sandstorm. 24. Ouyang Shui leaned closer and whispered, "Su Yuan, this is clearly a ruse. When have you ever seen the nobility and the Sacred Beast Academy voluntarily show weakness? Passing the trials first would undoubtedly be advantageous for them." Su Yuan understood that from his perspective, engaging in conflict seemed more beneficial. However, from the standpoint of the other students from the Dawn Academy and the Beast Academy, advancing through the trials first appeared to be the more favorable option. This was indeed a stratagem. Su Yuan smiled and replied, "There is no other choice. My classmates may only have this opportunity to visit the secret realm once in their lives. I cannot extinguish their hopes. Even if we were to force a confrontation, our own people might not be united in purpose. It is best to focus on passing the trials first. Once we have succeeded, we can settle scores with them afterward." Upon hearing Su Yuan's decision, the more than 700 students from the Dawn Academy breathed a sigh of relief. They genuinely feared that Su Yuan would insist on engaging in conflict with the Sacred Beast Academy at that moment. Although they would not remain passive, deep down, they were not in favor of such a course of action. They were all there for the opportunity, and while they could vie for the Academy's honor, personal interest would ultimately take precedence if a conflict arose. Rest assured, Brother Yuan, once we have passed the trials, we will have no reservations about battling them fiercely. Indeed, Brother Yuan, trust us. The 3 major trials should not pose a challenge for us. Yes, if they can succeed, so can we. Ouyang Shui sighed softly. Her thoughts revolved around Su Yuan, which could be deemed realistic. Expecting others to sacrifice for Su Yuan was an idealistic notion. They were merely classmates, not lifelong comrades. Sun Yi's stratagem had proven quite successful. On the observation platform outside the secret realm, the second prince, Ouyang Qing, chuckled. "The son of the Sun family is truly cunning. With just a few words, he has dismantled what should have been an immediate conflict. It appears that Su Yuan is not all that impressive after all, possessing only a modicum of talent." However, Ning Xian countered, "Isn't this also a reflection of the thoughts of the students from the Sacred Beast Academy? If the advantages were indeed monumental, why wait until the very end? Is it not true that they themselves wish to reap the benefits? The scion of the Sun family merely acts in accordance with the flow of events. Why is the second prince so hastily drawing conclusions?" Ouyang Qing's expression twitched. The stance of any demigod within Dawn City holds tremendous significance, even directly influencing the succession to the throne. Clearly, this cast-off from the Ning family seems to hold little regard for him, instead speaking in favor of Su Yuan, who is allied with Ouyang Shui, leaving him unable to suppress his frustration. The head of the Sun family, Sun Wushua, remarked, "You misunderstand. My son is simply disinterested in worldly affairs. What you perceive as strategy and intrigue is, in truth, his sincerity." Ouyang Qing, Ning Xian, what the hell? Even Su Yuan had not anticipated that this Sun Yi was, in fact, a mere slacker. He genuinely believed he was plotting something. This revelation took everyone by surprise. Despite his dignified appearance and the scholarly demeanor of a strategist, he turned out to be nothing more than a self-preserving layabout. That statement about not being able to compete with Brother Su was indeed heartfelt. Sun Wushua, too, found himself at a loss, pondering how he could have fathered such an unambitious son. The other family heads were likewise aware of this, and could only sigh and pretend ignorance. Within the secret realm, the assembled individuals prepared to navigate the challenges ahead. The three trials, as the name suggests, are marked by three ancient city walls that stretch across the expanse of the secret realm. The distance between each ancient wall is 10 kilometers, a stretch referred to as the 20th Avenue. Only upon reaching the endpoint and opening the walls does one signify the completion of a trial. Upon passing the trials, the Ziwei Emperor Star typically bestows certain rewards. These rewards vary by individual. They may include rare materials, magical artifacts, enhancements for beast tamers, or even direct enhancements to the tamer's own physical prowess. The most precious forces in this world are those that act upon the essence of the beast tamers themselves. After all, beast tamers primarily rely on their beasts in battle, and their own bodies are exceedingly weak before reaching demigod status. A stronger body significantly alleviates the pressure on their beasts. As the group approached the trials, they exchanged glances, no one daring to take the first step. Wan Sheng from the Wan Beast Academy gritted his teeth and stepped onto the 20th Avenue. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens, striking Wan Sheng. The light was blue, faintly revealing the words perfect level assessment. Perfect level. Wasn't this a classification of the skills and talents of beast tamers? Did it imply that the difficulty of each person's trial would differ? How challenging could a perfect level assessment be? All eyes turned to Wan Sheng. With utmost caution, Wan Sheng took a step forward, and a thunderous roar echoed from the sky as blue-purple lightning surged down. Ahead, a wall of golden flames erupted, radiating a divine aura that could be felt from a distance. From afar, a howling wind swept toward the endpoint, fierce enough to slice the ground. Akin to a demonic gale, the surface, sand liquefying and rising in massive waves. Holy flames, demonic winds, and lightning storms. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the 20th Avenue. Was this truly the assessment of the secret realm? Could the trials be this difficult? In contrast, the ecology of the Dawn Forest and the Eagle's Cry Gorge seemed almost like a paradise. Outside the secret realm, Gong Yuan and Du could not help but exclaim. 5 Elements Assessment. This must be one of the most challenging assessments in the history of the Ziwei Star secret realm. What is going on this year? Countless individuals furrowed their brows, feeling a sense of anxiety for the students within the secret realm. The difficulty of this trial was such that even they might struggle to pass. This year was indeed extraordinary. It was likely that 2/3 of the participants would be eliminated at this first trial. Within the secret realm, standing still was not an option. Everyone had come seeking opportunities. If all else failed, they could always use their arm badges to teleport away. They descended into the trial grounds. Assessments of rare and ordinary levels abounded, and the crowd soon realized that the lower the difficulty, the less likely the holy flames would obstruct their path, and the points where the lightning struck would be far from them. Only the demonic winds and sandstorms proved somewhat challenging, requiring the aid of their beasts to progress. Su Yuan nodded, and beside him, Ouyang Shui and Chu Wenyang also chose to participate. Upon seeing Ouyang Shui descend, Gong Jing followed suit, and Sun Yi and Zongyang also could not lag behind. Beams of purple light cascaded down, epic level assessment. Many gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the trials for the prodigies were not to be trifled with. Even Gong Jing, as a member of the Gong family, had reduced the trial's difficulty with rare materials. Yet it remained an epic level assessment. Was this how the noble offspring of this generation were distinguished? However, higher difficulty assessments meant greater obstacles. The flames of the holy fire morphed into flaming lotuses that seemed to pursue them, while the sky's lightning rained down as if it were equipped with a targeting system. The group dodged and maneuvered, struggling to maintain their footing. Su Yuan blinked. Could it be that the difficulty was exceedingly high? The moment Su Yuan decided to participate, everyone outside the secret realm held their breath. Su Yuan was moving. All eyes were on him, hoping he wouldn't attempt to tackle the mythical level assessment. In the previous generation, only Yi had faced a mythical level challenge, marked by an orange light beam. As Su Yuan stepped onto the 20th Avenue, the heavens trembled and the earth lamented. Lightning in the form of a blood-red dragon coalesced above Su Yuan. Law Domain Level Assessment. Chapter 107, Law Domain Level Assessment. The most formidable challenge in 3 centuries. How could this be possible? Countless individuals stood up, eyes wide as they observed the unfolding events within the secret realm. Others had only encountered purple light beams. Su Yuan was met with a blood-red dragon descending upon him. A law domain level assessment had only been faced once in the last 300 years, and today was the second occurrence. Ning Xian gazed in disbelief at the projected image. Impossible. Even a law domain assessment could not manifest at the first trial. Though Yu Hao could not recall the content of the assessment, he remembered that the difficulty escalated progressively. Epic for the first trial, mythical for the second, and still mythical for the third. How could the first trial be at law domain level? Something was amiss. At that moment, the demigods in the observation area grasped an important realization. The Gong family. If the Gong family possessed a means to eliminate Su Yuan outright without incurring any reproach, it seemed they had a method. Ning Xian frowned. Gong Yunhe, was it you? Providing rare materials not only lowered the difficulty for the Gong family's disciples, but also increased the challenges for others, right? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. It was very possible. Given Su Yuan's talent, a mythical level assessment seemed reasonable, but the law domain and mythical levels were entirely different concepts. Below demigod, it was nearly impossible to activate the law domain's power, unless, like the previous king of beasts, he received extraordinary protection from the nine heavens illusory dragon, allowing him to dominate within the secret realm. Gong Yunhe replied nonchalantly, "How can you blame me? As the saying goes, the greater the challenge, the greater the reward. Risks and opportunities are relative, are they not? I merely added some rare materials. If Su Yuan were to perish here, it would only be due to his own inadequacy. He cannot hold me accountable, can he? Should he succeed, it would be as if I lost both the lady and the soldiers." Gong Yunhe smiled with a carefree demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Yes, it was me. What of it?" The crowd gritted their teeth, their expressions darkening. Su Yuan, withdraw from the assessment. How could one possibly succeed in a law domain level challenge? Wait a moment. Everyone suddenly recalled a critical matter. In a life-and-death duel, as long as Gong Jing remained. If Su Yuan withdrew, it would equate to conceding defeat, rendering it justifiable for the old man Ji to slay him. A trap. This was the true killing blow. Gong Jing's individual prowess was merely a facade. The genuine threats lay within the three formidable hurdles. Hope seemed bleak. Both Zhang Yingji and Zuoqing felt a sense of despair. Was this truly the end for a prodigious talent? Ning Xian and the others silently considered the option of fleeing using the heart of the Blood Clan if matters turned dire. Yi Ho gazed vacantly, staring at Su Yuan on the screen, murmuring in a barely audible voice, "Is it possible that he possesses potential at the domain level, within the secret realm?" Ouyang Shui turned around, her expression filled with alarm as she looked at Su Yuan. How could this be? Ouyang Shui understood that Su Yuan's assessment would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, the intensity of the stars and the strength of his beast mastery surpassed all others by a considerable margin, even for a mythic level assessment. She believed Su Yuan could prevail. However, in that fleeting moment, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing around her. Su Yuan gazed at the blood-red dragon in the sky, extending his 5 fingers to quietly sense its presence. It was not man-made. An instinct told Su Yuan that this was his assessment, free from any external interference, a trial bestowed upon him by the Ziwei Emperor's star. Let us see what this entails. Your Highness, do not wear such an expression. Have a little faith in me. Nearby, several students from the Sacred Beast Academy, witnessing Su Yuan's trial, relished in his misfortune. Ha ha ha, is this what they call a genius? Truly a one-of-a-kind prodigy. What a pity he shall perish here. TSK TSK. I envy your talent and admire your bravery. I can only cling to my rare level assessment and inch towards the finish line. Could a fallen genius still be called a genius? Perhaps merely a failure. Gong Jing and the others exchanged glances with Su Yuan, their hearts a mixture of surprise, resentment, and resignation. It seemed as though everyone had resigned themselves to the notion that Su Yuan was destined to perish here. Honestly, if I don't reveal my strength, do they truly think I am a soft persimmon? Long Yao Jia Jia, come forth. In this dire situation, the sacred fire demon wind and the thunder sandstorm that Su Yuan faced would be significantly more formidable than for others. He needed allies who could withstand part of the damage while also possessing restorative powers. This area restricted spatial abilities, rendering the Snow Maiden's Aurora dance ineffective for teleportation. There was no alternative. The Ziwei Emperor star represented a law akin to a domain-level capability, far surpassing mythic levels. Upon Long Yao's emergence, she transformed into a dragon, her iridescent scales of red, blue, and purple shielding Su Yuan, while Fu Jia stood behind, poised to heal. Long Yao's expression turned grave as she remarked, "Little one, my reverse calamity dragon scales may be immune to elemental attacks, but these assaults are directed at you. I cannot completely shield you." Su Yuan patted his chest and replied, "Do not worry, your master is no meek lamb. My physical strength is 2,200 times that of my peers. Just ensure you protect Jia Jia. She cannot withstand the onslaught. As for me, there is no way I will be bested by them." The three of them took their positions, with Su Yuan at the center, Long Yao in front, and Fu Jia behind. Once they were ready, they advanced slowly, boom, as the thunder rained down upon others. It manifested as blue lightning, yet, directed at Su Yuan. It transformed into a blazing white bolt of thunder. The spectacle was so grand that it seemed to tear apart the very fabric of space. Bang! The thunder erupted. Long Yao's scales absorbed the impact flawlessly. Mythic reverse calamity dragon scales. Any curse, any elemental force was rendered ineffective. Only pure physical attacks would pose a threat. Yet, this was far from sufficient. The wall of flames conjured by the sacred fire seemed intent on enveloping Su Yuan entirely, with brilliant fire lilies rising even from beneath his feet. Boom! A golden fire lily blossomed with Su Yuan at its center. With a flap of her wings, Long Yao dispelled the sacred fire, using her formidable reverse calamity dragon scales. The demonic wind approached. This razor-sharp wind was pure force, devoid of elemental influence, while Fu Jia tirelessly activated her spiritual spring to heal Long Yao. As the fierce wind battered against Su Yuan, constellations erupted above his head, a dazzling river of stars. He had initially intended to reserve this for later, but it appeared that was no longer an option. To conceal his strength in the face of a domain-level assessment was a fool's errand. Let my stars shine forth. The stars within Su Yuan's dantian erupted in full bloom, enveloping him in a delicate barrier of starlight. Yet this fragile appearance belied a strength akin to the most formidable armor, impervious even to the demonic wind. 220,000 stars worth of power. As Su Yuan's celestial radiance pierced the heavens, all onlookers stared in astonishment at Su Yuan within the secret realm. He withstood the initial wave of domain-level assault. Not only did he endure, but he also revealed something utterly unexpected. Heavens! How many stars was that? The Star River. This marked the presence of over 100,000 stars. Was he truly a 4-star Beastmaster? How could a 4-star possess so many stars? Wasn't the maximum only 200? Could it be that the domain-level assessment was indeed a testament to the recognition of the Ziwei Emperor star? Chapter 108, 220. 000 stars shining. The one and only in heaven and earth, the strongest in history. Ning Xian was left dumbfounded. The last time he learned that Su Yuan's stars surpassed 10,000, he believed he had a thorough understanding of Su Yuan's capabilities. However, the reality was that he had surpassed 10,000 and now had exceeded 20,000. How could the 7th prince be so extraordinary? 220,000 stars. An ordinary peak 6-star Beastmaster might only have 7 or 8,000, with the more exceptional ones reaching over 10,000. Talents like Iho could be around 30,000. Yet, this was just a slight fraction more than Su Yuan's 4-star Beastmaster count. No wonder it was a domain-level assessment. For Su Yuan's innate talent was truly unparalleled, unseen throughout the ages. Ning Xian chuckled. Not long ago, some claimed Su Yuan was nothing special. I am curious to see if those who deemed him mediocre could multiply the stars within them tenfold to even match half of his prowess. Ning Xian's words pierced deeply into Ouyang Qing's heart. As the 2nd prince, holding a lofty position, he had always looked down upon Su Yuan and had an even greater disdain for his sister's association with him. Such obstinate individuals were bound to meet their demise. Yet, time and again, Su Yuan created miracles, ruthlessly slapping the face of Ouyang Qing during this Beastmaster competition. The nobles were equally astounded. Li Jianli, Gong Yuan, and Ning Fenghong, the heads of their respective families, wore expressions of sheer terror. How could such a prodigy emerge so suddenly? The crowd could not comprehend it, nor could they wrap their minds around it. They were struck with shock, horror, and even dread. No one could render judgment upon him. Over there, witnessing the crowd's astonishment, Wan Yang laughed heartily. Humph, you all mocked my Wan family for facing bankruptcy due to issues within our secret realm. Now I tell you the truth. It was Su Yuan who drained it dry. Indeed, he completely consumed it 11 times over. Well done, Su Yuan, you held your ground. My entire fortune rests upon your shoulders. As realization dawned upon the crowd, they gasped in disbelief. So it was Su Yuan who caused that incident. Thus, the bizarre phenomena of that day were also linked to Su Yuan's emergence from the secret realm. Seeing that Su Yuan had revealed this trump card, Wan Yang decided that further concealment was futile and openly bolstered Su Yuan's reputation. Should any noble dare to make a move, the Wan family would unhesitatingly side with Su Yuan. At this moment, it seemed that Su Yuan had formed a bond with the demigod Ning Xian. With the addition of another demigod on this side, and given that the king of men would not stand idly by, it was far from an easy task for the nobles to stir up trouble. All eyes were now fixed on Su Yuan within the secret realm, eager to ascertain whether this individual, endowed with 220,000 stars, was indeed as formidable as rumored. The reality, however, was unequivocal. He was, without a doubt, genuine. The sacred fire and thunder continued to converge with increasing intensity, each iteration more potent than the last. The intertwining of Fire Lotus and Thunder Dragon placed an immense burden on Su Yuan along the expansive 20-mile thoroughfare. The collective resistance of all others combined was scarcely comparable to what Su Yuan faced alone. Nonetheless, the formidable talent of Long Yao, the reverse Calamity Dragon Scale, granted her true immunity to all elemental forces, representing the pinnacle of defensive prowess inherited from the Dragon God, rendering all elements powerless before her. The demonic wind and sandstorm could only be withstood by Su Yuan. The crowd could even hear the slicing sound of the demonic wind resembling knives. As it clashed against Su Yuan, the sound echoing like the tearing of a celestial barrier. There was no doubt among them that had this demonic wind struck any of them, they would have met with certain death. Yet, Su Yuan endured. He even continually adjusted his course forward, as those unfortunate enough to stand in his path were swept away by the Fire Lotus and devoured by the Thunder Dragon, left with no choice but to tear off their arm badges and concede defeat. Thus, Su Yuan pressed directly into the throng of the Sacred Beast Academy. The students of the academy, who had once ridiculed him, were now gripped by fear. Goodness, Su Yuan, please don't come our way. Su Yuan, we bear no grudge against you. Why are you approaching us? Though Su Yuan lacked the energy to respond verbally, his actions conveyed a retort to those who had previously mocked him. Some recalled the time when they had reveled in his misfortune. Now, the tables had turned, and they were the ones in peril. This was merely a 5-mile stretch, with 3/4 of the journey still ahead. Were they to continue alongside Su Yuan? He could withstand it, but they could not. It must be said that Su Yuan's incursion into the ranks of the Sacred Beast Academy was nothing short of chaotic and lamentable. Fortunately, the immense pressure he faced constrained his speed, allowing the Academy's students to hasten away just in time. However, over 100 individuals were caught in his wake, to set out but perish before achieving success. Originally, they had plotted to eliminate Su Yuan through the 3 major trials, intending to deal with the Dawn Academy and the Myriad Beasts Academy effortlessly afterward, but who could have anticipated that they would end up suffering instead? Step by step, Su Yuan advanced. 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, all the way to 15 miles, then 16 miles. The pressure faced at the domain level escalated dramatically, as the sacred fire and thunder, unable to subdue Long Yao, birthed an extraordinary fusion. The intertwining of thunder and fire transformed into a torrential sacred thunder flame dragon. Crashing down upon Long Yao, she let out a long roar. The might of the dragon's roar, the power of the dragon god, shattered the sacred thunder. The demonic wind surged, no longer merely sharp blades, but transformed into heavier, blunt instruments. Su Yuan could feel the demonic wind hammering against him like a relentless anvil, each blow creating deep indentations in his flesh. Behind him, Fu Jia tirelessly activated her spirit spring, seeking to protect Su Yuan, yet it was a futile effort. Witnessing how Su Yuan shielded her from the onslaught of the demonic wind with his sturdy form, she made a silent decision. She cut her wrist, her arm wrapping around Su Yuan's neck, offering her blood before him. Master, drink. The blood of the life goddess, born from the world tree, possessed a healing power purer and more divine than that of unicorn blood. At this juncture, Su Yuan lacked the strength to refuse. He bit down. The golden blood seemed to purify and cleanse his very soul, rapidly healing all his wounds, reviving his battered body under Fu Jia's protection, allowing him to press onward. 18 miles, 19 miles, the 20-mile thoroughfare bore witness to the miraculous moment of his rebirth. Despite being battered and bruised, he continued to heal and recover, breaking through the relentless obstacles of the demonic wind at the cost of nearly exhausting his life force. Even as the sacred fire and thunder rained down mercilessly, with no angle left unassaulted, they still found no way to penetrate the reverse Calamity Dragon Scale of the Dragon Maiden. Could it be that this domain-level trial would truly allow him to prevail? As the endpoint drew nearer, a sandstorm swirled, coalescing into a nearly tangible earthen wall to impede Su Yuan through physical means. He raised his right fist, channeling the brilliance of 220,000 stars. Break for me. The barrier of the sandstorm collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the domain-level trial yielded to Su Yuan's might. In a world of singularity, my resolve is unparalleled. Upon Su Yuan ascending the city wall and surpassing the first trial, a cacophony of cheers erupted outside the secret realm. This marked a historic moment for Dawn City. Never before had such a domain-level trial been passed, especially one of the most arduous elemental trials. At this, Gong Yunhe and his cohorts were left seething with indignation. How could he succeed? Not only Gong Yunhe, but also Li Jianli and Ning Fenghong, along with other clan heads, were rendered speechless. They had prepared meticulously but had never anticipated that Su Yuan would overcome such insurmountable odds. Moreover, the power Su Yuan exhibited was astonishing. His beast taming abilities rendered him impervious to elemental attacks. He could withstand the demonic wind with the might of 220,000 stars. And the life-restoring power he wielded. Was there a more perfect amalgamation of strength? Coupled with intelligence gathered in recent times, Su Yuan's other two beasts were no ordinary creatures. One possessed the ability for rapid, wide-ranging movement and ice control, while the other was a witch of the abyss, adept in slaughter and mental prowess. Such a combination undoubtedly marked him as a leader among the younger generation. This child could no longer be allowed to roam free. He posed an inevitable threat. Li Jianli glanced at Gong Yunhe, who communicated telepathically, "Fear not, let us observe." The trials of the Ziwei Imperial Star Secret Realm are progressively more arduous. Having barely passed the previous trial, it is impossible for him to succeed in the next two. The first trial at the domain level had been surmounted by Su Yuan, leveraging the unique properties of the Dragon Maiden's reverse Calamity Dragon Scale, combined with his own stellar power, and finally, the life-giving blood of Fujia. He had revealed nearly all his trump cards. How will you pass the next trial? Outside the secret realm, whether ordinary individuals or powerful beast masters, even those who looked down upon Su Yuan or bore grudges against him, could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Inside the secret realm, the crowd was equally astonished by Su Yuan's superhuman performance. He was undeniably magnificent. They had personally experienced the onslaught of sacred fire, thunder, and the demonic wind and sandstorm, understanding better than anyone the difficulty of withstanding such trials. Yet, Su Yuan had endured the domain-level challenges. Was he truly human? Even I struggled to survive the rare-level trial. No, he was nothing short of a humanoid behemoth. The intensity of the demonic wind, even from a distance, had nearly rendered my arm incapacitated. I knew I would not heal without leaving this place. How could one possibly fathom the domain-level trials? How had he borne it all? Why did he possess so many stars? Had they truly coalesced into a tangible galaxy? Ouyang Shui patted her chest repeatedly, letting out a sigh of relief as she exclaimed, "You nearly terrified me, Su Yuan." Initially, when she witnessed Su Yuan's domain-level assessment, she was genuinely alarmed. Who would have thought he would endure it? The students from Dawn Academy and Beast Academy nodded in joy, while those from Sacred Beast Academy wore faces devoid of expression. They had mocked others, only to find that their rival had triumphed. Furthermore, among the 163 participants from Sacred Beast Academy, only 782 remained, with 381 having fallen at the first 20-mile thoroughfare. The losses were unexpectedly severe. It was merely due to Su Yuan's intrusion that nearly 200 were eliminated. Their strength had significantly waned. In contrast, the combined losses of Beast Academy and Dawn Academy amounted to around 100. The scales had tipped unfavorably against Sacred Beast Academy. Nevertheless, Gong Jing and his companions remained unfazed. There was still ample time, with two significant challenges yet to unfold, as well as the final trial at the Heavenly Pool. Once everyone had completed the first 20-mile thoroughfare, the Ziwei Emperor star began to shimmer in the sky. Everyone understood that it was time for rewards. Upon passing a challenge, the Ziwei Emperor star would bestow gifts, and indeed it did. Specks of light flew towards many participants like shooting stars. Those in the ordinary and rare assessments received 4 suitable mid-tier heavenly treasure materials, aiding their beast tamers in breaking through to the moonfall level. The perfect level assessment granted a mid-tier heavenly treasure artifact, worth 10 times more than the materials, eliciting joy from its recipients, confirming that their journey had not been in vain. The gifts from the epic level assessment were even more astounding. Ouyang Shui felt a shooting star merge into her brow. She had advanced to a 4-star beast tamer within a royal exclusive secret realm, her internal stars numbering 200, comparable to Yi's initial breakthrough to 4 stars. This shooting star doubled the number of her internal stars, 400 stars. This gift was directly conferred upon the Beast Tamer, and a dozen individuals displayed expressions of delight, bowing gracefully towards the Ziwei Emperor star. The wonder of the Emperor star was indeed unparalleled, far exceeding even the Big Dipper. As the others received their gifts, all eyes turned to Su Yuan. What would the domain-level assessment bestow? If the epic-level gifts were so powerful, could the domain-level gift possibly elevate Su Yuan's stars to 440,000? It was not out of the realm of possibility. After a considerable wait, the Ziwei Emperor star radiated with brilliant purple light, guiding Su Yuan to descend from the barrier and accept his reward. Following the star's direction, Su Yuan arrived at an open space. To his astonishment, the Ziwei Emperor star in the sky coalesced into a vague figure. The Emperor star, never before having manifested, was taking form. In a voice that all could hear, it solemnly proclaimed, "For the domain-level gift, I bestow upon you 100,000 thunders to forge your divine body." Never before in history, to have the Emperor star manifest was something unheard of from ancient times to the present. The voice of the Emperor Star resonated magnificently, ancient and profound, as if an archaic deity were descending upon the civilized world, captivating all present. 100,000 thunders? Boom. As soon as the Emperor Star's words fell, streaks of blazing white lightning struck towards Su Yuan. The intensity of this lightning could undoubtedly pierce through any fallen star-level beast. However, when the lightning struck Su Yuan, he emerged unscathed. The storm clouds in the sky thickened, each strike summoning thousands of thunder dragons that descended with great force, yet they did not harm him. Instead, like an artist's chisel, they gradually transformed Su Yuan's skin, bones, and muscles. Every hair on his body stood erect. Su Yuan distinctly felt the thunderous power forging his bones and muscles into even greater resilience, and he sensed a subtle mastery over the lightning's force. Golden specks began to emerge within his bones, capable of rapid regeneration even after fractures. These specks were named the Indestructible Origin, one of the three primordial powers of the world, known as immortality. His physical strength, should Su Yuan return to the first 20-mile thoroughfare, would allow him to face the magical winds with ease. Even more astonishing was that the power of the Indestructible Origin could be transmitted to his beasts. Not only did Su Yuan gain such strength, but even Long Yao, Xuannu, Fu Jia, and Hong Mo were being nourished by the power of the Indestructible Origin. Moreover, any new beast he obtained in the future would share in this glory. This was the Divine Body, the Indestructible Divine Body. As Su Yuan emerged from the 100,000 thunders, he could feel this incredible power coursing through him. The Indestructible Origin seemed to be rooted within Su Yuan's very being. Even if he were to be shattered to pieces, as long as it did not exceed the limits of the Indestructible Origin, he could rise from the ashes. It was miraculous, utterly miraculous. Most importantly, the Indestructible Origin could nullify 99% of pain from injuries, allowing Su Yuan to endure even severe wounds with discomfort akin to a mere bruise. Outside the secret realm, the crowd murmured in hushed tones, utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend the nature of Su Yuan's gift. At this moment, Ouyangqing dared not mock Su Yuan. Even the dimmest intellect could recognize that the 100,000 thunders bestowed upon Su Yuan was an extraordinary blessing beyond comprehension. Prince Ouyang, he turned to Ning Xian and asked, "What do you think the gift Su Yuan received is?" Ning Xian held no official position, yet the king had conferred upon him a nominal marquis title. Excluded from the noble roster, purely a means to irritate the Ning family as he had requested this from the king. Everyone was amused to call him Ning Ho. Ning Xian shook his head. "I do not know, but it is evident that this gift is far more precious than the stars within one's body, is it not? At least on the surface, it seems that Su Yuan's body and bones are imbued with the power of thunder, rendering him immune to future lightning strikes. On the surface, it appeared that the divine body referred to the thunder divine body. However, observing Su Yuan's expression, he seemed entirely oblivious to the thunderous power cascading from his fingertips, as if there were something else of greater significance at play. Regardless, as Su Yuan received his gift, Gong Yunha's face resembled one who had consumed something foul. The energy expended was drawn from the Ziwei Emperor Star. The cake was finite. The more consumed, the less the Gong family would receive. Moreover, the Gong family held privileges, so in the future, maintenance would still rely on them. If the Gong family were unwilling, they could easily offer this most precious secret realm of the Emperor Star to others, and no one would refuse. What could be done? One could only swallow their grievances. Gong Yunha secretly cursed Su Yuan, hoping he would perish in this second challenge, and cease wasting the resources of the Gong family. Within the secret realm, the onlookers were left in awe upon witnessing Su Yuan's return, their hearts unsettled for a long time. The disparity was too great, so vast that it extinguished any feelings of jealousy. People typically envy those who are similar to them or marginally superior. But if the gap is so immense that it spans several tiers, it transforms from envy to a longing to exchange places. Ouyang Shui stepped forward, wanting to reach out but hesitating halfway. "You should control the lightning." Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Her words sounded oddly awkward, leading him to instinctively think she meant to say to control the scent. Suddenly, he became aware of the current surging through his fingertips. What he had gained was not only the indomitable origin, but also the body of thunder. Together, they formed a divine physique, did they not? It felt as if there was a valve within him, capable of controlling the switch of thunder, which he hurriedly tucked away. Ouyang Shui gently tapped Su Yuan's skin with her finger, which had become remarkably resilient and robust after being tempered by thunder. Clearing his throat, Su Yuan remarked, "Ahem. Your Highness, such actions may lead to misunderstandings." Only then did Ouyang Shui realize and quickly withdraw her finger. To their surprise, a group of students behind them began to jeer, and even from afar at the Holy Beast Academy, Gong Jing's face turned a shade of green with anger. Su Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Stop, stop. We have just passed one hurdle. There are still 2 significant challenges ahead. Let us hurry, so that most of our academy can reach the finish line. A chill ran through the crowd. Indeed, there were 2 more major trials to face, and time was of the essence. The secret realm was open for only a day, and they had already spent nearly 4 hours traversing the first 20-mile path. Each subsequent trial would be more arduous than the last, and by the end, fierce battles would erupt between the various academies. If they delayed any longer, there would be little time left to bask in the celestial power of the Z-Way Emperor Star. The crowd lifted their heads, gazing at the Second Avenue. What trials awaited them in this round? With the experience from the last challenge, they did not hesitate or require a leader. Together it shall be. Remaining behind may not be wise. Indeed, those who lingered behind earlier had been swept into chaos by Su Yuan, and none wished to be left as a fool. No one wanted to halt and observe. If another colossal figure like Su Yuan appeared and pulled everyone in, those who stood by would certainly regret it. Everyone resolutely made up their minds, found a suitable spot to leap, and jumped off the city wall in unison. After Su Yuan leaped from the wall, beams of light fell from the sky, signifying the difficulty of the upcoming trial. Unsurprisingly, Su Yuan was once again met with a blood-red dragon of the law domain level. Fortunately, the group was mentally prepared. The challenges would only escalate, and if the previous trial was of the law domain level, there was no reason for this one to be any different. With a slight sense of relief, they prepared to face the challenge. Suddenly, a tempest of sand and dust swept through the area, drastically reducing visibility and sealing off all spatial and perceptual abilities. Whether it was the Snow Maiden's Aurora dance or the Beast Master's own instincts, all were rendered ineffective by the sandstorm. Ouyang Shui instinctively tried to grasp Su Yuan's hand, but the sandstorm obstructed her. Were they all solitary wanderers in this second trial? The most unfortunate part was that Su Yuan discovered he could not summon his beasts. The 4 girls, Long Yao, seemed to be trapped in the beast space. How could he pass? Was the greatest challenge that he could not rely on his beasts? He could not afford to stand still. Su Yuan forced his feet to move, blazing a path with thunder and guided by the stars. Hoping that the route he chose was the right one. Slowly, amidst the swirling dust, he found himself alone, unable to see the figures of others. Struggling through the boundless expanse of yellow sand. Outside the secret realm, Wanyang suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is everyone standing still? Why hasn't anything occurred in this entire trial?" Not only Wanyang, but nearly all factions were equally perplexed, rising to scan their surroundings, hoping for an explanation. The ordinary spectators were utterly bewildered, awaiting the top beast masters in the viewing seats to clarify the situation. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the ethereal figure of the King of Beasts slowly began to speak. This is the second most challenging trial of the Z-Way Emperor Star, the Dream Illusion Trial, where life is but a dream. The term Dream Illusion Trial was unfamiliar to many. The King of Beasts explained, "Life is but a dream. This trial is generated by human cognition and dreams, replicating the most despairing scenes. Those with lower difficulty can pass easily, but those facing higher difficulty may find themselves trapped in the dream for a lifetime. Only by being recognized by the Z-Way Emperor Star for your obsession within the dream can you escape. As for what resides in the dream, even I have had my memories erased. What? To be trapped in a dream for a lifetime? Generated by human cognition and dreams? The most despairing scenes? How could one possibly escape such a reality? The very despair one perceives, how could it be overcome?" Chapter 111. The Dream Illusion Trial, Weaving the Cage of Despair. Life is but a dream. The difficulty of this trial lies in the self-woven cage. In truth, there is no need to differentiate the difficulty of the trial. The more talented individuals, like Su Yuan, who know more people, experience more things, and grasp the vastness of the world, inevitably create more enemies. Hence, the despairing cage woven by Su Yuan would be far more cruel than that crafted by others. This is the crux of the trial's difficulty. Conversely, those beast masters with no achievements and limited understanding face despair merely from a beast they cannot contend with. As long as they fight valiantly and uphold their vow to protect their homeland, they can gain the recognition of the Z-Way Emperor Star. As for Su Yuan, no one knew what he was experiencing. Within the secret realm, Su Yuan was shrouded by the swirling yellow sand, having walked for an indeterminate time, unable to see the path or the end. Fortunately, after being bestowed by the Z-Way Emperor Star, his control over his body reached a perfect level, allowing him to measure his heartbeat and estimate the passage of time. 5 hours have passed. How far have I walked? On the 20-mile avenue, based on stride alone. I should have arrived by now. Continuing onward, Su Yuan discovered that the ground bore the remnants of his thunderous marks. They were left when he first entered the second trial. He let out a bitter laugh. All that effort, and he had returned to the starting point. How could he overcome this? There seemed to be no way to break the deadlock. This trial appeared to be named the Avenue Trial. Only by finding his own path could he reach the end. Even someone as strong as Su Yuan found himself at a loss. With the beast space locked, he had no one to assist him. Was this the end? Reluctantly, Su Yuan stood, took a step forward, and resolved to attempt once more. Suddenly, amidst the yellow sand, he discerned a faint figure lying on the ground. Finally, he spotted someone. Clearing the sand revealed Ouyang Shui, collapsed in a pool of blood. Su Yuan was taken aback. Rushing forward to lift the still-breathing Ouyang Shui, her ice-blue eyes blinked, and upon seeing Su Yuan, her pained expression gradually softened, a smile creeping onto her lips. Su Yuan, is that you? She managed to gasp. Su Yuan hurriedly began to bandage her wounds, replying, it's me. Ouyang Shui struggled to catch her breath and said, don't worry, Gong Jing, I also injured him. He reached the finish line. At that moment, Su Yuan could think of nothing but Gong Jing. Ouyang Shui was bleeding too rapidly, and he could scarcely stem the flow. The beast's space was still sealed. What could save her? Yes, the indomitable origin. Gritting his teeth, Su Yuan resolutely broke his left forearm, cutting through the skin, as faint golden spots appeared, the power of the indomitable origin pouring into Ouyang Shui's wounds. Swiftly mending them. Don't speak. Wait until I've treated you, and then return, understood? Ouyang Shui's lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to articulate something, yet ultimately found herself devoid of the strength to speak. The indomitable origin proved truly extraordinary, swiftly mending her wounds and also restoring Su Yuan's fractured arm. Subsequently, Su Yuan tore away Ouyang Shui's emblem, liberating her from the enveloping tempest of yellow sands. Unexpectedly, it was you who saved me once again, foolish girl. If Gong Jing could not reach the finish line, it signified that Su Yuan too would remain unable to cross the threshold, rendering that fateful duel a mere stalemate. With everyone eliminated from the second stage, there was no basis for calculation. However, Su Yuan was unwilling to concede defeat easily. He exhausted every conceivable method, yet could not breach the barrier of sand and dust. Ultimately, time ran out, and all were transported out of the secret realm of the Ziwei Emperor Star. To Su Yuan's astonishment, no one, himself included, managed to pass through this grand trial. For it was simply insurmountably difficult. Finding one's path amidst a labyrinthine confusion hardly counts as a hint, does it? Almost everyone remained stagnant, turning in circles. Nevertheless, Su Yuan still garnered immense accolades. Not only did he surpass the initial barrier of the law domain assessment, but even within this grand trial, he advanced the farthest, traversing a distance of 10 miles. The others barely covered 5. Regrettably, the challenge proved too formidable, resulting in the elimination of all. Based on their performances, Su Yuan rightfully claimed the crown of the Beast Master competition. The life-and-death duel with Gong Jing thus faded into obscurity as everyone was disqualified. However, in the very moment the Beast Master competition concluded, the human king raised his sword against the nobility, citing that his beloved daughter had suffered grievous harm. Although Su Yuan employed the indomitable origin to heal her injuries, it could not rectify the lingering aftereffects. Ouyang Shui forever lost her qualification as a Beastmaster. Relegated to an existence as an ordinary, unremarkable individual, the human king adamantly refused to accept this outcome, directing his sword towards the Gong family. It seemed, however, that there were deeper motives at play. Su Yuan surmised it likely pertained to the destruction of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, freeing the human king from the constraints of the nobility. The entire square descended into chaos. A great battle loomed. Yet, the nobility were no mere pushovers. They had long plotted a desperate retreat, instigating a second wave of beastly incursions, summoning a beast sovereign far more powerful than the 9 serpents, with 9 demigods uniting to combat the human king. Civil strife erupted within Dawn City. Su Yuan was conscripted into the city guard, while all beast masters rallied to the front lines against the beastly onslaught. This time, no miracles transpired. The battlefield was unimaginably brutal, the latest beast tied tenfold stronger than that of the eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Everyone exerted themselves to the utmost. Yet despite their tremendous sacrifices, they found it exceedingly difficult to repel the onslaught. Familiar figures such as Wan Yang, Wan Daoxian, Zui Qing, and Zhang Yingji fell one after another amidst the tide of beasts. Ning Xian, Yi Ho, and Yin Yusen, in the throes of bloodshed, chose not to flee but to share the fate of Dawn City. The human king and the beast sovereign fought to the bitter end, while the 9 elder nobles bided their time, compelling the human king to acquiesce to their demands before jointly slaying the beast sovereign. Thus, Dawn City entered an era of nobility. The human king retreated into seclusion, the entire royal palace closing its doors. Dawn Academy lost its guiding light, forcibly disbanded. The Beast Master Guild collapsed, its members conscripted into the ranks of the 10 guards of the nobility, each striving to secure their own futures. Severely wounded, Su Yuan barely clung to life. Despite his significant contributions, he was imprisoned by the nobility. The reason was simple: they no longer had any power to fear. Food prices soared, and all within Dawn City fell under the control of the 9 elders. People, desperate for sustenance, had no choice but to acquiesce to a series of demands. With their own survival at stake, who would care for the imprisoned Su Yuan? Su Yuan initially sought to escape, but the thought of Ouyang Shui, who had stood by him, compelled him to visit her one last time at the palace. Yet, upon attempting to infiltrate, he was dissuaded by the human king. "Without you, how has my daughter come to this?" One simple phrase extinguished Su Yuan's resolve. However, the nobility seemed to have anticipated this, lying in wait to ambush him. He was captured before he could even utilize his spirit jade. At that moment, Su Yuan found himself seemingly ensnared in a quagmire of despair. Chapter 112, Illusionary Dream Trial. As long as breath remains, the battle persists. 45. It appeared that when the enemy truly fell into your grasp, one was not in haste to enact their demise, but rather wished to live to humiliate them. The nobility did not execute Su Yuan immediately. Instead, they stripped him of his abilities as a beast master. Some of the nobility's prodigies coveted Su Yuan's beasts, attempting to forcibly seize them. However, Long Yao and the Snow Maiden severed their lifeblood, perishing, while Fu Jia's heart, withered like dead wood, transformed into an unyielding tree, never to take shape again. Red Mo, as a witch, refused to bow, provoking a spatial tremor that drew the abyssal demon sovereign to tear her away. All of this transpired before Su Yuan's eyes. The once disgraced Lu family, upon discovering the remnants of their bloodline, regained their former status. Everything that had been taken was returned with a vengeance. Su Yuan beheld his former comrades, those from the city guard's myriad battalions, falling one by one within the dungeons. Uncertain whether he felt numbness or had entirely lost his emotions. The myriad battalion was no more, nor the mountain battalion, nor the sky battalion. The city guard was disbanded, reconstituted as the noble guard. The Beastmaster Guild was re-established, but the leadership was transferred to members of the Li family. Time passed, and when the nobility recognized that Su Yuan had become completely incapacitated, they shattered his legs and cast him out. Go and scrape by, go and survive. Go and experience the life the Lu family once endured. The plight of ordinary people grew increasingly dire. The streets were littered with the starving dead. As individuals fought fiercely over jobs that paid a meager 6 copper coins an hour, even though they required 14 hours of labor a day. Thus, the days dragged on. A year later, the post-war order gradually restored itself. Although life remained arduous, people managed to survive with great effort. The human king withdrew entirely from public life, even passing the throne to the closely knit nobility's Ouyang Qing. Upon taking office, Ouyang Qing distributed vast tracts of fertile land in the eastern and southern parts of the city to the new nobility. The farmers outside the city yearned to resist, yet it was clear that their arms could not contend with the thighs of the powerful. Within just a year, the population outside the city dwindled from 5 million to under 1 million, as many departed Dawn City in search of new city-states. 3 years later, a spring breeze swept across the land of Dawn City. This weathered city welcomed a new year, as people adorned themselves with lanterns, seeking a glimmer of hope amid hardship. On the streets, a noble child seated in a carriage was suddenly assaulted by a group of ragged beggars, rendered unconscious. His money was stolen, and by the time he realized what had transpired, the beggars had vanished without a trace. In the tea house across the street, discussions erupted. "Look, another one has been knocked unconscious. How many times is this now? It's only been 30 days this year, and it must be the 126th time. Is no one managing this? Who would? My relative, old Lu, is on duty at the inspection office, and he's a 3-star beast master. This matter couldn't be clearer. Let us talk more." The group of thugs wielding clubs comprises the beggars of our Dawn City, known as the Beggars Guild. They reside in the shadows of bridge arches and the dampness of sewers. Anywhere dark and unsanitary becomes their abode. When the nobles lost a few coins and sought recourse from the patrol office, they found it manned by esteemed beastmasters. Would they venture into the sewers to apprehend beggars? Certainly not. Thus, no one intervenes. The beggars have united? The Beggars Guild? Is this a tale from a martial arts novel? How intriguing. Old Lu, taking a sip of tea, lamented, "What is so surprising? The leader of the Beggars Guild is someone you should all recognize." "Recognize the leader of the Beggars Guild? Old Lu, you jest. We are all respectable individuals." Old Lu lowered his gaze and replied, "It is Su Yuan." Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the tea house. After a lengthy pause, someone finally inquired, "How could it be him?" Old Lu seemed to find his voice. During the second siege of the myriad demons, the nobles, with their armed forces, acted as if they were invincible. Yet now, the king of man remains secluded, and most of Su Yuan's friends, comrades, and mentors have perished in battle. Although he survived and achieved some merits, what difference does it make? The power now lies with them. It is said he endured great torment in prison, witnessing his beast commit suicide before his eyes and fellow soldiers being executed, only to be released after suffering grievous injuries. The nobles believed Su Yuan had no choice but to beg for his existence. Yet who would have anticipated that not only was he a genius in beast mastery, but devoid of a beast, he excelled in deception and underhanded schemes, rallying all the beggars in our city, teaching them the arts of thievery and robbery, gradually elevating himself to the revered status of the Beggars Guild leader. The onlookers sighed, so he truly is a genius. Indeed, I heard rumors of his past affair with the former princess. It was not mere gossip, it was true. Did you not see the reports a few days ago? The current king is her second brother, who forced her into a marriage with the Gong family. Yet all that awaited the Gong family was a white silk shroud. She committed suicide, alas. Beneath a bridge, a voice rang out. Leader, everything is prepared. Leader, after 3 years, we have secretly buried 5,000 tons of explosives beneath the sewers of every noble household. We await your command to detonate the explosives and take them down with us. Leader, old Lu has returned from Hope City. He says they have agreed. The time has come. At this moment, Su Yuan rose to his feet, recalling the old monk he encountered while begging, who had healed his foot injury with a simple remedy. Explosives. They can only annihilate those who are not beastmasters and those below the 4-star rank, correct? But that is more than sufficient. In the past 2 years, he devised countless strategies to send someone 10,000 miles away to Hope City, forging connections with its inhabitants, ensuring they were ready. Once he detonates the nobles' homes, chaos will surely ensue in Dawn City, providing them with an opportunity to infiltrate. As for whether he, a mere shell of a man, could survive the aftermath, that was secondary. Merely surviving would be a gain. Witnessing their downfall would be an even greater victory. At least, he would not have lived in vain. Your Highness, Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, Fu Jia, Hong Mo, Old Yuan, we will avenge you. Let us go. As Su Yuan prepared to ignite the explosives with a torch, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Golden-purple light coalesced, forming a human figure. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, stood before him. Why do you not give up? You have tasted the bitterness of the world. Your beloved, friends, and comrades have all departed. Is not self-destruction a release? Su Yuan vaguely recalled having seen him before, yet the trauma to his spirit rendered him unable to remember. Why should I give up? I, Su Yuan, will fight relentlessly as long as I draw breath. The elder replied, then let me inform you that old Lu is an internal traitor among the nobles. Your plan will fail. What will you do then? Su Yuan's body quivered, his fists clenched. Thank you for the warning. I will endure with them for another decade or 2. They will surely expose their vulnerabilities. The elder stated, the disparity between you and the enemy is vast. You cannot prevail. Su Yuan forced a smile that was far from genuine. How can that be? Old man, the affairs of this world are unpredictable. Even the most formidable dike can be destroyed by an ant. To yield to power would render a man's existence meaningless. The elder remained silent for a long moment before speaking slowly. Su Yuan, life is but a dream. In times of fortune, everyone shines brightly. Yet failure is the thread that weaves through the entirety of life. You have not succumbed in the despair you have woven for yourself. Now I tell you. You have passed. As if recalling distant memories, Su Yuan's experiences over the past 3 years transformed into ephemeral illusions, with everything around him bursting like bubbles. His eyes brimmed with tears, as if he had forgotten how to smile. Your Highness, Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, Jia Jia, Hong Mo, Old Yuan, Ijia, Sengo. Are you all well? Chapter 113. The Dream Ends. The Emperor Star reappears, a dream of Huang Liang. 55, passing the test. This term, seemingly familiar from many years ago, surged in Su Yuan's mind. He desperately tried to recollect, to remember his past self from 3 years ago, the one who gallantly participated in the Beastmaster competition. So, all of this was but an illusion? They are all still alive. How wonderful, how wonderful. The elder stood before Su Yuan and said, the first test is to temper the body, the second to refine the heart, and the third to seek survival. For most, the second test is the easiest, while the third is the toughest. Yet for some, like you, who have weathered great storms, the second test proves to be the most arduous. Su Yuan's rigid muscles gradually relaxed, and he asked, are you the Emperor Star of Ziwei? The elder nodded, indeed. Seemingly weathered by time, Su Yuan smiled faintly. You have certainly put me through hardship. No wonder you wish to erase memories. For most, such recollections are far from pleasant. The elder acknowledged, indeed. However, that is the case for the majority. For you, it is not. Su Yuan, Your life has been smooth. I hope to add a weight to your path. Hoping this becomes your initial hardship and ultimately your despair. Never forget that even in your most desperate moments, you chose not to give up. The elder did not intend to erase Su Yuan's memories. It was both a gift and an acknowledgement of his journey of refining his heart. Su Yuan's eyes glistened with moisture as he gazed at the stars in the night sky, laughing heartily and freely. The elder said, "Return now. You have overcome the most difficult trial. The next challenge should pose no difficulty for you." As time shifted, Su Yuan traversed a unique space-time tunnel, with every moment of the past 3 years etched in his mind. Be it despair or pain, the most wondrous aspect of existence is that these experiences are illusory. Now, Su Yuan has the chance to change his fate. Outside the secret realm, people waited anxiously. The ordinary and rare-level beastmasters breezed through the assessments, facing previously unseen monsters. And with sheer combat prowess, they emerged victorious. Despite their memories being erased, passing the second test was a delightful achievement for them. The rewards were quite substantial. Even for the ordinary and rare-level assessments, many received gifts from their very souls, and numerous individuals advanced to the second realm of beastmasters, where their intentions resonated harmoniously. How could one not be elated by the elimination of intricate training? Soon after, a group of highly anticipated prodigies emerged from the dreamlike illusion. Bewildered and casting their gazes around, their memories erased, recalling only that they had experienced a dream. A challenging dream, no doubt. Chu Wenyan, Wan Cheng, Sun Yi, and others clutched their hearts, seemingly suffering from a considerable psychological blow. Ouyang Shui, having escaped the illusion, felt the same. She was unclear about what had transpired, but was acutely aware of the pain in her heart. Then, a realization dawned upon her. If the illusion was a manifestation of one's self-woven despair, then the dream encountered by Su Yuan during the domain-level assessment must have been of unimaginable difficulty. Perhaps it was a predicament from which he might never emerge. At that moment, Su Yuan remained enveloped in a crimson glow, showing no sign of escaping. She rushed forward and noticed the tear stains around Su Yuan's eyes. His expression was a poignant blend of distortion and resolve, which tugged at her heartstrings. This scene was witnessed by all outside the secret realm. It was well known that these two had been the subject of numerous rumors, and it seemed those whispers were not unfounded. There was substance to their relationship. Even a fool could discern that the princess had developed feelings for Su Yuan. Yet, the distance between them raised questions. Could it be that the lady was pursuing the gentleman? The moment such thoughts crossed their minds, the crowd's expression soured. How detestable! This wretched Su Yuan, who, upon encountering such good fortune, remained aloof. Many felt a pang of envy. Goodness, if it were me, I would have moved into the royal palace by the next day. Do you honestly believe the princess would take a liking to you? Truly, one is merely grasping at fruitless desires. What if Su Yuan never escapes this illusion? I hope he remains trapped. I wish to seize the opportunity. You'll have to wait in line. After roughly 2 hours, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Had he returned? Everything felt like a fantastical dream, akin to a fleeting moment of illusion. The first person he beheld upon opening his eyes was Ouyang Shui, her concern palpable. Silly girl, have I worried you again? In the illusion, she fought for Su Yuan, devoted herself to him, every detail etched in his memory, even though it was a dream of his own making. Was that not her essence? Perhaps her concern surpassed even the fabrications of his dream. She had once declared that if Su Yuan ever fell to such depths, she would whisk him away to the ends of the earth. That was no idle promise. Ouyang Shui sighed in relief. You scared me, Su Yuan. Now, we should move on to the next trial. But before she could finish her sentence, Su Yuan enveloped her in an embrace. Startled, she exclaimed like a frightened rabbit, Do you realize many are watching? Instinctively wanting to push him away, she hesitated, not truly wishing to do so. She heard the soft sobs from Su Yuan. Though faint, it was the first time she witnessed him in such a vulnerable state, as though he had lost something dear, desperately clinging to all that belonged to him. I have not forgotten my dream. Ouyang Shui ceased her struggle and wrapped her arms around him. Not forgotten. It must have been tremendously painful. The Ouyang Shui who had left the illusion felt heartache and struggle. What had Su Yuan endured to not forget? Your Highness, I love you. Ouyang Shui froze, momentarily lost in thought. Was this not the very declaration she had yearned to hear? When she finally heard it, it felt surreal, almost dreamlike. This was not an illusion. This was reality. Ouyang Shui could feel his warmth, his heartbeat. I shall contemplate whether to accept your confession, she mused, though I too harbor feelings. I cannot be so easily swayed by your words. Su Yuan chuckled. You are mine. There is no escaping. The sensation of returning to reality was exquisite. While Su Yuan basked in his newfound happiness, chaos erupted both within and outside the secret realm. Outside, countless spectators gazed in disbelief at the scene. Good heavens! Were they still calling it a rumor? A rumor, indeed. They were embracing. Oh dear, princess. How did you allow yourself to be swept away by this oaf, Su Yuan? It was hard to believe. I always thought it was mere gossip. When did these two become involved? Left Qing, you are terribly slow on the uptake. I sensed something amiss between them back at the Wanzi camp. You were completely oblivious? This is explosive news. It seems the princess has several suitors, including the Gong family, the Li family, and the Yi family, among others. Other city-states surely have their own contenders too. Look at Gong Jing. He seems ready to spit blood. The person most affected within the secret realm was undoubtedly Gong Jing, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, as if he were on the verge of erupting. Fortunately, he was restrained by Zhong Yang, who whispered something to him before leading the group towards the third checkpoint. While the crowd outside was astonished, many appeared to have anticipated this outcome, their reactions tempered, except for one person, Ning Xian, who caught a glimpse of the figure of King Wang Suing seated at the highest vantage point. Seeing the king's clenched fists, one could almost hear the cracking of bones, if only it were not merely an illusion, even if he had known the truth. Witnessing his precious daughter in another's embrace would undoubtedly be disheartening. Since time immemorial, fathers-in-law have always viewed their sons-in-law with disdain. It's akin to watching a cabbage you've nurtured for 20 years being snatched away by a wild boar. The sensation lodged in one's throat was unbearable. A desire to personally dispatch that young scoundrel. The crowd's gasps continued for a full quarter of an hour before Su Yuan finally released Ouyang Shui, at which point he realized he might have acted a tad impulsively. The king was still watching. Was he not courting danger? Cough, cough. Ouyang Shui adjusted the creases of her attire, looking at the stammering Su Yuan with exasperation. Had it not been for the shock she experienced in the illusion, he might never have found the courage to speak. All right, I understand you're shaken. Let us pass this round first. As for whether I will accept your confession, well, that depends on your performance. Su Yuan sighed, realizing that being the one to initiate had left him vulnerable. Previously, he had easily maneuvered her. Now, the tables had turned. A reversal of roles that felt quite troublesome. Cursing the wretched Ziwei Emperor Star for provoking him unnecessarily, he inwardly grumbled before they both approached the checkpoint. Next came the reward stage, where Ouyang Shui and the other successful candidates of the epic assessment were bestowed with an enhancement of soul strength from the Ziwei Emperor Star. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary number of stars like Su Yuan. For them, this augmentation of soul strength not only fortified themselves, but also their beast companions. At the very least, in future training sessions, Su Yuan's Hong Mo and Ouyang Shui's beast companions would be unable to directly disrupt their souls, which exemplified the benefits of soul power. Such power was exceedingly rare, and both Ouyang Shui and the members of the Sacred Beast Academy, including Sun Yi and Zhong Yang, were thoroughly pleased. Naturally, the spotlight remained on Su Yuan. He had once again triumphed in the domain-level assessment. What would this round's reward entail? The previous gift had been tantalizing. Surely this time it would be even more formidable. Suddenly, a golden shooting star streaked across the sky, tracing a golden trajectory directly towards Su Yuan's forehead. The tiny golden meteor, no larger than a peanut, entered Su Yuan's mind through his brow. Within the meteor, the whispers of the Ziwei Emperor Star resonated. On the arduous journey of forging one's heart, Su Yuan, I bestow upon you my eyes, hoping they may serve as your source of strength. The divine soul, cast from golden meteors, reflects its essence upon the eyes. Relying on the formidable power of the divine soul, Su Yuan's eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. The left eye crystallized into the ashen white of purgatorial bones, while the right eye swirled like shifting sands across a desolate land. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have acquired a special ability. Domain of the Divine Soul's Dual Eyes. Left eye evolved into the Nether Demon Eye, right eye evolved into the Wasteland Sacred Eye. The eye's power will intensify as the host's strength grows. Nether Demon Eye, where the gaze focuses, it can ignite the Nether Demon Fire, and beings tainted by this inferno shall be consumed by the power of reincarnation, unable to be healed, revived, or reincarnated. Wasteland Sacred Eye absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into the host's spiritual power and the physical strength and vitality of their beasts, rendering the land barren and life withered. The arduous process of dreams is often matched by the joy of its final harvest. The sheer might of the dual eyes of the divine soul is evident from its very nomenclature and will grow alongside Su Yuan's ascendants. Is there a more exquisite power than this? At this moment, Su Yuan's mind was no longer devoid of data concerning himself. Host, Su Yuan. Level, 4-star Beast Master. Number of stars, 220,000. Control abilities, Indestructible Origin, Domain. Divine Soul Dual Eyes, Domain. Thunder Body, Epic. Titles, Sovereign of Divine Souls, Sovereign of Divine Bodies. Henceforth, I shall no longer be a mere burden in the battles of beast masters. The gifts bestowed upon me during this journey through the purple micro-emperor star's secret realm far exceed my expectations. The most challenging trial has been surmounted. The next shall no longer be an impediment. The nobles, scheming for so long and exerting immense effort in their designs, ultimately found their plans to be mere bridal garments for Su Yuan. Who would have imagined that someone could consecutively surpass 2 domain-level assessments? To be frank, Su Yuan too had nearly succumbed to the dream trial. Had he harbored even the slightest thought of surrender, he would have surely failed to gain the purple micro-emperor star's recognition. Upon reflection, it sends shivers down one's spine. The purple micro-emperor star prophesied that this would be his initial adversity and his ultimate despair. The emperor star possesses the ability to perceive the heavenly secrets. By your auspicious words, I shall no longer face such despair in the future. Ouyang Shui witnessed the miraculous transformation of Su Yuan's dual eyes and realized he had acquired something extraordinary. Let us proceed. The next trial is the trial of survival in snow. Do not stray too far from me. Snow? He dared directly address me by name? Previously, it was always Your Highness this and Your Highness that. I have yet to grant permission. Never mind, I shall set aside these thoughts for now. Survival? Wait, do you know what the assessment entails? Ouyang Shui gazed at him with curiosity. Su Yuan nodded. Yes, the first trial is body tempering, the second is heart forging, and the third is survival, as stated by the purple micro-emperor star. For me, the second trial was the most daunting, but with the gifts I have received, I should find the third trial manageable, so everyone need not stray too far from me. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, the students from Dawn Academy and 10,000 Beast Academy displayed expressions of delight. Previously, they had not dared to cling to Su Yuan, fearing he might become overwhelmed and inadvertently involve them. None dared approach him, especially during the dream trial, where the elimination rate was exceedingly high. The courage to fight was not something everyone possessed. Dawn Academy had been reduced by nearly half, leaving 366 students, while 10,000 Beast Academy still had 227. The Sacred Beast Academy performed admirably in this trial, seemingly under some form of protection, as the dream trial presented minimal difficulty, leaving them with 680 students. Now that Su Yuan had returned, it felt as though everyone had found their pillar of support. Otherwise, they truly lacked the confidence to reach the final stage. One by one, they leapt down from the ramparts and entered the 20-mile pathway of the third trial. The assessment begins. Outside the secret realm, the 9 elders wore expressions of concern. Ning Fenghong snapped irritably. Yunhe, is this truly the certain death trial you spoke of? How did Su Yuan emerge unscathed while receiving the supreme gift from the purple micro-emperor star? Gong Yunhe's face twisted in confusion. How did he manage to pass? The dream trial is the most challenging for geniuses. Even the king of men cannot surpass it without the protection of the 9 heavens' illusory dragon. Li Jianli sighed heavily. We can only hope for the last trial. If it fails, we must rely on the contingency we buried in the heavenly pool. Chapter 115, The Third Trial. Abyssal Survival. No wonder they say it's simple. 25. Upon stepping into the third avenue, the difficulty light column descended upon them, and unsurprisingly, Su Yuan faced yet another domain-level assessment. This was anticipated by all. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Shui, Gong Jing, and Sun Yi were assigned the challenge of mythic-level difficulty. It appears their talents truly stand out among their peers, particularly Gong Jing. Su Yuan had heard that he did not solicit the Gong family's resources to ease his trial. He possesses a hint of spirit. Although the nobles may not place their hopes on him, he genuinely seems intent on facing Su Yuan in a life-and-death duel. After the difficulty light column descended, the surroundings of Su Yuan and the others experienced a dramatic transformation. Previously illuminated by the stars, the environment was now obscured, as if they were sinking deeper into the earth. The once bright stars were replaced by a darkness steeped in blood, as if they were immersed in a vast cavern, grim and foreboding, where the air was thick with the scent of blood. Where are we? In the air, the third trial materialized. Abyssal Survival. Welcome to the depths of the abyss. The abyss? The crowd's pupils widened in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. They were acutely aware of what the abyss signified. Wasn't he at the lair of the world's third most ferocious beast, the Abyssal Demon Emperor? To find ourselves cast into the abyss? Good heavens! Does this mean we must traverse 20 miles within this abyss? Let us not jest. Setting aside the perilous beasts that roam the abyss, the very path itself is treacherous. It is a labyrinthine maze, twisting and turning. The walls of the abyss are not static, they are alive. In fact, the abyss itself resides within a subterranean entity known as the Mother Nest, where the walls can shift at any moment. To navigate 20 miles in such an environment? Truly, it is akin to climbing to the heavens. By the way, what then is the purpose of the difficulty light column? Everyone is already within the abyss. What difference does it make? Soon, a flicker of understanding dawned upon them. It is indeed useful. The Beast Masters facing ordinary and rare level assessments were enveloped in starlight barriers, capable of warding off the corruption and bloodshed of the abyss, even mitigating the injuries they sustained. The perfect level assessments provided only damage reduction. The epic level assessment offered no protection at all. The few undergoing the mythic level assessment emitted a faint scent of blood, drawing the ferocious beasts to attack. As for Yuan, undergoing the domain level assessment, it felt as though he carried a blood pool upon his head. Even from 10 miles away, ordinary people could discern the potent smell of blood. At this moment, those who had initially wished to cling to Yuan began to reconsider, weighing their own lives against his resilience. Outside the secret realm, the president of the Beast Master Association, Zhang Yingji, expressed his frustration. Is this not absurd? Is there truly such an assessment? But that is the abyss. Not to mention the young Beast Masters. Even the demigods cannot guarantee a safe return from such a perilous journey. His words garnered considerable agreement among the crowd. The Grand Commander of the Royal Knights, Ouyang Qiandao, remarked, "Indeed, esteemed head of the Gong family, I implore you to clarify this matter. Even if it is an assessment, even if it is a simulation generated by the Ziwei Emperor Star, does it not seem somewhat excessive? Our aim is to cultivate Beast Masters, not to send them heedlessly to their demise." This sentiment did not only resonate with the commoners. Even among the nobility, whispers of discontent arose. Although they recognized the authority of the 9 elders, who would not grieve for their beloved children. After all, it is the abyss. Gong Yunhe stood forth to offer reassurance. Everyone, please remain calm. Grand Commander, as you mentioned, this is a simulation of the abyss created by the Ziwei Emperor Star, and it differs significantly from the true abyss. Previously, there have been instances of survival in simulated abyss scenarios, and fortunately, our ancestors have documented such records. According to these records, the strongest demon beast within is merely of the setting sun grade, and there exists only one. The real challenge lies in the unique environment of the abyss. Even if that solitary setting sun grade demon beast were to emerge, we have over 1,000 4-star beast masters at our disposal. Surely, we can handle one such creature. So rest assured, Gong Yunhe's words alleviated many concerns. Indeed, if considered in this light, the dangers present were not insurmountable. The challenges were undeniably daunting. The abyss's terrain was complex, easily leading one astray, rendering a straight-line distance of 20 miles a trek of over 100 miles within. It was among the most arduous survival scenarios, yet not without solutions. Gradually, the crowd quelled their dissatisfaction and settled down to observe the competition. Meanwhile, Li Jianli and others were exceptionally exhilarated. The abyss. The previous illusory dream stage was a mystery that allowed Yuan to pass through by mere fortune. This time, however, it shall not be so easy. The survival scenarios are well documented across the clans, and the difficulty of the abyss ranks among the top 3 of all scenarios. Furthermore, with such a massive blood pool above Yuan's head, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to escape unscathed. Within the secret realm, the expressions of the others varied, but Yuan felt a surge of elation. No wonder the old man said this stage would be simple for me. This is not merely simple, it's a gift of points. With Momo by my side, why should I fear the demon beasts within the abyss? Having navigated the previous 2 rounds filled with perilous excitement, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could speak, Chu Wenyang suggested, if possible, let us split up. Yuan furrowed his brow, suspecting that Chu Wenyang thought that following him would bring misfortune due to the blood pool hovering over him. Not only Chu Wenyang but also other students from Dawn Academy echoed, "Yes, brother Yuan, that blood pool attracts too much animosity. We should not travel together. I merely wish to score some benefits in this ordinary assessment, and I dare not even dream of the final heavenly pool. Let us separate, Yuan. I will certainly assist you in the end." "Indeed, Yuan, if we go our separate ways, our chances may be greater," they all chimed in. Yuan, taken aback, chose not to respond. Were it not for the slight camaraderie of being fellow students and his promise to Zhuqing, he would not have been so inclined to extend a helping hand. "Alas, I offer my sincerity, yet the world repays me with pain." Seeing this, Zongyang chuckled lightly, a hint of schadenfreude in his expression as he observed Yuan, now abandoned by his peers, left without a single companion willing to join him. Yuan shook his head gently, only to find his left hand grasped by someone. "I shall accompany you." Regardless, this silver-haired girl would not abandon him. Indeed, with a few friends and a companion of beauty, that sufficed. Yuan replied calmly, "No matter, each has their own choices. You all may proceed as you wish. Chu Wenyang, the position of captain is now yours. Take good care of the students of Dawn Academy." I must prioritize my own safety and that of the princess. Chu Wenyang was taken aback. He had long coveted that position, yet Su Yuan relinquished it so readily. He nodded in response. Outside the secret realm, Zhang Jin, the principal of Dawn Academy, and vice principals Wei Qing wore exceedingly grim expressions. They had never anticipated that such a decision would originate from their own academy. Chapter 116. The Abyss Beckons. The Witch Emerges. This is Su Yuan's domain. Dawn Academy prides itself on unity, with most graduates joining the Beastmaster Guild or the City Guard. Not abandoning any comrade is a principle that every member of the institution adheres to. Yet today, these individuals chose to sever ties with Su Yuan, believing that following him would lead to great trouble. Such a scenario had never occurred, not even at the Sacred Beast Academy. Yet here it was at Dawn Academy. The first 2 rounds were individual tests, with little to discuss. However, this third round clearly favored teamwork. Not to mention, Su Yuan was the captain. Despite his usual lack of emotional engagement with the others, he had been diligent, even visiting the Sacred Beast Academy prior to the competition to boost morale. Yet, all he received in return was mere verbal gratitude. Even when he suggested that they follow him in this round, he found they still did not trust him. When faced with personal versus collective interests, it is often those who are neither at the top nor the bottom who tend to act with a selfish inclination. There is a saying, those who are righteous often slaughter dogs, while the ungrateful are often the learned. The barefoot tend to unite, as do the wealthy. Yet it is precisely those with a modicum of resources who fear loss. Ouyang Shui could not help but shake her head. A bunch of fools. Su Yuan never speaks without reason. If he lacked confidence, would he invite you to follow him? Su Yuan slowly spoke. Then let us act independently. May we meet again if fate allows. The phrase may we meet again carried a hint of finality, implying that even if they crossed paths after this, they would no longer extend help to one another. There was no necessity for it. Many seemed to grasp Su Yuan's meaning, lowering their heads in embarrassment. Yet soon enough, they straightened their backs. Everyone was doing it, so why should they not? It was merely for a chance at opportunity. Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, and Zhou Dafei felt no shame. Rather, they were exhilarated. These 3 were contemporaries among the Beast Masters, having been at Dawn Academy for nearly 3 years, and had now ascended to the pinnacle of their peers. They had planned to showcase the prowess of Dawn Academy in the Beastmaster competition, and then together serve in a top-tier Beastmaster team at the Guild. Their career aspirations were well structured, and they had maintained harmonious relations with their classmates. The captaincy had seemed assured. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Yuan emerged. In just over a month, he had risen above them, claiming the captaincy with undeniable authority, dazzling before even participating in the competition and achieving miracles that overshadowed their own brilliance. Now, the opportunity for them to shine had finally arrived. The 3 could not possibly let this chance slip by. Thus, they eagerly organized the students of Dawn Academy into 5 teams, eager to explore ahead. The Beastmaster Academy had originally been in contact with Chu Wenyang, and with only a nodding acquaintance with Su Yuan, they had no reason to join him, opting instead to proceed alongside Dawn Academy. The team from the Sacred Beast Academy organized themselves and extended an invitation to the Royal Academy for a joint exploration. Once they departed, only Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui remained. Su Yuan chuckled. It appears we are left alone. Are you afraid? Ouyang Shui shook her head with a smile. What is there to fear? You mentioned that solutions exist, and I trust that there is indeed a way. Besides, with your abyssal witch by your side, can this truly be deemed challenging? With a proud demeanor, Su Yuan summoned the abyssal witch. Outside the secret realm, onlookers noted that Su Yuan seemed ready to advance. Yet he had only called forth a single beast. More astonishingly, the princess did not summon her own beast, choosing instead to trail behind Su Yuan. Did she place such unwavering trust in him? What was Su Yuan up to? The crowd was puzzled. Suddenly, Vice Principal Gong Lei of the Sacred Beast Academy recalled a terrifying possibility. Could it be? Yet, the unfolding events proved his suspicions correct. When the Crimson Mo summoned forth her presence, she inhaled sharply, recognizing the familiar atmosphere. Is this the abyss? Su Yuan replied, in a sense, yes. We shall rely on Mo here. With a disdainful huff, Hong Mo retorted, Human, you promised to assist me in returning to the abyss. Su Yuan gave a thumbs up. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Look, I am striving for it, and you have gained that power, haven't you? He was referring to the indestructible origin. A slight smile graced Hong Mo's lips, her enchanting eyes and luscious red lips betraying satisfaction. Rest assured, human. As she spoke, she brandished her blood-cry blade and death scythe, floating gracefully amidst the swirling crimson and black mist, advancing boldly. Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui followed quietly in her wake. Outside the secret realm, a tempest of chaos erupted. He has gone mad. Su Yuan has completely lost his mind. He intends to venture into the abyss with just one beast? The second prince, Ouyang laughed derisively. It seems the last challenge has left quite an impression on him. He can no longer think rationally. Had he sought help from his classmates earlier, perhaps assistance could have been obtained. He is too concerned with pride. Suffering for the sake of appearances, what folly! Ningxian, observing Su Yuan's relaxed demeanor, rebutted, such claims are erroneous. How can a crane stand among chickens? Even the most fallen phoenix would not lead a flock of chickens, not to mention that it is premature to reach conclusions at this juncture. Let us see what miracles this young beast master shall unveil. The crowd was astonished by Ningxian's assessment, their attention riveted, eager to discern the reasons behind this demigod's unwavering confidence in Su Yuan. The horrors of the abyss were indeed extraordinary. Just as the situation began, students from other academies faced a widespread onslaught. Countless bloodthirsty beasts emerged from the shifting walls, driven by primal instincts to kill and an insatiable thirst for blood. They lunged toward the young beast masters. A fierce battle ensued, with each step forward exacting a bloody toll. In Su Yuan's vicinity, a massive pool of blood loomed overhead, ensuring the presence of ferocious beasts. Before they could take 100 steps, a multitude of beasts had completely blocked all passageways. Bloodthirsty bats, bloodthirsty demon wolves, bloodthirsty mosquitoes, thousands upon thousands of them. All were formidable beasts of the stellar rank. With their assault, Su Yuan would surely meet a grim fate. However, the abyssal which blinked her mesmerizing eyes, and as the crimson and black mist dispersed, her ethereal figure materialized, her chestnut red hair cascading behind her. With hair as enchanting as a siren's and a visage akin to fine jade, her exquisite features seemed almost otherworldly, each expression capable of ensnaring hearts. A true calamity incarnate. I am the daughter of the demon emperor. Why do you not kneel immediately? Her voice resonated like a crimson halo, impacting the very souls of every beast. It emanated from her bloodline's might, instilling fear from the abyss, evoking tremors of both spirit and instinct. All the beasts trembled, their legs quaking, until ultimately, they all knelt upon the ground. This was the abyss, and it was Su Yuan's domain. Chapter 117, Journey into the Abyss. A regretful gathering. 45. What is happening? Almost everyone outside the secret realm was left in a stupor. Those terrifying beasts of the abyss not only refrained from attacking Su Yuan, but instead all knelt before him. This was no coincidence. Even through the screen, onlookers could see the beasts trembling incessantly. This was a fear rooted deep within their souls. The Abyssal Witch. Su Yuan's beast was none other than the daughter of the Abyssal Demon Emperor. Good heavens! The nobility was equally aghast. Gong Yun's mouth hung agape in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Abyssal Witch bow before him? Demonic creatures are notoriously proud. How could they ever become a beast master's servant? Li Jianli rubbed his eyes in disbelief. As long as Su Yuan remains, I cannot find peace. Even the daughter of the Abyssal Demon Emperor willingly serves as his beast. Ning Fenghong clutched his head. Do you recall Vice Principal Gong Lei's report from a few days ago? It stated that Su Yuan's fourth beast was one of slaughter and mental manipulation, likely hailing from the abyss. A few suddenly recalled, yes, indeed. There had been warnings. But who could have anticipated that the Abyssal, which would be the one? With countless ferocious beasts in the abyss, why would Su Yuan's be of such noble lineage? It was perplexing. The second prince Ouyang's cheeks burned with humiliation, as if someone had yanked him by the hair and slapped him repeatedly. He had just seized the opportunity to mock Su Yuan, only to find his own face bruised in return. The first Prince Ouyang, he could not help but chuckle. Ning Ho speaks wisely. This young beast master has created miracle after miracle. No wonder the third sister has taken a liking to him. Ning Xin smiled. What did I say? Su Yuan has continuously activated jurisdiction-level assessments. How could he possibly be at a loss? The purple micro-emperor star must have recognized his immense potential, bestowing upon him such trials. And those who suggest seeking help from those who abandoned him. Such thoughts are the domain of the inept. One cannot blame the road for being uneven. Su Yuan is certainly not of the same ilk as certain others. The reference to certain others stung the second prince Ouyang, who wished he could vanish on the spot. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin, the principal of Dawn Academy, found the irony rich. Look at this. These fools. If only they had followed Su Yuan, would they need to struggle so? Must they engage in ceaseless bloodshed? Zhua Qing murmured, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The relationship between the academy and Su Yuan may be irreparably damaged from here on. Indeed, it seemed that henceforth, any association would be merely personal, and any hope of Su Yuan exerting effort to assist the academy was but a fantasy. He had already stated that if fate allowed, they would meet again. It signified the dreams of life and the brilliance of individual journeys. Amidst all this, Wanyang laughed uproariously. Ha! You all call me foolish. But look who the real fool is. I went all in on Su Yuan, and victory is assured. We're taking off. Ha. Suddenly, everyone recalled that this fellow had wagered everything on Su Yuan, nearly betting the entire family fortune. Could it be that he would truly win? To be honest, the possibility seemed quite likely. With the situation progressing as it was, who could stand in Su Yuan's way? Many regarded Wang Yang with a tinge of envy, lamenting their own hesitance to believe in Su Yuan. Within the secret realm, the spectacle of the myriad beasts kneeling was awe-inspiring, no matter how many times one witnessed it. Ouyang Shui had not anticipated that the solution Su Yuan spoke of would manifest in this manner. She was aware of the abyssal witch's presence, and Su Yuan should have thrived in the depths like a fish in water. Yet, she did not anticipate that he would return like an emperor to his loyal army. You employed the same tactic amidst the shimmering ice plains, did you not? Su Yuan did not deny it, which could be construed as an admission. It was hard to believe that the overwhelming suppression exerted by a top-tier mythical bloodline could be so deeply ingrained in one's very bones. At that moment, she clearly comprehended just how extraordinary Su Yuan's ability to activate his mythical bloodline truly was. Let us proceed. Mo, lead the way. Hong Mo curled her lip, and with a gentle flick of the blood blade, countless ferocious beasts retreated in succession, creating a wide path through which the blood demons could only be seen crawling and lowing in submission. On the other side, under the command of Chu Wenyang, the members of Dawn Academy were fiercely battling the blood demons. Chu Wenyang indeed possessed some talent, effectively orchestrating the students' abilities to harness their beast characteristics. With over 300 individuals, they commanded more than 1,300 beasts, forming 5 distinct formations that attacked in succession. Their progress was steady, and at any given time, only 3 formations engaged, allowing the other 2 to rest and preserve the beast's stamina. Naturally, everyone was filled with confidence regarding their destination. The number of blood demons here was not particularly great, likely having been drawn away by Su Yuan. Silently mourning for him for a brief moment, they lifted their heads to continue directing their beasts in combat. Suddenly, on the other side of their slow advance, countless blood demons parted to create a wide path right beneath their noses, even kneeling in reverence. Someone exclaimed, "Look over there. What is happening?" The ongoing battle drew their attention, revealing an incredible sight. Su Yuan. He was not facing any attacks at all. All the blood demons were yielding to him. The beast before Su Yuan, wreathed in red and black mist, was worshipped like a noble emperor, prompting the entire abyss to feel as if it were uninhabited. In stark contrast, they were embroiled in a bloody struggle. The students of Dawn Academy instantly felt their resolve crumble. What is going on? Why are these blood demons not attacking Su Yuan? Why are they kneeling and making way for him? This is not beast mastery. My goodness, is this the method Su Yuan spoke of? Who is it that deceived me into not following him? Step forward. Woe is me, why did I not follow Su Yuan to safety? Chu Wenyang. It's all your fault for leading us astray. If it weren't for you, I would have already advanced with Su Yuan. Lu Hai, Zhou Da, you 3 were the ones who urged us to move away from him. Stop it. What are you talking about? I didn't hear you say that earlier. Once a united front, the students of Dawn Academy now began to bicker as they saw Su Yuan's effortless and bizarre progress. Some even suggested, why don't we ask Su Yuan for help? We are all classmates after all. Yes, Su Yuan is still our captain. Chu Wenyang. Step aside and let Su Yuan return. Thus, the formations they had established began to collapse, with almost all members inching towards Su Yuan, calling out loudly in hopes he would hear them. Su Yuan looked up at the struggling crowd approaching him and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you all doing? Where have you been all this time? Without turning back, he continued to walk forward. Su Yuan, did you hear us? Please respond. A group of individuals sought to catch a ride on Su Yuan's coattails, growing anxious when he ignored them. Su Yuan, slow down. Su Captain, we are classmates. Wait for us. We were deceived by that petty Chu Wenyang. Our hearts are with you. Brother Yuan, we are all students of Dawn Academy. We will help you deal with the Holy Beast Academy in the end. I promise. Exactly. With over 500 from the Holy Beast Academy. You can't handle them all alone. Su Yuan scratched his head, halted his steps, and turned to face the crowd. The blood demons ceased their assaults at Hong Mo's signal. The group released a sigh of relief at Su Yuan's pause. See, Brother Yuan is ultimately a kind-hearted person. Just as they prepared to approach him, Su Yuan raised a hand and said, "Hold on. What are you all doing? Didn't we agree to act separately? Why are you rushing over now?" A few students blushed, mustering their courage to respond. "Isn't it's still promising to follow Brother Yuan? Brother Yuan, we are sticking with you this time. We won't back down. Brother Yuan, Su Captain." Su Yuan tilted his head. What? Don't you think following me is dangerous anymore? Suddenly, he spoke sternly. Where were you all earlier? Where were we? What do you mean by promising futures and being deceived? Stop fooling yourselves. Don't be naive. I told you I had a way, didn't I? I was planning to take you all along, yet you bolted at the first sign of danger. Now you don't feel threatened anymore? Can't you hear what I'm saying? I must have conveyed my intentions poorly. Even that Palace Jing seems more endearing than you. At least he wasn't contemplating compromise or thinking of abandoning me. Get lost. I don't keep idlers around here. Furthermore, I am no longer your captain. I have handed that position to Chu Wenyang. Go to him for guidance. You all acknowledged that at the time. Don't come over now and embarrass yourselves. Don't you have any shame? You think I'm easy to deal with? Su Yuan declared. I, Su Yuan, reciprocate kindness with kindness. I have always repaid even the smallest favor. But for you lot, I offer but 8 words. Once disloyal, forever untrustworthy. With that, Su Yuan took hold of Ouyang Shui and Hong Mo and marched forward. Who among you is my comrade? Don't flatter yourselves. The crowd, chastised by Su Yuan's words, turned red with embarrassment, and they found themselves unable to argue back. After all, they were the ones who had initially abandoned Su Yuan and had accepted that he had passed on the captaincy to Chu Wenyang. Now, they could not even resort to moral coercion, as he was not their captain anymore. They had severed ties themselves. Frustrated and furious, one of them shouted, Su Yuan, how will you face Palace Jing without us? Do you think you can take on 500 all by yourself? Not wanting to involve himself with them any further, some individuals resorted to the most vile curses they could muster. Su Yuan turned around and scoffed. Do I need you? Watch closely how I handle this once you've been eliminated. Moreover, as the ancient said, a grain of kindness may provoke a mountain of resentment. I am merely not helping you, but you will still curse me. It's evident that if I were to lead you to the end, you would flee at the first opportunity and turn against me. Dawn Academy is truly repulsive with you lot around. With those words, Su Yuan's disdain tore through the group, leaving even those outside the secret realm feeling a sense of dismay. This year's Dawn Academy has both shown brilliantly and displayed its fair share of disgrace. Zhang Jin and Zhuqing felt a burning embarrassment on their faces. Originally, they thought this year would be one of great honor, especially after Su Yuan's emergence. However, this group of students has tarnished the reputation of Dawn Academy. The crux of the matter is whether they can cast blame upon Su Yuan. They cannot. In such circumstances, can one expect Su Yuan to repay malice with virtue and preserve some semblance of dignity? By the time Su Yuan returns, he might find that every last shred of goodwill has evaporated. Zhang Jin's face turned a shade of iron. Zhuqing, upon their return, every one of them shall have their studies extended by a year. It is time to rectify the Academy's ethos. When did our institution's reputation descend to such a deplorable state? Meanwhile, the St. Beast Academy managed to reveal a flicker of amusement. At least they had not lost their integrity. Even if Dawn Academy were to triumph at this Beastmaster competition, their own losses would not be in vain. The eyes of the public are keenly observant. Within the secret realm, the group soon found themselves surrounded once more by blood demons. Having lost their fighting spirit, they struggled to mount any effective resistance against the blood demons. Although Chu Wenyang and his associates had their own schemes, they were not without talent. Without them, the group of fence-sitters was utterly powerless and was almost instantaneously annihilated. A number of unwilling individuals tore off their arm badges and transmitted themselves out. However, Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui, guided by Hong Mo, encountered no obstacles and swiftly arrived at the midsection. Ouyang Shui, filled with concern, inquired, Su Yuan, with just the two of us, can we contend with Gong Jing and his more than 500 followers? The disparity in numbers is indeed a vast chasm. Despite Su Yuan having received numerous gifts and possessing formidable strength, facing over 2,000 Beastmasters seemed daunting. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan appeared to have an epiphany. Mo, are you capable of controlling beasts that are of a higher level than you? The soul puppet seems only able to control 10 of the same level. As for using bloodline pressure, it's uncertain if it would suffice to control blood demons of a higher rank. Hong Mo glanced back. Human, are you underestimating my status within the abyss? Ah, so that means we can indeed. Su Yuan exclaimed, elated. Excellent. Let us proceed. I sense just now that there seems to be a sunset-level ferocious beast within this abyss. We must seek it out. Ouyang Shui suddenly understood, realizing that this was indeed a clever strategy. The St. Beast Academy had a considerable number of powerful individuals, and ordinary blood demons would hardly pose a threat to them. Thus, it would be wise to seek out the strongest entity in this abyss. Once Su Yuan activated his divine soul, in addition to his eye technique, his perception range expanded immensely, encompassing a 50-mile radius. Let us set forth. Under Su Yuan's guidance, Hong Mo led the two through the myriad obstacles within the abyss, heading directly for the location of the sunset-level ferocious beast. Soon, the trio arrived at their destination. The data on the sunset-level blood demon flooded into Su Yuan's mind. Beast, demon blood golden li, rarity, S. Level, Advanced Sunset, Talent, Skills, Bloodline, Three-Eyed Sun Li 50. It turned out to be an advanced sunset level ferocious beast. Wonderful, splendid. The stronger you are, the more delighted I become, my treasure. Chapter 119, The Abyss Finally. The infuriating Saint Beast Academy, 15. Outside the secret realm, the crowd was perplexed, wondering what Su Yuan was up to. With the finish line so tantalizingly close, why was he specifically seeking out that sunset-level ferocious beast? What if it remained unaffected by the witch's influence? Soon, the crowd seemed to grasp Su Yuan's intention. No way. Inside the secret realm, the demon Blood Goldenly lifted its golden horns defiantly, seemingly attempting to break free from the bloodline pressure exerted by Hong Yimou. However, Hong Yimou stepped forward and placed her foot firmly upon the beast's head. The formidable demon Blood Goldenly, measuring over 5 meters in length, emitted a whimper of submission. Overwhelmed by the insurmountable pressure of status, Hong Yimou coldly declared, "You shall heed my commands, understood?" The demon Blood Goldenly no longer harbored ambitions of dominion in this region. It nodded submissively, indicating its surrender to Hong Mo's authority. Thus, the mightiest blood demon of this abyss became Su Yuan's enforcer. Pointing into the distance, Su Yuan commanded, "All right, Mo, let us go seek trouble with Gong Jing." The crowd outside the secret realm cursed under their breath. This Su Yuan is truly cunning. Aware that facing 500 to 600 opponents alone would likely end in defeat, he intends to first weaken the combat strength of the Saint Beast Academy. The president of the Saint Beast Academy, Gong Lei, turned a shade of green with anger. This was utterly shameless. What happened to the spirit of martial arts? What happened to chivalry? The nobles were particularly vocal in their condemnation of Su Yuan, dragging Gong Yun into the fray as well. Is this truly the result of the Gong family's elaborate schemes to create 3 formidable barriers? All of it has become nothing but Su Yuan's wedding dress. Indeed, why have I not seen Su Yuan falter in the slightest? This 3rd barrier seems no different than him returning home, behaving as he pleases. Gong Yun wanted to counter with a retort, but found himself incapable of arguing. Forget it. We must endure this. This time, we have truly shot ourselves in the foot. Within the secret realm, Gong Jing and his companions, equipped with a lunar-level beast, led more than 500 from the Saint Beast Academy, easily bulldozing their way through over 2,000 blood demons. While the blood demons were indeed powerful, their dispersed assaults proved ineffective against such a well-coordinated army of beastmasters. However, the situation took a sudden turn. Gong Jing noticed that the vanguard wedge formation was breached by an exceptionally strong group of blood demons, among which were several lunar-level beasts, and at the back, a sunset-level beast. This caused Gong Jing, Sun Yi, and Zhong Yang to become alert. They never expected that the sunset-level beast would finally stand before them. Wait, what happened next left the 3 utterly astonished. Behind this formidable group of beasts stood none other than Su Yuan. What the hell? They quickly grasped the situation. Su Yuan could actually control this pack of blood demons. The once united resolve of the Saint Beast Academy was crushed by Su Yuan's sudden and strange intervention. While they were engaged in battle with the blood demons using their beastmasters, Su Yuan was skillfully maneuvering the blood demons to retaliate against them. Bloodthirsty bat. What the hell are you doing? Go in and suck their blood. Use your greatest advantage. Demon wolf, are you supposed to be covering the bat? Why are you charging in? Aren't you just delivering yourself to the enemy? Blood leech, what are you waiting for? You need to burrow underground and launch a surprise attack on the beastmasters behind. Otherwise, your combat prowess is utterly insignificant compared to beastmasters. The greatest advantage of beasts lies in their understanding of reasonable division of labor and teamwork, which far surpasses that of individual beasts who merely charge recklessly and unleash skills with brute force. Thus, it is not surprising that 2,000 beastmasters could contend against over 10,000 blood demons of the same rank. However, with Su Yuan on the opposing side, the situation became utterly intolerable. Demon Blood Goldenly. Do you see that person with a feather on his head? Yes, him. Bring your little demons and go after him. The moment Gong Jing realized that the feathered head belonged to Su Yuan, his expression turned icy. Su Yuan commanded the sunset-level beast along with several lunar-level beasts to charge towards him with wild abandon. He raised his hand with a flourish and said, "Little Gong, I shall take my leave first. You may take your time playing with them. We shall wait for you at the finish line. Just don't go and die on us before you even arrive. Shui, let us depart." He called out to Ouyang Shui, adding an affectionate tone. Originally, Gong Jing was already feeling frustrated, but with Su Yuan's provocations, the Sacred Beast Academy found itself in a dire predicament. The blood demons, having learned some basic tactical maneuvers, began to effectively engage the Beast Tamers, resulting in numerous injuries among the beasts of the Sacred Beast Academy. Furthermore, Su Yuan was brazenly holding Ouyang Xue's hand as they made their way to the finish line, which only fueled Gong Jing's ire. It drove him to the brink of recklessness, contemplating rushing over to eliminate Su Yuan. Zongyang quickly intervened. Old Gong, hold your horses. I desire to slay him even more than you do. My clansmen perished at his hands. A moment of impatience could ruin our grand strategy. By the time we reach the heavenly pool, he will surely be in for a surprise. Only then did Gong Jing manage to suppress his fury. Zongyang's clan brother, Zong Tianda, had indeed fallen to Su Yuan, and in terms of vengeance, his grievance was no less than Gong Jing's. The three of them commanded the Beast Tamers of the Sacred Beast Academy, engaging in a fierce battle with the Blood Demon Golden Lion for 300 rounds. Ultimately, they paid the price of over 100 losses to vanquish this formidable beast of the Sunset level along with several Moonfall level monsters. After incurring nearly 100 casualties, they finally subdued the group of blood demons previously commanded by Su Yuan. Upon entry, there had been 680 of them. Now, over 200 lay defeated, leaving only 436 to continue. With still several miles to the finish line, it was anticipated that no more than 300 would remain by the end. The students of the Sacred Beast Academy were incessantly cursing Su Yuan in their hearts. What a wretched creature. If it weren't for your provocations, we could have reached the finish line unscathed. After thoroughly disrupting the Sacred Beast Academy, Su Yuan did not linger. He and Ouyang Xue followed Hong Mo toward the finish line. For Su Yuan, this stage was indeed a trivial matter. Alas, unforeseen events were about to unfold. Ouyang Xue jested. If Suiqing outside were to witness this, she would surely be distraught. How do you plan to explain it to her afterward? Su Yuan chuckled. Indeed. It doesn't matter. As long as I fulfill my promise to her, it suffices. Naturally, the members I intend to recruit for my beast taming team cannot come from this batch of freshmen. That is certain. With those who already harbor grievances against me, it would be unwise to trust them. I would rather place my faith in the Su family army. We shall discuss it upon our exit. Let's see what rewards await us for this stage, then prepare ourselves for the life and death duel ahead. Ouyang Xue looked at him in astonishment. You truly intend to face hundreds of them alone? Su Yuan replied with a grin. Of course. Had I attempted this before entering the secret realm, it would have been impossible. However, the treasures I have acquired from these 3 stages are beyond your imagination. If they possess no other means, I do not fear defeat in the slightest. Ouyang Xue regarded him with a peculiar gaze. What kind of gifts had he received? Let me witness it with my own eyes. Chapter 120, Clearing the Stage. The Protection of the Purple Micro-Star. The Star's Bow. 25. In less than 2 hours, Su Yuan and Ouyang Xue reached the finish line. This so-called most difficult 3rd stage, which was supposed to be a bloody battle fraught with peril, was effortlessly conquered. The moment Su Yuan leaped over the barricade, the purple Micro-Emperor Star began to bestow its rewards upon him and Ouyang Xue. First came Ouyang Xue, who also undertook a mythical level assessment during this stage, resulting in astonishing rewards. Previously, her original star and soul strength were enhanced. This time, it was a collective boost for her beasts. Ouyang Xue's 4 beasts, the Xian Guang Divine Falcon, the Holy Cold Star Deer, the Azure Wood Cloud Leopard, and the Azure Bird Cloud Crane, were upgraded from their respective predecessors. These 4 beasts primarily excelled in speed and control, and the purple Micro-Emperor Star granted them a special enhancement known as the Magic Wind Blessing. Furthermore, any beast Ouyang Xue acquires in the future will possess this power, enabling them to unleash strength comparable to that of the magic wind encountered in the 1st stage. Currently, the magic wind embodies mythical level capability, and as her beasts grow stronger, the range of the magic wind will expand. Once they mature into top-tier beings, they will wield wind attribute powers at the level of a law domain. This reward is undeniably invaluable. Ouyang Xue gently bowed her head in gratitude to the purple Micro-Emperor Star. Throughout this journey, she had reaped numerous benefits. Next was Su Yuan. The sky erupted with brilliant purple light, the Emperor Star shining brightly, as glimmers of violet radiance cascaded down. Su Yuan felt an additional purple star emerge among the 220,000 stars within his Dantian Star Palace, its brilliance so dazzling that it seemed to overshadow all others. Soon, a spark of enlightenment ignited in Su Yuan's mind. This star was a form of blessing, known as the Blessing of the Emperor Star. It bestowed upon him the power to command all stars to bow before him, regardless of whether it pertains to the stars of the Beast Tamers or the original stars carried by their beasts. Su Yuan could suppress them at their very roots. This meant that, apart from Su Yuan, any Beast Tamer facing him would find themselves stripped of combat capability, while their beasts would be unable to unleash their full potential due to the suppression of their original stars. It was akin to a domain of suppression. The purple micro-emperor star, as the sovereign of the stars, could not be regarded as an original star, but its existence established it as the absolute king among all stars. Satisfied with the bestowed gifts, Su Yuan nodded appreciatively. He also acquired a new title. Control abilities: Indestructible Origin, Law Domain; Dual Souls, Law Domain; Thunder Body, Epic; Eternal Emperor Star, Law Domain. Titles: Master of Divine Souls, Master of Divine Bodies, Sovereign of the Stars. With 3 formidable Law Domain abilities, along with the exceptional Thunder Body and the enhancement of 220,000 stars, Su Yuan was now capable of confronting Moonfall-level monsters directly, even challenging Sunset-level beasts. Moreover, the 4 beasts sharing his source, while only at the Sinking Star level, could also benefit from the Indestructible Origin enhancement, coupled with Su Yuan's Divine Eye, which bolstered their stamina and vitality. They too could overpower ordinary Moonfall-level creatures and possess the strength to contend against Sunset-level foes. It could be said that this journey through the secret realm and its 3 formidable stages had brought about a comprehensive transformation for Su Yuan. The nobles were now filled with regret. Indeed, the best choice would have been to prevent Su Yuan from participating. This round of competition had granted him an overwhelming boost in strength. However, the die had been cast, and it was too late for remorse. They had hoped to eliminate Su Yuan through the 3 stages, but were instead outmaneuvered by him. Who could they blame? Nevertheless, the nobles were not entirely disheartened. The thought that the students of Dawn Academy had fallen apart due to an imbalanced mindset and were almost entirely eliminated in the 3rd stage, while the students of Sacred Beast Academy still had 388 advancing to the final purple micro-star heavenly pool, brought them a measure of comfort. Moreover, they had contingencies prepared in the purple micro-star heavenly pool, ensuring that Su Yuan would not escape his fate. Of course, this was merely their conjecture based on current performances. As for the nature of the gifts Su Yuan had received, they were uncertain. They refused to acknowledge their defeat and thus could not envision him as too formidable. Even with 440,000 stars, victory was not guaranteed. The crowd waited silently, anticipating the completion of the 3rd stage by Gong Jing and his companions. Su Yuanjia arrived early at the heavenly pool of Ziwei Star with Ouyang Shui, where a fierce contest of strength was destined to unfold. He sat in meditation, adjusting his state of mind. After approximately an hour, Gong Jing and his companions finally emerged from the abyss, though their numbers had dwindled by nearly 300, largely due to Su Yuan's actions. Nevertheless, they received news that was somewhat comforting. The Dawn Academy had nearly been annihilated. Aside from Chu Wenyang, who managed to escape with a handful of others, the rest had succumbed. Upon their emergence, these individuals cursed Su Yuan with venomous resentment, blaming him for the collapse of the Dawn Academy's formation. The remaining 26 students huddled together, utterly despondent. The Beastmaster Academy, already limited in numbers, suffered a significant loss as well, with only 150 remaining. Observing the decline of the Dawn Academy, they proactively announced their withdrawal from the final contest at the Heavenly Pool, aiming to partake in the leftovers after the Sacred Beast Academy had finished. As for the Royal Academy, their numbers were always few and they preferred to remain uninvolved, thus receiving some consideration and a small share of the spoils. With the ultimate showdown approaching, Zongyang whispered to Gong Jing for a moment before approaching Chu Wenyang. Chu Wenyang, I hear your formation crumbled due to Su Yuan? Chu Wenyang felt no sense of personal accountability. Rather, he believed Su Yuan had obstructed them, stating vehemently, indeed. Su Yuan walks his own path, and even comes to flaunt it before us. Not only did he refuse to assist, but he insulted us instead. He incited the blood demons to attack us, leading to our formation's collapse. Lu Hai interjected, Alas, Zongyang, we have lost. Why come to mock us? Zongyang shook his head and clasped his hands, responding, No, I am not here to deride you. Brothers Chu, Lu, and Zhou, you 3 were originally the leaders of the Dawn Academy, only usurped by Su Yuan. To be candid, my cousin was slain by Su Yuan himself, and I harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards him. Moreover, due to Su Yuan's actions, our Sacred Beast Academy has also lost nearly 300 members. Since we share a common adversary, why not set aside our grievances and join forces? Let us not dwell on the discord between the Dawn Academy and the Sacred Beast Academy. I promise you, as long as you unite with us against Su Yuan, my clan's guards will always welcome you. To eradicate Su Yuan, Zongyang resolved to consolidate all available strength. His words stirred the remaining 20-odd students from the Dawn Academy. Why did they participate in the Beastmaster competition? Was it not in pursuit of a brighter future? The Zong family, being one of the 9 elder families, possessed considerable power and wealth far exceeding that of the city guards. With Zongyang's promise, there was no need to worry about the Dawn Academy anymore. After all, I am about to graduate. What does it matter to me? Even if you expel me, I shall not care. Joining the Zone Guards not only offers a chance for revenge against Su Yuan, but also secures a better future. Furthermore, Su Yuan poses a significant threat to the nobility. Assisting us now will surely yield great rewards later. Chu Wenyang's heart raced, and he almost agreed on the spot. However, he hesitated, contemplating whether he could negotiate for greater benefits. Zhong Yang, perceiving their thoughts, raised a hand and declared, "Esteemed friends, I promise that if you are willing to join us, once we exit the secret realm and enter my clan's guards, you will at least hold the rank of a leader. Furthermore, my family will bear all the necessary resources, including rare materials and treasures required for becoming a 6-star Beast Master." This promise shattered the psychological defenses of the crowd. To bear all expenses meant providing vast amounts of rare materials, secret realm quotas, and beast eggs. What was there to wait for? They harbored no concerns about the Zhong family reneging on their word. Firstly, Zhong Yang was a direct descendant, and his every word carried weight. Secondly, a family of such stature would value its reputation far more than a mere handful of resources. If they were to deny even minor resources, they would not have reached their current standing. Chu Wenyang rose and clasped his fists, saying, "If we refuse again, we would appear greedy. Brother Zhong, let us fight side by side this time." Lu Hai nodded in agreement. "I have heard of the Zhong family's young master being a dragon among men. Meeting you today confirms my expectations. Brother Zhong, let us join forces." Zhoda added, "Brother Zhong, we have always admired the Nine Elder family, but our identities have made it inconvenient to express. I hope we can collaborate sincerely today to vanquish Su Yuan and avenge you, and to win back Brother Gong's affection." Zhong Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Let us take a moment to rest. Then we shall seek out Su Yuan together." Upon returning to the camp of the Sacred Beast Academy, Sun Yi remarked with a peculiar expression, "Brother Yang, do you genuinely wish for them to join us? Those willing to switch sides today may just as easily be swayed by others tomorrow. Moreover, as a direct descendant of the Zhong family, it would be hard to retract your promises." Zhong Yang chuckled coldly. "Ah, Xiao Yi, your kindness clouds your judgment. I did indeed promise them. However, have you considered who Su Yuan despises most? Is it not the traitors? Chu Wenyang and his companions may agree, but whether they live to claim what I promised is another matter." Sun Yi pursed his lips, nodding thoughtfully. How foolish they were, focusing solely on profit without considering their survival. Naturally, they would maintain a facade of cordiality. Yet outside the secret realm, the uproar was tremendous. Wow, I've never seen the Dawn Academy and the Sacred Beast Academy unite against someone in the Beastmaster competition before, and to target their own kind? Unbelievable. I never expected the Dawn Academy to stoop so low. The pressure on Su Yuan was immense. The elite of this generation had gathered, and he was expected to confront 400 opponents single-handedly. Even an ordinary 6-star Beastmaster would struggle against such odds. The public discourse left Zhang Jin and Zuiqing blushing with embarrassment. They had never anticipated that abandoning their comrades would be disgraceful enough. But now they were collaborating with their longtime rivals against their own. Yuan Daoxian from the Beastmaster Academy lamented, "It seems that times of peace have led people to prioritize personal gain over camaraderie. Fortunately, our academy has not brought shame upon us. Skill aside, losing is acceptable, but it must be done with dignity." Wang Yang expressed his concern. "Su Yuan is in for a tough battle. Gong Jing, Zhong Yang, Sun Yi, Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, and Zhoda are all among the finest 4-star Beastmasters. How can Su Yuan possibly contend?" Yuan Daoxian shook his head. Wang Yang, incredulous, replied, "Elder brother, you're not worried? Our family's fortune is all staked on Su Yuan." Suddenly, Yuan Daoxian's eyes widened, realizing, by heavens, my entire family's wealth is riding on this cousin. Madness. I was so engrossed in what I just witnessed that I completely lost track of time. Damn it. Yuan Daoxian has become anxious. "Su Yuan, please, do not let us down. I implore you, let us witness another miracle." Within the secret realm, the assembled individuals, now rejuvenated, set forth towards the Ziwixing Tianqi. Over 100 members of the Beast Academy decided to join the fray for the spectacle. Su Yuan sat quietly upon a large stone, meditating for over an hour, when he caught sight of the approaching throng in the distance. Indeed, the crowd was quite formidable. Simultaneously, he noticed familiar faces among the few students from Dawn Academy, including Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, and Zhoda, standing beside Zhong Yang. Upon their encounter, Su Yuan took the initiative to speak. "There are more of you than I expected. I thought no more than 300 would emerge, yet it appears to be around 400. Gong Jing, do you believe that sheer numbers will suffice to defeat me? And Chu Wenyang, are you and your companions planning to confront me alongside Zhong Yang?" Gong Jing responded coolly, "Whether we can prevail will be determined in due course. Su Yuan, I have come to fulfill my promise from the life and death duel at the Golden Dragon Pavilion." He exhibited no trace of trepidation, as if he had awaited this moment for an eternity. I shall prove to His Highness who is truly more deserving of her affections. Then Zongyang stepped forward, asking, Su Yuan, did you not slay my cousin Zongtienda? Su Yuan nodded gently. Zongyang gritted his teeth, just as I suspected. Today, I shall avenge my cousin. As for you, Chu, we merely share a common enemy. Enemy? Chu Wenyang thought resolutely. Deeming it unnecessary to conceal the truth any longer, he declared, Su Yuan, were it not for you, how could our formation have crumbled? How could I have been brought to this juncture? A wise bird chooses its perch. I, Chu Wenyang, have merely opted to ally with the young master of the Zong family. The scorn and hatred we have endured can only be avenged upon you. Su Yuan chuckled. Oh, each of you has your own motives. This is quite splendid. Gong Jing, Ouyang Shui is under my protection. Do not harbor thoughts of taking her from me. Zongyang, I have already dispatched 300 of your kin, and today you shall follow in their footsteps. As for you, Chu Wenyang, I shall cleanse the path for principles what today. Come forth, let the victor claim all, while the vanquished are left to the dust. Chapter 122, Suppression. One can stand against 1,000,000. Besides Su Yuan, the dragon goddess Ji, the extreme north snow phoenix, the life goddess, and the abyssal sorceress slowly materialized. With no schemes or ambushes at play, Su Yuan genuinely intended to confront 400 4-star beast masters single-handedly. Had he lost his mind? It seemed somewhat mad. Even the most formidable beast masters, at the same level, rarely faced 10 opponents alone, let alone 1 against 400. Why did Su Yuan presume he could do so? There was no need for a command. The crowd summoned forth their respective beasts, totaling 1560 creatures of various types, encompassing nearly all attributes: offense, defense, speed, mental, and physical capabilities. Before them, Su Yuan appeared as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed should Gong Jing give the order. Yet, before the beasts could advance, a purple golden star ascended above Su Yuan's head, radiating a brilliance akin to the Xiwixing. The dazzling purple light, imbued with unparalleled dignity and imperial might, cascaded over all the summoned beasts, in a flash of blinding purple radiance. The onlookers were astonished to find their internal stars and the primordial stars of their beasts rendered dormant by an overwhelming force akin to that of an emperor's descent. Their stars seemed to bow before Su Yuan's resplendent Xiwixing. Was this the gift bestowed upon Su Yuan? Spreading like a domain, any creature ensconced in the purple-golden glow faced suppression at its core. To incapacitate a beastmaster's star meant to incapacitate the master themselves. To suppress the primordial stars of their beasts equated to having their combat prowess. Even before the battle commenced, they had already lost a round. Gong Jing coldly declared, Su Yuan, no matter what you have obtained, victory is beyond your grasp. Charge. What does it matter if you are partially suppressed? With over 1,000 beasts at our disposal, your defeat is assured. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated rout did not materialize. Dozens of speed-type beasts surged forward only to be met by Long Yao, who dispatched them with ease, reducing several to mere pulp with a single swipe. As her red-blue dragon flames coalesced into a roar, incinerating the foremost beasts alive. The aerial assault came from winged beasts unleashing capabilities such as wind blades, thunder strikes, and fiery dances, akin to a battalion of bombers raining destruction. Meanwhile, Fu Jia chanted incantations, and a tender sprout broke through the scorched earth, suddenly transforming into a towering giant tree. The mythic tree realm had descended. The bombardment from above was halted by the giant tree, while the airborne beasts found their speed severely impeded by its sprawling branches. The Snow Maiden seized the opportunity to imbue the tree with icy vines. Invoking her ability, the Snow Moon Prison, the freezing power swiftly ensnared all flying beasts, trapping them as though they were caged birds. Something was amiss. In less than 5 seconds of combat, over 100 beasts had been vanquished by Su Yuan. What was wrong? Indeed, the intensity of Su Yuan's beasts was unprecedented. Chu Wenyang exclaimed, impossible. Even if he possesses an SS-class primordial star beast, the strength disparity should not allow him to dominate 1 against 100. Correct. The coalition's beasts had not refrained from utilizing their talents and skills. Yet, those abilities crumbled before the might of Su Yuan's beasts, akin to paper tigers, shattering upon contact. This defied logic. It felt as though they were not battling 4 SS-class beasts, but rather 4 Sunset-class beasts, even if their primordial stars were sealed. Such a vast discrepancy should not exist. Finally, a beast known as the iron-horned rhinoceros managed to scrape a segment of Long Yao's dragon scales with its formidable horn, revealing a trickle of blood. Just as it seemed poised to inflict injury, golden specks visibly repaired the wounds. What were those golden flecks? The onlookers gasped in shock. Why did Su Yuan's beasts remain unscathed? Strong yet impervious to injury? How were they to fight this? Su Yuan smiled. Do you think I would face 400 of you without any chance of victory? Long Yao, Snow Maiden, Fujia, and Hong Mo join me. Let them witness what true indomitability is. Su Yuan was unafraid of their awareness. Power is not meant to be concealed, but wielded against foes. Now was the time to unleash his strength. Transformed into their true forms, the four beasts plunged into the coalition's ranks like celestial demons descending from the heavens. Akin to ferocious tigers amidst a flock of sheep, empowered by the indomitable origin, they felt no pain, no fatigue. With the potent supply of Su Yuan's stellar energy, they would not exhaust their stamina, nor would they show mercy. This was the divine body. Like four machines of slaughter, they blossomed upon the battlefield like blood-soaked demonic lotuses. Outside the secret realm, all onlookers rose to their feet, having anticipated an overwhelmingly one-sided battle. Yet they realized that while they guessed the outcome, they had miscalculated the direction. Su Yuan, capable of standing against 1,000,000, with an unparalleled force, he subdued all the four-star beastmasters of his generation. The coalition was thrown into disarray. Within less than a minute of battle, over 200 beasts were lost. At this rate, wouldn't Su Yuan bid them farewell in less than 10 minutes? Zongyang immediately commanded, "Steady yourselves. Hold the formation. Defensive beasts, take the front line, while control-type beasts should position themselves in the center to halt their advance. Long-range attackers, focus your fire on a single target, while the speed-type beasts maneuver around to ambush Su Yuan. Delay him. Su Yuan's beasts cannot sustain this state indefinitely. Brother Jing, activate that contingency plan." It must be said, the swift coordination immediately stabilized the formerly chaotic coalition. A formidable array of defense-oriented Earth-type beasts surged forward, relying on their exceptionally tough skin and scales, forming a barrier akin to walls of earth and rock to withstand the onslaught of Su Yuan's beasts. Meanwhile, over 500 beasts in the rear gathered their strength to unleash their skills. More than 500 beams of energy, each distinct in form, swords, spears, and halberds, converged upon the less combat-effective fuchsia. Simultaneously, nearly 300 speed-type beasts rode the winds and thunder, flanking to launch a surprise attack on Su Yuan. Su Yuan snorted coldly. Did they truly think they could outpace him with their speed-type beasts? Clearly, they had no inkling of the extent of his evolution. With a staggering 220,000 stars shining, coalescing into a celestial river, the strength bestowed by the stars augmented his arm power by an astounding 220,000 kilograms, allowing him to rend several avian beasts asunder with ease, coupled with the speed granted by his thunder-infused physique. Su Yuan's pace in slaughtering the coalition's beasts was hardly inferior to the main assailants, Hong Mo and Long Yao. It was madness, complete insanity. The battlefield had transformed into a one-sided performance, a perfect manifestation of his might. The gifts he received within the secret realm far exceeded anyone's expectations. He had effectively become a human Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 123, Near Annihilation. The unmatched Su Yuan. Outside the secret realm, Gong Yun and others dug their nails into their flesh, nearly drawing blood in their frustration. The immortal origin. Su Yuan has actually obtained the immortal origin. This was one of the three primordial origins of the world. How could the Purple Star Emperor bestow such a reward? Not only Gong Yun, but even the other 9 patriarchs regarded him with peculiar gazes, as if questioning, "Yun, could Su Yuan possibly be your illegitimate child?" Sensing the suspicious looks directed at him, Gong Yun hastily transmitted, "It's unjust. How was I to know that the Purple Star Emperor would grant such a power of origin? If you don't believe me, check our Gong family's records on the Purple Star Emperor's secret realm. Such rewards do not exist." This greatly exceeded the nobility's highest estimations of rewards from the secret realm. Ning Fenghong, filled with urgency, remarked, "This is dire. With such a combat power boost, Su Yuan can no longer be considered merely a 4-star beastmaster. The immortal origin equates to a domain-level ability, affecting both the beastmaster and their beasts. It provides a comprehensive enhancement. The advanced beast, Chen Xing, under the immortal origin, is already comparable to a beginner-level Setting Sun beast. Coupled with Su Yuan's high-quality beasts, the average advanced Setting Sun beasts may not even stand a chance against him. The coalition poses no real threat to Su Yuan. Li Jianli inhaled sharply. Friends, the most terrifying aspect is not just this. The most alarming part is that this is merely one of the gifts Su Yuan has received. Another gift should be that purple light that suppressed the power of other stars, and there's yet another one that Su Yuan hasn't utilized. Damn, with just 2 gifts. The coalition is on the verge of collapse. How can Su Yuan possibly survive this? Gong Yun composed himself, saying, "Do not panic. We still have our contingency plans." Upon mentioning contingencies, the group reassured themselves, quieting their earlier anxieties. Yes, indeed. The advanced setting sun beasts could not withstand the contingencies we have prepared. Gong Yin lamented. It's a pity for Jing. This move requires all he has, and he will no longer be able to serve as a beast master after this. Such immense power must come at a price. Even so, Gong Jing had resolved to wager everything. Ning Fenghong comforted him through telepathy. Yuan, take heart. This is also Jing's wish, is it not? Trust me, once our plan succeeds, ensuring the marriage of the princess to Jing is the most important matter for him. Gong Yun nodded slowly. Gong Jing's talent was exceptional even within the Gong family, and this time, he was all in to eliminate Su Yuan. Within the secret realm, at the Purple Star Sky Pool, the four women, imbued with the power of the immortal origin, showcased their lineage pride and the might of top-tier beasts. Decimating the coalition's beasts. Mythical celestial ruins. Mythical ice phoenix divine sealing. Mythical heaven-rending god destruction. While ordinary attacks could potentially be mitigated by sheer numbers, the vast area of effect from mythical skills rendered all defenses moot. The radiant sun in the sky unleashed a conflagration of intertwined red and blue. The illusory dragon flame surged like a tidal wave. Any entity touched by its spark was obliterated. The phantom of the ice phoenix flapped its wings, spreading icy tendrils that enveloped the entire realm, freezing everything beneath its grip into crystalline ice. Countless beasts fell, their blood coalescing into a horrifying blade of divine retribution. The blood-red crescent stretching a full kilometer, cleaving the heavens asunder. The successive explosions of overwhelming power stirred winds that severely injured weaker beasts. Those directly hit stood little chance of survival. Zhong Yang felt a twinge of despair. He had worked diligently to pass the assessments, believing that even if his strength was lacking, gathering so many would at least allow him to witness Su Yuan's despairing expression, a small consolation for his deceased clan brother. Who could have anticipated that not only would Su Yuan not fall into despair, but he himself was now engulfed in it? Was the disparity truly so vast? So immense that it seemed irreparable. He had painstakingly cultivated his beast to the lunar level, yet under Long Yao's hand, he couldn't endure 3 exchanges. Was the enhancement from the immortal origin truly insurmountable? Su Yuan's strikes were merciless, aimed deliberately at incapacitating the beasts. You wish to eliminate me? While I cannot prevent you from escaping via your arm badges, I can destroy your beasts, delaying your training by a year or 2. Cultivating a new beast master is no easy feat. Many who initially had no intent to fight, upon witnessing Su Yuan's ruthless tactics, opted for self-preservation, using their arm badges to escape as their beasts faced impending doom. Thus, Su Yuan's relentless onslaught accelerated. More and more beast masters could no longer withstand the pressure and sought to flee. However, Su Yuan was not oblivious. He simply chose to ignore them. Except for a select few. Mythical Aurora Dance. The Snow Lady utilized her powers to teleport the most bloodthirsty, Hong Mo, to the side of Chu Wenyang, Lu Hai, and Zhouda. Ah, my lord bids that you few remain as my puppets. The witch's chilling voice echoed in their ears. And before they could even activate the arm badges on their arms, the scythe of death had already severed their throats. The breath of death flowed into the scythe. And in an instant, the myriad experiences of life replayed like a revolving lantern in the minds of the 3. At this moment, they were filled with regret for their avarice in heeding Zhong Yang's words. Moreover, they harbored resentment, lamenting why Su Yuan had not revealed his extraordinary abilities sooner. Had he done so, would they have refused to assist him? Yet, Su Yuan had little interest in their thoughts. His only purpose was to cleanse the ranks. Outside the secret realm, Zuiqing and Zhang Jin sighed in relief upon witnessing this. In such a scenario, their dignity could still be salvaged to some extent. The worst-case outcome would be for these individuals to return safely and subsequently join their sect, akin to a thorn embedded in the Academy of Dawn, forever unremovable. On the battlefield, hundreds of beast tamers fell one after another. Zhong Yang, watching from a distance as Gong Jing appeared to be nearing completion, finally felt a sense of relief and, gathering all his beasts, charged towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I may not defeat you, but you shall not walk out of here alive. Gong Jing, if you still consider yourself a man, avenge my brother and reclaim our honor. Zhong Yang opted for a self-sacrificial attack, willing to endure injuries to himself and his beasts, as long as it could delay Su Yuan for a few precious seconds. With a splatter of blood, Zhong Yang tore apart his arm badge and teleported away. The remaining Sun Yi raised his hands and declared, Brother Su, I cannot match you, so I will retreat. However, it seems Brother Gong has already completed his task. Let us see if you can defeat him. For it was obtained at the cost of sacrificing your future as a beast tamer, an embodiment of demigod power. Chapter 124, The Noble's Secret Weapon. The Transcendent Gong Jing, 35. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Demigod power? Could a 4-star beast tamer truly elevate to a demigod level? Is such a feat achievable? Sun Yi replied calmly. However, to call it demigod would be inaccurate. It is more akin to a transcendent state, a transitional phase for a 6-star beast tamer stepping into demigod territory. Even so, it is still beyond your capacity, Brother Su. With that, Sun Yi tore apart his arm badge and vanished. Transcendent? This implies that it does not yet belong to the realm of demigod power. Sun Yi is indeed intriguing, taking the time to elucidate this for himself, seemingly unperturbed by how those outside the secret realm might react. As expected, outside the secret realm, Gong Yuan and the furious head of the Sun family, Sun Wushao, glared at Sun Yi. Wushao, what does your child mean? Was it necessary for him to convey this to Su Yuan? Despite their confidence in victory, both Gong Yuan and his companion were displeased with the behavior exhibited by the Sun family. Sun Wushao shrugged. Brother Yuan, this is not my concern. This child of mine is simply irresponsible. Rest assured, Brother Yuan, I shall thoroughly discipline him when he returns. Ning Fenghong, acting as a mediator, added, do not fret. Brother Yuan, even if Su Yuan learns of this, what can he do? The beasts empowered by undying origin can at most reach the level of the setting sun. They cannot hope to rival the beasts of the transcendent realm. Only then did Gong Yuan manage to suppress his anger. Indeed, trust in Gong Jing was warranted. Su Yuan, even with the undying origin, would ultimately fall short against the transcendent realm. Within the secret realm, Su Yuan's thoughts drifted back to before the battle began. He had posed a question to Ouyang Shui regarding the conditions necessary for a beast tamer to transcend to the falling moon level, aside from rare materials. Ouyang Shui informed Su Yuan that the ascension from falling moon to sinking star level differed significantly. For the falling moon level, beyond rare materials, it was crucial to fuse the source constellations cultivated at the sinking star level into the source moonlight. Depending on the quality and characteristics of the obtained constellations, the resulting source moonlight would vary. For instance, Su Yuan, with his foundation rooted in the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, would ultimately amalgamate into 3 types of moonlight: sun moon, Yin moon, and star moon. However, condensing the moonlight required an opportunity, either absorbing lunar energy within the moon's secret realm or, akin to Su Yuan's prior breakthrough amidst the battle, gathering an immense amount of blood energy to unleash the primal instincts of the beasts, relying on blood energy to achieve the breakthrough. This method, however, was perilous, as a blood energy breakthrough could render the beasts irrational, leading to their demonic transformation. Thus, most individuals would refrain from employing it, even if the conditions were met. Yet, Su Yuan had no need to worry about this, for he possessed a staggering 220,000 constellations, endowing him with a matching spiritual strength. Correspondingly, Su Yuan's beasts also shared this spiritual intensity, allowing them to avoid the risk of demonic transformation. Presently, within the 3 major trials of the Purple Way Emperor's secret realm, the accumulated blood energy, coupled with the blood energy from the thousands of beasts he had just vanquished, still seemed insufficient. However, if Su Yuan, gently covering his right eye, were to test its power, he would not hesitate. Returning to the present, Gong Jing appeared to have attained extraordinary strength while standing above the Purple Way Star's celestial pond. A brilliant mirror absorbed the celestial energy of the Purple Way Star, transforming it into a power suitable for him, which was then infused into his being. This was indeed a noble secret weapon. That mirror seemed to be a superior treasure of the heavens. At this moment, interrupting the process was no longer an option. Gong Jing and his 4 beasts had reached the final stage. Their rapid surge in power had surpassed both the falling moon and setting sun thresholds. Su Yuan's celestial vision swiftly assessed Gong Jing's current state. Character, Gong Jing. Level, transcendent, between 6-star beast tamer and demigod. Number of constellations, 50,000. Mastered abilities, none. Great path amplification, 15. Gong Jing's original constellation count was approximately 150. Upon breaking through to 5 stars, it surged to 1,000. Upon reaching 6 stars, it expanded to 3,000. At the pinnacle of 6 stars, it soared to 10,000. And finally, within the transcendent state, it reached 50,000. Despite the considerable disparity, he had become a leading figure among his peers. Coupled with the advantages of the transcendent realm, he was perhaps not inferior to Su Yuan in terms of raw power. More formidable still was the state of Gong's family beasts, all boasting an SS rarity, all having ascended to the brink of Beast King level. Their innate skills were inscrutable, revealing only their current states. Beast, 1000-leaf azure blood python. Source Great Path, Serpent King Great Path, 1100. Bloodline, Wood Serpent Bloodline, 60. Beast, Ice Demon Wind Lynx. Source Great Path, Cat King Great Path, 1100. Bloodline, Demon Cat Ice Bloodline, 60. Beast, Azure Flame Golden Soul Sparrow. Source Great Path. Sparrow God Great Path, 1100. Bloodline. 9-colored flame Sparrow Bloodline, 60. Beast. Rock Demon Giant Lizard. Source Great Path. Lizard King Great Path, 1100. Bloodline. Lizard God Rock Bloodline, 60. Analysis. Source Great Path. The special abilities possessed by beasts after breaking through from the setting sun level to the Beast King level, replacing the source sun, moon, and stars to provide comprehensive and immense amplification. Additionally, they are immune to the powers of beasts below the mythical level without a great path. No wonder they say demigods represent a watershed moment. How many beasts beneath the demigod level possess mythical strength? Aside from anomalies like Yuan, most would be fortunate to attain an epic level. This is the absolute dominance derived from the realm itself. As it stands, Gong Jing's combat prowess had far surpassed Yuan's. Although not a demigod, merely a phantom deity. Even though this phantom deity was forcibly elevated at a great cost, it remains vastly inferior to a true phantom deity. Despite the fact that this power does not belong to Gong Jing, utilizing it would be exceedingly awkward for him. Yet, a realm is a realm. It is not merely the moderate elevation from 4 stars to 5, or 5 to 6 stars. Even with Su Yuan's beast mastery bolstered by the indomitable origin, he merely appears to be a punching bag. If Su Yuan lacks any means of enhancement, his defeat is indeed inevitable. After ascending to the phantom deity level, Gong Jing gazed at Su Yuan. Su Yuan, I have endured until now. I am aware that you are a prodigy, a genius whose growth rate makes even me feel ashamed, to the point where I deem myself incapable of comparison. However, that does not guarantee my defeat. Su Yuan, relinquish hope, you stand no chance. This is my determination to crush you, wagering everything on my future. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. To compel him to abandon all future prospects for the fleeting power of the moment was something he could not concede. He could only remark, indeed, the sycophants are truly formidable. However, he refrained from voicing this thought aloud. Instead, he chuckled lightly, do not be hasty. I have noticed that you nobles possess a certain flaw. You consistently underestimate me, presuming that by creating an absolutely lethal environment, I would be rendered helpless, merely waiting for my demise. Forgive me, for as long as there is breath in me, I shall not cease to fight. Do you believe victory is assured? Come, witness what has brought me, Su Yuan, to this day. Chapter 125. Twin Eyes of the Divine Soul. The Sacred Eye of the Wild God, a desperate struggle. Gong Jing let out a cold snort. If even he, having ascended to the level of a phantom deity, could not secure victory, it would suggest something fundamentally wrong with this world. Unlike those verbose villains who leave opportunities for their foes, he directly commanded the agile Ice Demon Wind Lynx to charge forth. Though small in stature, the Ice Demon Wind Lynx was remarkably nimble, gliding through the air, leaving ripples of ice in its wake. Standing in its path was Long Yao, who, facing the lynx's speed, gathered her strength and unleashed the illusory dragon flame, striking with her dragon claws towards the Ice Demon Wind Lynx. Mythical illusory dragon flame. Bang! The icy wind blades clashed with the red-blue illusory dragon flame, the destructive flames, akin to dragons and demons, attempted to consume the icy blades. Yet, the sharp wind blades cleaved through the illusory dragon flame, causing the resulting icy strands to ensnare Long Yao's dragon claws, resulting in extensive frostbite. In this direct confrontation, Long Yao, known for her strength and destructive prowess, found herself momentarily at a disadvantage. Without the formidable regenerative capabilities of the indomitable origin, her right hand would have been rendered incapable of combat. Truly strong, remarkably resilient. While speed alone may not equate to great strength, the Ice Demon Wind Lynx, even when clashing with Long Yao, maintained the upper hand. This is the precursor to the Beast King. This is absolute realm suppression. The rock demon giant lizard burrowed into the ground, advancing towards Hong Mo, while the 1,000-leaf blood python transformed into thousands of leaves, swirling in the wind to target Fujia. The azure flame golden soul sparrow spread its wings, aiming at the snow girl. They all skillfully avoided potential opponents that could suppress their bloodlines. The initiative on the battlefield remained firmly in the hands of the strong. With 4 opponents, Su Yuan held no advantage whatsoever, and merely one exchange had forced his 4 companions to retreat repeatedly, all thanks to the indomitable origin's support. Gong Jing finally allowed a smug smile to grace his lips. This is the sensation of power. Even someone as formidable as Su Yuan must find himself in a dire predicament at my hands. Sparrow, azure flame, arrow god. The peacock spread its feathers, and the sky filled with azure flames coalescing into a shadowy figure, the manifestation of the arrow god. The azure flame arrow, forged from concentrated azure flames, possessed the might to penetrate all, Should Su Yuan attempt to receive it head-on, even with the indomitable origin, one of his beasts would undoubtedly lose its combat ability. Su Yuan clicked his tongue softly. Truly a challenging battle. The moment the azure flame arrow was launched, Su Yuan's left eye focused intently on it. The arrow's tip ignited with pale white nether fire, and in an instant, the speeding azure flame arrow was consumed by the infernal magic flames. The left eye of the divine soul twin eyes, the nether magic eye, due to the incredible speed of the azure flame arrow. Even Gong Jing failed to discern how it vanished. According to his expectations, it should have instantaneously pierced Long Yao, shouldn't it? Su Yuan indeed possessed hidden trump cards. Outside the secret realm, an uproar ensued. Phantom deity. My goodness, are you nobles not a bit shameless? A phantom deity battling a mere 4-star beast master? Is there no sense of martial ethics? Zhang Yingji immediately declared, Your Majesty, I request the immediate cancellation of this beast master tournament. This has devolved into an unfair duel. It was originally restricted to 4-star beast masters, and this clearly contravenes the rules. Li Jianli retorted, President Zhang, that statement is erroneous. Zhang Yingji pressed. What is erroneous about it? Dare you assert that Gong Jing is not at the phantom deity level at this moment? Li Jianli replied calmly, No. I am asserting that Gong Jing has not violated the rules. He is utilizing a celestial treasure, forcibly enhancing his strength at the cost of his beast's life palace. In other words, this is Gong Jing's own strength, not something we have bestowed upon him. At these words, silence fell upon the crowd. Indeed, from this perspective, he had not breached any regulations. He was employing a magical artifact, and the secret realm does not prohibit the use of such items. Moreover, sacrificing one's life palace means he will no longer be able to possess beasts, a price that is indeed severe. No outsider could cast blame. Prince Ouyang Qing finally felt at ease, chuckling. Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. This battle is quite splendid, is it not? Look, even Gong Jing's phantom deity level attack was once again neutralized by Su Yuan. Very well, a high-quality beast master tournament is unfolding. Ning Xian could discern the sarcasm in his tone. However, he had not anticipated the nobility's ruthlessness. Gong Jing's determination to win this life-and-death duel against Su Yuan had driven him to adopt unscrupulous means. Su Yuan, can you withstand this? Yi Ho's gaze grew complex as he clutched the hilt of his sword, his grip alternating between firm and relaxed, finally releasing it as he murmured softly. I will not lose. Within the secret realm, after 2 rounds, the 4 women had all sustained minor injuries, relying solely on the indomitable origin to sustain them. Su Yuan understood that he could no longer delay. He gently covered his left eye, leaving only his right eye open. Suddenly, everyone noticed Su Yuan's dark pupils shifting into a swirling vortex that encompassed all existence. Boom! Amidst the bewilderment of the crowd, an astonishing roar erupted from beneath Su Yuan's feet. A peculiar force radiated from him, expanding wildly in all directions. Accompanying this surge of energy, the previously spirit-infused ground beneath him rapidly transformed into cracked, scorched earth, and the lake, once nourished by the stars, instantaneously dried up. Boom, boom. Across the entire secret realm, the purple starlight abruptly dimmed, the ground fissured into sand, and the entire space morphed into a lifeless desert. What is this power that alters nature? And for what purpose? This desiccating force surged forth, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10 miles, 20 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. All the spiritual energy, vitality, and blood essence in the world were summoned by Su Yuan, converging into a colossal reservoir of energy. Then, utilizing the power of the right eye of the divine soul twin eyes, the sacred eye of the wild god, he transformed it all into blood essence. Instantaneously, the skies brimmed with blood essence, and the crimson light beam was so potent that even through the screen, the crowd seemed to catch a whiff of a rich, sanguine scent. What is this? Outside the secret realm, the Beastmaster exclaimed, What formidable power! The ability to forcibly seize all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth for one's own use, and even alter its nature. What kind of force is this? The crowd was bewildered, having never witnessed such power before. It had not appeared in the annals of Dawn City as history. The ethereal figure of the King of Beasts spoke softly. It is the eye technique. It appears that Su Yuan has received a gift from the purple micro-emperor star concerning the soul. Once the soul has reached its utmost strength, it evolves into a wondrous eye technique. Enlightenment dawned upon the crowd. This was yet another gift bestowed upon Su Yuan. The third gift had emerged, and it was none other than the gift of the soul, the most potent of all. What was his intention? With such an abundance of vitality, was he planning to break through on the battlefield? No, he had no time to gather rare materials. How could he possibly achieve a breakthrough? It seemed implausible. The manifestation of the divine eye of the wasteland god even astonished Gong Jing. The concentrated vitality of the entire space was such that even he, a virtual god, dared not shatter it lightly, for the backlash would be perilous. Su Yuan smirked. Allow me to demonstrate how I shall break through. Chapter 126. Crushing all Beastmasters to the ground. 55. System, please simplify the breakthrough to the falling moon level. Ding. Simplification in progress. Simplification complete. The materials needed for the falling moon level breakthrough have been simplified to mung bean cake. Indeed, the system has thoughtfully chosen something simple that Su Yuan could obtain. This was one of the pastries Ouyang Shui always carried with her, and Su Yuan had snatched some on his journey, now perfectly timed for use. With rare materials at hand and vitality in abundance, what was there to wait for? Long Yao, Snow Maiden, Fujia, Hongamo, let us break through together. Su Yuan bellowed, and the four women were already prepared, awaiting the arrival of the vitality. The onlookers outside the secret realm were utterly perplexed. Preparing to break through? With what will you break through? Even if you use vitality, what about your rare materials? Are they ready? However, soon enough, an event unfolded that would shatter their intellects and grind them into the ground. Su Yuan tossed for items resembling pastries. Indeed, the crowd was intently focused on Su Yuan. Convinced they were not mistaken, those were unmistakably pastries. They appeared to be mung bean cakes. At such a critical juncture, a moment when life and death hung in the balance, why would Su Yuan throw out pastries? Was he intending for his beasts to enjoy a final treat? It was incomprehensible. It wasn't anything extraordinary, merely a common pastry. Yet, it seemed to be of royal quality, undoubtedly superior to those made in ordinary households. What use was it to think about such things? The crowd was convinced that Su Yuan must have lost his mind. Yet, something unexpected occurred. After consuming the mung bean cakes, the four beasts erupted with astonishing power, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the threshold of the falling star. Simultaneously, the immense crimson beam of vitality began to radiate outward, enveloping the four beasts. What was happening? It was as if they had consumed rare materials. Were they about to break through? The crowd suddenly recalled that Su Yuan's first beast, the Dragon Maiden, had also broken through from bronze to silver level by consuming tofu pudding. Oh my heavens! The crowd's jaws nearly hit the ground in disbelief. Could it be? Last time, Su Yuan had substituted tofu pudding for rare materials. This time, he was using mung bean cakes? How could this be? I refuse to accept it. Why must Su Yuan, with his extraordinary talent, not have to seek rare materials while I must toil endlessly to find them? I am not convinced. Oh, this can also lead to a breakthrough? I have lived for over 70 years and have never seen anyone break through in battle by consuming such things. This is not beast mastery. I have reason to suspect that various academies are misleading their students. Perhaps breakthroughs do not require rare materials after all. This sensation was akin to a digital beep, as countless individuals had their worldviews and understanding of beast mastery ruthlessly ground into the dirt by Su Yuan's actions. After this, they were hammered down, flattened, and then stomped with heavy footprints. Among the nobles, many had already raised their teacups in celebration, only to have them crash to the ground in unison, shattering into pieces. What was happening? This could actually lead to his breakthrough? Did this mean that the post-breakthrough Su Yuan could potentially rival Gong Jing in battle? In stark contrast to the uproar outside the secret realm, Gong Jing remained remarkably calm within. Su Yuan, you certainly have a plethora of strategies. He believed he had exercised considerable caution and had a solid understanding of Su Yuan. Yet, he still underestimated him by a wide margin. In an instant, Su Yuan's four beasts completed their evolution. Beast, Dragon Maiden. Level, Falling Moon Initial Stage. Source of the Moon, Young Moon, Progress, 1100. Skill Upgrade, Dragon Breath, Epic, to Cataclysmic Dragon Breath, Mythical. Beast, Extreme North Snow Phoenix. Level, Falling Moon Initial Stage. Source of the Moon, Een Moon, Progress, 1100. Talent Upgrade, Ice Seal, Epic, to Extreme Ice Seal, Mythical. Beast, Goddess of Life. Level, Falling Moon Initial Stage. Source of the Moon, Young Moon, Progress, 1100. Talent Upgrade, Spiritual Spring, Epic, to Life Spiritual Spring, Mythical. Beast, Abyssal Witch. Level, Falling Moon Initial Stage. Source of the Moon, Een Moon, Progress, 1100. Skill Upgrade, Scythe of the Reaper, Epic, to Ethereal Scythe of the Reaper, Mythical. Source of the Moon, Young Moon. Basic attributes of attack, defense, and speed enhanced. Starting from 100. Een Moon. Burst and attribute enhancements, starting from 100. Comprehensive upgrades. All beasts had officially entered the falling moon level of power. Although they remained at the initial stage, with the support of the indestructible origin, the combat prowess of all Su Yuan's beasts now rivaled that of SS-level advanced beasts. While there was still a considerable gap to half-step beast kings, Su Yuan had significantly narrowed that distance. Additionally, Gong Jing sensed that the purple star Su Yuan released into the sky not only suppressed his star, but also restrained the path of power belonging to his beasts. The reason Beast Kings far surpassed mid-tier Beastmasters lay in this very path. Non-path beasts found it exceedingly difficult to attack those with path abilities. Yet, Su Yuan's purple star altered everything. His beasts could not utilize the power of the path, not even 1%. Should they attempt to do so, Gong Jing was confident he could instantly obliterate Su Yuan's beasts. His lead was diminishing, and his advantages were being curtailed, even at the cost of sacrificing all future prospects for this fleeting hour of virtual divine power. Gong Jing instinctively felt that Su Yuan was beginning to pose a threat to him. It was hard to accept. "Okay, giant lizard, go. Do not concern yourselves with them. Even if they have broken through, their strength can only amount to that of the sunset level. Crush them." Yet Su Yuan, in a moment of telepathic connection, urgently conveyed, "Run. This region has fallen into desolation, rendering me incapable of harnessing the power of the sacred eye of the wasteland. Without the strength of the sacred eye, enduring the assault of a half-step Beast King proves to be a formidable challenge. To secure victory, I must rely on the assistance of the sacred eye." The Snow Woman initiates the mythical Aurora dance, transporting the remaining 3 women and Su Yuan to a distant location. How could Gong Jing allow such an escape to go unchallenged? He relentlessly pursues them from behind. Outside the secret realm, the onlookers remain ensnared in astonishment at Su Yuan's breakthrough. Such a method of ascension has never been witnessed before. After a flurry of commotion, silence envelopes the crowd. No matter how they ponder, understanding eludes them. If anyone could possibly comprehend it, it may only be the King of Humans. However, the ethereal figure of the King of Humans slowly shakes his head, declaring, "I too have never encountered such a phenomenon. Perhaps it is mere coincidence." Coincidence? Again with the coincidence? When coincidences abound, they can no longer be dismissed as such. Su Yuan must possess some extraordinary power. Although the crowd yearns for clarity, the life and death duel remains unresolved. They hold their breath, awaiting the outcome of Su Yuan's final battle with Gong Jing. Can the newly empowered Su Yuan withstand the might of the ethereal Gong Jing? Chapter 127. The Demonic Eye Burns the World, Long Yao's Proposal, 15. Initially anticipated to be a one-sided confrontation, Su Yuan's myriad of tactics gradually closed the gap in their disparity, causing Gong Jing to grow increasingly agitated. In that fleeting moment when the Snow Woman whisked Su Yuan away, Gong Jing grasped Su Yuan's intent. He aimed to engage him in guerrilla warfare, using the power of the sacred eye. This is problematic. The ethereal state can only be sustained for an hour. If he is continuously drawn into such skirmishes, it is highly likely that the hour will stretch beyond his reach. Thus, he mounted the Ice Demon Wind Lynx, which, gliding upon the winds, pursued Su Yuan with remarkable speed. Although the Ice Demon Wind Lynx could not fully exert its abilities under Su Yuan's violet starry influence, it still surpassed the speed of the Moonfall-level Snow Woman. Yet, Gong Jing's frustration mounted as every time he neared Su Yuan. The latter would turn and unveil his left eye, revealing a vision of pitch-black hell and stark white withered trees. Suddenly, a pale white flame materialized before Gong Jing, centered on his focus. This flame proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Even Gong Jing, now an ethereal being, dared not directly confront it. Should even the slightest contact occur, he would be left with no choice but to sever his own limb to survive. Thankfully, as an ethereal being, he possessed a unique starry barrier, yet once ignited, the barrier required active severance. Otherwise, the pale white flames would incinerate all of Gong Jing's stars. Even more astonishing was the fact that the stars he severed did not regenerate. His original 50,000 stars dwindled by 1,000 with each burn, and those severed stars, which should have been restored after incineration, remained lost. For the first time, Gong Jing felt a chill run down his spine. This pale white flame is indeed peculiar. Could it possibly burn through reincarnation? Outside the secret realm, the nobles looked up anxiously. They too felt the urgency. Moreover, they had noticed. Each time Gong Jing was attacked by the pale white flames, the luminescence of his stars diminished slightly, clearly indicating a loss of his internal stars. How could this be? Ning Xian seized the opportunity to comment. It appears that Su Yuan is not entirely defenseless. Rather, it is the seemingly advantageous Gong Jing who finds himself at a loss. Evidently, Su Yuan has acquired more than one eye technique. If the right eye absorbs the power of the heavens and earth, then the left eye must be the demonic eye that incinerates all. So that is how Gong Jing's fearsome azure flame arrow was defended against by Su Yuan. Prince Ouyang Qing pounded the armrest of his chair in frustration. How is it that Su Yuan, like an indomitable cockroach, always seems to have a trump card, seeing that relentless pursuit would yield no results? Gong Jing commanded the azure flame golden soul sparrow to gather its power and unleash a rain of azure flame arrows. If Su Yuan's pale white flames can ignite one, can they ignite many? Whoosh! The sky was filled with arrows, raining down like meteors, each small arrow creating a 10-foot deep crater upon impact, incinerating everything within to charred earth. Under such a dense barrage, even the Snow Woman's Aurora Dance began to struggle to evade. Each activation of the Aurora Dance required the prior release of Aurora energy. The further she intended to teleport, the longer the release time. However, the actual time spent was merely between 0.01s to 0.1s, a minuscule interval that was difficult to perceive. Yet, the overwhelming density of the arrow rain rendered this brief moment a fatal vulnerability. Should she teleport at maximum speed, the distance would be too short, leaving the Snow Woman without sufficient stamina to carry Su Yuan beyond 100 miles. Conversely, if she aimed for a long-distance teleport, the timing would easily leave them vulnerable to the azure flame arrows. In an instant, Su Yuan found himself in a precarious situation. Seizing the moment, Gong Jing ordered the azure flame golden soul sparrow to condense its attack into a singular strike, the mythical azure flame pursuit arrow. The golden blue divine arrow streaked across the sky, akin to a meteor slicing through the long night, aimed directly at Su Yuan's heart. Whoosh! The supersonic azure flame pursuit arrow, propelled by the fierce winds from the ice demon wind links, surged towards Su Yuan's face with an inescapable momentum. Thud! For the first time since entering the secret realm, Su Yuan sustained a significant injury. Fortunately, he was shielded by 220,000 stars and the protection of the indestructible origin. Though the pursuit arrow pierced through his left chest, it narrowly avoided any vital organs, and the golden spots of the indestructible origin swiftly began to mend the wound. Yet, the searing pain reminded Su Yuan that he had come perilously close to death. The ethereal Gong Jing was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Had it not been for the violet radiance suppressing the path above, Su Yuan would surely have been unable to evade such a strike. Gong Jing behind him clicked his tongue softly. Regrettably, he had anticipated killing Su Yuan. However, inflicting serious injury would suffice. Once successful, a second attempt would surely lead to death. He resolved to utilize the previous strategy. First, apply the arrow rain to gradually constrain Su Yuan's teleportation distance, and then deliver the final blow with the pursuit arrow. Long Yao interjected. Little one, this cannot continue. Even if we manage to reach 100 miles away, your sacred eye can provide us with the spiritual power to close the gap. However, once that energy is depleted, we will still need to flee. Gong Jing's strategy will always find its mark. Thus, I have a proposal for you. Su Yuan nodded lightly. Indeed, he could withstand the azure flame pursuit arrow once. But if he continued to endure, the grievous injuries inflicted would gradually consume all his organs, and the demonic fire has the capacity to incinerate the very cycle of reincarnation. Should you fail to assimilate and absorb it, would that not equate to playing with fire and ultimately leading to your own demise? Absolutely not. I vehemently oppose this. Long Yao chuckled softly, transmitting her thoughts through their bond. Little one, have you forgotten? I devoured the 9 dragons cauldron. My vessel for containing flames is now shielded by the cauldron. A treasured artifact and a domain of law hold powers of the same caliber. Can your domain-level demonic fire penetrate the 9 dragons cauldron? I think not. At best, the two forces would be evenly matched. Thus attempting this poses no real danger to me. Should I succeed, I will merge this demonic fire with the dragon flame, creating power that surpasses both. Hee, little one. How can this not excite me? Do not dawdle. Hurry up. Chapter 128. Defying Fate with Fusion, the Demonic Flame Dragon Maiden. 25. Long Yao's urging prompted Su Yuan to contemplate the possibilities. One cannot deny that Long Yao's reasoning was sound. After she consumed the core of the 9 dragons cauldron, there had been no significant changes, save for the emergence of a unique vessel capable of withstanding flames, which showed no signs of damage even when subjected to the illusion dragon flame. A treasured artifact is indeed a treasured artifact. Even a fraction of its power transcends the divine. Very well. With the indestructible origin and the vessel of the 9 dragons cauldron, the risk is actually minimal and thus worth the endeavor. Under the relentless onslaught of the blazing arrows of azure flame, Su Yuan made a move that astonished countless onlookers. His left eye revealed the stark imagery of the Hell of Samara, and an awe-inspiring white flame erupted forth. Not aimed at the palace in the sky, but rather at Long Yao, who was ensnared by the Snow Maiden. Outside the secret realm, a multitude of spectators were left bewildered. What is happening? Is Su Yuan not controlling his power adequately? Has he inadvertently set his ally ablaze? Such a formidable power is surely not easy to master. Encountering issues is to be expected. It makes sense, yet it is unfortunate. I had thought Su Yuan could retaliate against the palace's figure with that ocular technique, but it seems he has merely played with fire and burned himself. Alas, Palace Jing has triumphed. Who would have anticipated this life-and-death duel would end in such a manner? One genius dead, another incapacitated. What was it all for? Long Yao was ignited by the pure white demonic fire. The power of the infernal flames incinerating the cycle of reincarnation was indeed formidable. Even the inverse calamity dragon scales, which could withstand all elemental assaults, proved ineffective against the ethereal demonic fire, for this flame was not permitted to exist within the realms of heaven and earth. At that moment, Palace Jing gazed upon the scene with an indescribable sense of comfort. So, Su Yuan too has his moments of failure. Unfortunately, your fleeting and brilliant life is about to be extinguished by my hands. Kair, Azure Flame-chasing soul arrow. Take advantage of your weakness and claim your life. The Azure Flame coalesced into a single entity, a soul-chasing arrow comparable to a meteor shot forth, this time aimed directly at Su Yuan's forehead. Even if he were to evade death, he would surely suffer a far more grievous injury. Su Yuan, you are doomed. Long Yao's breath grew increasingly labored as she opened her mouth wide, swallowing the pure white flames. However, to an outsider, this reckless act could very well sear her internal organs. After the ethereal demonic fire entered her belly, it directly flowed into the vessel designed to contain flames. Where the demonic fire and the illusion dragon flame, two entirely distinct forms of fire, could only allow one to dominate this space. The two flames began their fierce battle, consuming and incinerating each other. Yet, the illusion dragon flame found itself powerless against the superior ethereal demonic fire. Not only could it not extinguish this intruder, but it could not even safeguard its own existence. Despite having occupied this domain for quite some time, facing such a robust demonic fire made total annihilation a clear impossibility. Thus, it shifted its strategy. Much like its master, it instinctively sought to absorb and merge with the ethereal demonic fire. Leveraging its home field advantage and the pride of a flame passed down from the dragon god to gradually assimilate it, Long Yao could distinctly sense the transformation within her. A subtle smile gracing her lips. Success. As the azure flame chasing soul arrow streaked towards her, the intertwining red and blue illusion dragon flame that enveloped her was suddenly overshadowed by a wave of pure white demonic flame, which seemed to recognize its master and did not scorch Long Yao as it had the first time. Roar. The once unstoppable azure flame chasing soul arrow was effortlessly grasped by Long Yao. The moment the demonic flame seized the azure flame was akin to a tyrannosaurus crushing a chick, resulting in instant obliteration. Palace Jing gazed in disbelief at Su Yuan and the dragon maiden. Could it be that he was indeed fusing? The earlier demonic fire had not missed its mark, but was intentionally directed for the dragon maiden to consume? Unbelievable. How could this be possible? The elite beast tamers outside the secret realm were once again astonished by Su Yuan's audacity. What manner of bloodline does this dragon possess? It is capable of absorbing the demonic fire that incinerates the cycle of reincarnation? Incredible. This should be beyond reach. Yet, Su Yuan has achieved it. Beast Taming, Dragon Maiden Shinji. Talent upgrade, Illusion Dragon Flame, Mythical, to Demonic Dragon Flame, Domain. With the dragon god's dominion over fire and the divine might of the demonic fire that incinerates reincarnation, Long Yao has become Su Yuan's first beast with a domain-level talent. Any flame shall bow before the might of this demonic dragon flame. Now, having received a boost in combat prowess, Long Yao was no longer at a disadvantage against Palace Jing's beast. She opened her dragon maw, gathering the demonic flame. Domain-level demonic dragon flame. Mythical calamity dragon breath. The calamity dragon breath, constructed from the demonic dragon flame, bore the catastrophic force of impending doom, akin to flames that could split the heavens, and directly struck Palace Jing, who was pursuing from above. Boom. The demonic flames erupted, shattering the very essence of calamity. Oh! Palace Jing's anguished cries emerged from the exploding demonic flames. This was the first time he had been injured since attaining the status of a virtual deity. The difficulty of this demonic flame surpassed that of his azure flame chasing soul arrow's impact on Su Yuan. He could hardly fathom that even as a virtual deity, Su Yuan could still inflict harm upon him. He refused to accept it. He could not believe it. Long Yao had bought Su Yuan the most precious of moments. Even if it were but a few seconds. It was sufficient for the Snow Maiden to escort Su Yuan away to a location yet untouched by the divine gaze of the desolate god. Who could have imagined that this fierce battle had transpired in less than 5 minutes? Within these fleeting moments, both sides had engaged in multiple life and death struggles. Su Yuan had been pierced through the chest, while Palace Jing had been set ablaze. Were it not for Palace Jing lowering the celestial barrier, sacrificing 5,000 stars as a price, he would have surely been smothered by the demonic dragon flame. Su Yuan. Palace Jing emerged from the demonic flames. Realizing that now that Su Yuan had reached his destination, he would no longer flee. His stamina was also limited. Dragging this out for an hour was unrealistic. And it seemed he would have to settle the score with Su Yuan here. Very well, Su Yuan, I shall personally sever your head. Palace Jing commanded his 4 beasts and approached the plain where Su Yuan awaited. Here, Su Yuan had already healed his wounds, regaining some of his stamina. All of his trump cards, all the forces he could muster, were laid bare. Here, he must defeat Palace Jing. Otherwise, even if he attempted to flee, in such a state, how many more times could he sustain it? There was no escaping. He could only engage in a desperate fight. Moreover, I may not necessarily lose. Fujiao, protect us. Long Yao, the Snow Woman, and Hong Yamo, are you ready? The 4 women nodded in unison. No words were necessary. Here, everything was at stake. Seeing Su Yuan adopt a desperate stance, Gong Jing also decided to hold nothing back. Python, Tanuki, Sparrow, and Lizard were prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Su Yuan here. Chapter 129, Dual Killing Moves, Fiery Lotus of Demonic Flames, Celestial Destruction. Su Yuan and Gong Jing no longer needed to exchange threats or utter a single word. It was evident to all that Su Yuan had resolved not to flee any longer, intent on facing Gong Jing in a decisive confrontation. Likewise, Gong Jing was unwilling to delay. Lacking Su Yuan's flamboyant tactics, he relied solely on his solid realm suppression. Allowing Su Yuan to continue escaping could yield unpredictable outcomes. Thus, a battle to determine their fates was the better course. At the moment their eyes locked, both Su Yuan and Gong Jing instinctively unleashed their most formidable attacks. On Su Yuan's side, Fu Jia expended half her power to release the mythical spirit Dream Leaf. She imbued all living beings in the world with life and soul, endowing stones, grass, and soil with an almost sentient quality, amplifying the spiritual energy within the realm to an unprecedented level. This was all to assist Su Yuan in activating the primordial divine eye. The remaining power manifested as the mythical life spring, a golden stream of spiritual essence swirling around all the summoned beasts. Regardless of the outcome of this confrontation, even the raging winds could inflict grievous harm upon everyone present. Thus, the spring's life-giving properties were essential. As Fu Jia prepared, Gong Jing's approach was entirely different. In contrast to Su Yuan's concentrated power as a virtual deity, he had his own unique methods. Though he lacked the perfect fusion of the beast soul star array like a demigod, a simple amalgamation was achievable. First, the rock demon lizard awakened the earth spirit, its beast soul resembling a colossal lizard, hundreds of meters tall, causing the ground to sag under its weight. Next, the 1,000-leaf azure blood python coiled around the lizard's beast soul, its scales complementing the lizard's armored hide, rendering it nearly indestructible. The ice demon wind Tanuki's beast soul transformed into crystalline ice wings affixed to the rear of the lizard, enhancing its agility. The azure flame golden soul sparrow displayed its plumage atop the lizard's head, radiating the scorching power of the burning earth like a golden crown. This was the power approaching that of a demigod, consolidating the abilities of all summoned beasts into a single, simple, yet violent force of beast soul. This unified beast soul loomed like a massive mountain, ready to crush Su Yuan at any moment. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, Su Yuan began to exert his own strength once Fu Jia was prepared. The domain of the primordial divine eye. This time, Su Yuan's activation of the primordial divine eye was markedly more proficient than before. He could now encompass the energies of the world within 100 miles. An endless stream of spiritual energy converged, and the stones, grass, and soil revitalized with souls transformed once again into an expanse of desert. All orchestrated by Su Yuan's will, half into spiritual power, half into vital essence. The Dragon Lady Shinji, the extreme North Snow Phoenix, and the Abyssal which stood at the forefront, each unleashing their pre-prepared skills. The extreme North Snow Phoenix spread its ice-blue wings, summoning the phantom of the Snow Emperor behind it, covering the once desertified land with snow once more. Mythical Snow Emperor unsurpassed. The phantom of the Snow Emperor maximized the power of ice and snow, establishing a foundation of frozen terrain before launching the mythical Ice Phoenix Divine Seal. The snowfield expanded, and the icy threads crystallized, as if time itself was being frozen, spreading towards Gong Jing. The Snow Woman aimed to delay Gong Jing's assault, diminishing its impact. Gong Jing's unified beast soul, akin to the cataclysm of heaven and earth, descended with a crushing fist. While the layers of ice barriers conjured by the Ice Phoenix Divine Seal cracked under the might of the virtual deity, incapable of withstanding the absence of worldly power. However, even this brief respite was enough. The Dragon Lady Shunji hovered in the air, unleashing the fused demonic dragon flame, a conflagration of red and white surging toward the heavens. The diverted spiritual energy surged into the Dragon Lady, and with the augmentation of celestial energy, the Moonfall Grade Dragon Lady seemed to touch the threshold between the Sunfall Grade and Beast King Grade. Mythical Illusory World Red Lotus. Fused Demonic Flame Red Lotus. Everyone beheld the emergence of 128 crimson lotuses in the sky, layered and blooming, each with 12 petals. This world-destroying red lotus, capable of incinerating and obliterating all, appeared breathtakingly enchanting to countless spectators, gradually expanding from the size of a hand to a full 100 paces wide. The demonic flame and dragon fire. The ominous and the destructive flawlessly merged in this singular moment of resplendence. Simultaneously, the entirety of the vital essence was channeled to Hong Mo. Celestial destruction was a skill whose power intensified with the amount of vital essence infused. It was the most terrifying means of death on the battlefield, reflecting the utmost disdain for life and an utterly merciless killing strike. As the surging vital essence flowed into Hong Mo, she relentlessly wielded the Death God Scythe and the Bloodcry Blade, crafting a blade of divine retribution from the intertwining crimson and obsidian mist, an unprecedented weapon of divine annihilation. Anyone who beheld this blade could feel their soul tearing and their life burning. It was the power to entomb deities, the purgatory of life extinction. A symphony of doom heralding the apocalypse. Mythical, celestial destruction. This was the most potent killing move Su Yuan could currently unleash, gathering the powers of heaven and earth, consolidating the full might of all summoned beasts, and combining it with the ominous demonic fire of his netherworld eye. The 22,000 stars within him surged wildly, as if the two summoned beasts had drained this colossal star power in an instant. The red lotus and the blade of divine retribution. A single strike from the virtual deity's beast soul. All onlookers outside the secret realm were left dumbfounded. This was no ordinary student. The power wielded by a 4-star beast master was beyond comprehension. Such power could instantly crush even a 6-star beast master who had yet to reach their peak. Was this truly the life and death duel among the prodigies of this generation? The victor takes all, the vanquished eat dust. This was an unchanging vow, underscoring the determination of both Su Yuan and Gong Jing. The mountain-like beast soul came crashing down, as the intertwining red and white lotuses exploded incessantly above the beast soul, and the blade of divine retribution cleaved through the beast soul. Gong Jing had consolidated. Boom. The clash of their killing moves unleashed a tremendous gale, momentarily rendering them evenly matched. The conflict of three forces cleaved through space itself, and ultimately, the beast soul fell silent, the red lotus extinguished, and the blade of divine retribution vanished. The explosion's brilliance engulfed everything. No one could discern the outcome of their ultimate confrontation, although only a few seconds had passed. The duration of the light curtain felt interminably prolonged to everyone present. As the light curtain gradually dissipated, the crowd searched through the endless scorched earth for any standing figures. It seemed someone had made a discovery. Amidst the charred soil stood a faint, yet upright silhouette. Look, Gong Jing is still standing. Chapter 130, Beastmaster Tournament. Victor Su Yuan. As the light curtain extinguished and the dust settled, a solitary figure remained standing in the scorched earth, none other than Gong Jing. Gong Yunhe and the others stood up in excitement outside the secret realm, for that was his son. To claim he felt no sorrow would be a blatant falsehood. Even among the nobility, familial bonds often held greater weight than mere sentiments, yet blood ties are not easily severed. Gong Jing had forsaken his future as a beast master in exchange for the ephemeral power of the Void God, only to find himself evenly matched with Su Yuan, who even possessed a slight chance of turning the tables. This filled Gong Yunhe with both astonishment and trepidation. However, upon seeing Gong Jing emerge alive, he let out a sigh of relief. Not only he, but also Li Jianli, Ning Fenghong, Sun Wushua, Zhong Zhua, Heng Jianghai, Yi Kanglin, and other family heads shared in this relief. It had been a harrowing ordeal. Finally, Su Yuan had been vanquished. What a frightful experience. A mere 4-star beast master had survived the 3 major trials, and yet even the power of the Void God struggled to extinguish him. Had the preparations of the nobility faltered even slightly, they would have faced a counterattack from Su Yuan. Ning Fenghong congratulated. Yunhe, congratulations. The Gong family has rid us of the archvillain. Rest assured, we shall not forget this deed. Li Jianli nodded in agreement. Indeed, brother Yunhe, in future allocations, whether advantageous or otherwise, the Gong family shall take precedence. We can devise a plan to restore Gong Jing. Yes, congratulations, brother Yunhe. You are on the path to claiming the title of champion in the Beastmaster Tournament. This year's newcomers shall not compete with the Gong family. They rightfully belong to your esteemed clan. This proposal was met with enthusiasm, and Gong Yunhe nodded gratefully. All of this was earned by Gong Jing. and he resolved to reward him handsomely after the conclusion of the tournament. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! Something's amiss." There stands another figure before Gong Jing. Eyes shifted to the screen, revealing a familiar yet deeply despised silhouette to the nobles, Su Yuan. Amidst the swirling dust, Su Yuan's hand pierced through Gong Jing's heart, poised to crush it at any moment. The victor was Su Yuan. How could this be possible? Gong Yunhe stood frozen, disbelief washing over him. Gong Jing had lost. No. It was inconceivable. He had sacrificed everything as a beast master. He was a void god. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere 4-star beast master? That strike had been imbued with the power of a demigod. Without the source of the Tao, without a beast soul, without the divine status of the void god, how could Su Yuan have vanquished Gong Jing? A wave of desolation surged through Gong Yunhe's mind. His heart ached as if something were lodged within his chest, making it difficult to breathe. As the dust settled, the scene became clear. Su Yuan grasped Gong Jing's heart in one hand, while the blood-weeping blade rested against Gong Jing's neck, ready to extinguish his very soul with a mere flick of his wrist. Gong Yunhe coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. "Yunhe, someone quick! Yunhe, Fenghong, stop the Beastmaster tournament. Let us concede. Oldly, relay a message to the secret realm. If Su Yuan spares Gong Jing, the Gong family will agree to anything." But it seemed too late. Within the secret realm, Gong Jing had been pierced through the heart, reduced to mere prey beneath Su Yuan's blade. Overcome by sorrow, he managed to laugh. You won, Su Yuan. You are formidable. I, a void god, could not prevail against you. How ridiculous it is that we even considered being your adversaries. You are truly terrifying." Su Yuan replied calmly. "It is not I who sought enmity with you. Rather, it was you who pursued me, leading to this inescapable confrontation. Fear not. Those who dare to strike at me shall find a swift end, not prolonged suffering." Gong Jing forced a bitter smile, as if wanting to say something, but soon resigned himself, closing his eyes. With a swift motion, the blood-weeping blade descended, and Gong Jing's severed head rolled away, his heart exploding in the process. Gong Jing was dead. The winner of the Beastmaster tournament was now abundantly clear. With Gong Jing's demise, the championship crown of this year's tournament belonged to Dawn Academy. Yet, Zhang Jin and Zuoqing found little cause for celebration. Following the tumultuous events, the championship title felt both fragrant and foul. It was sweet, for it had been over a decade since Dawn Academy had claimed victory, yet it was also bitter. Whenever people recalled this tournament, they were reminded of the students from Dawn Academy who had turned against their comrades in the heat of battle. It could be said that the glory was won solely by Su Yuan. Could one blame Su Yuan? It would be folly to do so. He would confront anyone who dared challenge him. Even if they bore no ill will, it would still be a stroke of fortune, considering that his classmates had not aided him but rather impeded him. Of course, there were those who rejoiced, especially Wan Yang, who leaped up in excitement. "I'm rich. I've struck it big. Cousin, the Wan family has turned its fortunes around. We made a fortune. 1 to 6 odds. I invested in 500 treasures of the heavens, and while most were of inferior quality, there were still some middle-tier ones. This is a turnaround. The Wan family has not only cleared its debts, but has also gained over 2,000 treasures, rising from one of the poorest families to a respectable status in Dawn City. Su Yuan, you have done splendidly. Not only the Wan family, but Zhang Yingji also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, my family's assets have been preserved. You took my family's treasures and gambled with Wan Yang. I demand double the interest." The public's reaction was overwhelming. They had long recognized Su Yuan, hailing him as a hero. Now that the hero had claimed the crown and shone brightly, how could the masses not be thrilled? Su Yuan, Su Yuan. The chants echoed like a tidal wave, plunging Dawn City into a euphoric frenzy. The once arrogant nobles had been humbled. The hero who emerged from the slums, the unparalleled Su Yuan, had seized the championship. In the future, who would dare to underestimate the common folk, who said only nobles could produce geniuses? Su Yuan was no noble. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the outside world. At that moment, he too breathed a sigh of relief. It had been no easy feat. Had it not been for Long Yao's sudden inspiration that elevated his skills, victory was far from certain. The chasm between a void god, a demigod, and ordinary individuals was indeed vast. Chapter 131. The Transformation of the Heavenly Pool and the Commission of the Purple Star, 55. Triumphing over Gong Jing signified that the championship of this year's Beastmaster tournament was beyond contention. The students of the Beast Academy and the Royal Academy have yet to be eliminated. However, after witnessing Su Yuan's fierce battle against the coalition and Gong Jing, any desire to compete with him has long since dissipated. One man vanquished 400. A 4-star battle deity. With fewer than 200 remaining, what could they possibly contest? Even Ouyang Liuan from the Royal Academy merely cast a glance, and, alongside his companions, tore off his arm badge to teleport away. It is better to leave, as those remaining would hardly be granted any respect. Engaging in conflict would only result in defeat. Wan Sheng from the Beast Academy also adhered to his earlier vow of non-interference, choosing not to linger after Gong Jing and the others' defeat, and promptly teleporting away as well. Now, the vast Tianqi of Ziwei Star was left with only Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui rushed forward and enveloped Su Yuan in a tight embrace. "You scared me. You said you were fine, but do you know what just happened?" Her voice quivered with emotion, likely fearing that her reckless fighting had nearly cost her life. Su Yuan gently patted her back to reassure her, saying, it's all right. I didn't expect it either. It turned out to be a battle deity, and I barely emerged victorious." He added, "Let us discuss this outside. We have matters to attend to." The matter in question naturally referred to the Ziwei Star's Tianqi, a place capable of altering the essence of stars, compressing them into higher forms. Moreover, being broadcasted made it rather inconvenient for them to converse freely. Ouyang Shui suddenly remembered the audience and hastily released Su Yuan from her embrace. In her excitement, she almost forgot about their spectators. "Well, it doesn't really matter. I suppose the entire city is already aware," she mused. However, this was of little consequence. Knowing was one thing, even if it might lead to significant troubles. But it was far better than never seeing Su Yuan again, wasn't he? Regardless, Su Yuan's safe return was indeed a cause for celebration. Su Yuan remarked, "Please, Your Highness, go ahead. I fear that if we both enter together, I might drain the Ziwei Star's Tianqi dry, and you wouldn't receive much star power." He vividly recalled the last time he drained the Yuan family to the point of ruin. This time, he felt no need to hold back. After all, this secret realm was overseen by the Gong family, and he certainly had to absorb as much as he could. Of course, Su Yuan had no intention of collapsing the Ziwei Star's secret realm. After receiving the favor of the Ziwei Emperor Star and acquiring numerous treasures, it would be quite impolite to ruin their sacred ground. Ouyang Shui nodded lightly and entered the Ziwei Star's Tianqi to draw upon the star power. The star power of the Ziwei Star was indeed extraordinary. The gentle purple waves compressed the light blue stars within her body into a richer form. Although the number of her 400 stars remained unchanged, each could now provide double the original strength. Furthermore, any stars absorbed henceforth would also possess this transformed essence. It was truly remarkable. Calculating in his mind, Su Yuan realized he possessed a staggering 220,000 stars, translating to 220 tons of power. With this doubling, it would amount to 440 tons. Coupled with his corresponding soul strength and the physical support for his beasts, this surge would undoubtedly elevate his power significantly. Once Ouyang Shui finished absorbing the star power, she addressed Su Yuan, "I will wait for you outside." Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Ouyang Shui then tore off her arm badge and teleported away. At this moment, Su Yuan found himself alone in the vast Ziwei Star's Tianqi. Without hesitation, he plunged into the waters. The star power of the Ziwei Emperor's star began to flow into his Dantian. Just as before, Su Yuan's Dantian star palace resembled a colossal black hole, seemingly insatiable, as no amount of star power could satiate his ravenous appetite. However, the Ziwei Emperor's star was indeed magnificent. Unlike the ordinary Big Dipper, the Imperial Star's capacity was truly vast. Absorb all you wish. Even if you have 220,000, try to drain it dry, it seemed to beckon. In that moment, Su Yuan felt the immense grandeur of the Ziwei Emperor's star. The depth of the Tianqi was over 100 times greater than the Zhaoguang Tianqi. No wonder the rewards bestowed by the Ziwei Emperor's star were so bountiful. Its foundation was incomparably robust. Calming his thoughts, he quietly absorbed the star power. The star power of the Ziwei Star gradually transformed the stars within him, compressing his 220,000 stars into a rich purple hue. Just as Su Yuan thought he had absorbed enough and prepared to leave, the ethereal figure of the elder from the Ziwei Emperor Star reappeared in his mind. "Young friend, please wait. Old man, it's you again. What wisdom do you wish to impart, Your Majesty?" Su Yuan addressed him, acknowledging the elder's royal stature. "Ah, I am no majesty. Merely an old man," the elder chuckled. "You have triumphed over 3 trials and vanquished formidable foes, all of which I have observed. I have a request, and I wonder if you might oblige." "If it is within my capability, I shall do so," Su Yuan replied earnestly. "It is not a grand matter. You simply need to visit any moon's secret realm. You need not intervene personally when the time comes." With that, the elder vanished from sight. In his place, an amulet-like object descended into Su Yuan's hand. The pendant, shaped like a 6-pointed star, emitted a faint purple aura. Although it appeared unremarkable, it contained an indomitable source of power akin to Su Yuan's own essence, making it impossible to forcibly discern its inner workings from the outside. Moreover, This revelation occurred within Su Yuan's mind, meaning that outsiders remained oblivious. Su Yuan quickly concealed the pendant, intending to study it in detail when the opportunity arose. This object was linked to the demigod realm, and it was prudent to refrain from inquiring about it too freely, as it could lead to unnecessary complications. The moon's secret realm, perhaps he would visit it in a few days. With all his beasts having reached the moonfall level, and Su Yuan having touched the threshold of a 5-star beastmaster, it was time to seek the moon's secret realm for a breakthrough. Once Su Yuan had fully absorbed the star power, he stood ready to depart. He gently tore off his arm badge, and a brilliant white halo materialized, utilizing spatial power to transport him away. Reflecting on the harrowing yet exhilarating experiences within that secret realm, he recognized the invaluable lessons learned during his 3-year foray into the dreamlike realm. As the halo transported Su Yuan to the central square of Dawn City, the tense atmosphere immediately sharpened his senses. Chapter 132. The King of Men takes action. Reward for the champion. What is this atmosphere? The nobles glared at him with hostility. It was understandable. Su Yuan had thwarted their schemes yet again, even decapitating Gong Jing and seizing immense rewards in the Ziwei Emperor Star's secret realm. He had publicly triumphed over the Sacred Beast Academy to claim victory. Yet, what were they preparing to do in such a public space? Su Yuan, how dare you take my son's life? I demand your blood. The speaker was none other than Gong Yunhe, the father of Gong Jing. Awakening from his stupor, Gong Yunhe caught sight of the victorious Su Yuan, brimming with confidence after emerging triumphantly from the secret realm. Enraged, he summoned the Beast Soul Star formation behind him, a source of power far beyond what Gong Jing, a mere virtual deity, could ever hope to wield. Under the influence of the star formation, Gong Jing coalesced a golden spear light, poised to pierce Su Yuan's skull. Just as Gong Yunhe prepared to strike, Ning Xian intervened. A beam of white sword light standing resolutely before him. Gong Yunhe, in a life-or-death duel, as fate would decree, where the victor claims all and the vanquished is left to dust. What cannot you afford to lose? In that moment, Gong Yunhe appeared to have lost his sanity, disregarding all reason as he unleashed his golden fury upon Su Yuan, only to be thwarted instantaneously by Ning Xian. The two soon became embroiled in a fierce battle. Li Jianli and Ning Fenghong, sensing the escalating chaos, took to the skies, while on the other side, Zhang Yingji from the Zhang clan and a demigod named Ing Yunjin, a leader among the citizenry, also ascended to join the fray. In his frenzied state, Gong Yunhe suddenly perceived a golden Buddha in the heavens, a golden hand blotting out the sun and pressing him mercilessly to the ground. Boom. The force suppressing a half-god like Gong Yunhe was not to be underestimated. Who else could wield such power but the king of beasts? The specter of the king murmured, Gong Yunhe, in a life-or-death duel, it was foretold. Why provoke further conflict? Do you truly believe I am non-existent? Accept your defeat, and I shall show mercy, considering your grief over your son. Should you dare to act again, you will find yourself at odds with me. Crushed beneath the weight, Gong Yunhe seemed to quell his rage, lamenting, Please forgive me, your majesty. Su Yuan silently observed the unfolding spectacle. Ah, how intriguing. Despite having a dozen sons, even if Gong Jing were his favored one, Gong Yunhe would never resort to such reckless violence for the sake of one. The mindset of a noble patriarch diverges greatly from that of an ordinary individual. To ascend to the status of a noble head, one must prioritize family interests above all, even surpassing personal gain. Such public aggression might be an attempt to provoke the king into intervening. Otherwise, that earlier frenzy would not have been subdued so swiftly. Controlling emotional outbursts is no trivial matter. As for the underlying reasons, while others may remain oblivious, Su Yuan had some insight. It likely pertained to the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. With its loss, the nobility had forfeited their most significant trump card, urgently seeking to test the king's strength. Now that Su Yuan's slaying of Gong Jing was an established fact, Gong Yunhe had to make a small sacrifice. From the resigned expressions of Li Jianli and Ning Fenghong, Su Yuan began to comprehend. These demigods combined, without the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, could never hope to prevail against the king. Thus, Su Yuan was assured of his safety. Having acknowledged his defeat, Gong Yunhe shot a venomous glare at Su Yuan before being assisted away. Following the king's overwhelming triumph over Gong Yunhe, it was declared that Su Yuan had unambiguously claimed the crown in this Beast Tamer grand competition. Once the situation had calmed, the various demigods returned to their seats. Su Yuan nodded in gratitude to the three who had come to his aid, and they responded with warm smiles. Subsequently, the specter of the king addressed the assembly. Su Yuan of Dawn Academy stepped forth. Su Yuan advanced, clasping his fists. I am here. The king's specter nodded and proclaimed, I hereby announce that the winner of this Beast Tamer Grand Competition is Su Yuan from Dawn Academy. Let the military law office reward Su Yuan with any one superior celestial treasure artifact. Grant him a slot in the Royal Moon's secret realm. Allocate him a residence in the Central District, and bestow upon him the title of champion of the Beast Tamer Grand Competition, along with a reward of 10,000 gold coins. Furthermore, let the Education Department allocate next year's Beast Tamer resource quotas, 50 for Dawn Academy, 25 for Sacred Beast Academy, 15 for 10,000 Beasts Academy, and 10 for Royal Academy. Su Yuan. In addition, you may present any reasonable request, and I shall fulfill it. The rewards for the championship are indeed substantial. No wonder Dawn Academy places such immense value on the Beast Tamer Grand Competition. Securing this title equates to commandeering half of the educational resources. Henceforth, students of Dawn Academy will enjoy significantly lower prices when acquiring precious materials and beast eggs, thereby enhancing their combat prowess at an accelerated pace. As for himself, the rewards were plentiful. More artifacts are always better, especially superior celestial artifacts. He currently possessed only two, one for storage and another unused. This time, he could select a truly useful one. Moreover, the most critical aspect was the allocation of a house, particularly in the Central District. Properties in the Central District have always been in high demand. Without official quotas, one cannot purchase them independently. Indeed, as graduation approached, relocating was imperative. One cannot continue residing in a dilapidated old building in the Eastern District. Though Su Yuan remained indifferent, he recognized that such circumstances might embarrass Ouyang Shui. The slot in the Moon's secret realm was also admirable, eliminating the need to devise alternative means. As for the gold, it was of little consequence. Su Yuan had acquired considerable wealth from Li Jianli. Regarding his request, Su Yuan clasped his hands and stated, "Your Majesty, I must confess. I have formed a private army known as the Su Family Army. Although I serve as the Grand Commander, I lack an official structure and garrison, often rendering my position tenuous. Therefore, I beseech your Majesty to allow them to be incorporated into the formal ranks. I would also prefer that they be affiliated with the Beast Tamer Guild rather than the Military Law Office. Of course, if they were directly under your Majesty's command, that would be acceptable as well. The Su Family Army has personnel and finances, but the formal structure and garrison remain a headache for Su Yuan. Otherwise, they would merely be a fragmented organization of beast tamers, struggling to gain public trust and execute missions without interference. More importantly, with formal ranks, they would be recognized as the official armed forces of Dawn City, preventing the nobility from ambushing the Su Family Army in the wild. An attack on the regular forces of Dawn City would violate its laws, instilling caution among the nobility. Ultimately, being affiliated with the Beast Tamer Guild would also save face for Zhang Ingji and others, while Su Yuan wished to avoid the oversight of the Military Law Office, where the first and second princes held sway. This was crucial for Su Yuan and the future prosperity of the Su Family Army. The specter of the king contemplated for a moment before slowly uttering a single word. Agreed. Chapter 133. A celebration of all beings. The city festively commemorates Su Yuan. 25. The king's consent caused the countenance of all the high-ranking beast tamers present to shift dramatically. Many had heard of the Su Family Army, but most had dismissed it as mere hearsay. Comprised of remnants of the Thin Willow Guard, even stripped of their names, what combat prowess could they possibly possess? Most regarded it as a fanciful notion of Su Yuan without taking it seriously. However, with the king's agreement to grant them an official structure and status, it signified that Su Yuan was no longer a solitary figure, but rather a prominent power within Dawn City. The Su Family Army, boasting over 3,000 members, was undoubtedly formidable, with 4 6-star beast tamers among them, and 1,000 4-star and 5-star beast tamers, constituting a significant force in its own right. In other words, Shiliu Wei was originally ranked 6th among the Noble 10 Guards, which is not exactly at the bottom. Suddenly, everyone recalled a certain incident. Oh dear. They remembered how Su Yuan had utilized green bean cakes in the secret realm to substitute for rare treasures during his breakthrough. Wait a moment. It seems we comprehend why Su Yuan has been so relentless in his efforts to establish his own army. Hiss. The implications are chilling upon deeper reflection. What if such a method proves beneficial for others as well? What if? Does that mean that in the future, the members of the Su Family Army would not require rare treasures for their breakthroughs? This could save an enormous amount of expenses, at least a third. Goodness, Su Yuan. This young man is quite the shrewd strategist. This indeed represents the most advantageous benefit Su Yuan could demand at present. Despite the noble's intentions to eliminate Su Yuan on the spot, even suggesting that if the 9-dragon cauldron were still intact, they would disregard the objections of the human king and proceed to kill Su Yuan, the infamous Red Heart Demon Thief Guild had destroyed the 9-dragon cauldron, consequently undermining the noble's confidence against the human king. Now, The noble's resolve is somewhat shaky. If the human king were to learn of this, would he not ruthlessly target them? Su Yuan is a minor concern for the time being. The pressing matter is to promptly implement their plan to regain a trump card against the human king. Although Su Yuan is indeed a potential internal threat, he truly becomes a significant concern only when one reaches the demigod level. And as for demigods, without a decade-long study of beast taming, one cannot hope to break through. Iho serves as a prime example. Having reached the level of a 6-star beast master in about a year and a half, yet has remained stagnant for 2.5 years with little progress. Let Su Yuan continue his antics for now. If their killing move fails to eliminate him this time, coupled with the urgency of matters concerning the human king, they must tread carefully. Of course, this is somewhat a self-soothing act of helplessness. The expressions of the two princes appeared somewhat unnatural. The military law office is alternately overseen by the eldest prince Ouyang, he and the second prince Ouyang Qing, while Su Yuan is affiliated with the Beastmaster Guild, rendering them incapable of imposing effective constraints. The members of the Beastmaster Guild, being self-sufficient in their resources for rewards and punishments, left them with no authority to interfere. Ouyang Qing initially intended to voice a rebuttal, but since the human king had already consented, he dared not oppose his father. What vexed them the most was Su Yuan's obvious support for their younger sister. The two brothers had long sought to marry off their sister to diminish competition for the throne. Not only had they failed, but Ouyang Shui had also garnered additional support from a faction, possibly even the Beastmaster Guild, which had a close affinity with Su Yuan. The pressure was overwhelming. Naturally, Zhang Yingji from the Beastmaster Guild was delighted by this turn of events. With the guild unexpectedly gaining a significant influx of resources, who would not be pleased? The demigod from the commoner class, Injun, also nodded in agreement. Excellent. Su Yuan rightly belongs to the commoner class. This would bolster his influence in Dawn City and provide him with greater confidence to contend against the nobles. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. The human king had agreed rather decisively. There must be layers of psychological maneuvering at play. Nevertheless, in any case, it is beneficial for both the commoners and the royal family to see Su Yuan grow stronger. Ahem. The human king should have forgotten that I, Su Yuan, still possess a legitimate slot for a Beastmaster team. Hiss, I hadn't considered that they might be able to read minds. With the human king's consent, Su Yuan began to envision the future development of his army. The nobles would undoubtedly attempt to hinder him, but he was unafraid. Armed with a simplified beast taming system and treasures pilfered from Li Jinli's vault, there were many plans to devise, which could be tackled later. The moment the human king's phantom dissipated, it marked the official conclusion of the Beastmaster Grand Competition. To avoid being besieged by questions from the crowd, Su Yuan was promptly escorted away by Ouyang Shui and the royal knights, sparing him from the throng. As the spectators noticed Su Yuan's absence and the departure of the human king, they began to disperse. Despite their countless questions for Su Yuan, his remarkable performance within the secret realm was already worthy of extensive documentation. The unquenchable origin, the dual eye technique, the method of breakthrough bypassing rare treasures, the 3 domain-level trials. 1 versus 400. Ascending beyond ranks to battle a phantom deity. His ambiguous relationship with the princess, the farce at Dawn Academy. There was so much to discuss. Moreover, Su Yuan's image among the common people was already exceptionally favorable. Nearly everyone hoped for his victory. Especially at the moment when Su Yuan was abandoned by the students of Dawn Academy, countless individuals expressed their outrage, even gathering at the Academy's entrance to smear various unmentionable substances upon its gates, leaving Luo Qing and Zhang Jin nearly faint with anger upon their return. With the conclusion of the Beastmaster Grand Competition, numerous individuals hurriedly spread the news of Su Yuan's triumph throughout the streets. The entire Eastern District was abuzz with fervent promotion, effectively transforming into Su Yuan's own arena, particularly beneath Su Yuan's residence. It became a sacred site for countless admirers to visit and pay homage. Many restaurants, taverns, and tea houses offered free services on the day Su Yuan claimed victory, allowing countless individuals to indulge and celebrate the long-awaited event in Dawn City. Everywhere in the streets and alleys, discussions about Su Yuan could be heard. Some parents advised their children to study diligently, to acquire more knowledge about beast taming, aspiring to become a genius beast master like Su Yuan in the future. People lit sky lanterns, and that night, hundreds of thousands of lanterns gradually ascended, covering the entire sky of Dawn City. This was not only a traditional celebration of the festival, but also a blessing and hope for the upcoming year. They hoped for a more stable year ahead, and for Dawn City to flourish even more. After completing the necessary formalities, Su Yuan, alongside Ouyang Shui, stepped outside to witness the lanterns soaring in the sky. Under the glow of the lights, The two young individuals savored a rare moment of tranquility beneath the night sky. Su Yuan. Tonight, don't return to the academy. Come to my palace's chambers. I shall host you this evening. Then it would be remiss of me not to comply. Chapter 134. The Internal Affairs Chief and the Planning of Su Yuan's Wealth. 35. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched as he gazed at the exquisite dishes before him. Your Highness, is this what you call hosting? Just this? He exclaimed, feeling somewhat let down. Ouyang Shui seemed to sense Su Yuan's disapproving gaze and cleared her throat, saying, My chef is the most renowned in the city. Do not underestimate it. Besides, I am a princess. It cannot be as casual as you might think. Of course, if you truly wish for it, you should propose soon. Su Yuan lightly rubbed his forehead. Propose? Your father is the human king. Isn't it a bit presumptuous to think of proposing? However, opportunities often arise unexpectedly. There are still many chances. After having just experienced a fierce battle, Su Yuan felt quite fatigued and decided it was best to postpone the discussion to avoid compromising his performance. Ouyang Shui gently remarked, Su Yuan, having only been in school for a month, you're already on the verge of graduation. That is quite a remarkable feat. What are your plans after graduation? As Ouyang Shui broached the subject, Su Yuan's memory was jogged. Indeed, after the Beastmaster tournament, it was akin to the conclusion of modern society's campus recruitment. Once everyone was assigned their posts, it was time to bid farewell to the academy. All that remained was a mere procedural formality. Who would have thought that my life at the academy would last only a month? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan responded, There are two matters to address. First, I need to manage the affairs of the Su family army and enhance everyone's combat prowess in the short term, as I have pressing tasks to undertake. Secondly, the opportunity for a Beastmaster team that Zhuiqing provided me should not go to waste. His Highness mentioned I must expedite the expansion of my influence. However, Su Yuan had yet to devise a concrete plan for execution. Ouyang Shui chuckled. Well then, Commander Su, do you require a steward to assist in establishing your enterprises, managing internal affairs, and charting future directions? Indeed. I am in dire need of such assistance, Su Yuan admitted, acknowledging his lack of expertise in these matters. Despite possessing modern knowledge, he lacked the practical experience necessary to navigate this realm. Ouyang Shui's intentions were unequivocally clear. Rising with utmost respect, Su Yuan declared, Your Highness, I humbly request that you take on the role of my internal steward, if it pleases you. Ouyang Shui cleared her throat lightly, ahem. Since you have earnestly solicited my assistance, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request. Su Yuan inquired, Your Highness, if I wish to support my Su family army and the soon-to-be established Beastmaster team, what industry should I invest in? Although I have made some modest gains, living off my savings is not a sustainable strategy. Ouyang Shui, aware that he likely possessed a substantial amount of wealth, casually remarked, First, let us discuss the extent of your finances. I need this information to assist you in planning. Leaning in to avoid eavesdroppers, Su Yuan whispered, It's not much. Merely 900,000 gold coins, 2 million silver coins, and 200 million copper coins. Oh, and I have 735 pieces of heavenly materials, 8,000 pieces of earthly materials, 18 heavenly artifacts, 300 earthly artifacts, and 800 high-grade beast eggs. Ouyang Shui was astounded. You call that not much? Have you robbed the Dawn Exchange? She could scarcely believe Su Yuan's wealth, which was nearing 1/5 of the royal treasury, far exceeding her own. You ungrateful man. I was even contemplating using my private savings to assist you. It was evident that the incident with the Li family's treasury was more connected to him than he let on. Ouyang Shui scrutinized Su Yuan for several seconds, rendering him quite uncomfortable, before finally sighing. It seems there is no need for extensive investments. To be frank, with such a sum, even living off it for years is quite feasible. Su Yuan shook his head. This money has dubious origins. It must be purified through your hands to be legitimate. Ouyang Shui frowned slightly. Keep the materials, artifacts, and beast eggs for training your troops. As for the money, allocate half to me, and I shall help you transform it into assets and revenue-generating ventures. If there is anything that is most profitable, it is certainly the wealth of a Beastmaster. The northern district of Dawn City, renowned for its commercial prowess, is located there. You may not have visited, but leave it to me. Dawn City is part of the human frontier. The Dawn Forest, Eagle's Cry Gorge, and the Nether Valley harbor countless unique minerals that can be processed into special artifacts. This substantial capital can be lent under my name to the Craftsman Association, allowing us to secure new technologies and skilled artisans, as well as trade qualifications at the coast. We can then establish an artifact manufacturing facility and a mining enterprise, procure a dedicated port, and acquire 100 three-masted sailing ships to transport the finished artifacts and minerals to the commercial city of Golden City, while simultaneously launching a shipping business to reap considerable profits. Su Yuan was captivated by her grand vision. Your Highness, you've clearly thought this through. Your ideas are coherent and well-planned, considering the outputs and trade routes of various human city-states. I find it hard to believe this wasn't already in your plans. Ouyang Shui smiled. These thoughts have been with me since I was 10. My only limitations were insufficient funds and the need to vie for more critical power, leaving me with little time to focus on these aspirations. Now, with your presence, I can pursue these goals without distraction. Su Yuan nodded vigorously. I entrust this to you. Your Highness. Ouyang Shui engaged in detailed discussions with Su Yuan until late into the night. Now bound together, they were like grasshoppers on the same string, sharing both honor and misfortune. Su Yuan, naturally, placed his complete trust in her and readily handed over the funds. Although Ouyang Shui was psychologically prepared, the reality of receiving such a substantial sum felt surreal. Alongside the money came a heavy burden of trust. Rest assured, Su Yuan, you are my sky. One day, I shall elevate you to kingship. The following day, Ouyang Shui rose early, taking her associates to the northern district to commence their endeavors. Su Yuan, too, could not remain idle. The location for the Su family army had been approved, and all personnel had completed their release procedures. The chosen site was undeniably astute. Positioned just outside the city, it was less than 10 miles away. Its proximity ensured that even if the nobles wished to act against Su Yuan, he could swiftly return to the safety of the city, rendering any hostile actions futile and potentially backfiring on them. The annoyance of seeing Su Yuan frolic just outside the city day after day would be a constant irritant for them. At this moment, the Su family army had gathered at the designated location, and Su Yuan hurried over. Today marked the opening ceremony of their base. Upon his arrival, he observed Su Xian had arranged everyone in formation, awaiting Su Yuan's presence. The expressions of gratitude and excitement in their eyes were palpable. Look, the commander has arrived. Commander? Ah, our lord has come. Mighty lord. Our lord is simply extraordinary. That is a virtual deity. Our lord, as a 4-star beast master, can defeat even a virtual deity. The future of our Su family army is indeed bright. Bah, I see you are envious of our lord's method of breaking through without relying on rare materials. If that were the case, the future would indeed be limitless. You were just saying our lord was unreliable a few days ago. Look at your face now. How shameless. Nonsense. Such a method cannot be easily passed down. It must be a reward from our lord to test our loyalty and capability. I advise you all not to disgrace our lord. In the future, he will undoubtedly become the youngest and most powerful demigod in Dawn City. And we will share in his glory while bearing a significant responsibility. Understand? Rest assured, we are nothing like that crooked fellow Chu Wenyang. Our loyalty to our lord is as evident as the sun and moon. Su Yuan interjected. You certainly know how to flatter. Are you already considering me a demigod? Su Xian raised his hand. Silence. Our lord has just arrived. It is time for him to address us. The overall caliber of the Su family army is indeed quite high, and they promptly fell silent. Su Yuan stood atop the platform, surveying the surroundings of the encampment. Indeed, the words of the king regarding the provision of this base were not mere rhetoric. The training grounds, the arena, and various other facilities were all impeccably arranged. Thanks to the dedicated support of a specialized Beast Tamer company, which completed the setup in a mere day with remarkable efficiency. Clearing his throat, Su Yuan addressed the assembly. Ahem, esteemed comrades, today marks the inauguration of the Su family army's encampment. I had previously promised you all that following me would unveil the secrets to my breakthroughs, and I trust you are now aware of them. Unlike the nobility, Su Yuan, do not indulge in secrecy. Let us exchange sincerity for sincerity. I shall not hesitate to assist you all in achieving your own breakthroughs. Furthermore, I have received the patronage of Her Highness, the third princess. Previously, I lamented my lack of funds, rare materials, and beast eggs, but now, I possess them. Su Xian. Su Xian clasped his fists in respect, declaring, Su Xian is here. Please issue your command, my lord. Su Yuan inquired, what is the current quota for the Shio guards? Report it swiftly. Su Xian paused, gathering his thoughts before responding. In terms of salaries, ordinary soldiers who are not beast tamers receive 5 silver coins monthly, while beast tamers earn 1 gold coin. Squad leaders receive 2 gold coins, captains 5 gold coins, and the leaders of the Beast Tamer regiments earn 10 gold coins each. The entire army comprises 5 Beast Tamer regiments with 500 Beast Tamers, and 5 support regiments with another 500 soldiers. Additionally, there is an exclusive guard for the Grand Commander, numbering 300, all composed of 5-star Beast Tamers or higher, with salaries twice that of the ordinary Beast Tamer regiments. The 3 6-star Vice Commanders earn 50 gold coins each, while I previously received 100 gold coins monthly. Regarding rare materials, ordinary Beast Tamers receive 1 Earth-grade treasure per month, squad leaders 3, captains 5, and the regiment leaders 1 low-grade heaven treasure. Vice commanders receive 3 treasures, while I received 1 mid-grade heaven treasure. The beast eggs can be exchanged for a portion of our salaries. The total monthly expenditure amounts to approximately 300 gold coins, along with 750 earth-grade treasures and 15 heaven treasures. Indeed, the expenses are substantial. No wonder only the 10 elders could afford it. Glancing at the small treasury, I find it sufficient to sustain us. Many earth-grade treasures are relatively inexpensive, with some costing merely 1 silver coin, such as the hearts of saber-toothed boars. Su Yuan spoke confidently. Rest assured, all of you, under my command, you shall not be wronged. Whatever your previous salaries were, they shall remain the same as you follow me. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of everyone present gleamed with excitement. Is it true? When Su Yuan had previously conveyed his lack of resources, this group had already lost hope. Now he was proclaiming abundance. Moreover, with the prospect of breakthroughs without the need for rare materials, did they even require them? The answer was a resounding no. Suddenly, one person burst into tears. Ah, I understand now. The others turned to him, curious about his revelation. My lord, this is to help us reclaim our dignity in front of our families. Su Yuan responded with surprise. Oh, that makes sense. As the saying goes, a man with wealth is a man, while a man without wealth is a mere shadow. We can forego riches to follow our Lord and reclaim our glory and dignity. However, many of us have wives and children. Can they go without? My Lord acts for our sake, not only to secure our livelihoods, but also to grant us the opportunity to stand tall in front of our families once more. Is this truly the case, my lord? Just as Su Yuan was about to explain, the elderly Su Xian interjected, saying, Do you think it is merely this? Su Yuan pondered him. Su Xian continued earnestly, Wealth is but an external possession. My lord's earlier words were merely to ascertain your sincerity. Since we have shown our genuine allegiance, how could our benevolent lord neglect us? Do not underestimate my lord's magnanimity. Furthermore, what you do not know is that when the king asked my lord to make any request, my lord's demand was to grant us formal ranks, allowing us to be affiliated with the Beast Tamer Guild. What does this signify? It signifies that my lord has not only restored our honor, but has also ensured that we are protected by the laws of Dawn City in the short term, free from the machinations of the nobility. As long as we dedicate our lives to our lord, he has always treated us with sincerity. He would rather forsake a promise to the king than cleanse us of our shame. Ah, is it truly so? All members of the Su family army gazed at Su Yuan with eyes full of reverence, akin to gazing upon a celestial being. Su Yuan remarked, No, you are overthinking it. It is merely more convenient for action. As Su Yuan attempted to clarify further, he was interrupted once more by Su Xian, who knelt before him, declaring, Today's inauguration of the garrison also marks the moment we become the sharpest blade in our lord's hand. Everyone, join me in swearing an oath. In unison, the assembly knelt, as if they had prepared for this moment all along, collectively vowing, We swear allegiance to the covenant. We shall be the sword in our lord's hand, our bodies as the blade, vanquishing all enemies of our lord. We shall be the shield before our lord, our blood as iron, safeguarding our lord's well-being. Su Xian added, My lord, we are eternally grateful for your great kindness, and in this lifetime, we shall follow you with our lives. Since Her Highness the Princess is your beloved, she shall also be our matron henceforth. Please issue your command. In unison, all proclaimed, Please issue your command, my lord. Su Yuan thought to himself, Very well, I shall not explain further. The desired effect has been achieved. You truly dare to dream. Su Yuan declared, All right, I shall accept your oaths. Now, all of you, heed my command. Ordinary soldiers, come with me. From this day forth, every member of the Su family army shall become a Beast Tamer. Next, he addressed the 4-star Beast Tamers, responsible for combat, stating, I do not wish to see any stagnant stars by nightfall. Chapter 136, Collective Breakthrough. Prepare to make a move with me. 55. Su Yuan's resolute proclamation left countless individuals agape. What? My lord, what did you say? Especially the ordinary soldiers who were not Beast Tamers, their excitement was palpable. Initially, their salaries were meager, 5 silver coins, which barely sufficed for subsistence. This was only due to Su Yuan restoring their previous entitlements. Had he not done so, they would have truly been prepared to sacrifice themselves for honor. Now, Su Yuan was revealing that ordinary individuals could also become Beast Tamers. How could this not excite them? Someone stammered, My lord, is it true? This revelation stemmed from Su Yuan's recent battle with Gong Jing. He had initially believed that abandoned Beast Tamers without mythical bloodlines could not be activated. However, during his encounter with Gong Jing, he discovered references to the Cat King's Great Way, leading him to ponder whether all Beast Tamers could awaken their bloodline powers. Although it might not be of use to a genius like Su Yuan, for ordinary individuals, The chance to elevate their status to that of a Beast Tamer would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was difficult to predict the extent of the enhancement. For instance, E and F grade Beast Tamers might only rise to around C grade, with a few possibly reaching B grade. Su Yuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. I understand that many have contracted abandoned Beast Tamers, but fear not. While I cannot guarantee you will become exceedingly powerful, I can assure you that attaining C grade is within reach. With a C grade beast, you will at least elevate to 3-star Beast Tamers in the future. Over 1,000 ordinary men were moved to tears. They were just common folks, earning a meager salary to support their families. Now, Su Yuan was poised to transform their destinies. 3-star Beast Tamers. This was more than sufficient. The tasks that Beastmasters can undertake are manifold, transforming from mere means of subsistence into a dignified vocation that promises to elevate their family's social standing. Thud. The gratitude that this group of ordinary individuals felt towards Su Yuan may not have been as profound as that of other Beastmasters, yet at this moment, it was a heartfelt, genuine appreciation for the life-changing grace bestowed upon them by Su Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of people bowed their heads in reverence. Su Yuan halted them, exclaiming, "Stop. Rise to your feet. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. You are members of the Su family army, and that is merely your due." Over 1,000 men wept openly, struggling to contain their tears as they stood and nodded. The assembly of Beastmasters was likewise moved. The wisdom of our Lord far surpasses that of those noble house masters. The benevolence of our Lord is incomparably greater than that of those scoundrels. To follow our Lord is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Furthermore, did our Lord just indicate that all 4-star Beastmasters submerged star-level beasts can ascend to the fallen moon level in just one day? Surely, we did not mishear. Without the star secret realm, how could they possibly level up? The crowd looked at Su Yuan with puzzled expressions. Clearing his throat, Su Yuan proclaimed, "All right, it's time to commence. Moreover, the fewer people who are aware of this, the better. It is not a matter of distrust. Rather, our enemies possess illusionary and mental abilities that could extract information from us unbeknownst. Thus, it is best you refrain from inquiring into my methods." The crowd, though curious, instantly grasped Su Yuan's intent. Our Lord truly is remarkable, always considering our welfare. Indeed, the illusionary abilities of Beastmasters are notoriously difficult to guard against. It is wise to remain silent. Should I inadvertently divulge our Lord's secrets, I would be unworthy of his grace, no matter how many times I might perish. Su Xian promptly prepared a campsite, while Su Yuan, alone within the tent, had brought along a ton of rice to ensure there would be ample provisions. Initially, the 1,500 ordinary soldiers anxiously presented their discarded beasts, and, with trepidation, delivered them into the tent. The waiting period of 10 minutes, half an hour, and 2 hours felt like an eternity. After roughly 3 hours, exhausted, Su Yuan emerged, supporting his waist as he gasped, "It's done. Come collect your beasts." Over 1,000 men suddenly sprang to their feet, only to discover that the previously discarded beasts had now been revitalized, brimming with vitality and possessing considerable combat capability. Some were classified as C grade, others as B grade, and even one was of S grade. The S grade soldier was so overwhelmed with joy that he nearly fainted from excitement. They had ascended. Regardless of their rank, each beast now held potential for cultivation and the pursuit of higher-tier beasts, heralding a promising future. A rebirth. Su Yuan chuckled. "All right. Do you still require my instruction? Form teams of 30 and venture into the Dawn Forest to hunt those saber-toothed pigs and white pythons. Do you expect me to lead you into battle?" While Su Yuan could indeed have directly allowed them to utilize the simplified power of sunbathing beasts, they were no children. Granting them a glimmer of hope to forge their own futures was far more beneficial. It would also enhance their practical combat skills. Yes, the chorus reverberated, filled with fervor and determination. Over 1,000 individuals, transformed in spirit, were no longer the downtrodden of other noble armies, but proud members of the Su family army. Endowed with infinite potential. After their departure, Su Yuan noted the encroaching twilight, with stars emerging in the sky, and declared, "All 4-star Beastmasters, summon forth your submerged star-level beasts and accompany me to a designated location. You shall remain here. Once I return with their upgrades, you are to engage in disruptive activities. Seize noble quotas, snatch their tasks. Essentially, take whatever you can, understood?" "Understood," the crowd replied in unison. Su Yuan's generosity had already been remarkable. They could not continuously rely on him for sustenance. After all, they were fighting for Su Yuan. Naturally, they did not wish to hinder their lord. The 1,500 4-star Beastmasters summoned a staggering 6,000 submerged star-level beasts, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. They meticulously instructed their beasts to accompany Su Yuan. Leading the 6,000 beasts beneath a canopy of stars, Yuan urged them to gaze upon the celestial bodies. The Lu family had previously possessed the Star Secret Realm, thus setting them apart from other noble armies, as the latter primarily consisted of 3-star beastmasters, while the Shilyo Guard boasted 4-star status. Consequently, the submerged star-level beasts of the Shilyo Guard progressed rapidly towards their critical point. Of course, the other 10 armies had the Sun and Moon secret realms, granting them an advantage in both quantity and quality among 5-star and 6-star beasts. Thus, many beasts reached their star progression limits after merely a couple of hours under the stars. Yuan, too, was disinclined to personally feed them. Instead, he produced 6,000 mung bean cakes purchased from the city. These beasts, having attained a level of intelligence, could comprehend Yuan's words upon reaching their critical breakthrough point. Each eagerly devoured a mung bean cake. The following day, as the morning light illuminated the encampment of the Su family army, the onlookers beheld a figure returning in the distance, silhouetted against the rising sun, accompanied by 6,000 beasts that had ascended to the fallen moon level. Under the radiance of dawn, it all seemed surreal. The crowd rubbed their eyes in disbelief. 6,000 fallen moon-level beasts. No noble army had ever possessed such a number. Not to mention the fallen moon level, even submerged star-level beasts were scarce. Chapter 137, The Su Family Army Strikes. Dividing the Eagle's Grief Gorge. 15. After just one night, such a transformation had occurred. This cohort of 4-star beastmasters could scarcely fathom how Yuan had accomplished this. Now, when it came to raw power, the Su family army had likely surpassed even the mightiest of the noble 10 guards, such as the Taoli Guard, the Divine Palace Guard, and the Eagle Ning Guard, which were the strongest direct forces among the aristocracy. While they might have had a slight edge at the sunset level, they certainly could not match the sheer number of fallen moon-level beasts. The assembly of 4-star beastmasters could realistically be regarded as 5-star beastmasters. Stunned into silence, they struggled to articulate their emotions. Excitement, disbelief, awe, an array of complex feelings surged within them. Su Xian exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Our Lord's actions are of paramount importance to our brethren. 6,000 fallen moon-level beasts. Now, the question is whether the nobles dare to sabotage us. If we do not retaliate against them, we would be of no use at all." Su Xian's words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Indeed, the tides of battle had shifted. If the Su family army were to encounter any noble 10 guard in the wild, what would the clash look like? On the Su family army's side, 30 individuals would command at least 120 fallen moon-level beasts. And the noble 10 guard? A mixed contingent of golden, submerged star, and fallen moon levels? Perhaps they had a slight majority of fallen moon-level beasts, or maybe submerged star-level ones, or perhaps a predominance of golden-level beasts, with higher-ranking sunset-level beasts being more common. When two such forces met in the wild, who would owe whom respect? Who would be the more audacious? Need one even ask? Our Lord, please issue your command. Those despicable nobles have betrayed our dignity and honor, even attempting to covertly harm our Lord. Let us go forth and seize from them. Let us fight fiercely. Indeed, our Lord, in the eastern and northern parts of the city, from now on, it shall be the territory of our Su family army. Other forces are busy expanding in the Dawn Forest and the Eagle's Grief Gorge. We must hasten our actions. It is said that the city guards and the noble 10 guards are on the verge of completely dividing the Dawn Forest. Once they are finished, there will be no land left for us. Indeed, my lord, the larger the territory we occupy, the more valuable resources such as rare materials, medicinal herbs, and minerals will be available. We cannot allow the noble 10 guards, city guards, and the Royal Knight Order to seize everything first. This illustrates how formidable beasts can be and how audacious humans are. Since the defeat of the 9 serpents, the Eagle's Grief Gorge has ceased to be a forbidden zone for those below demigod status. The King of Men has commanded the expansion of territory to conquer the Dawn Forest and the Eagle's Grief Gorge. Consequently, the city guards, noble 10 guards, and the Royal Knight Order have swept through the Dawn Forest, dividing the land. In about half a month, the 336 districts of the Dawn Forest have nearly been divided. The city guards, the mountain camp, and the Beastmaster Guild, being the first to arrive, have seized 186 districts, while the Royal Knight Order and the Sky Camp have captured 110 districts. The Noble 9 Guards and the Sea Camp, in a state of disarray, managed to acquire only 40 districts. Each district encompasses an area of 10 miles, yielding fine timber, medicinal herbs, and rapidly breeding beasts for meat. When the division of the Dawn Forest is completed, the nobles will just be freeing up their hands. Now, their sights are set on the Eagle's Grief Gorge. The gorge is even larger than the Dawn Forest, capable of being divided into 512 districts. Although it does not possess the exceptional timber of the Dawn Forest, It produces rare precious metals such as Xian gold and crimson gold, along with a plethora of precious materials. Securing a foothold there would yield an unending source of wealth. Furthermore, considering that one of Ouyang Shue's core business strategies is to transport high-quality minerals from near Dawn City to Golden City, acquiring territory in the Eagle's Grief Gorge is particularly crucial for Su Yuan, and indeed, it is urgent. Su Yuan nodded. Su Xian, how is territory contested? Su Xian paused before replying. To report to my lord. As long as we eliminate the most threatening beasts in a district and ensure that other beasts do not dare to attack humans, while also accurately mapping the geographical information of the district and maintaining a standing force, generally a large team, then the occupation is considered complete. I see. In that case, I find myself at a disadvantage. I only have 50 teams of Beastmasters, and if the guards cannot move, does that mean I can only occupy 50 districts? That's actually quite a lot. Generally, any of the Noble 9 guards would consider it fortunate to be allocated 20 districts. Look at the Dawn Forest. A single guard has only 3 districts. That's truly meager. No, we cannot miss such a golden opportunity. It is often during these pioneering times that the most profit can be made. Su Xian, I believe our Su family army possesses formidable combat power. We shouldn't need an entire large team to guard a single district, should we? Su Xian exclaimed, indeed. With my lord's assistance, our 3 small teams can match the strength of an entire large team. I understand now. Su Xian turned to address everyone. Brothers, tonight we shall set forth for the Eagle's Grief Gorge. Let loose and fight. 150 districts. Did you hear that? We must seize at least 150 districts to repay our lord's favor. Did you hear me? Su Yuan interjected. Actually, I meant that securing 80 would be sufficient. You're ambitious, directly setting the target at 150 districts. If we can truly accomplish that, think of the wealth in minerals and precious materials. It would surely sustain an entire Su family army. By the way, I still have a spot for a Beastmaster team. I must hurry to recruit personnel, as there seems to be no limit on the number of people for this team. I am an enhancement team, correct? Su Xian called out. Vice Commanders Su Fei, Su Chong, and Su Yi, come forth and let our lord meet you. The 3 stepped forward and clasped their fists. We pay our respects to our lord. Su Xian introduced them. My lord, these are the 3 vice commanders of our Su family army, all of whom possess the strength of 6-star Beastmasters. The front line will be entrusted to me and these 3. We will not disappoint your great expectations. Seeing my little brothers working so hard, as their master, I must show my appreciation. Su Yuan smiled. All right, I wish you all a triumphant return in advance. The Su family army set forth in full force to seize territory and resources, but remember, the Mountain Camp and the Beastmaster Guild are my allies. Do not provoke conflict unless absolutely necessary, and focus solely on the Noble 9 guards. Furthermore, I have a spot for a Beastmaster team. Previously, I thought we had enough people, but now it seems we may be a bit short to hold 150 districts. You all must establish a reputation in the front lines so that I can recruit personnel in Dawn City. Do you understand? Once the news of your reputation reaches Dawn City, I assure you I can gather 1,000 Beastmaster reinforcements to support you. The Su family army, comprising thousands of Beastmasters, clasped their fists in unison. Please rest assured. My lord, we will not let you down. Chapter 138, Returning to Dawn Academy. The awkward left Qing, 25. After the Su family army set forth in grand procession, Su Yuan immediately returned to Dawn City. Initially, he thought he would have some leisure time after the Beastmaster competition, but he soon found himself busy again. Although he had boasted, finding 1,000 Beastmasters would not be an easy task. He pondered who might assist him. Ouyang Shui, Left Qing, Old Wan, and Zhang Yingji. Ouyang Shui was out of the question. Her personnel were all occupied in the northern district, dealing with the establishment of industries. And she might even need to draw resources from Su Yuan. Trade, factories, mining operations, crews. Who doesn't team need manpower? Truthfully, assisting Su Yuan with these matters would be a tremendous help. If he were to handle everything himself, it would likely take him over a month to accomplish anything. He decided to seek out Left Qing first, as he needed to return to Dawn Academy to handle his graduation procedures. Additionally, in terms of connections, hundreds of students graduate from Dawn Academy every year, sometimes even over 1,000. Over the years, the alumni of the Beastmasters from Dawn Academy number in the tens of thousands. Surely, not all of them are employed in the Beastmaster Guild and the City Guards? There must be many idle individuals among them. Finding a usable badge from this group should not be too difficult. Upon returning to Dawn Academy, many classmates recognized Su Yuan. The lower-tier Beastmasters regarded him with a mix of envy and reverence, daring to observe from afar, but not approaching to engage in conversation. A gaggle of young girls trailed after him, following wherever he went. However, when he turned to look at them, they would scatter in a flurry. Truly perplexing. As for the 4-star students, Their dismal performance during the Beastmaster competition had thoroughly infuriated Zhang Jin and Left Qing. It was evident that these individuals had been delayed in their graduation. They were confined to a separate area, and Zhang Jin had ceased all other activities, focusing solely on reprimanding this group daily. Most of the school's affairs were delegated to Left Qing. Su Yuan arrived at the vice principal's office, where Left Qing was buried under a mountain of tasks, looking overwhelmed. Undoubtedly, the most troublesome issue was the image crisis brought about by the Beastmaster competition. Although she typically looked down on the likes of the Dawn Daily, she had no choice but to publish some explanations in the paper for crisis management. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing someone knock on the door, Left Qing, somewhat impatient, said, "Come in." Upon the arrival of Su Yuan, Zhuqing managed to force a faint smile onto her fatigued visage. "Ah, is this not our little genius? What brings you back to the academy today?" To be frank, Zhuqing felt a tinge of embarrassment at that moment. In the recent Beast Tamer competition, the students of Dawn Academy had not only failed to contribute, but had also been a hindrance. Were it not for Su Yuan's valiant efforts, the academy would have suffered a considerable loss of face. Now, with the crown of the Beast Tamer competition in hand, one must understand that reputation is fleeting. It is the resources acquired that hold eternal value. Yet, when faced with Su Yuan, she could not shake off an overwhelming sense of guilt. Moreover, following the conclusion of the competition, Su Yuan had been whisked away by Ouyang Shui, leaving them unable to even exchange a glance. In the days that followed, as Su Yuan remained elusive and Zhuqing was preoccupied, they had missed their chance to meet. Today, with Su Yuan's presence, she found herself at a loss for words. Noting Su Yuan's silence, Zhuqing sighed. "Ah, my apologies, Su Yuan. I had initially hoped to offer you assistance, yet it seems the academy has only hindered you. I never anticipated that you would be preparing for graduation merely a month after entering the academy. I cannot say what the academy might offer to make amends, but please do not hesitate to express any needs you may have." Su Yuan had been waiting for this very sentiment, and he smiled in response. "Teachers, there is no need for concern. I, Su Yuan, do not dwell on such trifles. Besides, I have dealt with those individuals, and my grievances have been addressed. We are even now. I have indeed come with a request for your assistance." Zhuqing raised her head, intrigued. "What is it? Do tell." With Su Yuan opening up, Zhuqing felt a sense of relief wash over her. She was determined not to offend this burgeoning superstar who was on the cusp of leaving the academy. Su Yuan conveyed his intentions to Zhuqing. "In summary, teachers, ideally, I need beast tamers who have previously ventured to the Eagle's Cry Gorge and are currently idle at home. How many can you find?" Zhuqing was puzzled as to why Su Yuan required so many individuals, but she refrained from inquiring further. Instead, she pulled out a notebook and, after flipping through its pages for nearly half an hour, she stated, "I can find over 500, aged between 28 and 45, most of whom are 4-star and 5-star beast tamers with experience at Eagle's Cry Gorge, currently at leisure. However, Su Yuan, these individuals have their reasons for idleness, and it may not be easy to persuade them to return to work." Su Yuan chuckled. "Inform them that I will compensate them with the salary of the 10 guards. A 4-star or 5-star beast tamer generally serves as a team leader or the head of a beast tamer squad, correct? A few thousand gold coins a month is a trivial matter for me." Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. This young man, how did he suddenly acquire such wealth? The salary of the 10 guards is the highest among all military divisions, attracting a multitude of formidable beast tamers. If he offers such compensation, most would find it hard to refuse. A few thousand gold coins would indeed equate to a significant fortune for Su Yuan. Seeing Zhuqing's agreement, Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "A few thousand gold coins is nothing. Once I take control of Eagle's Cry Gorge and establish trade routes, the profits will multiply by tenfold, if not more. I have no fear of running out of funds." Having settled matters with Zhuqing, Su Yuan hastened towards the Wanyang residence. At that moment, Wanyang was still reveling in the substantial profits brought by Su Yuan following the conclusion of the Beast Tamer competition. 3,000 pieces of heavenly treasures. He had also given 500 to the Zhang family, along with an additional 500 in interest. With 2,000 pieces remaining, his family's wealth had effectively doubled. How exhilarating! Moreover, news from the Dawn Forest was promising. The Yuan family and the Beast Tamer Association had seized control of 186 districts. The Yuan character camp alone had captured 72 districts, surpassing the combined efforts of the Noble 9 guards. Even if they failed to secure the bulk of Eagle's Cry Gorge, there would still be a steady stream of income in the future. Additionally, following the siege of Wanyao, the Yuan character camp had garnered a reputation, leading to a significant recruitment of beast tamers. Many idle beast tamers had joined their ranks. And with the compensation from the military law department, the number of beast tamers in the Yuan character camp had surged from 3,000 to 5,000. They were indeed a formidable force. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Who is it? Wang Yang languidly rose to open the door. Oh, what is this? Is that a glimmer of gold? Upon rubbing his eyes and focusing, he exclaimed, Good heavens, it's Su Yuan. Ah, my fortune bringer has arrived. Please come in. Little brother Su, you are no longer my former subordinate or my senior friend. You are now my brother. Next time you hit it big, do not forget about me. Old Yuan. Su Yuan shot him a derisive glance. This fellow, having struck it rich, seems to have lost all sense of propriety. Ahem, enough of the jesting, Old Yuan. I have come to seek your assistance. Wang Yang then wiped the greedy expression from his face and cleared his throat. What is it? As long as it's not for a loan, I'm open to it. Ever since his bankruptcy, Old Yuan had undergone a significant personality transformation. In the past, he was often praised for his generosity and chivalry. Now, it appeared he had been thoroughly shaken by his financial downfall. Su Yuan spoke earnestly. It concerns the matter of seizing territory in Eagle's Cry Gorge. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's expression shifted, becoming solemn. This was indeed a grave matter. The entity that secured Eagle's Cry Gorge would control a substantial portion of income for the coming years. In any context, money could resolve most issues. Therefore, all parties would exert their utmost efforts in this endeavor. Come, let us discuss this inside. Wang Yang ushered Su Yuan into the Yuan family's secret chamber, utilizing heavenly treasure materials to ensure their conversation remained private. Wang Yang began, I am aware that you have a Su family army. So are you seeking to borrow personnel from me? To be candid, although the Yuan character camp had replenished its ranks significantly, considering the need to vie for Eagle's Cry Gorge, there were no surplus personnel available to lend. The Yuan character camp oversees 62 districts within the Dawn Forest, where the number of demon beasts has dwindled. However, each district still requires a half battalion to manage, leaving nearly 1,000 personnel stationed in the Dawn Forest, while the remaining 4,000 have gone to Eagle's Cry Gorge. Our objective is to seize 80 districts, necessitating 2,400 personnel for garrison duty, while retaining over 1,000 elite troops as a mobile force. Su Yuan replied, You have 4,000 personnel planning to contest 80 districts, while my Su family army aims to claim 150 districts. Wang Yang responded in disbelief. What? You cannot be serious. Are you out of your mind? There are only a little over 500 districts in total. You intend to seize 150? Will they not come after you? You will be taking territory from others. Can you contend with the noble 9 guards? Su Yuan paused before stating, Our Su family army currently lacks any stellar-level beast tamers. What? Wang Yang momentarily failed to comprehend. You lack stellar level? What does that mean? I recall that the hallmark of the Shi Lu Wei is the abundance of the Qinxing tier, unlike our Wanzi camp, which has traded its resources for the Yun Yue and Luori tiers, focusing more on the quantity and strength of those levels while possessing fewer Qinxing beasts. Have you disbanded them? Su Yuan noticed that Wang Yang was perplexed and continued, I have invested some time. Now, every member of the Su army is at least at the Yun Yue tier. Boom. A thunderclap echoed in Wang Yang's ears. What on earth? Are you speaking in some cryptic script? Every member at the Yun Yue tier? What madness is this? Su Yuan, I am discussing serious matters with you. One can eat haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly. I am addressing serious business. Old Yuan, I now command over 6,000 Yun Yue tier beasts. I do not intend to sit idly by, nor am I waiting for the nobility to come looking for trouble. I plan to take the initiative and confront them. Wang Yang's fingers trembled. This news was akin to a bolt from the blue. How many Yun Yue tier beasts does my Wanzi camp possess? Perhaps around 1,000, which is less than 1/6 of yours. This is the culmination of a decade of painstaking effort in the Wanzi camp, only to be overtaken in a single day. Fortunately, he had refrained from uttering that remark about the Wanzi camp excelling in Yun Yue and Luori beasts. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. Indeed, he recalled that Su Yuan had achieved a breakthrough during the Beast Master competition. He must have used that technique. Damn, I am envious. Su Yuan, I shall pay you. Please assist my Wanzi camp in achieving a collective breakthrough as well. Su Yuan chuckled. So, Old Yuan, I recall that during the Beast Master competition, you made quite a fortune thanks to me. So this means you owe me a personal favor. Wang Yang immediately bristled. Nonsense. That was the compensation you drained from my family's Yao Guang's secret realm. How audacious. Do you think to share in my wealth? Absolutely not. Su Yuan laughed. I do not mean it that way. Your meager funds do not pique my interest. What I mean to say is, I need you to help me find some individuals. I do not require anyone from your Wanzi camp, just those retired beast masters who have returned to civilian life from your ranks. If you can contact any of them with combat capabilities, bring them to me. I will offer them salaries commensurate with the noble 10 guards, if not more. Wang Yang inhaled sharply. Good grief. You are quite wealthy, aren't you? Daring to offer the salaries of the noble 10 guards? The pay of the 10 guards exceeds that of his city guards by 30%. This fellow actually claims to look down upon my money. Oh right. The princess is currently with him. It makes sense. The hidden investor is the princess, combined with Su Yuan's power. No wonder he is asking for so much. Wang Yang felt utterly defeated. He could not compete in terms of wealth or manpower. Just a few days had passed, and in another month, he feared he might find himself subordinate to Su Yuan. No longer would he be referred to as Old Yuan, but rather as Little Yuan. After a moment of silence, having navigated a complex internal struggle, he finally spoke. Su Yuan, you may be unaware, but typically, seasoned soldiers do not easily retire or return to civilian life without exceptional circumstances. Most of these beast masters have sustained irreversible injuries, forcing them to retire. You should also understand that there is a bond between humans and their beasts. A beast master would not abandon an injured beast. Therefore, even if I manage to bring them back, they may not be able to contribute significantly in terms of combat capability. Each year, there are veterans who retire, some of whom are merely in their 20s, unwilling to forsake their injured beasts, resulting in their current state. Su Yuan's eyes glimmered. No matter how severe the irreversible injury, does it surpass the threshold of life and death? The answer is no. Then, I shall find a solution. He thought of Fu Jia and Hong Ma. Perhaps, a fascinating combination of skills could emerge. Old Yuan, tell them, no matter how grave their beast's injuries, I can heal them, as long as they are willing to come. I will treat them for free. Wang Yang's eyes brightened. Really? Many of those individuals were his comrades, and seeing them in despair weighed heavily on his heart. Aside from offering some monetary assistance, he was unsure how else he could help. Su Yuan grinned. Of course it is true. When have I ever spoken empty words? I need as many as I can get. My Su army has only 500 beast masters, which is still far fewer than your fully staffed 1Z camp. I also have a beast master team quota. I am not worried about the numbers. I fear you may not be able to find enough people. Chapter 140, Eagle's Despair. Su Xian, for my lord. Wang Yang raised 2 fingers and assured, rest assured, if you cannot find enough people, I shall cede my 1Z camp to you. My only concern is whether you can handle so many. Wang Yang was uncertain about how many he could actually bring. So he did not provide Su Yuan with a number, but a few hundred would be the baseline. With the assurances of Zhuqing and Wang Yang, Su Yuan resolved not to seek Zhang Yingji any longer. Officially, Zhang Yingji was his superior. If he could be self-sufficient, there was no way for Zhang to interfere with his actions. However, should he require assistance in the future, would Zhang help him? If he did, how would it affect his own interests? Such matters were troublesome. Better to avoid complications. He decided to rest for a couple of days and await news of victory from the Su army at Eagle's Despair and good tidings from Zhuqing and Wang Yang. Eagle's Despair lay 400 miles from Dawn City, posing a persistent threat to the city. However, ever since the 9 serpents were slain by the King of Beasts, the most formidable beasts within had been merely at the Luari tier, rendering them powerless before humanity. The forces of Dawn City had arrived, driven solely by the desire for resources and territory. The noble 9 guards, including the Tao Li Guard, Shingon Guard, Yingning Guard, Benzong Guard, Bai Guard, Feng Liu Guard, Yongheng Guard, Fashuan Guard, and Tiangu Guard, had all mobilized to engage in a frenzied land grab. However, a formidable new force had suddenly emerged in Eagle's Despair. Moreover, this group did not seek to expand their own territory or seize land. Instead, they fixated on the 9 guards, emerging suddenly to claim that they had arrived first as soon as a territory was nearly occupied. How absurd. It was usually the noble 9 guards who acted unreasonably. When did it become your turn to be unreasonable? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not the original Shilu Wei, but rather the current Su army. What is this? Relying on Su Yuan's newfound power, do they intend to confront us head-on? The noble 9 guards were naturally indignant, and conflict was inevitable. Yet, the formidable combat prowess exhibited by the Su army left many in awe. Not everyone possessed combat capabilities on par with Su Yuan's ability to crush opponents of equal rank. The combat strength of all was relatively comparable. The explosive growth of the Su army's strength far exceeded anyone's expectations. The first to be targeted was the Shingon Guard of the Gong family. The combat prowess of the Shingon Guard ranked 3rd among the noble 9 guards, previously far surpassing that of the Shilu Wei, let alone the now diminished Su army following the reduction of the Lu family's direct line. The commander of the Shingon Guard, Gong and Dao, bellowed, Lu Xian, do you truly wish to oppose us, the Shingon Guard? Su Xian replied coldly. First of all, I am now called Su Xian, not Lu Xian. Secondly, this territory is one that the Su army has set its sights on. We arrived first, and it is you who seeks to seize our land. Gong and Dao was left speechless. Nonsense. We eliminated the beasts here, and we mapped this territory. It is clearly our doing. Su Xian sneered, and what of it? When did you arrive? On the 8th of November. On the evening of November 7th. 3 individuals had already stationed themselves here. It was merely your oversight. Gong Ondao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How utterly shameless. 3 individuals? We VE split our forces into 3 groups, and it took 600 men 2 arduous days to clear a single area. Do you dare to seize our territory? Not a chance. Regardless of the circumstances, this is the domain of the Gong family, and I demand that you vacate the premises immediately. Otherwise, I shall not care whether your surname is Su or Lu. You will face my wrath. Upon hearing this, Su Xian erupted in fury. You insolent fool. I care not for your territory, but how dare you insult my lord's surname? You are courting death. Brothers, can we allow this? Absolutely not. In an instant, 500 troops from the Su family emerged. Gong Ondao, believing himself to hold the upper hand, was about to boast when 500 Su family soldiers summoned their beasts, 2,000 lunar-grade beasts. What the hell? Gong Ondao wished to curse, but found himself astonished. When did the Su family possess such a formidable number of lunar-grade beasts? Although most were of the lower tier, and only a few were of the mid-tier, they were still lunar-grade. Su Xian thundered, Gong Ondao, you will surrender your territory, bow your head in repentance, or else my 500 brothers shall not spare you. This pig who dares to insult my lord. Dignity lies only at the edge of a sword. Weakness breeds indignation. The sight of 2,000 lunar-grade beasts left Gong Ondao feeling uneasy. This was merely 500 men. If the entirety of the Su family army were to mobilize, they would easily command 3,000 to 4,000 lunar-grade beasts, making any confrontation utterly futile. Gong Ondao longed to stand firm, yet his strength forbade him. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and commanded, retreat. Do not stoop to their level. Su Xian retorted, you rogue. If you do not bow to my lord, you clearly lack understanding. Brothers, for the sake of our lord, let us teach him a lesson. Gong Ondao cursed Su Xian and his entire lineage. This was blatant provocation, you know? I did not insult the surname Su in any way. However, he held no power over the discourse. 2,000 lunar-grade beasts versus your 2,000 mixed ranks of golden and lunar-grade was akin to a father chastising his son, an outright thrashing. The elite guards of the Divine Palace withdrew in disarray from the area. Incidents of this nature continued to transpire within the Eagle's Cry Gorge. To conquer a single area would typically require 2 days, and at the crucial moment, a contingent of Su family soldiers would invariably appear, with excuses ranging from sleeping, relieving themselves, to merely being lost, each more outrageous than the last. Yet their strength was undeniably formidable, as they crushed their opposition with ease. In desperation, the noble 9 guards convened to halt their advance and strategize. Within merely 3 to 4 days, the Su family had occupied a staggering 30 districts, more than all other factions combined. Any attempt to reclaim territory occupied by the Su family would only incite conflict, subject to scrutiny by military law. Yet the Su family exploited this loophole, creating chaos at the last moment to seize control. This situation reached the ears of the 9 Elders Assembly in the Western District of Dawn City. In the Western District, at the 9 Elders Assembly, Gong Yuan slammed the table in frustration. How long must we endure this child? Su Yuan. He and his Su family troops ride atop the necks of our 9 families. Furthermore, reports indicate that the Su family possesses no less than 3,000 lunar-grade beasts. From where does Su Yuan draw such formidable power? Li Jianli spoke softly. Calm down, Yunhe. The more we approach this juncture, the more we must maintain our composure. It is evident that Su Yuan is merely a pawn supported by the human king to test us. If we truly overturn the table, can we, without the 9-dragon cauldron, contend with the human king? Gong Yuan replied, vexed, is it not your fault, oldly, for failing to keep watch? Allowing the Red Heart thieves to exploit the situation. Li Jianli retorted, such words are unjust. Each time, 2 demigods were on guard, and old Ning was present. Can you truly believe the Red Heart thieves could destroy something that even demigods could not? Ning Fenghong waved his hand. Enough, cease this bickering. The Dragon King plan still has at least 3 months to unfold. We must endure and not escalate matters. Let us discuss how to combat the Su family forces through compliant methods. The term compliant left the nobles feeling quite unsettled. When did the 9 elders need to consider compliant methods to deal with one individual? It was indeed ironic. But what could be done? Behind Su Yuan was the human king. If it were merely Su Yuan, the situation would be easier to handle. Li Jianli suggested, the strength of the Su family army exceeds our expectations. We should not act alone. All 9 guards must refrain from splitting up. If the Su family attempts to invade again, let us test their mettle. If we cannot confront them, we shall regroup. This strategy seemed somewhat foolish, akin to pouring fuel on a fire. Not dividing forces would severely impede the 9 guards' speed in occupying territory. While it took 2 days for them to claim a single district, the Beastmaster's Holy Guild, the City Guard Army, the Royal Knights, and the Su family could occupy several districts in a single day. This would lead to them avoiding conflict, effectively resulting in their own capitulation. Sun Wushua shook his head. No, this is too weak. It would instead lead the human king to suspect our resolve. Therefore, we shall still divide forces to occupy territory. But we will designate a portion, primarily composed of 5-star and 6-star beastmasters, to specifically track the movements of the Su family army. If they show themselves, we will confront them head-on. Our combined numbers will prevail against them. Ning Fenghong nodded. This is a sound plan. Let us heed Wushua's counsel. The assembly pondered, ultimately approving Sun Wushua's approach. The Su family army relied primarily on their overwhelming number of lunar-grade beasts. So sending a contingent of 5-star beastmasters to confront them was a prudent strategy. Simultaneously, the pace of territorial expansion could not lag, as it represented significant future profits. The resources of Eagle's Cry Gorge, the timber and medicinal herbs of the Dawn Forest, once harvested and transported to the human cities, would flood the market with gold and silver, leading to a depreciation of currency value. If they could not control the future, the nobility's advantageous position in Dawn City would be usurped. In the past few days, news from Eagle's Cry Gorge had been incessantly relayed from the front lines. Many individuals with information channels were aware of the happenings concerning Su Yuan and the Su family army. The Su family army, comprising numerous skilled warriors, had forced the Noble Nine Guards into retreat, claiming 30 districts and establishing themselves as the new elite within Dawn City's Beastmaster community. At this juncture, Su Yuan also disseminated news of his intent to form a new Beastmaster regiment. This year, the final slot for a Beastmaster regiment was allocated to Su Yuan by the Beastmaster Guild. Su Yuan's name now represented not only an unparalleled genius emerging from the slums, but also the promise of wealth. It appeared that joining Su Yuan's ranks no longer meant laboring for mere love, but rather held substantial prospects. Concurrently, a mysterious wealthy merchant appeared in the northern district, lavishly spending to acquire a port for unloading and a fleet of over 100 ships. Alongside this, he procured several factories and secured mining and artisan production licenses, as well as the latest schematics and rights for crafting magical tools, along with 500 notable young artisans. It was rumored that this mysterious merchant's backing pointed directly to the third princess. In a moment, the notable figures of Dawn City seemed to converge around Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui. This pair is evidently a perfect match. Su Yuan's urgent endeavor to develop the Eagle's Cry Gorge is driven solely by business interests. The third princess awaits his successful expansion, which will enable the commercial operations to run smoothly. Once that occurs, both Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui will swiftly transform into affluent magnates within Dawn City. Many who were initially persuaded by Zuoqing and Wan Yang, uncertain in their resolve, have now bolstered their confidence. Following Su Yuan means there will be plenty to feast upon. Even those who were previously reluctant have now been swayed. After all, what harm is there in taking a look? Thus, a throng of individuals gathered at the Beastmaster Guild, eager to discover the nature of Su Yuan's Beastmaster team. Su Yuan exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Yingji at the Beastmaster Guild, securing a venue for their gathering. They also discussed their collaboration. Following the impressive display of the Su family army at Eagle's Cry Gorge, the Noble Nine Guards would undoubtedly unite against Su Yuan. Although the Su family army is currently robust and well-equipped, it is still insufficient to face multiple foes alone. Therefore, alliances with the Beastmaster Guild, the Yuan and mountain camps, and others are essential for a united front. Naturally, Zhang Yingji readily agreed to assist. If Su Yuan is to be the spearhead, he would gladly help bolster their reputation to avoid direct conflict with the nobility. Subsequently, Su Yuan requested a venue from Zhang Yingji, explaining that he intended to establish a Beastmaster team, with today marking the inauguration. Tomorrow, the team would be taken to the Su family army's base for specialized training before heading to assist at Eagle's Cry Gorge. Zhang Yingji, somewhat perplexed, remarked on Su Yuan's impressive efficiency in gathering a Beastmaster team within just a few days. He chuckled. Indeed, young Su, you are a dragon among men. In less than a week, you have assembled 300 individuals, enough for an entire Beastmaster team. Such efficiency is rare. Su Yuan quickly shook his head. No, President. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. This Beastmaster team is actually an enhancement team. An enhancement team? Zhang Yingji inquired. You could have been more flexible with the roster details when you reported the numbers. Oh, so you were waiting for me here. I thought there was no way something as lucrative as Eagle's Cry Gorge would come without strings attached. It seems you have your own demands. Rest assured, even 500 or 600 will not be an issue. Su Yuan paused. I need at least 1,000 individuals. 1,000? Zhang Yingji exclaimed, his teacup falling to the ground. Goodness, this complicates matters. A 1,000-person roster is quite intricate. Does this truly qualify as an enhancement team? It's nearly equivalent to a half battalion. Zhang Yingji smirked. It should be manageable, but let us first see how many people have actually arrived. Very well. The young man is easily excitable and perhaps overestimates himself. Zhang Yingji believed that, given Su Yuan's influence, gathering 1,000 individuals was feasible. Yet they would need to filter for combat effectiveness and compatibility. If they ended up with 500 to 600, that would still be commendable. He did not want to dismiss the possibility outright, agreeing to the request with a sense of optimism. By the way, what do you intend to name this Beastmaster team? A fitting name holds significance. Su Yuan promptly responded, the Su Shui Beastmaster team. Zhang Yingji raised an eyebrow. Are you entirely unconcerned about subtlety? I am the one reporting the roster. When the king hears of this, his expression will surely darken. Nevertheless, let us first ascertain the situation. At that moment, those following Su Yuan were already gathering in the main hall. As Zhang Yingji opened the door, he was astounded to see a sea of heads in the hall. Where did all these Beastmasters come from? This must be at least 3,000. Su Yuan was taken aback as well. Goodness, Zhuo Laoshe and Lao Wan are quite impressive. They claimed only a few hundred, yet they managed to muster this many? Incredible. This small Dawn city harbors over 3,000 idle Beastmasters. What a waste of resources. And this is merely from Zhuoqing and Wan Yang's efforts. It stands to reason that the total number of unemployed Beastmasters in Dawn City must be around 10 to 20,000. He glanced at Zhuoqing and Wan Yang, both appearing somewhat awkward. Zhuoqing spoke first. Su Yuan, the graduates of Dawn Academy were primarily motivated by the Beastmaster competition. They wished to restore the Academy's reputation while also being drawn by your personal prestige, considering your victory has attracted many. That's the surface explanation. In reality, those who are idle at home, akin to job seekers, naturally perceive following Su Yuan as a promising venture. Su Yuan's triumph in the Beastmaster competition has garnered him immense acclaim and undeniable strength. As a leader, he is bound to emerge as a prominent figure in Dawn City within a few years. Furthermore, he has the backing of the third princess, whose resources and manpower will serve as a formidable support. They are aware of her significant investments in the North District, recognizing her financial prowess. The Su family army's impressive exploits at Eagle's Cry Gorge may be unknown to the common folk, yet the Beastmasters possess their own intelligence network. Thus they are well aware of the Su family army's performance there, which speaks to the potential outcomes of their involvement. Considering all these factors, they chose to align with Su Yuan. Zhuoqing managed to recruit 200 4-star Beastmasters and 26 5-star Beastmasters, which is indeed a formidable force. It has been proven that as long as one possesses wealth, strength, and prospects, people will flock to you. As for Wan Yang, the situation is even more straightforward. He directly stated that Su Yuan could heal the irreversible injuries of Beastmasters. This revelation ignited excitement among the retired veteran Beastmasters of the Wan camp. Their retirements had been forced, and now they toil in various Beastmaster-related companies for survival. When told they could return to the battlefield, they could hardly remain still. They swiftly gathered their fellow veterans, amassing nearly 2,000 Beastmasters. Most of these are a mix of 3-star and 4-star Beastmasters, along with 35-star Beastmasters. Now, there are indeed enough individuals. Faced with this multitude, Su Yuan spoke candidly. Welcome, everyone, to the Su Shui Beastmaster team. As the team leader, I sincerely welcome each of you. I understand your motivations for joining. I assure you that nothing promised will be lacking. I am currently in need of personnel. As you all know, the Su family army alone is insufficient for Eagle's Cry Gorge. Since you have chosen to join us, let us not dwell on unnecessary words. First, those who remain will share in the rewards. Once we secure the Eagle's Cry Gorge region and stabilize the trade routes, the current salaries will seem trivial, and we shall all prosper together. Furthermore, those who follow me, Su Yuan, can expect every 3-star Beastmaster to rise to 4-star and 4-star to 5-star. I will fully cover all necessary breakthroughs. For those unwilling to stay, I wish you well until our paths cross again. In just a few words, Su Yuan ignited the spirits of countless individuals. Bravado! With ample resources and opportunities at hand, they rallied behind him. Commander Su, please give the order. This offer is too enticing to refuse. One individual hesitated momentarily before asking, Commander Su, is it true that you can heal irreversible injuries to Beastmasters? Indeed. This is the matter of utmost concern for the veteran warriors. Su Yuan nodded gently, affirming, of course it is true. However, the prerequisite is that you must capture some magical beasts. Any type will suffice. For every injured beast you possess, you will need to acquire a corresponding number of magical beasts. This statement completely dispelled any lingering doubts among the veterans. Commander Su, this gratitude is akin to a rebirth. Please allow me to join your magical beast team. Commander Su, I assure you, I can heal my beast. I, Wang Dezhuang, shall serve you faithfully. This was precisely what the veterans sought. The initiation ceremony was brief, as Su Yuan's most pressing need was time, and everyone else was either in want of wealth or the opportunity to heal their magical beasts. Thus, they swiftly reached a consensus. As for other matters, let Zhang Yingji worry about them. After all, he had promised to organize this strengthening team. 10 miles northeast of Dawn City, at the Su family's military encampment, Su Yuan gathered the members of the magical beast team here. The total number of beast masters amounted to 366, allowing for the formation of 11 fully organized magical beast teams. Su Yuan endeavored to intersperse the veterans with the senior students from the Dawn Academy, not out of distrust, but because veterans are more likely to coalesce into a cohesive and combat-effective unit. The number of magical beast teams within the Beastmaster Guild was extensive, likely rivaling that of the Noble 10 Guards. However, the drawback was that they resembled mercenary groups, with a somewhat loose organization. Su Yuan aspired to assemble a well-organized and combat-ready magical beast team, rather than a disjointed band of mercenaries. Once the divisions were established, the veterans returned from the Dawn Forest with a plethora of magical beasts. Most of them were saber-toothed pigs. Alas, once again, it would be the poor pigs that would suffer. Faced with the eager gazes of the crowd, Su Yuan smiled and reassured them, "Fear not. For where there is a will, there is a way." The solution lay with Fugia and Honma. Fugia possessed a remarkable ability known as the Life Miracle, which could heal all ailments, even resurrecting the dead, provided someone willingly contributed their life force. However, the challenge lay in the aspect of voluntariness. Coincidentally, Honma had a skill called Spirit Puppet, which allowed her to control magical beasts mentally. Thus, a method emerged. Su Yuan attempted to have Honma control a saber-toothed pig, prompting it to voluntarily offer its life force, which Fugia then directed towards a severely injured magical beast. A miracle unfolded. A 6-star beast master named Fan Lian, the strongest among the team, had lost combat capability in 5 of his 6 sunset-level magical beasts and, disheartened, had chosen to retire. Now, witnessing the glimmers of golden-green light transferring from the saber-toothed pig to his wounded beast, he saw those near-death creatures revitalized, as if caressed by a healing spring breeze. Springing back to life with vigor, Fan Lian had initially harbored little hope. As long as these beasts could regain mobility, he would be satisfied, even if they could not fight. Yet, the surprise Su Yuan delivered was monumental. Memories of past battles alongside his magical beasts flooded back, igniting his emotions and bringing tears to his eyes, leading him to kneel before Su Yuan. "Commander Su, please allow me this bow of gratitude." He was not alone. All beast masters with injured beasts, upon seeing a glimmer of hope, followed suit, kneeling and pleading, "Commander Su, I implore you, save my magical beast." Each time faced with such scenes, Su Yuan could not help but feel a profound sense of empathy. In this world, nothing is more precious than hope. What Su Yuan bestowed upon others was the profound power of hope. Chapter 143, Relocation, Su Yuan's New Abode, Visitors, 25. The number of magical beasts requiring treatment was exceedingly high, approximately 6,000. Su Yuan spent an entire day and night tending to this multitude. Naturally, the sacrifice of over 6,000 saber-toothed pigs weighed heavily on his conscience. "Alas, I must accumulate more merits. Starting today, I shall abstain from consuming saber-toothed pig meat." This temporarily assembled magical beast team saw Su Yuan appoint 3 vice-commanders, Fan Lian, a graduate from Dawn Academy named Zhang Zhang, and an old veteran from the Wanzi camp, Wan Shania. These 3 were the only 6-star beast masters within the team. For now, merit could not be assessed, so they were assigned based on strength. They were tasked with overseeing the team and would immediately head to the front lines to rendezvous with Su Xian, where they would follow his command. After issuing his directives, the 3 led the Su Shuem magical beast team to depart for the Eagle's Cry ravine. Su Yuan watched their departing figures with a sigh, hoping they would prove useful. Truth be told, Su Yuan was cautious about fully trusting this hastily formed magical beast team. Their relationship remained at the level of mutual benefit. "I shall heal your magical beasts and pay you wages. In return, you will assist me in seizing territory." Unlike the Su family army, which had been moved by his influence and exhibited unwavering loyalty, he hesitated to help them break through with their magical beasts. The current combat strength was satisfactory. In the future, he could continue this approach, initially integrating those he was less familiar with into the Su Shuem magical beast team, and once rapport was established, welcoming them into the Su family army. Indeed, this was a brilliant strategy. After handling this batch of matters, Su Yuan, feeling somewhat fatigued, returned to Dawn City. This morning, Ouyang Shui had sent word that his new residence had been allocated, urging him to take a look and move in, as he could no longer reside within the academy. That night, in the direction of Eagle's Cry ravine, Su Xian and his companions received a message and promptly brought their men to welcome him. Upon meeting, Su Xian was taken aback. Wait, weren't we supposed to have 1,000 people? He exclaimed, bewildered by the sheer number before him. Fan Lian surveyed the crowd and was the first to speak. May I inquire which one of you is Su Xian? I am, Su Xian replied. And you are? Fan Lian smiled. Commander Su, greetings. We are the newly recruited members of the Su Shuem Magical Beast Team, as appointed by Commander Su. He has instructed us to follow your orders upon our arrival at Eagle's Cry Ravine. The individuals here either owe a debt of gratitude to Su Yuan or have other motivations. In any case, we shall not impede your efforts. You may issue commands as you see fit. Not only Su Xian, but also Su Fei, Su Chong, and Su Yi were equally astonished. Wait a moment. Is this truly 1,000 people? Su Xian could not help but inquire. Fan brother, my lord mentioned he would gather 1,000 reinforcements. May I ask how many have actually come? Fan Lian paused for a moment, then realized, in total, there are 588 individuals. Among them, 524 are 3-star Beast Masters. 660 are 4-star, 401 are 5-star, and 3 are 6-star. Su Xian and the others were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never anticipated that Su Yuan's charisma could yield such astounding results. Su Yi sighed. I have always maintained that one cannot judge my lord by conventional standards. Today, it has been proven true. Who else could rally 3,000 Beast Masters within 3 days with but a call? Su Xian nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing Su Yi's significant growth in understanding his lord's character. I must keep pace, he thought. Among the Su family army, he was the one who had received the most favors from his lord. If others surpassed him, it would be a disservice to his lord's expectations. All right, everyone, please follow me. After contending for the territory, it will be exceptionally arduous. I implore everyone to prepare accordingly. If one cannot endure, my counsel is to withdraw at the earliest opportunity. This statement was directed towards Fan Lian and all those behind him, serving as a precautionary measure to prevent any sudden retreat that could dampen morale. Fan Lian assured, rest assured, Commander Su. 2/3 of those who have come here are veterans of the Wanzi camp, and the others are seasoned individuals from society. They are well prepared. Furthermore, the regiment leader has requested me to convey a message to you. Oh, my lord, what is it? Su Xian inquired, leaning closer. Fan Lian communicated telepathically. It is as follows. The regiment leader, along with President Zhang and Commander Yuan, have conferred and unanimously concluded that the nobility will likely undertake retaliatory actions. At that point, we shall. The following day, after spending his last night in the dilapidated old residence in the East District, Su Yuan gathered his belongings when a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Your Highness, what brings you here? Ouyang Shui leaned against the door, playfully twirling a strand of her silvery blue hair as she chuckled. I came to assist you with your move, of course. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yuan replied. You should have mentioned it earlier. I was about to abandon packing. Ouyang Shui cast a sidelong glance into the room, which, in stark contrast to her opulent palace, appeared almost barren, with only a few antiquated appliances, duct-taped wires, and rusting pipes. A twinge of discomfort welled up within her. Noticing her expression, Su Yuan asked, what is the matter? Ouyang Shui fumbled slightly, and nothing. I just feel that you, how should I put it, have had a rather challenging time. Haven to you? Su Yuan paused, then laughed. What, feeling sorry for me? A little, she admitted. You should treat me better from now on. All right, let us hurry. There seemed to be quite a few onlookers downstairs. The royal carriage used by Ouyang Shui was extraordinarily lavish, and combined with the immaculate white frost horse, it was nearly impossible to avoid drawing attention in the densely populated East District. Su Yuan wasted no time, grabbing his luggage and following Ouyang Shui into the carriage, swiftly departing from the small abode he had inhabited for many years. The carriage traversed the East District and arrived at a location less than a mile from the palace in the Central District, where Su Yuan's new, spacious residence awaited him. Ouyang Shui enthusiastically remarked, what do you think? I chose it for you. It's quite splendid, I assenti it. It's essentially at the entrance of the royal city. 4 stories tall, with over 20 rooms, 6 bathrooms, an independent swimming pool, and a private beast training ground. The furnishings are all royal grade. The training ground is even more durable than that of the Sacred Beast Academy, allowing for discreet training without anyone being the wiser. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. You've put thought into this, Your Highness, but being so close, won't the king be able to read minds? That is quite unsettling. Ouyang Shui rolled her eyes. Not at all. Do you think he has that much time? Mind reading is quite taxing. He can only do it for a few seconds during special circumstances. Who would take the time to read your mind? Besides, he cannot perceive anything outside the royal city. Oh, I see. Well, that is a relief. With a sense of joy, Su Yuan began moving his belongings into his new home, celebrating the occasion. He quickly tidied up, and Ouyang Shui assisted in arranging the interior. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Weevee just moved in. Who could it be? As Su Yuan approached the door and opened it, a stunning beauty with snow-white attire and waist-length black hair appeared. Ijia? Chapter 144. The Purpose of Yi Ho and Her Past, 35. Su Yuan was genuinely surprised to see Yi Ho at his doorstep right after moving in. How did she learn of this? Shouldn't she be at Eagle-S Cry Gorge? Yi Ho spoke softly. Is this a convenient time? I wish to discuss matters regarding Eagle-S Cry Gorge with you. Indeed, it was no trivial visit. It seemed urgent that she sought him out so soon after his relocation. Su Yuan smiled. Of course, please come in. As Yi Ho entered and surveyed the surroundings, a subtle smile graced her delicate lips, seemingly pleased with the layout of Su Yuan's abode. Ouyang Shui, who had just finished tidying up, emerged and upon seeing this unexpected guest, gasped. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as Yi Ho gazed at Ouyang Shui, who returned her stare with a hint of hostility, not the kind typically reserved for enemies. Then, Ouyang Shui's previously gentle expression shifted to one of deep resentment directed at Su Yuan. Su Yuan hastily clarified, Your Highness, Commander Yi has come to discuss important matters with me. Jie, he added, failing to address her properly. He recalled Ouyang Shui's jealous demeanor the last time he had called Yi Jie by that name. Ouyang Shui retorted, Important matters? I can only say that Commander Yi possesses remarkable abilities. I finalized the property deed just yesterday, and she shows up today. If it weren't for her constant vigilance, it would have been quite difficult to find her. Yi Ho, maintaining her stoic demeanor, replied, Indeed, it required considerable effort. Ouyang Shui thought to herself, Can't she discern between praise and criticism? Given her naturally reticent disposition, could she possibly be socially anxious? Clearing his throat, Su Yuan interjected, Ahem. Let us focus on discussing the matters regarding Eagle-S Cry Gorge. Commander, since the princess is not a stranger, please feel free to speak. Yi Ho glanced at Su Yuan, understanding his intent, and stated plainly, The nobility's 9 guards plan to each assign a beast regiment to encircle your Su family army, of which I was not a participant. Subsequently, your men ambushed mine. Su Yuan was taken aback. He had anticipated the former, alerting Zhang Yingji and Wan Yang in advance to set a trap, waiting for the nobility to fall into it. However, the latter caught him completely off guard. Yi Jie, may I inquire about your relationship with the white-clothed guards and the Yi family? I apologize, but I must be responsible for my own people. Yi Ho stated, clarifying, the white-clothed guards are my personal guards, a legacy from my parents. As for my relationship with the Yi family, it is strained. We are not of the same ilk, and they harbor hidden black-clothed guards. I understand, Su Yuan nodded. These scoundrels, despite my repeated warnings not to ambush Yi Jie's territory, have proven to be utterly blind. Rest assured, I will send word to my men immediately. Such incidents will not occur again. And thank you, Yi Jie, for bringing this to my attention. I will devise a suitable plan. Yi Ho gently nodded. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Casting a fleeting glance at Ouyang Shui, whose lips curled into a subtle smile, she added, Then I shall not intrude further. Lastly, congratulations, Su Yuan, on securing the championship. Do remember to check your spirit jade. She lightly tapped her fingers in the air, seemingly reminding Su Yuan of the long-neglected item. Understanding her implication, Su Yuan nodded. All right, allow me to see you off. After escorting Yi Ho away, he returned to find himself confronted by Ouyang Shui's radiant smile. Su Yuan scratched his brow. You're overthinking it. Truly, there's nothing between us. I know next to nothing about her. By the way, what do you know about her? Could you enlighten me? Ouyang Shui sighed. Do you think it appropriate to ask me? I've been bustling about helping you with your property and your move. Can you not? She felt a twinge of injury in her heart. Su Yuan placed his hand gently on her fair forehead. I am fully aware of the deed Snow Air has done for me, yet I assure you, my intentions were never of that nature. The first time we met, she exhibited a natural aversion, even disdain, towards the opposite sex. However, I cannot pinpoint when her demeanor towards me became overly warm. I swear I never flirted with her, nor had I exchanged a single word with her prior to this. This warmth is an attitude she has never shown towards anyone else, which is quite abnormal. Snow Air, at this moment, you are the only woman I can trust completely. Do you understand my meaning? When circumstances are unusual, there must be ulterior motives at play. I suspect she harbors some ulterior motive concerning me, though I do not believe she intends to harm me. Nevertheless, one must always remain vigilant. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Ouyang Shui's expression softened. Pouting slightly, she tapped lightly on the table and said, I'm a bit thirsty and don't feel like talking. Su Yuan chuckled, Very well. I shall fetch some tea for the princess. After taking a sip of water, Ouyang Shui continued, To be honest, my knowledge of her is not particularly extensive. She is indeed one of the rare prodigies of Dawn City, at least until your arrival. She was one of the few outstanding talents in the past decade. Her parents were the legitimate heirs of the previous head of the Yi family. About 10 years ago, there was a mysterious change in the head of the Yi clan, and her parents suddenly vanished. You see, the heads of the 9 elders are semi-divine beings, and the sudden disappearance of one such being greatly affects the landscape of Dawn City. My father remains tight-lipped about this matter. It seems there are hidden circumstances. Ever since then, rumors of discord within the Yi family have circulated, and the white-clad guards chose to support this talented young master, nearly breaking free from the Yi family's control. I recently learned that the Yi family has a black-clad guard, which should be a direct force loyal to the current head, Yi Kanglin. Very few in Dawn City are aware of this past. Fortunately, Ouyang Shui is here. Su Yuan pondered, what connection do I have to this matter? It seems there is none, right? Could it be that I am at odds with the nobility? No, if that were the case, she would not have been so indifferent and mildly hostile upon first meeting me. There must be another reason. To inquire hastily would be rather abrupt. I suppose I shall keep this matter to myself for now and address it when the opportunity arises. Ouyang Shui evidently had questions to ask, but was interrupted by Su Yuan. First of all, there are some things I cannot disclose. I have sworn an oath to the alliance. Of course, with her intelligence, Snow Air would certainly understand. Ouyang Shui nodded slightly. This was tantamount to indirectly acknowledging that her connection to Iho stemmed from the affairs of the Red Heart Demon Thieves. Since Su Yuan did not harbor ill intentions toward Iho, Ouyang Shui's heart was significantly relieved. At this moment, the silver moon hung high outside, and Su Yuan remarked, "All right, it is getting late. Your Highness should hasten back to the palace, lest others speculate and gossip." Ouyang Shui's expression darkened. Who said I was leaving tonight? Su Yuan. You just said so yourself. Chapter 145. The Promise Under the Silver Moon. Tension ahead. 45. Do not move. Little girl. You were the one who initiated this, all right? Do you realize that if, by any chance, I were to find myself in a predicament, it could lead to complications? Complications? What sort of complications? In any case, it would be quite tricky, at least not at this moment. It is indeed possible, but Snow Air, there are many methods. You know, what sort of ridiculous idea do you have? Wait, no. You said you felt sorry for me for my difficult past, and that you would treat me well. Now you are behaving this way, and I am getting angry. What? I have seen everything. You with Long Yao and the Snow Maiden. You are you. Very well then. Do we have an agreement? With the silver moon hanging high, Su Yuan took a deep breath. After a moment of composure, he asked, Snow Air, are you feeling jealous of Iho? Ouyang Shui tugged at her small blanket. Actually, not really. Su Yuan, you still do not understand. Su Yuan rested his head on his elbow, puzzled. What do you mean? Ouyang Shui brushed aside her tousled hair. In truth, I do not care whether you are flirting or if any relations may arise. I am royalty. My father has 16 mistresses apart from my mother. My elder brother has 27, and my second brother has more than I can count. In Dawn City, men at the upper echelons boast about the number of their lovers. I am indifferent to whether you are involved with others. I have grown accustomed to it, though it can be somewhat uncomfortable when witnessing it firsthand. What I mind is when you conceal matters from me. Su Yuan, have I ever hidden anything from you when you inquired? No, right? At the very least. I do not wish for us to have diverging dreams. I do not want you to keep secrets from me or conduct affairs behind my back. You may freely inform me. Even if you were to develop something with that commander, I would not hold it against you. Just do not follow the previous pattern of withholding information. How am I to interpret that? Su Yuan gently played with her silver blue hair. This was, after all, a different world, and Ouyang Shui was a girl entirely distinct from those in his previous life. Compared to them, Ouyang Shui exhibited far less possessiveness. Yet, she had many of her own convictions. In the royal family, where treachery abounds, trust is indeed the most extravagant of commodities. At present, Ouyang Shui trusted Su Yuan and naturally hoped for his unwavering trust in return. Su Yuan raised his hand and vowed, all right, Snow Air, I swear by the silver moon above, from this day forth, I shall conceal nothing from you. I will share all my thoughts with you, and anything I am able to express, I shall not withhold. Ouyang Shui lazily turned over, a light laugh escaping her lips. It's a promise indeed. Su Yuan, you should rest early. No, it is still early. I have yet to get into the right frame of mind. Just forget it. In the Eagle's Cry Gorge, there is an ancient saying that aptly describes the situation. When the front is tense, the rear must consume. At this moment, the newly formed Su family army and Su Shui's Beastmaster Corps had united, amassing a force that far surpassed any of the noble 9 guards. Becoming the behemoth of Eagle's Cry Gorge, there were over 4,000 Beastmasters alone. Not to mention the main force comprising approximately 7 to 8,000 Moonfall and 7 to 8,000 Starfall level Beastmasters, sweeping through the area with overwhelming might, swiftly capturing over 10 districts from the Noble 9 guards. Of course, under Su Yuan's orders, they refrained from targeting the white-clad guards. The white-clad guards, in turn, naturally declined to join the Noble 9 guards in their assault on the Su family army. The remaining major commanders could only gnash their teeth in frustration. There was no other choice. It seems Su Yuan had some personal connection with the Yiho, and it was only normal for them to avoid conflict. The remaining 8 guards had originally gathered 1,000 5-star Beastmasters, preparing to engage the Su family army head-on, adhering to Sun Wushua's tactics. However, when Su Shue's reinforcements arrived, the disparity in strength became even more pronounced. The 8 guards were now thoroughly stirred. Having been in Eagle's Cry Gorge for nearly a week, they had made no progress whatsoever. The combined strength of the 8 guards had only managed to occupy 20 districts, while the Su family army and Su Shue's Beastmaster Corps had already seized 60 districts. If this continued, at least half of Eagle's Cry Gorge would bear the Su surname. There is no alternative. Even if it means delaying the pace of our expansion, we must first subdue the troublesome Su army. The Noble 8 guards have assembled in full force, comprising 8 commanding leaders and 50 vice leaders, totaling 56 6-star Beastmasters, along with 2,000 5-star Beastmasters, truly the bulk of the Noble 8 guards' main strength. These individuals have converged, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the territory occupied by the Su army and the Su Shui Beast Troop. Upon witnessing the enemy's massive advance, Su Xian proclaimed in a stern voice, "Gong and Dao, are you intent on violating the laws of Dawn City and declaring war against us?" Gong and Dao retorted brusquely, "Su Xian, spare us the accusations. We are all merely vying for territory. No need to complicate matters. Listen carefully, everyone. Killing humans is forbidden. But it was never said that we cannot slay their beasts. If they dare to resist, then we shall eliminate their beasts. Yes, we shall slay their beasts. The night is too dark. We cannot be seen." Having endured numerous setbacks recently, Gong and Dao had begun to grasp some tactics. First and foremost, one must excel in shifting blame and casting aspersions. Su Xian has been adept at crafting excuses while brazenly attempting to seize your territory. You must learn to do the same. I do not slay humans. I only slay beasts. After all, in this darkness, they can be considered monsters. In the grand scheme of things, losing a bit of money pales in comparison to acquiring territory. Su Xian gritted his teeth. Gong and Dao, do not overstep your bounds. Our main forces combined do not know who is truly afraid of whom. Gong and Dao laughed coldly. Come now, Su Xian. We have thoroughly assessed the foundations of your Su army and the Su Shui Beast Troop. You are no match for us now. Onward. Fury etched on his face. Su Xian turned to his comrades. Su Chong, Fan Lian, you hold them back. The rest of you, retreat with me. As long as we have our lives, they cannot seize our territory. Gong and Dao's expression darkened. This was indeed a valid point. Should Su Xian escape, they would resort to guerrilla tactics, preventing any focus on territorial expansion. Do not let them escape. Pursue them relentlessly. We must crush the Su army and the Su Shui Beast Troop. Kill boldly. The higher-ups have decreed that if we can capture 300 districts, we will be allocated the profits from 30 districts. Do not show fear. The brothers realized they had a chance to prosper, and as the night was dark and windy, they charged into battle. A fierce clash erupted in Eagle's Cry Gorge. Underneath, both sides unleashed a battle of thousands of beasts, shaking the very heavens and earth, with the cries of beasts echoing throughout the gorge and the mountains trembling. Overall, the Noble 8 guards held a decisive advantage. Their ranks were higher, and their combat prowess far superior. The Su army and the Su Shui Beast Troop found themselves at a disadvantage. However, due to the gorge's steep and winding terrain, the Noble 8 guards, despite their superior strength, struggled to deploy effectively. Although they maintained pressure on the Su army, they could not inflict significant damage. Conversely, the Su army retreated with remarkable composure and order, and soon the last group of beast masters, who had held the line, opted to withdraw. Gong and Dao was unwilling to relent. After investing so much time, he was determined to thoroughly defeat the Su army. Chase them. A group of individuals gathered and pursued the Su army. However, the Su army demonstrated an uncanny talent for retreating, slipping away like mudfish, evading capture entirely. Su Xian, if you have the guts, do not run. Just days ago, you were flaunting your strength. Didn't you say the one with the strongest fist has the right? Now that I have returned, why do you flee? Or is it that your master, Su Yuan, is merely a coward who knows only how to run, along with his pack of dogs? Yet, the group remained unfazed. Su Xian was resolute in his conviction. His master had once said that words were merely weapons to provoke others, and one must not fall victim to them. Patience is essential for grand strategies. Mere words would amount to nothing when the time came for them to face consequences for their hubris. Let us go. Gong and Dao was perplexed. Just days prior, he had only spoken a few words against Su Yuan, and Su Xian had reacted with great agitation. Today, however, he displayed no response at all. This was indeed curious. He instructed others to berate Su Xian and Su Yuan, yet received no reply, leaving them somewhat awkward. Forget the shouting, let us pursue them. Catching up is more valuable than anything else. Gong and Dao remained puzzled. Why was Su Xian so timid today, lacking any bravado? Suddenly, it struck him. Under normal circumstances, no army could execute a retreat so composed and orderly in the face of a sudden assault, while also executing segmented counterattacks with minimal casualties. Aside from a few lightly injured beasts, this was clearly a well-prepared, or rather, premeditated strategy. Gong and Dao surveyed the nearby terrain. Upon entering, everything seemed ordinary. But now he realized that Eagle's Cry Gorge was exceedingly narrow, surrounded by steep slopes that abruptly ended in cliffs, leaving them in a vast basin. This is bad. Gong and Dao reacted swiftly. There's an ambush. Retreat. But it was too late. Su Xian and his comrades had already ascended the high ground, where countless figures emerged around the steep cliffs. They were the 5,000 beast masters from the Wanzi camp, 3,000 from the Shanzi camp, and 15,000 from the Beastmaster Guild. Alongside the Su armies 1,500 and the Su Shui beast troops 3,000, the total approached 30,000. If one accounted for the encircled noble 8 guards, nearly 70% of the beast masters in Dawn City had gathered here. Gong and Dao's complexion darkened as he surveyed the surroundings. I see. No wonder the Su army is so brazen. They were clearly plotting this all along. He and the other leaders began to feel a sense of panic. Li Han, the leader of the Tally Guard, exclaimed, "And Dao, we have fallen into an ambush. What shall we do?" Gong and Dao's mind raced. How should I know? I should have foreseen this. Had I known about Su Yuan's close ties with Wan Yang and Zhang Yingji, I would have anticipated this. At this juncture, they faced a dilemma. Either break through or concede defeat. Breaking through would be immensely challenging in this basin, especially since not everyone possessed flying beasts. Further, the enemy held the high ground, already in a position to bombard them, and their numbers were less than half of the opposing force. A forced breakout would undoubtedly lead to severe casualties. More critically, a forced breakout would signify the onset of hostilities. At the very least, the Ninth Elder would not wish for a formal war to break out now. If a battle were to commence, they could afford to wait until the other forces of the 8 guards were fully assembled, at which point they would not fear their adversaries. In the midst of this turmoil, Su Xian stepped forward. "And Dao, why the silence? Just moments ago, you were shouting with great fervor. Why the sudden quiet? Were you not just berating my master and us as cowards who only know how to flee? Now, do you wish to slip away, abandoning your comrades? Are the Gong family and the Li family merely a bunch of cowardly scurrying rats? Just a moment ago, they hurled insults at Su Yuan. And now Su Xian retaliates with equal fervor." Gong and Dao gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. "Su Xian, consider us unfortunate for falling into your trap. Release us, and we can discuss matters regarding the territory of Inxiu Gorge." Su Xian shook his head. "Discuss? What is there to discuss? Do you possess the qualifications to negotiate?" Gong and Dao clenched his jaw. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to declare war against us? If the higher authorities hold you accountable, your master Su Yuan will undoubtedly bear the brunt." Su Xian chuckled. "War? No. Did not Brother and Dao just mention that we do not kill people, only seek to eliminate the demonic beasts? The darkness obscures my vision." He added with a grin, "By the way, I recorded everything with my imprint insects." Damn. Gong and Dao inwardly cursed. How is it that Su Yuan's group is so fond of recording everything? Those words truly came from him. How infuriating. They have turned their own trap against themselves. Gong and Dao clenched his fists. "Fine, we concede. Su Xian, if it comes to blows, you will undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Name your price. How can we secure our release?" They could swear an oath to the alliance. If it weren't for the old man's endless warnings to merely seize territory and not take lives, Gong and Dao would certainly be inclined to fight back. Su Xian replied, "It is quite simple. You must withdraw the 8 guards from Inxiu Gorge." "Withdraw? Impossible. At the very least, we require 200 districts." "Then what are we even discussing? It seems you are merely looking for a fight." 150. "No, it must be a complete withdrawal." The two engaged in a verbal duel for quite some time. The situation stalemated. Meanwhile, both sides were contacting Dawn City. Clearly, the resolution of this matter hinged upon the agreement of their respective backers. Su Yuan stretched lazily. It was nearly noon, a rare indulgence in slumber. Ouyang Shui, who had risen early and completed her morning routine, spoke up as soon as she noticed Su Yuan awake. "Su Yuan, there's been an incident. Hurry, come with me." An incident? Very well. By the way, is your throat feeling unwell? You sound rather hoarse. Ouyang Shue's ears turned red. You know full well. Chapter 147. Peace Talks? Clashing Interests, Mutual Testing, 15. Su Yuan had Fu Jia generate a bit of life spring, and after Ouyang Shue drank it, her throat felt somewhat relieved. As Su Yuan dressed, he inquired, "What is so urgent?" Ouyang Shue responded with gravity, "Su Yuan, I genuinely did not anticipate this. You have stirred quite the commotion. The elite 10,000 of the 8 guards from Yingxiu Gorge have been cornered in the valley by you, Wanyang, and Zhang Yingji, and they are currently in a standoff. The news has reached the city, and Li Jianli and Gong Yunhe have contacted the second prince through the military law department to inform Wanyang, Zhang Yingji, and me to form a 3-party discussion. We are on the brink of conflict." Su Yuan was taken aback. Su Xian was quite efficient in his dealings. What had been discussed just the day before was already set in motion today. The nobility proved to be less resilient than anticipated. Their capitulation came swiftly. The prospect of peace talks already implied a concession. Ouyang Shue, observing Su Yuan's expression, sighed. "Your actions are far too bold. By the way, where did you acquire so many beast tamers?" Upon receiving the intelligence, Ouyang Shue was stunned. Su Yuan's ranks had swelled to nearly 5,000 beast tamers. Furthermore, the majority were elite 4-star and 5-star warriors, rather than the weaker 2-star and 3-star ranks. This sudden surge in combat power had completely tipped the balance of power in Dawn City. The nobility no longer held an absolute majority. At the very least, the commoners possessed a force that was not disproportionately disadvantaged. Ouyang Shue, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, "You even named the Beast Tamer group." As she spoke, a rosy hue crept onto her fair cheeks. Su Yuan laughed. "Of course, this is our Beast Tamer group, Snow." Ouyang Shue playfully shoved him. "Remember to address me as your highness later. This is an official occasion, and it is likely to involve signing an agreement to determine the territorial claims of Yingxiu Gorge." Su Yuan nodded. "Of course. I shall not put you in an awkward position. However, you must stay here with me for these 3 days. With Jia Jia around, there is no need for concern." Ouyang Shue understood what Su Yuan meant, rolled her eyes at him, and gently tapped his chest, signaling her agreement. Su Yuan, taking advantage of the moment, followed suit. The peace talks were scheduled to take place in the conference room of the military law department. On the nobility's side, the old man and the second prince, Ouyang Qing, were present, in addition to Wanyang and Zhang Yingji. Su Yuan's side included Shan Lai of the Shan family from the mountain camp, as well as the demigod Yunjin, who had previously assisted Su Yuan. The moment both parties met, the tension in the air was palpable, especially for Gong Yunhe, who fixed a fierce glare on Su Yuan. The new and old grievances intertwined. The death of Gong Jing, the depletion of the Ziwei Emperor Star's secret realm, and their current entrapment, all were consequences wrought by this Su Yuan. If only he could have eliminated him sooner. Gong Yunhe wished he could travel back in time and slay this young man before he even entered the Sacred Beast Academy. Su Yuan, however, paid little heed. With the spring breeze blowing favorably, all was well, and he felt invigorated. Sitting at the head of the table were Ouyang Qing and Ouyang Shue, who had a notably strained relationship, sitting almost at opposite corners of the table. Ouyang Qing spoke first. "On my end, I received a commission from the head of the Li family, stating that Su Yuan's men recklessly instigated hostilities, intending to disrupt the peace of Dawn City for their own selfish ends, thus convening this meeting." Before he could finish, Ouyang Shue interrupted. "Brother Wang, there is no need to rush to defend them. Even if you sing their praises 1,000 times, the throne will not be yours, as our father is still alive." Ouyang Qing's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly. "Sister Wang, your words are presumptuous. I speak with impartiality, and the facts are as such." Ouyang Shue, unyielding. "Then what is there to discuss? We shall see each other in court." It was clear that this meeting was one where Ouyang Qing sought something from others. Do not cast baseless accusations. If a proper discussion cannot be had, we can issue an immediate order to engage in battle. It would merely be a matter of mutual destruction. Ouyang Qing's lips twitched slightly. After a few days apart, it felt as if an eternity had passed. The once submissive Ouyang Shue had grown bolder after associating with Su Yuan, forcing him to temper his demeanor. Li Jianli shook his head. This second prince, with no other option, had to speak. "Third prince, second princess, you may not be well acquainted with the situation, so let us not dwell on the choice of words. However, it must be stated that Su Yuan, third prince, you cannot deny that it was indeed your Su family army that instigated the conflict first, correct? We did not set any traps for you. It was you, Su Yuan, who sought to seize what rightfully belonged to us. This cannot simply be brushed aside." Su Yuan shook his head. "Li family head, that is not entirely accurate. I received word that it was indeed my forces that first set their sights on this territory. One must adhere to the principles of first come, first served, would you not agree? You nobles in the Dawn Forest did not see me encroaching upon your lands. I am a reasonable person, Li Jianli countered. We possess only a few parcels of land in the Dawn Forest. Compared to you, we nobles are far more reasonable. Ning Fenghong, witnessing Li Jianli's failure to accuse him, directly laid out the matter. Su Yuan, there is no need for pretense. I shall speak plainly. We only require 200 districts of the Eagle's Cry Gorge. The remaining 312 districts belong to you and the Royal Knights. I hope you can persuade your men to withdraw from the encirclement. By agreeing to this division, you would already be gaining a significant advantage. Typically, the noble interests in other regions are divided at around 60%, yet this time we are only asking for less than 40%. And the Dawn Forest is merely 1%. Indeed, this is a considerable concession. Su Yuan chuckled, do not be so hasty. The King of Men has proclaimed that it is a matter of merit. I believe that if we continue to contest this, you will certainly not acquire those 200 districts. Why should I negotiate with you on this matter? Judging by the manpower and combat strength currently deployed by all parties in the Eagle's Cry Gorge, the nobles might secure 200 districts only if the Su family army and Su Shui's Beast Tamer Corps do not intervene. Ning Fenghong frowned. Then how do you propose we divide the territories? Su Yuan candidly stated, I shall take 150 districts. The rest is of no concern to me. Lao Wan, President, Senior Shan, Senior Ing, what are your demands? Wan Yang replied, Lao Shan and I require 120 districts, 80 for me and 40 for Lao Shan. President Zhang needs 100 and Senior Ing 30. Seizing the opportunity presented by Su Yuan's power, they were determined to secure as much as possible. Typically, they would be fortunate to retain 60 to 70% of the districts fought over. Given the nobles' current predicament, they could not afford to let this chance slip by. Ning Fenghong laughed in irritation. You are claiming 400 districts for yourselves. What do you intend to leave for the Royal Knights? Are you suggesting we shall receive not a single district? Su Yuan nodded repeatedly. Indeed, that is my intention. Master Ning, what cannot be obtained on the battlefield shall not be won at the negotiation table, correct? Dignity resides only at the edge of the sword. Ning Fenghong shifted his tone. I am well aware of that. However, Su Yuan, this does not imply that I cannot obtain what I desire. Even if you acquire the territories, what benefit is there if goods cannot be transported? It would merely be a futile endeavor. Chapter 148. The moment one steps onto the negotiation table, one is already lost. There was a hint of menace in Ning Fenghong's words. Su Yuan knitted his brows. He was not well versed in this aspect. Ouyang Shui hastily transmitted to Su Yuan 70% of the port capacity in the Northern District, 80% of the magical artifact manufacturing plants and mineral extraction businesses, as well as 60% of the craftsmen, 70% of the sea vessels, and beast tamers are all under the control of the 9 old heads. Most of the routes are also maintained by their beast tamers. Transporting minerals to Golden City requires either hiring their fleets for protection or forming our own. Su Yuan intended for their own people to manage this, and with your Beast Tamer Corps and my personnel, we need not fear their interference. Ning Fenghong's insinuation was that without cooperation, they might attack our transport ships in the future. This pirate strategy was not without merit. There were indeed many demonic beasts along those routes. Without powerful beast tamers escorting, transport ships could easily fall prey to these creatures. Ning Fenghong sought to leverage this to coerce Su Yuan into submission. Then, Ning Fenghong added, Su Yuan, why must we resort to a fight to the death? It is true that our men are encircled, but have you considered how many of your own will be lost if you act? If it comes to a final confrontation, will you truly benefit? I doubt it. You would also bear the blame for instigating the conflict. Employing a dual approach, it was evident that should a conflict arise, the nobles would indeed suffer greater losses. However, would you truly gain? The vast majority of the resources at stake belong to you, Su Yuan, Wan, and Shan, along with the Beast Tamer Guild. It was not the entirety of our noble wealth. Our hesitance stems from other reasons, not from fear of you. Soft and hard tactics. There was no concern that Su Yuan would not yield. Indeed, Su Yuan recognized the validity of Ning Fenghong's words. However, when it comes to negotiations, being led by the nose would ultimately disadvantage oneself. Master Ning was indeed eloquent, but what of it? Have you ever heard the saying? Ning Fenghong furrowed his brow. What saying? Su Yuan smiled. An explanation is merely a disguise. Given your noble methods, whether you acknowledge it or not, you have already conceded the moment you stepped onto this negotiation table, have you not? Otherwise, with your usual approach, you would never consider negotiating with me. Nor would you threaten or entice. There would be no need. You would act decisively against my people and me. Your reluctance to do so indicates a lack of confidence. What has stripped you of that confidence? Surely it cannot be. Ning Fenghong's expression shifted from calm to one of sheer terror. mirrored in the eyes of Li Jianli and Gong Yuan and others, who struggled to maintain their composure, concealing their emotions. Yet, for the first time, they felt a pang of panic. They exchanged thoughts telepathically. Damn it, how could Su Yuan know about that matter? Remain calm, he likely guessed it. This person excels in such matters. It may also be that the King of Men informed him. After all, he is a piece in the King's game. We have miscalculated. The more compliant we become, the more suspicion we arouse. It seems that the knowledge of the 9-Dragon Cauldron affair is no longer a secret. What do we do? Should we concede? The Dragon King plan will not reach fruition for another 2.5 months. Zhang Yingji and Ying Yunjin noted this subtle change, their expressions shifting. Clearly, Su Yuan possessed knowledge of matters far beyond their grasp. Su Yuan chuckled. Before I had Beast Tamers, a master who raised snakes once told me, strike the snake at its 7 inches. Master Ning, what you have mentioned truly does not concern me. Bear the blame. Who in Dawn City has a better reputation than I, Su Yuan? When the Eagles Cry Gorge incident escalates, whom will the populace trust? You or me? The cost? Who is truly unable to bear that cost? We all know the truth. There is no need to speak it plainly, is there? As for shipping, there is no need for you, Master Ning, to worry. I, Su Yuan, have not raised so many people merely to waste their potential. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. It was evident that Su Yuan's words struck at the core of their concerns. Ouyang Qing was bewildered at how Ning Fenghong, who had just accused Su Yuan with such righteous fervor, now stood speechless, unable to retort. The critical point was that Su Yuan's words bore no grandstanding. Yet they were not without substance. Master Ning, why have you suddenly faltered? No, not just you. Why has every one of the 9 old heads fallen silent? Are they allowing Su Yuan to dominate the conversation? This was not the way of the Beast Tamers. This negotiation was fraught with intricacies that Ouyang Qing could not fathom. The 9 family heads, what were they truly afraid of? Ouyang Qing was the prince who relied most heavily on the nobles within the royal family. His network and connections were entirely dependent on the 9 old heads. He had once firmly believed that for Dawn City to truly thrive and stand shoulder to shoulder with the premier central city-states, the support of the nobles was indispensable, for they were the strongest faction in Dawn City. However, since Su Yuan's emergence, despite their disdain for this lowly commoner, he had repeatedly bested those they depended on, even leaving them speechless before him, forcing them to yield, while his sister, of equal standing, willingly allied herself with him. What on earth was happening? At this moment, Ouyang Qing felt as though he were the fool who comprehended nothing. He was utterly oblivious to the intricate power struggles unfolding in Dawn City. Why was Su Yuan so assured of victory? Why had the nobility suddenly fallen silent? Why was Wang Mei's demeanor growing increasingly resolute? He simply could not fathom it. Ning Fenghong remained silent for a long while. Let us go, he finally said. Su Yuan, this time we concede. The nobility will withdraw entirely from the Eagle's Grief Gorge in the Dawn Forest. After uttering these words, the several elder statesmen vanished like mist. The illusion was that Su Yuan had driven them away. Even Wan Yang had not anticipated that this negotiation would result in an unprecedented triumph. The noble 8 guards had not only relinquished the Eagle's Grief Gorge, but had also abandoned the Dawn Forest. He burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Impressive, Su Yuan. Old Zhang. What do you say? Didn't I tell you before? These nobles are nothing but paper tigers, easily toppled." However, Su Yuan, Zhang Yingji, Ying Yunjin, and Shan Lai appeared lost in contemplation. Wan Yang waved his hand in front of Su Yuan's eyes. Yet, Su Yuan regarded him as one might a simpleton. Stop fooling around, old Wan. Time is of the essence. We need to act swiftly. Zhang Yingji expressed his concerns. Su Yuan, is it not too early to expose our hand? Su Yuan shook his head. This is an understanding we already share. During this window, we must give it our all. Our time is limited. Wan Yang clasped his head in confusion. What are you all talking about? Please explain. Chapter 149. The finale, capturing 200 districts, unmatched momentum. The others looked at Wan Yang as if regarding a fool. Su Yuan sighed. Old Wan, to be frank, if you do not grasp something so straightforward, it raises some concerns. This sentiment resonated not only with Wan Yang, but also struck Ouyang Qing, who had not yet fully departed. Simple? What are you talking about? Let us discuss this outside, Su Yuan suggested. Zhang Yingji and the others followed him, suspecting that Su Yuan had seized upon the noble's Achilles heel. Perhaps they might glean some useful intelligence. They arrived at the Beastmaster Guild and found a quiet corner. Addressing Wan Yang, Su Yuan spoke eloquently. Old Wan, why do you think the nobility has chosen to retreat? They are not even fighting for a single district. If they were, we would have to grant them at least 100 districts. Wan Yang raised his head. Of course, it's because their people are encircled by us. If I were to give the command, we could obliterate thousands of elite troops, and the noble 8 guards would suffer at least half their strength. The others expressed their admiration. Old Wan, you are indeed a capable warrior, unflinching in battle. But can you not think more critically? Su Yuan interjected. That is not the case. Old Yuan. The Noble 8 guards are merely the visible force. If we consider the Noble 8 guards alone, could your forces, along with the Beastmaster Guild and my Su family army, triumph over the Noble 8 guards combined with the Lang and High divisions? Wang Yang shrugged. It would be a 50-50 chance. Despite his reluctance to concede, this acknowledgement suggested he understood the odds. Victory was not easily attainable. It was only due to their advantageous position that they had managed to gain the upper hand. Su Yuan continued. A few days ago, I discovered that the Yi family possesses not only a white guard, but also a black guard. Did you all know of this? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Another one? Does this imply that the nobility harbors many hidden strengths that remain unknown to us? Su Yuan sighed. It is only logical. The nobility controls 80% of the Beastmaster eggs and 80% of the resources from secret realms. How could the Beastmasters be only slightly stronger than us? If the Yi family has such forces, then surely the Li family, the Gong family, and the Ning family do as well. Competing in terms of strength would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, they still chose to concede. Wang Yang was taken aback by Su Yuan's words, exclaiming, right. Why did they yield? If I had such numbers, all 500 districts would belong to me. Su Yuan was momentarily speechless and clarified, because they are wary of something formidable. In all of Dawn City, who could instill fear in the 9 elders, the most powerful Beastmasters? Only the King of Humanity, perhaps? Old Yuan, think carefully. The King of Humanity has slain the 9 serpents, and the nobility has retreated because he has reached a level they can hardly contest. After the Beastmaster tournament concluded, when Gong Yuan and others attempted to attack me, they were subdued by the King of Humanity with a single blow. This indicates that, from a purely strength perspective, it is exceedingly challenging for all the nobles demigods combined to confront the King of Humanity. Why did they not yield before? The answer is simple. They had means to restrain the King of Humanity. However, due to a certain event, those means have likely become ineffective, prompting their retreat and concession. And perhaps, as the King of Humanity intends, the further I advance, the more the nobility will retreat, underscoring that their methods are no longer viable. With such clarity, Wang Yang finally understood. So that is how it is. Wait, does this mean the King of Humanity is on our side? If so, shouldn't we take advantage of this opportunity to strike at those who are down? Su Yuan and the others exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback. Su Yuan gently massaged his forehead. Patience has its limits, Old Yuan. The nobility is retreating unconditionally. In fact, they have outright ceased their struggle. Why do you think that is? You said it yourself. They have given up, Wang Yang replied. Su Yuan shook his head. No? At least I believe they do not intend to surrender. Rather, they are executing a plan. Or one might even say a conspiracy, which is undoubtedly more significant than colluding with the 9 serpents or launching an assault with the myriad demons. Consider this. The Eagle's Grief Gorge and the Dawn Forest are the primary sources of future revenue. If the nobility abandons these, they would be severing their own future. Would you sit idly by? Certainly not. They must have a remarkably clear plan that allows them to endure for months, or even longer. And this plan will enable them to reclaim all they have lost. Just moments ago, the demeanor of Gong Yuan was entirely natural. Thus, we are left with little time. Old Yuan, go back and prepare thoroughly. Exhaust every resource to enhance your own capabilities and those of your Beastmasters. Wang Yang was left in a daze. Should we not inform the King of Humanity? Do you really think the King of Humanity is unaware? The group burst into laughter. Wang Yang appeared utterly bewildered. In any case, everyone had a rough idea of the situation, and they dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. The standoff at Eagle's Grief Gorge had come to an end. Gong Ondao received a message. The 8 guards had completely withdrawn from both the Eagle's Grief Gorge and the Dawn Forest. As for the white guards of Yiho, they could come and go as they pleased. Before departing, Gong Ondao cast a forlorn glance at Su Xian. Others might be oblivious, but he was not. As an external force, failing to manage even this much would surely disappoint the master family. Enough. Let us go. Su Xian, remember, one day, I Gong Ondao shall return. Su Xian paid him no heed, dismissing his impotent fury. His mind was entirely consumed with admiration for Su Yuan. My lord, you are incredible. You have compelled all the nobility to withdraw from the Eagle's Grief Gorge. Does that mean there is no one left to contest us? Fan Lian, Sui, what are you waiting for? Let the assault commence. Divided into 15 routes, let us unleash our full potential. Indeed, the Su family army and Su Shui's Beastmaster Corps possess formidable strength, with each 300-strong squad capable of independently clearing an entire area. Even the Wanzi camp, Shanzi camp, and the Beastmaster Guild find themselves at a loss in the presence of these fierce warriors. Their prowess in seizing resources is unparalleled. Although we are allies and do not engage in conflict among ourselves, the extent of our plunder ultimately reflects our own capabilities. In the end, across 512 districts, the Su family army and Su Shui's Beastmaster Corps astonishingly captured 200 districts. The Wanzi camp seized 70, the Shanzi camp 36, the Beastmaster Guild 110, the Royal Knight 70, and the White Robe Guards 26. Su Yuan has undeniably emerged as the greatest victor in this territorial division. His triumph is truly remarkable. Amidst the aristocracy's comprehensive retreat, Su Yuan senses that a greater storm is on the horizon. Time waits for no one. Ultimately, one must rely on one's own strength. After a few days of rest, Su Yuan proactively inquired, "Your Highness, when may I enter the moon's secret realm allocated to me? I believe it is time for me to break through to a 5-star Beastmaster." Chapter 150, A New Divination? A Good Omen? Ouyang Shui mentally counted the days. It has been 52 days since he became a Beastmaster, and he has been too preoccupied with matters concerning the Eagle's Cry Gorge to make a breakthrough. Although he is aware that Su Yuan possesses a method to progress towards the Source Star, he still finds it hard to believe. The moon's secret realm. Ouyang Shui paused and said, "It is not as grand as the Ziwei Emperor Star's secret realm. The royal family's moon's secret realm has but one challenge, which is to navigate a ship past the sea's barrier." The sea's barrier? Yes. The moon influences the ocean, causing the sea creatures to become extraordinarily agitated and lose their sanity. Attempting to replicate the methods used in the abyss there would likely be futile, but for you, it should not pose too much difficulty, and it will not be as challenging as the Ziwei Emperor Star's assessments. Oh, upon hearing Ouyang Shui's words, Su Yuan felt reassured. Indeed, with Su Yuan's current combat prowess, being able to defeat the 4 Beastmasters' illusions indicates that he can withstand even the weaker 6-star Beastmasters without suffering defeat, and against stronger 6-star Beastmasters and illusions, he can ensure his survival. The difficulty of the moon's secret realm is not daunting for him. Ouyang Shui expressed her concerns, but what comes after that? The aristocracy's attitude today seems. Su Yuan smiled. "I fear an unprecedented war is imminent, am I right?" Ouyang Shui nodded yes. "Today, I consulted with my father. He appears determined to eradicate the malignant presence that has plagued Dawn City for centuries, but engaging in civil war with the aristocracy is no trivial matter. I asked my father why we could not strike first before the aristocracy's plans were set in motion, but he did not respond, indicating he has his reservations." Su Yuan's eyes flickered with interest. Who knows? This game is orchestrated by the Human King. He has his concerns, and perhaps his own strategies. Why does it sound as if you harbor some dissatisfaction towards him? Su Yuan exhaled. It is not dissatisfaction per se. Ever since I learned that the Human King was the previous master of the sun-eclipsing divine glass, and that he opportunistically dispatched the 9 serpents, I have come to understand that anyone in such a position must possess considerable acumen. What is this war about? Who are the enemies aside from the aristocracy? We do not know, so there is no point in speculating. Frankly speaking, I feel the aristocracy cannot outmaneuver the Human King. Ouyang Shui remained silent, quietly listening as she lay beside him. She was well aware that the Human King seldom revealed himself, often appearing only as an apparition. Yet he persistently compelled the aristocracy to relinquish their interests, driving them to desperate measures. She also understood that this process must have involved sacrifices and loss of life. Perhaps Su Yuan is frustrated at being used, or perhaps he mourns for those who perished under the schemes. Either way, he comprehends that dwelling on such matters is futile. Instead, he should focus on rapidly enhancing his strength to ascend beyond the demigod level, for only then will he have the opportunity to partake in the game. A night passed in silence. The following day, after Ouyang Shui departed, Su Yuan retrieved the spirit communication jade. Previously, Iiho had reminded him to keep an eye on the news. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he last checked. Upon opening the spirit communication jade, a flood of messages inundated the screen. First, he checked private messages. Ning Xian had not said anything. Yin Yusin had rambled on quite a bit, to which Su Yuan politely responded a few times. Wang Wenyue discussed the failed negotiations with the aristocracy and matters pertaining to Eagle's Cry Gorge. Su Yuan exchanged intelligence with him and learned that since yesterday, all but the white robe guards among the aristocracy's 9 guards had withdrawn from Eagle's Cry Gorge, subsequently vanishing without a trace. Not only them, but the aristocracy's influence in both the north and south districts has also retreated entirely, adhering to the principle of avoiding conflict whenever possible. The more they concede, the more Su Yuan feels a sense of impending crisis. As for Iiho, they exchanged a few words, essentially expressing gratitude for the benefits gained from Eagle's Cry Gorge and suggesting a meeting in 7 days if he was free. This commander seems to be aware of some underlying secrets. Once he has explored the moon's secret realm and upgraded his beasts, he shall meet her. This matter has lingered on his mind, and he feels the need for clarity. Su Yuan detests the unknown. Suddenly, the captain sent a message. "Joker, Su Yuan. Are you there? The captain? It is rare for the usually reticent Lieki to seek him out. Red Heart 7. Of course, may I ask what you need, Captain? Joker. Has your beast exhibited any changes after consuming the core of the Nine Dragons Cauldron? Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to speak candidly. Red Heart 7. There are no other changes yet, but it has formed a unique flame container within, capable of holding other flames. This opportunity allowed me to slay the illusion in the secret realm, without Long Yao's bold attempt to fuse the illusory dragon flame and the nether fire. The power of the illusory Scarlet Lotus would likely have been insufficient to withstand an assault from the illusion. Joker. Good, understood. What was the purpose of this inquiry? Yuan found it perplexing. However, Lieki seemed unwilling to elaborate further. Yuan felt awkward about pressing the matter and thus decided to inquire about something else. Red Heart 7. Captain, is my divination still a harbinger of great misfortune? This journey has indeed been fraught with perils. Reflecting on the waves of beast tides outside the city and the encounters with the Silky Willow Guards, he had come perilously close to death on multiple occasions, including the final battle in the illusory dream realm against the illusion. If he has yet to overcome tribulations, that would indeed be rather unbearable. Joker, no need to worry. This divination has been broken. Upon hearing Lieki's words, Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. This had been a lingering concern of his. Damn it. The aristocracy's relentless pressure had forced him, a person inclined to take things easy, to hasten his breakthroughs. Joker, however, I have drawn another divination for you. Hiss. What kind of divination? The Joker. In the I Ching, the upper trigram represents Li, while the lower trigram signifies Qian. The upper element is fire, and the lower element is heaven. Fire, residing in the sky, is destined to illuminate all things, and by aligning with the heavenly timing, one can achieve remarkable success. Captain, can we not convey the message in a single sentence? It makes my heart race with trepidation. This is indeed a positive omen. Red Heart 7. Thank you, Captain. This signifies that Yuan will soon be endowed with divine assistance. Yet, what has led to such fortuitous support? Although Yuan is confident that the nobility cannot outmaneuver the king of men, the inability to prevail does not equate to safety. The previous tide of monstrous beasts, with myriad demons laying siege, serves as a stark reminder. The nobility were deftly manipulated by the king of men. Initially, Yuan believed it all to be a conspiracy orchestrated by the aristocrats, but upon realizing the involvement of the king of men, he comprehended the naivety of his earlier assumptions. This time, what calamity shall they confront? In these tumultuous times, one can only rely on oneself and one's companions. Thus, it is imperative to incorporate trustworthy individuals from Su Shui's Beastmaster Corps into the Su family army, and to enhance the combat capabilities of the Su family forces without delay.